Huff, huff. A man staggered through the dark mountains, his breaths ragged and uneven. His legs trembled, barely supporting his weight as though he might collapse at any moment. Drip, drip. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, mingling with the sweat dripping down his face. It dampened his left cheek, a stark reminder of his current reality. His name was Park Geon-Woo, and he could not comprehend what was happening. Why are you doing this to me? Tell me, please. Men armed with wooden clubs and knives had him surrounded. Among them stood a familiar figure, Kim Chi-yeol, a smirk twisting his lips. Father's orders, Chi-yeol replied. Congressman. Kim Han-Gyo's. That's right. Flare? Chi-yeol lit a cigarette, his expression calm and unaffected. Hugh? He exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking, his voice tinged with mockery. A certain reporter managed to cleverly dig up father's secrets. You've seen the news, haven't you? Embezzlement, illicit business deals, and corruption. The allegations against Congressman Kim were all over the headlines. They're all true, which makes this situation quite inconvenient, Chi-yeol remarked with a wry smile. Hugh? Another puff of smoke escaped his lips. You already knew about the rumors, didn't you, Team Leader Park? After all, you were always by my father's side. As the leader of Congressman Kim's security team, Geon-Woo had indeed overheard sensitive conversations during his years of service. Yes, I knew, but I've never leaked anything. You have to believe me, Geon-Woo pleaded. I believe you. What? I said I believe you. But Chi-yeol's actions contradicted his words. He flicked away his cigarette butt, crushing it underfoot. And that's exactly why we chose you. Chose? Chose for what? Chi-yeol tossed a stack of papers at Geon-Woo, the sheets fluttering to the ground around him. Flutter? Geon-Woo's eyes widened as he scanned the documents. A report stating that security team leader Park Geon-Woo colluded with businesses behind Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's back will be prepared. Frame Park Geon-Woo for all crimes except the tourism project and release the information to the media. Prepare a fake suicide note and announce his death to reporters. Geon-Woo's breath caught in his throat. The realization hit him like a truck. This was a plan to frame him for all of Congressman Kim's crimes and then erase him entirely. Chi-yeol smirked as he picked up one of the papers from the ground. This is my parting gift to you, Team Leader Park. I hope you like it. With a snap of his fingers, the armed men lunged at Geon-Woo. Damn it, you bastards. Fueled by desperation and betrayal, Geon-Woo fought back with everything he had. He dodged a swing from a club, twisted his attacker's wrist, and sent him sprawling with a well-placed kick. Seizing the fallen club, Geon-Woo charged straight at Chi-yeol. I'll kill you, I swear. But his rage wasn't enough. The sheer number of attackers overpowered him. They pinned him down, forcing him to the ground. Chi-yeol crouched beside him, his smirk ever present. Thank you for your 10 years of service, Team Leader Park. I'm sure you don't mind sacrificing your life, for my father's sake. Do it. Yes, sir. Stab, stab, stab. The knife glinted under the moonlight before plunging into Geon-Woo's side repeatedly. Blood seeped from the wounds, and darkness crept into his vision. He could feel his life slipping away. But even as he lay dying, he glared at Chi-yeol with unyielding determination. I will take my revenge. You and your father. I swear it. Chi-yeol chuckled. I'm sure you will. And with that, darkness consumed Park Geon-Woo. #####. When Geon-Woo woke up, he found himself in a strange, infinite void. His body felt weightless, and the concept of up and down seemed meaningless. Where am I? He murmured, his voice weak and hoarse. Oh, good. You're awake, said a cheerful voice. Geon-Woo turned to see a young woman in her 20s wearing a traditional hanbok, her long hair cascading down her back. She waved at him with a bright smile. Who are you? A Grim Reaper, she replied casually. A Grim, what? We don't have much time, so listen carefully, she said, clearing her throat. Congratulations, Mr. Park Geon-Woo. You've been granted a rare chance to return to the past and change your fate. Return to the past. Yes, but there's a catch. You have only 30 seconds to fill out this form, she said, pointing to a document that materialized before him. 30 seconds? That's insane. Time's ticking. Better get to it. Geon-Woo frantically scanned the form and began filling it out. Questions ranged from the date he wanted to return to, whether he wanted to keep his memories, and more. But as the Grim Reaper counted down, panic overwhelmed him. 3, 2, 1. Beep. Before he could check off the final question, the ground beneath him vanished. As he plummeted into darkness, the Grim Reaper reviewed his incomplete application form and sighed. Oh dear. He didn't check off the most important part. This will be fun. Geon-Woo awoke in an unfamiliar room, his body feeling strange. He tried to sit up but froze when he caught sight of his reflection in a nearby mirror. What the fuck? Staring back at him was the face of a beautiful teenage girl. Phew, yuck. His curse echoed throughout the room. What the hell? Rain, are you okay? Two men rushed into the room, their faces filled with concern. Park Geon-Woo, or rather, Kang Rain, now looked at them with a blank expression. Who are these people? After a moment of observation, he concluded, they must be her brother and father. The younger man, who Geon-Woo assumed was the brother, stepped closer. Did you have a nightmare or something? Why did you yell like that? Without bothering to adjust his tone, Geon-Woo replied flatly, it's nothing. Get out. The high-pitched, feminine voice still felt foreign to him, no matter how many times he spoke. What? Your brother's worried about you, and you just tell him to get out. Geon-Woo's patience was razor-thin. Get out while I'm still being nice. The father, sensing the tension, gently touched the brother's shoulder and gestured for him to leave. TCH. The brother clicked his tongue but reluctantly exited with the father. The moment they left. Click. Geon-Woo locked the door. There was no time to waste. I need to figure out who this girl is. While he was relieved to find himself back in 2010, the situation was far from ideal. All of this just because I didn't check that damn box. He let out a deep sigh. After combing through the room, he pieced together the identity of his new body's original owner. She was Kang Raein, a second-year student at Incha High School. The two men who had just entered the room were indeed her older brother, Kang Rae-hyuk, and their father, Kang Ji-hun. The family's financial situation quickly became apparent. They're not well off. The father's a delivery driver, and the brother's juggling university and part-time jobs. Looking around the small, modest room, Geon-Woo's gaze landed on an open bottle of sleeping pills. Suicide. The realization made his blood boil. Those bastards framed me for suicide, and now I'm in the body of someone who might have tried it herself. Unable to stand the sight of the bottle, Geon-Woo grabbed it and threw it into the trash with a loud bang. His rage simmered beneath the surface. Kim Han-Gyo. Kim Chi-yeol. I don't care what body I'm in, I'll make you pay. After exploring Raein's room, Geon-Woo realized he needed to get rid of one major annoyance first, her long hair. This hair is driving me insane. Where are the scissors? Failing to find any in the room, he begrudgingly stepped out into the living room. Hey, he called out casually. Where are the scissors? Rae-hyuk, sprawled on the couch and fanning himself, barely glanced up. Top shelf in the kitchen. Why, I'm cutting my hair. What? Rae-hyuk bolted upright, staring at Raein in disbelief. Cut your hair? Why, it's itchy. Rae-hyuk's jaw dropped. But you swore you'd never cut it? You said it was like Mom's dying wish or something. Dying wish? Geon-Woo froze. What do you mean? Rae-hyuk squinted at her. Are you still half asleep? Mom told you ages ago that my Raein looks prettiest with long hair. You've been growing it out ever since she passed away. Don't you remember? Geon-Woo frowned deeply. Fuck. Without another word, he stormed back into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Rae-hyuk scratched his head, muttering, what's gotten into her? By Saturday afternoon, Park Geon-Woo had fully become Kang Raein. With school starting on Monday, he spent the weekend studying Raein's family dynamics and relationships to avoid raising suspicions. She was kind of a rebellious kid. He sighed as he stared at the short skirt of her school uniform. How the hell am I supposed to wear this? Determined to adapt, he wore the skirt around the house on Sunday. Unfortunately, he kept sitting cross-legged, prompting Rae-hyuk's endless complaints about her flashing him. Old habits die hard. Still, Geon-Woo resolved to push through. If I can survive assassination attempts, I can survive this. On Monday morning, Geon-Woo or Raein grabbed her backpack, something the old Raein rarely did. Ji-hun smiled as he saw her leave. Taking your backpack for once? Decided to study hard like I suggested. Geon-Woo smirked faintly. This girl didn't even carry a backpack to school. Yes. For now, she replied curtly, walking out the door. While on the bus, Geon-Woo made a mental note of his new priorities. This family is drowning in debt. To get revenge and protect them, I'll need power, money, and connections. Step 1, ace my studies. Revenge would require meticulous planning, and he was more than ready to get started. The classroom was loud and chaotic when Raein walked in. She immediately headed for the back seat by the window, which she deduced was hers based on the pictures on her phone. I hate this already. She crossed her arms and stared out the window, projecting an aura of aloofness. Her classmates, however, quickly noticed her unusual behavior. Raein. A boy approached, his smug demeanor radiating trouble. Geon-Woo instantly recognized him. This asshole. Choi Wang-cheol. He recalled from the photos that Wang-cheol was a bully who had blackmailed Raein into dating him. Why are you acting so cold? Don't tell me you're mad about something. Wang-cheol asked with a sly grin. Drop the act, Geon-Woo replied icily. You used your dad's position as my brother's boss to blackmail this girl into dating you. That's not a confession, it's coercion. Consider this relationship over. What? You can't just. Before he could finish, Geon-Woo grabbed his wrist and twisted it with practiced precision. Ow, 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 ow. Raein leaned in close, her sharp eyes boring into his. If you so much as look at me the wrong way again, consider yourself dead. Her tone was cold, her glare unwavering. The once confident bully backed away, clutching his wrist. The classroom fell silent as Raein returned to her seat, exuding an air of authority that no high school girl should possess. Step 1 complete.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Choi Wang-cheol broke out into a cold sweat and stumped his feet from Kang Raein's unexpected submission hold. It hurts. My arm's gonna break. Hey, don't you ever talk to me if you don't want to become like this again. It won't just end with this next time. Plop. Wang-cheol fell down on his butt the moment that his arm was released. His arm hurt, but his pride was hurt much more. Enough is enough, you bitch. At that moment, other delinquents who were probably Wang Qiol's friends held him back. Hey, Wang Qiol. The homeroom teacher's coming, so just let it go. You'll get sent to the staff room again. TCH. Wang Qiol clicked his tongue and left the classroom along with his posse. Before going back to her seat, Rayan raised her voice toward her classmates. Enjoyed the show? And no. Ahem. They hurriedly averted their eyes and scrambled to prepare for class. Rayan went back to her seat and roughly removed the strands of hair stuck to her face. My temper's gotten a lot milder. If something like this had happened in her days as Park Geon-Woo, then she'd only have been satisfied if she at least broke Wang Qiol's arm. She put one leg over the other and sighed with an expression that obviously showed the terrible mood she was in. The homeroom teacher arrived just in time. He tilted his head, noticing the sunken mood in the classroom. Did something happen? The teacher asked. Nope, nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. The teacher looked at the students with visible confusion. Rayan returned home as soon as classes were over. She was waiting for Kang Arahayek to return home, and got up from her seat as soon as she heard the front door open. Sup, she greeted. What's with that greeting to your older brother? Can't you greet me more gently? Unfortunately, gentleness couldn't be expected from the current Rayan. Enough talk. Hurry up and change and turn on the computer. What computer? Arahayek asked. Yours. Why do you need it? Because I'm gonna help you earn money. Huh. Arahayek couldn't understand what she was talking about. You're gonna help me earn money? What a strange thing to say. You trade stocks, don't you? Rayan stated. Arahayek was startled. Hey. Why you said you'd keep that a secret? Dad will throw a fit if he finds out. Thankfully, their father was still outside working as a delivery man. After Rayan pieced together her memories to find out that Arahayek was trading stocks behind their father's back, she decided to put the plan B that she had thought of this morning, aka Operation Secure Funds, into motion, using Arahayek. Bitcoin would be the most surefire method, but there was still a long time until the Bitcoin storm would be upon them, and it would be a waste of time to wait until the storm blew. Hence, Rayan was planning on making an even bigger investment after getting as much money as she could through stock trading. I'd like to do it myself, but she did not have the leeway to do so. Hence, she decided to use her dumb-looking brother. How much money do you have in your account? In my stock account. Arahayek asked. Yeah, Arahayek answered while walking on eggshells around Rayan. 3 mil. Tell me the truth before I tell Dad. Is it really 3 mil? 5 mil. You should have said so from the start. 5 million won. As someone who had witnessed transactions of billions, she barely reacted to such a meager number. I don't like it, but I have no choice. She still had 15 whole years. She needed to succeed within that time, whatever it took. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Put all that money into Yongshin Industries, Rayan stated. Yongshin Industries? What's that? A company that was listed 2 days ago. Their stocks are around 10,000 won, so buy as many as you can n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. How am I supposed to trust the company's stocks when I don't even know what they do? Don't trust the company? Trust me, you idiot. She almost let out a harsh curse out of habit from her previous life. As Park Geon-Woo, he had read many tabloids regarding information about businesses back when he guarded people of the political and financial world. As such, Rayan was thinking of picking out information that would make her a lot of money to maximize her profits. Too bad I don't have enough seed money. But it didn't matter. Rayan already knew a stock trading formula that was bound to succeed, and the first business that would enter that formula was Yongshin Industries. Buy their stocks, and sell them all exactly 4 days later. The price is gonna take a massive nosedive once midway, but do not sell them. It'll reach its peak in exactly 4 days. What about after that? Arahayek asked. It'll only go down, so make sure you sell them all before the market closes. Understood. No, but still. On what grounds are you telling me to buy all the stocks of a company that just started up? He couldn't believe it. And not only that, the one who was telling him this was his little sister, who didn't even know a single thing about economics. Rayan frowned. Fucking hell, then how are you planning on paying back your student loans, earning 5 to 600,000 won per month? Huh, she retorted. Just trust me. And if you end up blowing that 5 mil, then I'll pay you back using whatever means necessary. Don't worry. Arahayek said to his little sister with a dumbstruck look on his face, you kinda feel more like an older brother than a little sister today, what's up with that? Arahayek wasn't very quick-witted, but his intuition wasn't half bad. Arahayek decided to trust his little sister. Since he had never once made it really big from stock trading, he decided to go all or nothing and put his entire fortune of 5 million in something that his little sister heard from who knows where. The results would be seen after 2 days. In the middle of class, she got a text from Arahayek. It really rose? Jackpot. Arahayek sent a screenshot of the earnings along with his text. Only 2 hours after buying the stocks, the profit rate had increased beyond 10% in an instant. Rayan couldn't hold in her embarrassment. He's making such a big deal over a 10% increase. There was still a long way to go. She was going to earn as much as she could using Arahayek's seed money. In the meantime, Rayan was going to raise her value as much as possible. Next, question 17. My teacher made me choose the word that fits the blank best. What's the date today? A boy wearing horn-rimmed glasses seated at the front answered the English teacher. The 70H. Then number 7, stand up and answer the question. Rayan stood up, her chair rattling as she pushed it backward. Once she stood up, the English teacher lightly sighed. Rayan, can you answer this question? No one expected much from Rayan, who had the lowest of the lowest grades. However, instead of answering the English teacher's question, she gave the answer to question 17. The answer is 1, do. It was correct. However, the English teacher thought Rayan answered correctly because she guessed. Hence, she even gave the reasoning for her answer. The sentence given in the text is format 5. It consists of a subject, verb, object, and object complement. When the verb is a causative verb, an infinitive must be used for the object complement. That is why I chose number 1. Not only did the teacher, but even her classmates fell silent temporarily. Rayan didn't care. She simply sat back down and waited for class to resume. Park Geon-Woo had always been extremely smart, even in his previous life. He had never once dropped below the top 10 in his school, neither in middle school nor high school. Even in university, his name was always at the top. Therefore, there was no way a second-year high school question would be challenging for him. The English teacher belatedly came back to his senses and made a forced smile. That's unusual of you, Rayan. Have you finally decided to pull yourself together and put some effort into studying? Rayan responded, I've already pulled myself together since long ago. Humans were adaptive animals indeed. I'm finally getting used to this uniform skirt after wearing it a few times. There were days when a skirt was more comfortable, particularly hot days, but that didn't mean she liked being a woman. Her hair was as uncomfortable as always, and her arms and legs were skinny, as she didn't have the muscles from her days as Park Geon-Woo. And another thing. I didn't know brasiers were this uncomfortable. Her chest always felt stuffy. She wanted to know how to return to her original body, but that was not within the realms of possibility for her. As she picked up her backpack and was heading outside, she got a call from Rayan. Rayan? Should I sell them now? It's dropping a lot right now. Don't you remember what I said last time? I told you not to sell them even when the price takes a massive nosedive. It'll start going back up before you know it. But it's such a waste. She couldn't help but sigh, just when she was about to emphasize to him again not to sell the stocks. Hey, Rayan. A delinquent shouted her name angrily. It was Choi Wang-cheol. He stood in front of Rayan again, but with his friends this time. Yet another sigh escaped from Rayan's mouth. I might be a bit late today, so don't you dare sell. What? Wait. Rayan? Beep. As soon as the call ended, Wang-cheol looked down at Rayan and said, we still have some unfinished business. Why don't we have a nice chat? Snickering, Rayan readily accepted his offer. Okay. She was just in need of stress relief. Perfect timing. 1. The portion in italics is in English in the original. 2. Yes, the explanation is actually correct. Choi Wang-cheol and his friends took Rayan to a waste sorting area. It was at the back of the school, out of the way from any eyes. However, Rayan was not satisfied. Meanwhile, Wang-cheol said to Rayan apathetically, Hey, Rayan, when did I ever say that I was going to get your brother fired if you didn't go out with me? Huh? I was just. If we're gonna talk, Rayan cut him off and pointed above her head. Don't you think we should do it where there aren't any CCTVs? What? Wang-cheol asked. Isn't it problematic for you guys too if there are eyes on us? Wang-cheol exchanged glances with his friends. The 3 delinquents nodded toward him. Wang-cheol flashed a wicked smile. You understand the meaning of what you just said, don't you? Rayan put both of her hands into her jacket pockets and spat on the ground. Yeah, she replied concisely. Okay, then. As you wish. The delinquents got ready to move again. They went somewhere deeper than the waste sorting area. Rayan and 4 delinquents went inside a narrow alley between 2 buildings where it could barely fit 2 people shoulder to shoulder. Rayan quickly scanned the area. There aren't any CCTVs. There wasn't a single other person in sight. It was the ideal location for her. Wang-cheol approached Rayan again with the same wicked smile. You know, I confess to you because I really like you. What I'm saying is that. However, Wang-cheol could not finish that sentence. Bash? Because Rayan kicked him directly between his legs. Kurg. He collapsed with his eyes rolled back without even being able to properly scream. Wang-cheol. You crazy bitch. One of the delinquents couldn't hold in his rage and charged toward Rayan. Fwip. Rayan slightly turned outward and raised her right knee to smash the delinquent's face in. The delinquent bent back considerably. His nose was bleeding from both sides. Rayan unconcernedly kicked his solar plexus with her right leg. The delinquent crashed into the wall and fainted. Rayan stroked down her hair that was blowing in the wind. Next. I don't have a lot of time. Rayan didn't lure them to a place with no CCTVs for no reason. It was simply to beat the shit out of them as much as she wanted. Hey, Bai Yongjin. What the hell is she? Fuck, how should I know? The 2 remaining delinquents couldn't help but panic. Was Rayan always that good at fighting? No, there was no way. You're the ones who came at me as a group. Are you that scared of just one of me? Huh. Rayan taunted them. The 2 delinquents swung their fists at Rayan, not knowing what else to do. But of course, their fists did not even graze her. Rayan crouched down and dealt an uppercut on one delinquent's chin. Bam! The shock rattled his brain. Seeing how the delinquent was knocked out in one blow, the remaining blonde delinquent shook in fear. If you won't come to me, Ian quickly warmed up. I'll come to you. She jumped up into the air using the delinquent who was passed out as a foothold. She raised her right leg high up into the air. Hey, I can see your panties. Good for you. Thwack. Ian's leg chop landed directly on top of the blondie's head. While the 4 delinquents were rolling on the floor groaning, she picked up her backpack and left the narrow alley as if nothing had happened. Did I go too far against kids? Feeling a little regretful, she went home to where Kang Hyuk was waiting for her. Hyuk rushed toward his little sister as soon as she came home. Ian, what should we do? About what? The price keeps dropping. Hyuk shouted anxiously. It doesn't matter. It'll make a large rebound tomorrow. And we're still profiting even if it's dropping right now, aren't we? Their profit rate was already over 30% through Yongshin Industries. It still wasn't a loss for them even if it went down even further. That's true, but Hyuk kept making a fuss, saying it was still a waste. Ian was exasperated by her brother's reaction. You're panicking at the tiniest of drops. How did you even get into stock trading with that kind of mindset? Like you said, I didn't know when we'd be able to pay off my tuition and our household's debt at this rate. That's why I got into it. Their father worked tirelessly in his deliveries to support their family, so Hyuk wanted to be able to at least support himself for his father's sake, even if it were just a little bit. JNN. Then just do as I say. Got it. Yeah, I got it. He decided to trust Ian for now, since everything was going exactly as she had said so far. What about dinner? She asked. Let's eat. Should I make you some ramen? How many times are we gonna eat ramen? There was no one who could make proper food in this household. Wait a bit, I'll make dinner, Ian said. You're gonna make dinner. What, am I not allowed to make dinner? One of her hobbies back when she was Park Geon-Woo was cooking. Because he spent a long time living by himself, his cooking skills rose naturally. She changed and tied her hair back. I've gotten used to using a hair tie. It was thanks to loads of practice. Ian quickly went through the ingredients in the refrigerator and decided on today's menu. Pepper pancakes, spicy seasoned garlic scapes, and soy sauce rice. That should be good. After cutting the peppers in half and removing the seeds, she lightly coated them with flour. It would have been nice if she could add minced meat inside them, but there are always alternatives. She decided to replace it with tuna. After coating the peppers with flour and dipping them in beaten eggs, she rolled the cooking oil around a hot pan and added the peppers in. Sizzle! A mouth-watering scent permeated the kitchen. Meanwhile, she started preparing the second side dish, the spicy seasoned garlic scapes. Dinner was served in a flash. You can only get through the next day with a hearty meal, Ian stated. What are you, a granny? Shut up and eat. It was a meal prepared by his little sister who didn't even know the basics of cooking, but he was very impressed by the taste. My God, why is this so good? Because I made it delicious, why else? While they were eating in the living room, Ian explained the plan for tomorrow to Hyuk. Like I said before, sell every single stock of Yongshin Industries before the market closes tomorrow. And then what? Hyuk asked. You just need to buy the stocks that I tell you to buy tomorrow. Can't you just tell me right now? Just wait. I need to organize the information in my brain. Since it was information from 15 years ago, it didn't just pop into her head. And quit your convenience store job, Ian stated. Why? It's a good job. You'll earn more money from just focusing on stock trading, and you'll get fired from there anyway. Me? The store manager was praising me for my good work, so why would I get fired? Because I kicked the store manager's son in the balls. Pfft. Cough, cough. Some food must have gotten caught in his windpipe, because Hyuk kept coughing violently. After coming to his senses, he asked Ian with astonished eyes, what the hell have you done? Then do you want your one and only little sister to date some delinquent she doesn't even like? What are you talking about? He asked. That son of a bitch said he'd get you fired if I didn't go out with him, so I kicked him in the balls. Hyuk sighed deeply, and then, good job, he praised his little sister. Then I can quit without regrets. How dare he try to lay his hands on my precious, cute, and pretty little sister. Just say the word. I'll take care of everything. You can't take care of it. And I made an example out of him, so they wouldn't dare cross me from now on. Hyuk got curious in the middle of their conversation. But, how much did you beat him? Quite a lot, Ian answered. What if he complains to the school because of that? It's fine. They can never tell anyone about how I beat the shit out of them. 4 guys got beaten up by one high school girl? They wouldn't dare speak of it if they cared about their pride. Well, it didn't matter even if they did. She could simply play dumb and say she never did such a thing. That's why she chose a place where there weren't any CCTVs. It's best not to leave any evidence. And logically speaking, it didn't make sense that one teenage girl beat the shit out of 4 delinquents. Even if she were to get reprimanded, she would only get a simple warning. Hyuk clicked his tongue at his little sister's bold actions. You're amazing, he said. Well, it was no big deal. When she was about to lift her spoon again, a news channel reported news of a certain individual. On to the next story. Congressman Han-Gyo, confirmed for his second-term election, has started up his first external schedule. Congressman Kim has been visiting headquarters of foundations that he sponsors, meeting the workers there and Beep. Ra-Yin turned off the TV with the remote. What's wrong? Ra-Hyuk looked at her strangely. Suppressing her rage, Ra-Yin answered, nothing. A day after Kang Ra-Yin had beaten the crap out of Choi Wangcheol and his friends as much as she wanted, she put on the school slippers that she roughly dropped on the floor and headed to class with her backpack. While she was climbing up the stairs, you brats, you got into another fight, didn't you? For God's sake. A math teacher in his 50s grabbed two boys and started lecturing them. When will you learn, damn it? Come on. It's not that. The two boys were Wangcheol and the blonde delinquent who was knocked out by Ra-Yin's leg chop. They were bruised all over, being hesitant while brooding over the wrongful accusation. At that moment, hey, Wangcheol, the blonde delinquent nudged Wangcheol and pointed at something. Ra-Yin, the culprit who made them that way, was standing there. Why you? Wangcheol tried to approach Ra-Yin, but, where do you think you're going when a teacher is talking to you? I'm not done yet. Ouch. Teacher, you're ripping out my sideburns. Wangcheol exclaimed. You shouldn't have gotten into another fight then. We told you, we didn't get into a fight. Then what? Did you just let someone beat the crap out of you? The two boys momentarily looked toward Ra-Yin, but all she did was giggle and went about her way as if it had nothing to do with her. Wangcheol was about to go insane. Who'd possibly believe him if he said 4 guys were beaten one-sidedly by a feeble high school girl? Even if anyone believed him, his pride would be shattered. He was still a school bully. Even if his sideburns were to be ripped off by this math teacher, he did not want to shoulder the disgrace of letting it be known that his ass was beaten by a high school girl. Ra-Yin looked over at Wangcheol's group before entering the classroom. I know people like you very well. The kind of people who live only for their pride. However, a day will come when you realize that pride will hinder you. Her plan B, Operation Secure Funds through stock trading, was going swimmingly thanks to Kang Ra-Hyuk. It was now time for her to execute Plan A. The final exams of the first semester were held right before summer break. The first subject to be tested was Korean language. The Korean language teacher, acting as the supervisor, scanned the students. Let me reiterate, you will get a 0 the moment you are caught cheating. Understood? Yes. High school academic records were directly related to one's entrance to university, hence the exams were much stricter compared to the ones in middle school. There were even 2 supervisors instead of 1. The language teacher was at the front, and a male trainee teacher in his 20s was at the back. Mincheol, please confiscate the exam sheet and answer sheet of anyone who cheats, the teacher said to the trainee. Yes, sir. The 2 supervisors at the front and back pressured the students not to cheat. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Now, begin. The students picked up their pens as soon as the language teacher gave the starting signal. They mostly had the same reactions to the exam questions. Gasp, what the hell is this? They were stuck right from the first question. The questions were of the highest difficulty. The language teacher explained why the exam difficulty was so high. I was fooled by your fussing and made the questions too easy last time. Lo and behold, there were 10 or 11 people who got a perfect score on that test. That's why I made this one extra hard, just to let you know. What are you doing? Hurry up and start. There wasn't much time. The students had no choice but to focus on the questions, but they couldn't fill the answer sheet because the questions were too difficult. However, Ra-Yin alone was breezing through the questions. The language teacher fixed his gaze on Ra-Yin. She's probably guessing them to go to sleep. She did the same thing during the midterms. Nothing had changed from last time. Ra-Yin put down her pen, folded the exam paper in half and laid down on the desk to sleep. The language teacher clicked his tongue at her. However, not even he realized that Ra-Yin would be the only student in the classroom who'd get a perfect score. 1 week passed after the final exams. The day that the test results would be announced had arrived. However, before that, Kang Ra-Yin, the homeroom teacher, rushed to the classroom, looking for her. Yes. Ra-Yin answered apathetically. Follow me to the staff room. Right now. Understood. Her classmates glanced at her, wondering what she had done this time. Ra-Yin headed toward the staff room with her hands in her jacket pockets. The homeroom teacher pointed at the seat next to him, saying, "Come take a seat." The teachers of other subjects were also staring at Ra-Yin. From their response, she could immediately tell why she was summoned to the staff room. Is this because of the final exam results? She asked. That's right. She didn't know why, but the homeroom teacher was very angry. Be honest with me. You cheated, didn't you? I did not, Ra-Yin declared. Don't lie. How could you possibly get a perfect score on every subject? Huh? You were at the bottom of the class in the midterms. Ra-Yin held in her sigh. You should have studied a little, Kang Ra-Yin. Of course, this was directed toward the original owner of the body, not herself. Her current self was being suspected of cheating because of her past self. However, her answer did not change. I did not cheat. We were being watched from the front and back, so how could I possibly have cheated? Plus, you checked our desks and belongings before the exam started. That's true, but there had been no leeway to cheat. Even if there was, a perfect score on all subjects was a difficult feat. She either used all the luck in her lifetime to guess all the answers, or she was just that smart. The teachers were at a loss of what to do, seeing a result that couldn't have come to be if it wasn't because of one or the other possibility. Ra-Yin sighed and struck first. If you think I cheated, then just give me a 0 on all of them. I'll prove in the next semester that this wasn't a coincidence. I'll go prepare for my next class, then. It's PE, so I have to change my clothes. Excuse me? The homeroom teacher couldn't keep Ian from leaving. He checked her exam papers again. She didn't just check the number boxes corresponding to the answer, but also showed her work. The homeroom teacher wondered if this result had bloomed from her hard work through her desire to change. The final exam results were announced. The grade standings of Year 2 Class 5 changed significantly. First Kang Ian. The students checked the score sheet, unable to believe what they were seeing. A perfect score. Impossible. No way, did she cheat? The trainee teacher was observing us from the back, so was cheating even possible? But it doesn't make any sense otherwise. There was no way that the students wouldn't find it suspicious even when the teachers did. Staying here is just a waste of time. Ian quickly packed up her belongings. The moment she was about to leave the classroom with her backpack slung on her left shoulder, she unexpectedly bumped into a girl with bobbed hair who was about to enter the classroom. Ian quickly stretched her arm out and wrapped it around the girl's waist. She helped the girl stand upright and spoke calmly, "Be careful. Try not to bump into others again." "Oh okay, thanks." Ian walked toward the hallway. The bobbed-haired girl stared at Ian as she headed home while stroking her long hair down with one hand. Ian sighed deeply as she looked at her clothes while she was in a cafe near her home with Hayek. She was wearing pink skinny jeans and a tight long-sleeved shirt. Does this girl die if she doesn't show off her body or something? 95% of her clothes consisted of those with high exposure or those that revealed her figure. Her confidence was not unfounded, since her figure really was that good. But at least she has pants. It was comfortable wearing skinny jeans after wearing that short uniform skirt every single day in school. Ian took off her slippers and sat cross-legged after a long time. Her brother, bringing the coffee beverages that they ordered, said with a flabbergasted face, "We're not at home. Can't you sit more well-mannered?" "Who cares? We're the only customers here." Hayek sighed deeply while looking at her little sister sipping her drink with a straw. The siblings came to a cafe to come up with a stock trading plan. They could usually do it at home, but they had no choice but to come to a cafe because their father was home. They could not afford to have the fact that they were trading stocks exposed. "So, have you figured out what to do next?" Hayek asked. He was highly motivated compared to before, since he had managed to earn so much. Ian handed him a notebook. Hayek asked, "What's this?" "This month's stock trading plan. I wrote hourly details, so just do as it says." "Okay, I got it." "And," Ian said as she rubbed the ends of her middle finger and thumb together, "give me my share." "How much?" Hayek asked. 5 mil. "What? No way. What's a brat like you gonna do with 5 million won? You have almost 10 times the seed money you had thanks to me. What do you need the 5 million for?" Ian pointed at her chest. "No, her tight top. For buying clothes." She was planning on buying some comfortable clothes to wear around. It was for clothes, so Hayek had no choice but to agree. Okay, but don't use it on anything weird, okay? I know." As the conversation was about to end, someone started up a conversation with Ian. "Could you be Ian?" Ian turned her head, and was greeted by a familiar face. The bobbed-haired girl who she had bumped into earlier was staring at Ian with astonished eyes. The bobbed-haired girl was Kang Ian's classmate. Ian slowly muttered while staring intently at her. "Seo, was it?" The bobbed-haired girl nodded repeatedly. "That's right. Thanks for helping me as I was about to fall earlier." "That's nothing to thank me for." It was Ian's first time speaking with someone of her age and sex since returning as a high school girl. She had never approached any of her classmates first, nor did she see the need to. She only had one goal, and that was to graduate from high school and become an adult, which was why she never tried to needlessly make friends. But even so, I at least memorized their names. She had memorized every single one, but there were two reasons why Seo's name was easier to memorize than others. First, it was an easy name to memorize, and second, she's the one who dropped to second place because of me. Seo was the top of Year 2 Class 5, and Ian had taken that title from her a few days ago. Ian quickly scanned Seo, who was holding a tray. "She doesn't look like a customer." Ian asked a throwaway question, "Do your parents run this place?" "How did you know?" "I just had a feeling." While the two were conversing, "Hey, Ian," Hayek whispered, "who is she?" "She's a classmate. Her name is," as Ian was answering. "I'm Seo, Ian's friend." "Are you Ian's older brother?" Ian pondered over how to respond to Seo's declaration of friendship. Meanwhile, Hayek answered while nodding, "Yeah, I'm Ian's older brother, Kang Hayek." That aside, I didn't realize Ian had a model student for a friend. Hayek was surprised. She was obviously diligent and good at studying from her clean-cut appearance. He had once seen the kind of people Ian associated herself with, and all he had seen were delinquents who obviously did not study. At that moment, Seo told Hayek something that he had not known. "Ian is smarter than me. Come on, even if you're friends, that's a bit much. You don't have to lie like that. I know very well that my little sister is at the bottom of her class," Hayek expressed. "No, it's true. Don't you know that Ian scored first in our class in the final exams?" "First? You didn't tell your family, Ian." Ian held in her sigh while fiddling around with the ends of her hair. Yeah, why didn't you tell them? Yiseo asked. The reason was very simple. Because it's a hassle. What was most important to Arayan right now wasn't showing off that she was smart to her family, but to earn money and a good academic record. Arahayek stared at his little sister dumbfoundedly. Is your friend telling the truth? Arahayek asked. Yeah. How in the world did you go from last to first? Did you cheat? That's exactly what my homeroom teacher asked me. Arahayek didn't believe it in the slightest. Feeling frustrated, Yiseo decided to step in for Arayan. Here, please take a look at this photo. It was the grade ranking, and Arayan's name was clearly printed on the first place spot. Arahayek blinked repeatedly, unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. He was surprised enough when his profits skyrocketed thanks to Arayan's stock trading information, but he was in even more awe now. Show Dad that report card later, Arahayek stated. Why? Arayan asked. It'll cheer him up, even just a little. Can you imagine how happy he would be when he finds out his daughter scored first? For their father who was working his hardest. Kong Arayan clicked her tongue. Okay. She didn't like it, but she had no choice. It was the day of the summer break ceremony. Arayan was overjoyed that she did not have to go to school for a while. I was just about getting sick of school, perfect timing. She was planning on spending the break at home with Arahayek to inflate their money through stock trading, but before that, I still have one more thing I have to do. Arayan went to Yiseo as soon as the ceremony was over and school ended. Yiseo. Once she called out to Yiseo, her classmates stared at the two of them with anxiety, worried that Arayan would harass Yiseo. It was to the point that some were talking about calling a teacher. However, not a shred of uneasiness could be heard from Yiseo's response. What is it? It was a response that she would make to any of her friends. I have a favor to ask, Arayan stated. What kind of favor? Arayan slightly blushed. Come with me to buy some clothes. Okay, let's go. Where do you want to go? I don't know. You choose. She wasn't all that interested in buying clothes, even in her past life. Since Park Geon-Woo worked in security, all that he needed were suits. I guess Hongdae is the best in terms of size. But if you think it's too far, then the underground shopping mall in Bupyeong Station is good too. That place is pretty big. Then let's just go to the closer one, Arayan expressed. She couldn't care less about which area had the prettier clothes. And so, Kong Arayan and Seo Yiseo, the two people whom one would never think would associate with each other, left the classroom together. The other kids remaining in the classroom did nothing but stare in the direction that the two disappeared to with baffled expressions. The Bupyeong Station underground shopping mall was riddled with clothing stores. Why don't we go there? Seo Yiseo pointed at a store. I'm a regular there. The clerk uni is really good at coordinating. Arayan expressed her ambiguity as she looked inside. It doesn't look like they sell menswear. What do you mean? Yiseo asked. Can you take me to a menswear store? Yiseo thought she had misheard. By buying clothes, did you mean you were buying clothes for your brother? No, they're for me, Arayan stated. Then why do you want to buy menswear? Because she was originally a man, but there was no way she could say that. It wasn't like Yiseo would believe her anyway. She'd just be treated like a crazy person. I just like wearing menswear. Why? With a figure like yours, any clothes you wear would look perfect on you. You're wasting your figure, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It didn't matter if it was a waste. Whatever Yiseo did, she could not break Arayan's stubbornness. In the end, they decided to visit a menswear store. The part-timer was confused by the two high school girls' visit. Dear customers, we don't sell women's wear here, the part-timer remarked. We know. Arayan grabbed the gray cotton trousers and blue shirt that were displayed at the entrance. Is this the smallest size you have? Arayan asked. Yes. Are you sure there's nothing smaller than this? Yes, miss. That is the smallest. Arayan held the blue shirt up to herself just in case, but as expected. It doesn't suit you, Arayan, Yiseo protested. She was right. It was far too big to even properly serve as clothing. The same went for the trousers. No matter how much she tightened the waistband, the pants just slid down. She tried her best to find menswear that fit her figure, but I guess it was a waste of time. None of the 7 stores they went to had what she needed. Damn it. It was easier to just give up. Arayan decided to let her stubbornness be broken. As soon as they entered a women's wear store, a female clerk appearing to be in her 20s greeted them. Is there a specific piece of clothing you're looking for? The clerk asked. Please recommend to me some comfortable pants and clothes, Arayan answered. Do you have a kind of clothing in mind? No, I don't. She just wanted the clerk to just roughly coordinate her. After some time, the clerk brought a large array of clothes and described each product one by one. These skinny jeans are on trend lately. They're made of spandex, so they will look great on someone with long and slender legs like yourself. They also accentuates the hips, so they'll display the lines of your hips beautifully. Here we have some baggy pants, and I think white suits you best. The clerk kept holding clothes up to Arayan, using her as a model. Your skin tone is on the lighter side, so I think you should match it with bright colors. Also, the clerk asked while pointing at Arayan's chest, I'm sorry, but may I have a quick touch? Yes, go ahead, Arayan permitted nonchalantly. Then excuse me. Oh my, dear customer, you have a great figure. Are you a high school student? Arayan nodded. I'm jealous. I'm not this well endowed yet ahem. Anyway, dear customer, your body is more glamorous compared to others, so I'd recommend clothes that accentuate your figure instead of rounded clothes. If you wear oversized clothes, it would completely kill your waistline because of your large bust. Oh, I see. The clerk continued to rapid-fire her suggestions. Rayan was so tired that she just let things take its course. Rayan chose the clothes that she liked among the clerk's recommendations. She used 1.2 million one of the 5 million that Ra Hayek gave her. I can always extort more from him. They were making much more than that, so it didn't matter. Is there anywhere else you want to go? Yiseo asked, but Rayan shook her head. Let's just have some coffee and go home, Rayan said. Okay. Rayan felt sorry to just send Yiseo home after dragging her all over the place. As they were heading to the cafe, a man chased after them. Excuse me. A man in his 30s wearing a suit quickly scanned Rayan. Are you a high school student? Can I help you? Rayan asked while blatantly displaying her discomfort. Oh, I'm not a sketchy person. The man handed his card over to Rayan. I'm looking for someone who will appear in a drama. Are you perhaps interested in the entertainment industry? It was the street casting that she'd only heard about. Rayan never thought that such a thing would happen to her. One uni is an honorific that Korean women use to address their older sisters or older women that they are close to. Young Yuchin, a section chief at GNF Entertainment, had just received some outrageous news. What? You can't get in touch with Mijong again. Contact with a rookie actress that they were backing was continuously being cut off. How many times has she ghosted us now? Around 5 times? Ha, for God's sake. He was lost for words. What should we do, Chief Young? She's already scheduled for filming starting next week. What else? We have to figure it out ourselves. Is anyone free? Only male actors are free. Of all things, Chief Young was exasperated. What should we do? Program Director Kim won't ever consider our agency's talents if we flake out on him. That'd be the best case scenario. If rumors start going around, we'd be buried, damn it. Sigh. Chief Young's head was already starting to hurt. If he knew this would happen, he would have picked someone more earnest. I should have stopped the chairman right from when he chose Mijong without consideration just because she was fairly good looking. It's my fault, all my. Chief Young momentarily doubted his eyes. In the swarm of people walking around in the Bupyeong Station underground shopping mall, just one person caught his eyes. It was a high school girl with a strong presence even amongst this crowd. Her overwhelming beauty made Chief Young blink several times. Hey, Geon-Woo. Yes, Chief? Nov, L.B//JNN. We're saved? We are? Did you think of someone who can replace Mijong? No, Chief Young's voice livened up. I'm about to go make one. Pardon? What are you? CH Chief? Chia. Beep. Chief Young resolutely hung up. He walked faster and faster, thinking that he must not let that angel no, goddess, escape his grasp. Excuse me. Chief Young Yuchin's cry stopped the 2 high school girls. Are you a high school student? Can I help you? Kang Arayan, the goddess that Chief Young had his eyes on, displayed a strong sense of discomfort. Since he was a male adult who called out to a high school girl, Chief Young understood very well why she would show such a response. What kind of high school girl would greet such a person with a smile? Her suspicion was natural. Oh, I'm not a sketchy person. He pulled out a card to prove his identity and handed it to her with the best smile that he could present to show that he was a good person. I'm looking for someone who will appear in a drama. Are you perhaps interested in the entertainment industry? Who? Arayan asked. Chief Young gestured toward Arayan. You, of course. Celebrities emanated a different aura compared to ordinary people. Chief Young called that aura star power. One couldn't succeed as a celebrity if they didn't have the charisma to show off their presence. However, Arayan already possessed that star power even when she wasn't a celebrity. From what I can see, you were born to be a celebrity. I could feel it from the moment I saw you, Chief Young exclaimed. He was sure of it. However, Arayan turned Chief Young's offer down cold. I'm not interested. She tried to hand the card back to him, but Chief Young was more persistent than she had expected. Your popularity will skyrocket. Just trust me, okay? I don't want to appear in dramas, nor do I have any acting skills, Arayan stated. It's okay. You don't need the skills right now. You can just learn as you go. Arayan already had the looks and the figure, and from their short conversation, he realized that she also had the charisma. If trained well, she had the potential to rise to become the greatest actress in Korea. However, Arayan lacked the most important factor. I couldn't care less about the entertainment industry, Arayan remarked. She had only one goal, which was to take revenge against Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. She couldn't care less about success in the entertainment industry. Arayan chose revenge over success. Chief Young tried to persuade Arayan however he could, but his attitude suddenly changed after he received a phone call. Just think about it, okay? Call me anytime if you change your mind. I'll be waiting for your call. Chief Young disappeared after handing her his card. Both Arayan and Seo Yiseo were stunned by disbelief. Wow, I never thought I'd witness something like that, Yiseo said. Yeah, I guess there's all kinds of people in the world, Arayan stated. No, I wasn't talking about that, Yiseo said while pointing at Arayan. I'm talking about the street casting. It's so fascinating to witness something that I'd only heard about with my own eyes. It's nothing to be fascinated over. Arayan ripped the card that Chief Young had given her in half. I wasn't even thinking about debuting anyway. She did not have the leeway to be active in the entertainment industry while she was busy exacting her revenge. But it's such a waste. Wait, Yiseo checked the card that was ripped in half. Isn't GNF Entertainment pretty famous? They weren't the top entertainment agency, but they were still recognized to be one of the top 10 agencies in Korea. Raeyeon's expression changed the moment she heard the letters GNF. GNF. That sounds familiar. Wait. Her gait suddenly became faster. She had long legs, so her strides were just as long. Yiseo shouted as she hurriedly caught up to Raeyeon's sudden change in behavior. What? What's wrong? I need to check something, Raeyeon stated. A golden opportunity may have graced her. Once Raeyeon returned home, she barged into Kang Arehyek's room without even putting away her new clothes. Hey, move, Raeyeon expressed. What? Just wait a bit, this is my promotion match. She started to push Arehyek's side with her foot. Unable to withstand her attacks, he had no choice but to yield the computer to his little sister. Raeyeon went into a web-searching spree as soon as she sat down. What's up? Did you find another soaring stock? Arehyek asked. Shut up, you're distracting me. Did you fight with a store clerk or something? What's with your temper today? Arehyek already knew that his sister didn't have the best of tempers, but it was especially bad today. He left the room, thinking it was that magical time of the month for her. Meanwhile, Kang Raeyeon searched up GNF through a web portal and confirmed her suspicions. Yeah, I'm sure of it. The profiles and brief summaries of GNF's talents were displayed on their homepage. The name of the rookie actor, Ji Han-sok, was written at the very bottom. Luckily, he had a relationship with Kang Raeyeon no, Park Geon-Woo to some degree. Ji Han-sok. If I remember correctly, he is Chairman Ji's grandson. The chairman of Dudam, a company specialized in food products, was Ji Song-jium. It was only a fairly known small giant in the industry right now, but Dudam would grow exponentially starting from 2015. Chairman Ji Song-jium and Congressman Kim Han-Gyo were high school classmates, and they were like cats and dogs. They were once close enough for Chairman Ji to provide Congressman Kim his election funds, but they slowly became archenemies as time passed. She had witnessed a fair amount of Congressman Kim periodically harassing Chairman Ji and Dudam Group. It was still not widely known that Ji Han-sok was Chairman Ji's grandson. If I get close to Ji Han-sok, I may be able to meet Chairman Ji. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Chairman Ji of Dudam Group was once an enemy, but I guess I have no choice but to join forces with Chairman Ji Song-jium in this life. It was a strange turn of fate. But to approach Ji Han-sok, she first had to set the stage. Raeyeon took out the 2 pieces of Chi Fyung's card from her pocket and taped them back together. She took out her phone and sighed. She didn't like it, but I have no choice. Arehyek was watching TV in the living room while fretting, waiting for Raeyeon to come out of his room. She wouldn't search for my porn folder, would she? He had hidden it as best as he could so that his little sister wouldn't find it, but he couldn't help but be anxious. He wouldn't need to worry like this if she had her own computer. Should I just take this chance to buy one for her? They couldn't afford one before, but they had plenty of money now. As he made up his mind to order a computer for Raeyeon. Creak. The door opened. I'm all done. Go play your promotion match or whatever, Raeyeon said. Really? And you should hide your porn folder elsewhere. It's obvious. His folder was all too easily found by his little sister. Can't you respect your older brother's privacy? Privacy, my ass. Oh, and Raeyeon plopped onto the sofa and said, I'm appearing in a drama next week. I see. A drama. What? Arehyek thought he had heard wrong. A drama? Yeah, it just happened. Life was usually a set of unexpected events, just like Kang Raeyeon's current life. Section Chief Young Yuchin went straight to Sun Han-Woo, the program director of the drama The Devil's Touch as soon as he arrived on the set. Greetings, Director Sun. Chief Young exclaimed. Director Sun's face instantly hardened as soon as he saw him. I heard the news, Chief Young. Mi-jong won't be coming today, will she? Director Sun complained. Oh, yes. That girl ghosted us again. I'm terribly sorry, Chief Young expressed. Director Sun let out a deep sigh as Chief Young apologized to him. Forget it. Have you found an actress to replace Mi-jong? Director Sun asked. I have, you don't need to worry. I've recently signed a contract with a decent new actress, Chief Young remarked. What's her name? It's Kang Raeyeon. Director Sun had naturally never heard of her. Does she have any experience? Not yet, but I'm sure you'll think Raeyeon is far better than Mi-jong as soon as you see her. I guarantee it. Chief Young spoke with certainty, but Director Sun didn't believe him in the slightest. It wasn't easy to find a rookie actress who was just as pretty as Mi-jong. Then when is actress Kang Raeyeon coming? Director Sun asked. Let me check. Please wait a second. Chief Young livened up again after checking his texts. She says she's here now. Really? Yes. There she is. Over here, Raeyeon. As soon as Director Sun turned around to check just how pretty she was, he couldn't believe his eyes. Raeyeon was walking toward them with her hair fluttering in the serene winds. Even without any makeup, she displayed outstanding looks that would shame most actresses. Not only that, her figure was also that of a model. What do you think, Director Sun? I'm right, aren't I? Chief Young asked. Director Sun didn't want to admit it, but I guess you're right this time, Chief Young. It was Chief Young's victory. Chi Fyung took Rayan around the set to introduce her to all the staff, including director Sun. Let's see, who else? Chi Fyung pondered. Chi Fyung, Rayan said while glaring at him. You haven't forgotten your promise, right? I'll consider this whole ordeal never happened and go home if you try to play it off. Promise? Oh, of course I remember. Chi Fyung turned his attention to where the actors were gathered. Just wait a few minutes. They're in the middle of reading their lines. Kang Rayan set a condition to Chi Fyung that he must introduce her to Ji Han-sok in exchange for appearing as an extra in The Devil's Touch. If he broke that condition, then I can just annul the contract. Because the special condition that she had set was already added in the contract, it was fine for her to abandon the entire thing if she believed that the promise was not being fulfilled. Chi Fyung asked her to wait as he walked to where the actors were, and soon came back. He needs more time to read his lines, so he asked you to get your makeup done first. I'll make sure to introduce you to Han-sok before the shooting starts, so don't worry and wait. Understood. She could grant chances, but betrayal was unforgivable. As Rayan headed to the waiting room, the makeup artists were rendered speechless once they saw her. My god. Uni, look at her. How is she so pretty? Is she one of our cast members? I've never seen her before. Chi Fyung explained to the confused makeup artists in Rayan's place. Her name is Rayan. She'll be appearing as an extra in Mijong's place. I'll be counting on you to glam her up real good. Oh, yes, Chi Fyung. Rayan, right? Please come take a seat here. Rayan nodded and took a seat as the women instructed. She came to find out her role as an extra as she read through the script before she got here. She just needed to act as a 20-year-old student who had just entered university. She was in scene #23-2. I have no lines, if I remember correctly. She just needed to turn around as she was walking and lightly smile. A smile? Huh. Park Geon-Woo had never once smiled since he became the high school girl, Kang Rayan, nor was smiling a frequent occurrence in his past life. The leader of a security team needed to possess level-headedness to analyze the situation at any time. They couldn't be swayed by emotion, so instances of smiling were very infrequent. I hope I can do it properly. She had practiced at home, but she couldn't be sure of how the people watching would react to it. Well, it's not like I'm gonna succeed as a celebrity. She needed nothing else but to grasp a few chances to meet Ji Han-sok. Her makeup and hairstyling were being done while she was in deep thought. The women kept expressing words of admiration at Rayan's skin and hair texture. Rayan, did you enter your current agency through an audition? One of the women asked. No, Chi Fyung handed me his card and asked if I had any intention of working with him while I was out buying clothes, and I ended up here. Street casting. The makeup artists showed responses as if they had expected it. This isn't lip service, but I think you're at the top among the actresses I've been in charge of makeup for. The top in what? Rayan asked. In beauty. She said in disbelief, it sure sounds like lip service. I'm serious? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. It was the first time in her life that she had makeup done. They glammed her up to have a more mature look since she had to act as a university student. She gave off a mature feel with small amounts of youth left over, instead of her usual baby-faced high schooler appearance. She certainly was pretty. In this day and age, one's looks were also a form of strength. If there was a beauty category in a test, Rayan would certainly receive a near-perfect score. However, it didn't make her all that happy. I can't really tell, she expressed. No matter how pretty she was, she liked her old appearance as Park Geon-Woo better. At least for now. Chi Fyung came to see her as soon as her makeup was done. Rayan, they've finished reading. Come say hello to your... Gasp. One of Rayan's eyebrows wriggled as she saw Chi Fyung being shocked by her appearance. What? She asked. No, I was just in admiration of the fact that my choice wasn't mistaken. Pay it no mind. She minded it very much. In any case, she immediately walked toward Ji Han-sok as soon as she was allowed to meet him. Han-sok, who was in the middle of conversing with his actor colleagues, swallowed his breath at the sudden appearance of a beauty. Rayan smirked. So, he's Chairman Ji's grandson. She had seen him on TV a few times, but it was her first time meeting him face to face. She had to get closer to this man starting now because he was deeply connected to the Dudam group and Chairman Ji Songjiam. Rayan introduced herself with the brightest expression she could make. Hello, Sunbi. It's nice to meet you. My name is Kang Rayan. Sunbi. Han-sok asked perplexedly. Yes, I'll be debuting as an actress of GNF through this drama. You're an actor whom I respect very much, so it's an honor to meet you like this. Chi Fyung was overwhelmed by astonishment by the sheer difference in Rayan's behavior toward him and Han-sok. Meanwhile, Han-sok nodded at Rayan's introduction with a puzzled look. Really? The honor is all mine. I hope you'll give me plenty of guidance, Rayan remarked. Sure. Rayan headed back to the studio after the short introduction. Han-sok was blankly staring at the space that Rayan had been standing in, and Chi Fyung strongly slapped him on the back a few times to help him pull himself together. Did you fall for Rayan? Chi Fyung asked. No, of course not. No, but, she's extremely pretty, Han-sok expressed. She's still a high schooler. Don't start coveting your underaged junior. Han-sok's face filled with disappointment. Nov. L. B //JNN. As soon as they started filming scene #23-2, Rayan smiled as brightly as she could, just like she had practiced. Long after all the shooting was over, Director Sun couldn't help but be amazed by the scene of Raeyeon's smile on the editing screen. It's already stunning without any editing. I'll say, the camera director agreed. I wonder where Chi Fyung found someone like her. After some deep thought, Director Sun asked the camera director, should we increase the screen time of Raeyeon's character? What? Just like that? It's a waste to end things with just this one shot, don't you think? I wonder. The writers would flip out. And there's something more important to consider, isn't there? The camera director mentioned. What? We should find out whether Raeyeon herself wants to appear more in The Devil's Touch or not. That's simple, Director Sun responded while taking out his phone. We can just ask Chi Fyung. Raeyeon was watching the news in the living room. Hyuk asked her just in time, Raeyeon, didn't you say you came back from shooting a drama last time? Yeah, she responded. The title was The Devil's Touch, right? When do you appear? Raeyeon responded apathetically, today. I see, today. He quickly took the remote from Raeyeon. Burning with rage, Raeyeon reacted, what are you doing, idiot? You're the goddamn idiot. What are you doing, watching the news when your scene is about to come on? Dad? Raeyeon's drama appearance is coming on today. No, not just today, it's on right now. The Devil's Touch just happened to be on air right now. Hyuk quickly changed channels while their father rushed into the living room. Only 2 minutes after they had changed channels. Clack, clack. Raeyeon's face crumpled as soon as the TV displayed her back as she was walking on heels. Moments later, Raeyeon on the TV turned around and smiled toward the screen. Her bright smile radiated through the electromagnetic waves of the TV into their living room. The brother and father both turned toward Raeyeon blank-faced. What the hell are you staring at? A red-faced Raeyeon shouted at the two men. One sunbi is an honorific used to address someone with more experience in a certain field than yourself. In the morning of the day after the drama aired, Kang Raeyeon received a text from Seo. Raeyeon, you're number 1 on trending searches. Raeyeon was annoyed rather than happy at the news of her abrupt number 1 ranking. Sigh. Shit. She knew why she was on trending searches better than anyone. It's obviously because of that drama. Fortunately, the keywords for the trending search were Devil's Touch University Girl instead of her own name, but screenshots of her smile were being uploaded all over online. She checked the images of her spreading through the internet using the laptop that she had bought from the money that they earned through stock trading. There were some people who took a photo of the TV screen with their phones, and others who put up high-definition screenshots on streaming platforms. What a mess. Raeyeon's temper turned for the worse first thing in the morning. As soon as she entered the living room, she could hear something being printed from Kang Hyuk's room. Hyuk gasped as he saw his little sister when he came out of his room, and she narrowed her eyes when he hid a piece of paper behind him. What are you hiding? Raeyeon questioned. Huh? What do you mean? Hyuk stuttered. You just hid something behind your back, idiot. It's nothing. Nothing, my ass. Even if he could fool the heavens, he could not fool his livid little sister. Raeyeon overpowered Hyuk by force. Hand it over now, she expressed. Ow? Why is a girl like you so strong? Hand it over before I break your arm. Oh okay, here, take it and let go of my arm. Hyuk soon surrendered to Raeyeon's repression. Her appearance in the drama was on the piece of paper that he had printed. Are you insane? Why are you printing images of your little sister? I thought you were into Western girls, she shouted. I told you to stop talking about porn. And it's not like I printed it because I wanted to, he exclaimed. Then what? Hyuk looked toward the wall right of the living room sofa. Raeyeon's final exam report card was hanging there framed in an album. Their father was so happy about the fact she had scored first that he decided to display it up on the wall. Dad asked me to print an image of your prettiest scene, Hyuk said. Why? He said he was gonna frame it next to your report card. Raeyeon unconsciously sighed. I guess he's gonna brag about it all over the neighborhood. It was obvious. Probably. How could he not be happy when his daughter appeared on TV? Raeyeon wouldn't know how he would feel. Nor do I want to know. She wanted to rip that piece of paper into pieces, but she couldn't bring herself to. My former temper's all gone now. In the end, Raeyeon scratched her head and gave the piece of paper back to Hyuk. Take it. I'm gonna frame it, okay. Frame it, exchange it for taffy, do whatever you want. What a terrible way to start the day. Raeyeon experienced something unusual as she went to the convenience store to buy something to eat. The part-timer had recognized her. I should have worn a mask or something if I knew this was gonna happen. She didn't think there would be people who'd recognize her from her few seconds of appearance in a drama. She regretted doing it, but it couldn't have been helped. I had no choice but to do it to form a connection with Ji Hansok. There was nothing more important to her than that. While she was heading home, she received a call from Chi Fyung. She pondered whether to take it or not, but she reluctantly accepted it. Hello, she answered lifelessly. However, Chi Fyung's tone was as lively as it could be. Raeyeon, don't be surprised and listen. You see, Director Sun? No, thank you, Raeyeon rejected flatly. Chi Fyung was momentarily lost for words, but pulled himself back together and continued. You just rejected without even hearing what it was. I'm sure it's something like we've increased your screen time, so appear again, isn't it? Are you a fortune teller? How did you know? Just the two facts that Raeyeon's popularity was verified and that Chi Fyung just mentioned Director Sun were enough to come to that conclusion. Director Sun said he was going to upgrade your character from an extra to a minor role. You'll get more scenes, and you'll even have lines. It's great, right? Not in the slightest. Why? This is a golden opportunity to make a name for yourself? Golden opportunity or not, I'm not interested. Chi Fyung was dumbfounded. Any rookie actor in Arayan's shoes would be jumping and cheering from joy, but she was a peculiar rookie actress who didn't want to become famous. He had never met someone like her in his life. Oh okay. In that case, I'll try to set up a private meeting with you and Han-Sok. You said you wanted to make a connection with him, didn't you? How about now? It was an appealing offer. Not just that. I'll be able to continue meeting Han-Sok if I keep appearing in that drama. She absolutely hated the idea, but she had no choice but to endure it for the sake of her revenge. Chairman Ji Song-jiam's support would be indispensable to face Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Okay, I'll do it. But in exchange, you have to keep your promise this time as well. If you don't, I'll ghost you just like Mijong or whatever that girl's name was. Okay, I got it. Just trust me. After ending the call, Rayan wondered, do I need to buy some fake glasses to go along with the mask? She was overly worried about the days to come. On Monday at 6 a.m., Rayan headed toward a nearby park to jog while wearing sportswear, and went home to shower after breaking a sweat. She found it tiresome every single time she had to dry her hair. I wish I could just cut it. She shouldn't have listened to the circumstances of her hair from Hayek. She regretted it, but she couldn't do anything now that she had found out about it. Hayek rushed toward her just as she was about to go back to her room after finally getting her hair dry. Miss Kong, where are you going? The stock market's about to open, he exclaimed. Just do as I wrote in the notepad that I gave you. Do I have to coach you through every little thing? But why, you never know. Even his voice was trembling. It was understandable, since the money that they could invest had already surpassed 100 million won through stock trading. 105 million, to be exact. It was an amount that Hayek couldn't ever earn even if he were to die and be reborn. His hands trembled at the thought that a few clicks of a mouse could vaporize 100 million won. Rayan sighed at her pathetic older brother. You shouldn't be fretting over chump change like this when we're gonna be investing even more in the future. Even more? Hayek asked. We've gotta pump it up to at least 3 billion won by the end of this year. It was almost 30 times what they had now. We can earn up to that much. Of course, Rayan declared. Do we even need that much money? As long as we have 1 bil. No, even 500 mil, we'll have enough money to pay off all our family's debts and more. Rayan had a reason for needing even more money than that. We need to prepare the money now to start a business down the line. A business? Us? Hayek asked. No, to be exact, I'm gonna leave it to someone else. The name of the man who will act as her hands and feet to make her money was clearly engraved in her mind. Fuck, how did they know where I was? A man was frantically running away from his pursuers. He was in a terrible state, as if his clothes hadn't been washed or changed for days. Several individuals were chasing the man dressed like a homeless person. He ran that way. I swear I'll catch him today. The homeless man jumped into an alleyway and knocked down a trash can to slow down his pursuers, but, thump, he was unexpectedly attacked by men whom he hadn't noticed were waiting in front of him. Crash. The homeless man lost his balance and was knocked down onto the ground. Men in suits surrounded him in the alleyway from the front and back. He had nowhere to run. A man with a long scar on his face forcefully grabbed the homeless man's collar. Where do you think you're running to without paying off your debt? Nov. L. B /JNN. Smack. Blood flowed down from the homeless man's nostril. I said I'll pay you ba. Thump. The scarred man punched his face again. We've given you plenty of time. You're the one who didn't pay. It's as simple as that. The scarred man threw the homeless man against the wall and lit a cigarette, and then, sizzle, arg. He pressed the lit cigarette against the homeless man's palm. A man wearing sunglasses stopped him. Don't damage his body. We need to harvest his organs. I'm sorry, boss, the scarred man apologized. The homeless man's pupils greatly dilated once the man in sunglasses mentioned that they would harvest his organs. He tried to shout to ask them to spare him, but the man in sunglasses covered his mouth. All right, stay still, the man said while taking out a handkerchief soaked with an unknown liquid. As the man was about to knock out the homeless man with it. That's enough, misters. Thud. A girl with a baseball cap hiding her face jumped down from atop the wall. The men froze. The man in sunglasses stared fixedly at the girl. She looked to be a high schooler. Who are you? The man asked. Rayan, who suddenly appeared before the men, introduced herself. This man's debt settler. The scarred man snickered as Kong Rayan mentioned that she was the debt settler. What? You're gonna pay in his stead? The scarred man asked. Yup, she stated. The men didn't take her seriously because she was a minor, but that was only for a moment. Whoosh! The man shot up into the air all of a sudden. Huh. Thud. The man fell hard on his back. Rayan had tripped his feet and completely disturbed his center of gravity at an imperceivable speed. She stumped on the man's left ankle with the heel of her foot, causing him to scream. Gayaya? Fuck. You bitch, how dare you? Arg. I hate nothing more than someone trying to touch even a strand of my hair without my permission. And you'd better stay still before I make it so that you can never run again. Crack. The scarred man cried like a newborn baby every time his ankle cracked. Right when the other loan sharks moved in great numbers to help their colleague who was incapacitated by the high school girl. Stop. The man froze from a single word from the man in sunglasses. Ian smirked, having expected him to stop them. Are you their boss? She asked. The man assumed to be the boss did not answer her, but asked her a question instead. You said you'd settle that son of a bitch's debt. By settle, did you mean that you'd settle it with your fists? Of course not, Ian remarked. She threw down one of the backpacks that she was wearing. From the sound of it hitting the floor, it seemed fairly heavy. While pointing at the bag, she said, open it. At the boss's signal, one of his subordinates checked the bag's contents. Boss? It's filled with money. It was jam-packed with 50,000 won bills. Ian continued after they checked the money. I brought exactly 30 million won that he owes you. You're free to count it. The boss wondered how a high school girl came across 30 million won in cash, but he didn't pay much mind to it. All they cared about was getting their money, regardless of who or how they had procured it. A few moments passed as the subordinates counted the money. It's exactly 30 million, boss. Any chance of them being counterfeit bills? The boss asked. None. They are real bills. I see. He had suspected that the high school girl may have pulled some sort of trick, but it had been meaningless. He spoke to Ian in a low voice. We'll withdraw, so let Duchiel go before you actually cripple him. Two subordinates helped the man named Duchiel up as soon as Ian took her foot off of his ankle. I'll kill that bitch. I swear. Duchiel exclaimed, but his threat went in one of Ian's ears and out the other. After the boss safely secured Duchiel. Hey, young lady. He took off his sunglasses and revealed his menacing face that was missing an eye. I don't know who you are or where you live, but you'd better watch your back or you'll get stabbed. Ian raised her right hand and straightened her middle finger toward him. I've been stabbed plenty of times already, she expressed. Through Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's betrayal, Park Geon-Woo had been reborn as the high school girl, Kong Ian. What an interesting young lady. The boss put his sunglasses back on and left the alley with his subordinates along with the money. Ian lightly sighed and turned around as she fixed her messy hair. Hey, mister, are you ALR? However, Park Seo-hun, the loan shark's target, was nowhere to be seen. He had already run away. That goddamn son of a bitch. Yet another annoyance had been added. Park Seo-hun ran away to a nearby park. He couldn't believe what had happened before his eyes. A high school girl fell from the sky out of nowhere, overpowered the loan shark that was harassing him and paid the loan sharks his debt of 30 million won. Who the hell was that girl? Why did she help him? Could it be? Does she want my organs? That money may have been organ harvesting fees. And now isn't the time. I have to run. As he was about to get up from the bench, someone forcefully dragged him back down by his shirt collar. Kurg, where do you think you're running to? Eek. It was the high school girl who had made that scarred man cry like a baby. Ian stuck her head out from behind him. Seo-hun was so shocked that he assumed a defensive stance. Ian couldn't help but laugh at how scared he was. How could you run away from someone who was kind enough to pay off your debt? Do you even have a conscience, Mr. Who are you? Seo-hun asked. That's none of your concern. This is gonna take a while, so let's go somewhere else. There's a cafe nearby. Oh, and Ian's eyes momentarily reflected bloodlust. I might do something even worse than what those loan sharks were about to do to you if you run away again, so you'd better be good and follow me. Oh okay, I got it. Shit. It looked like Seo-hun had gotten himself into some deep shit. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Ian and Seo-hun sat together in a cafe. A beautiful high school girl and a homeless man together caught the attention of everyone around them, but most of their eyes were fixed on Seo-hun, not Ian. Why did we have to come to a cafe? Seo-hun muttered. Ian didn't know what to say. She sometimes forgot that she was a high school girl, just like now. So, what do you want with me? Seo-hun asked directly. Before Ian even had a chance to speak, he announced, don't even bother telling me to pay you back the 30 million. I don't even have a single 1,001 bill in my pockets. Good for you. Ian clicked her tongue as she looked at Seo-hun with a baffled expression. How many of your businesses have gone to shit, mister? How did you know about my businesses? I have my ways. From what Ian remembered, Park Seo-hun would rise to become a big shot who would dominate the Korean clothing industry in the future. However, he had once said that he didn't even have a penny to his name 10 years ago because he had failed in 6 of his businesses. Seo-hun found Ian highly suspicious, but he couldn't just ignore her either. Whatever the reason, she had saved his life. Let's see. The first was a shoe store, the second was selling fruits, the third was, Seo-hun pondered. Just tell me how many, Ian stated. I failed 4 times. Is that so? There were still 2 more left. Ian handed him her second bag. What's this? He asked. Money. There's about 20 million in there, so come see me again after failing in 2 more business ventures. What? Seo-hun thought he had heard wrong. Who would give someone money to fail in a business venture? I'm not gonna fail. My next venture is gonna succeed for sure, Seo-hun declared. I'm sure it will, Ian said sarcastically. Ian didn't take him seriously because she already knew the future. She took a sip of her orange juice one more time and pointed at Seo-hun with the straw. I'll invest even more in your 7th business venture, so don't forget to come see me after your next 2 businesses go to shit. Seo-hun was now 50 million won in debt to her. He at least had some sense of responsibility. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but he decided to accept Ian's terms. Rayan got up from her seat first. I've added my contact information in the bag, so save it on your phone. Oh, and call me if those loan sharks come for you again, and I'll beat the shit out of them again. Oh okay, I'll do that, Seo-hun said. Seo-hun was struck dumbfounded by how a high school girl like her was so full of drive. Kang Arehyuk welcomed his little sister as soon as she came back home. Where have you been? He asked. Just to make an investment. Investment? On that guy you said had talent in business. Yup. Park Seo-hun. He was a lottery ticket that she had yet to. No, couldn't scratch yet. If coaxed well, his business would become solely hers. To have a chance against Congressman Kim, I need to slowly stack money and power one by one. She needed to rise to the same class as him to hold her own, which was why she was advancing her stock trading, connection with Chairman Ji Song-jiam, and her own business simultaneously. Not just that, but she even involuntarily took up acting. It could be because she had so many things to worry about even during summer break, but why does my lower abdomen hurt so much since this morning? She kept feeling a throbbing pain. She went back into her room and took off her pants to change into something more comfortable, but then, Rayan saw something. She was so shocked that she ended up putting her pants back on. See, could this be the thing that I'd only heard about? That day had come. 150,000 won is the highest printed bill in Korea. Although Park Geon-Woo was a man in his past life, he was at least aware of the fact that women suffered through a time of pain once a month. However, he only knew about it, and this was his first time experiencing it himself. It wasn't like he had any way of experiencing it before. Fuck. Kang Rayan unconsciously blurted out. She aggressively swung open her room door and headed straight to the bathroom. The pads were on top of the shelf, if I remember correctly. She first locked the bathroom door. After cleaning herself up with the shower head, she put on a sanitary pad for the first time in her life. The feeling was inexplicable, but one thing was for sure. It's so damn uncomfortable. It wasn't a good feeling in the slightest. She couldn't care less about anything for today. I'll just lay down and rest. She didn't want to do anything. As she was heading to her bed, Rayan, what do you want to eat for lunch? The dim-wit Kang Arehyuk asked while sticking his head out toward his little sister. I don't have an appetite, so stuff your face all you want by yourself, she answered. What, did something bad happen? Why are you getting mad at me all of a sudden? Nothing happened, so don't talk to me if you don't want me destroying everything. Arehyuk finally realized as Rayan was glaring angrily at him. Oh, it's the day that I shouldn't mess with her. Once he realized that today was the day that he should keep his little sister happy, he said in a quieter tone, let me know if you need more Tylenol. I'll stop by the convenience store to get some. Whatever the case, he was still her older brother. Rayan spent an entire day cursing inside her head. At least it's better than yesterday. Of course, it was only relatively better. She still felt some pain. She never could have dreamed that a woman's body was this uncomfortable. The things I have to go through just because I didn't check off one category in the return application form. She sighed deeply. After getting a drink of water from the kitchen, she glanced toward the master bedroom. The siblings' father had come back late from delivering until late at night and was sleeping while snoring. She moved toward her older brother's room as quietly as possible so as not to wake her father. Arehyuk was slightly relieved to see her little sister somewhat back to normal. Are you alright? He asked. None of your business. That aside, how much did you earn today? Now that Arehyuk had gotten used to using the stock trading program, he immediately opened the page that Rayan wanted to see. The 5 different stocks that they had bought recorded a profit rate of over 25%. But Rayan, about Yoshin and, I've been looking at their chart for the entire day yesterday, and it's been changing differently from what you told me. Differently how? She asked. It shot up at around 1 p.m., remained flat for a while after that and shot up again. Like Arehyuk said, it was different from the pattern that she had told him. Sell all of that stock right now, Rayan expressed. Huh? Is that okay? Yeah. It'll keep staying flat and take a nosedive. The 2 increases had jogged her memory. She needed to keep an eye on the trends since her memory wasn't 100% clear, and a single mistake could cause a massive counteraction. Any other anomalies? Rayan asked. Nope. Oh right, can you take a look at this stock? Arehyuk had been keeping his eyes on a certain stock. It's a stock of Mido Global. Their data's been pretty good so far, and I think it'd be good to get on board. What do you think? It wouldn't be a loss to buy some now, would it? Arehyuk's eye for stock trading had gotten better. Like he said, it wouldn't be a loss for them even if they buy some now, since Mido Global would continue to enjoy an upward trend. However, not them, she remarked. Why not? It's risk-free, Arehyuk asserted. I don't like them, so don't ever bring up Mido Global to me ever again. Arehyuk couldn't understand what Rayan was saying at all. He didn't know why Rayan hated even the mention of Mido Global. Mido Global is part of Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's politically themed stocks. She unconsciously grinded her teeth even at the thought of his name. Rayan locked her room door and took off her pants and underwear. She tilted her head as she checked her lower body. Is it fine to not wear a pad now? The pain was gone, and nothing was flowing out. After searching through countless articles about periods, she came to a conclusion. I'll wear one for one more day, just in case. It was unbearably uncomfortable at first, but she had gotten used to it after a few days. She sat the massive teddy bear that the previous owner of her body had bought, down to lean against the wall facing her bed. After setting it up to act as a back cushion, she got into position and reclined against it. I believe Chief Young wanted to see me today. He had said that he had something to give Rain. He was supposed to contact her 15 minutes before he arrived. Just in time, a text came from him, asking where she wanted to meet. Rain chose to meet him at a cafe called Starlight Road, a small neighborhood cafe that she and Hyuk once went to talk about stock trading behind their father's back, and the one that Seo Yiseo's father owned. Rain casually dressed herself. I'm going out for a bit, she said. Where? Hyuk asked. To talk about work. Sweltering rays of the sun beamed down upon her as soon as she went outside. So damn hot. It felt even hotter because of her long hair. She decided to tie her hair into a ponytail that would expose the nape of her neck. It took 7 minutes to walk to Starlight Road. Once she arrived, Yiseo called out to Rain. Rain, Chief Young is waiting for you. Really? Thanks, Rain said. Can I get you something to drink? I'll have an iced Americano. Okay. Rain headed to the table where Chief Young was waiting after quickly ordering a drink. Hello, Rain greeted. Oh, hey, Rain. You look completely different with your hair up. I'm sure you're not here just to see me with my hair up. Why did you want to see me? As cold as always. Chief Young had gotten used to Rain's coldness. He took something out from his briefcase. It was a thick bundle of papers. She had an idea of what it was. Is this the script for The Devil's Touch? She asked. That's right. Open it up at where the post-it notes are, he mentioned. She did as Chief Young said. There were 2 areas where a post-it note was placed. Scene number 29 and hashtag 41-2. I marked only your appearances in Season 1, Chief Young remarked. Season 1, she asked. You didn't know? The Devil's Touch is already confirmed for Season 2, since the views were insane. Rain did not know of this since she wasn't all that interested in dramas. You might get lots more screen time if you do well, so let's do our best, okay? Chief Young expressed excitedly. Oh, sure, Rain replied soullessly. She couldn't care less whether her character got more screen time or not. What about your promise of setting up a private meeting between me and Ji Hansok Sunbi? Oh, that'll be after the end of Season 1. Hansok's schedule is packed these days, and it's best to meet privately once the season ends. It'd be a problem if you're seen by reporters and scandals start popping up. Chief Young was right. But Rain, Chief Young's voice dropped considerably, as if he was highly wary of his surroundings, even when they were the only customers in the cafe. Do you, by any chance, like Hansok? It was a reasonable misunderstanding, considering her obsession toward Hansok, but Rain flatly denied it. No, I simply admire Hansok Sunbi's acting style. I have no romantic feelings toward him. Alright, I knew it. It'd be a huge problem if 2 rookie actors with bright futures fell in love already. Phew, what a relief, Chief Young expressed brightly. It wasn't a concern for Rain, but it seemed to have concerned Chief Young considerably. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, they got back to talking about work. And here, Chief Young handed Rain 2 name cards. One is the card of the person who will be your road manager from now on, and the other is of the acting school instructor who will be teaching you acting until you start shooting your scenes. You'll be receiving acting lessons starting this Thursday, 2 days from now, so make sure you get the most out of it. I have to learn as well. Rain complained. You said you have no acting experience. You have to digest your lines, and it'd be a huge problem if you read them like you're reading a textbook, Chief Young remarked. He did not want to let this hard-grasped opportunity go to waste, because, in my opinion, you're definitely gonna become popular. Add acting skills to what you already have, and you'll become the greatest Korean actress of all time, so just trust me and give it a shot, okay? Seeing Chief Young's radiating eyes, Rain held in her sigh. 2 days later, Chief Young reported into work, stretched and checked the time. It was 3:30 p.m. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I wonder if Rain's doing well. Rain should be receiving acting lessons about now. At that moment, a call came to Chief Young's phone. It was the number of the instructor who was in charge of teaching Rain acting. Hello, Miss Yoon. Chief Young answered. Chief Young? Where in the world did you find Rain? Chief Young thought something had gone wrong. He recalled Rain mentioning that she had no acting experience. I'm sorry, Miss Yoon. Rain still doesn't know a thing about acting. I'm sure you're having a hard time teaching her since she has no experience, but could you please somehow? No, that's not what I was trying to say. From Miss Yoon's excited voice, she seemed to be in high spirits. I've never seen someone with this much talent in acting. I was so shocked. That's why I called you. It was 12:30 p.m. on the day that Kang Rain would go to acting school to learn acting for the first time. As she was killing time outside her house, a white van stopped in front of her. Honk honk. The car honked twice as the passenger seat window rolled down. A woman in her 20s gripping the steering wheel smiled toward Rain. You're Rain, right? Chief Young said I'd recognize you right away since you're an extremely pretty high school girl, and he was right. I could see your immense aura even from far away. Oh, I see, Rain replied apathetically despite the shower of praises. The woman had clearly heard about Rain's coldness from Chief Young, because she did not mind Rain's lukewarm reaction all that much. Why don't you get in? The woman said. Okay. Rain entered the van. Its interior was quite clean. Is it a new car? She could smell the familiar scent of vinyl that emitted from every new car. As soon as she got into the back seat, the woman introduced herself while maneuvering the van. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I'm Shin Yoo-bin, your road manager from here on out. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Raein. I know. You're the rookie actress that our chief has extremely high hopes for, to the point that he even bought a new car for you. It was a car only for Raein's use. Her suspicion about this being a new car was confirmed. I was just gonna quit after getting close to Ji Han-sok, though. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was rare for an agency to treat this well a rookie actress who had only just debuted. Because of that, Shin Yoo-bin also had high hopes for Raein. To be honest, I was a bit skeptical about what Chief Young told me, but I changed my mind as soon as I saw you. You're definitely star material. I may not look like it, but I've done quite a lot of stuff in the broadcasting industry, and I'm confident in my intuition. You can trust me, Yoo-bin said. How many years have you worked in this industry? Raein asked. Half a year now. That remark erased any sense of trust. But I've experienced anything you can imagine in that short time, so don't be so anxious. Oh right, you can just comfortably call me Uni, Yoo-bin expressed. It's alright, Miss Manager. Come on, just call me Uni. That'll be comfortable for me, you, and this bobblehead figure up here, don't you think? I appreciate your consideration, but it's more comfortable for me to call you Miss Manager instead of Uni. I'll be in your care, Miss Manager, Raein declared. She emphasized the words Miss Manager. The word that she hated the most after Appa was Uni. It was still hard for Raein to say, so she decided to push ahead with the use of Miss Manager. Well, think about it again after we get closer, Yoo-bin expressed. Yoo-bin felt saddened by Raein's formal attitude of setting boundaries right from their first meeting. Raein and Yoo-bin headed inside as soon as they arrived at the acting school, and met an instructor introducing herself as Yoon Sumi. I heard from Chief Young that you have no acting experience. Sumi asked. Yes, Raein replied. Park Geon-Woo had an overwhelming amount of worldly experience, but he had never tried acting before. Sumi lightly sighed. When is the shoot? She asked while checking the notepad that she was holding. In 2 weeks, 10 a.m. on Tuesday at the broadcasting studio. 2 weeks, huh? Can I take a look at the script? Sumi received the script of episode 21 of The Devil's Touch. As she was going through it, Raein whispered to Yoo-bin, is it okay to show the script to an outsider? Raein did not know much about drama shoots, but she at least knew that scripts shouldn't be shown to a third party. Yoo-bin resolved Raein's concerns while nodding. Yup, it's okay. This acting school is entirely responsible for teaching extras and supporting actors of The Devil's Touch, Yoo-bin answered. I see, Raein said. If that was what Yoo-bin said, then it had to be true. She decided not to think too much about it. After going through all the parts that Raein would need to digest, Sumi buried herself deep into the backrest of her seat. She was deep in thought. Director Sen is pretty meticulous, so it'll be difficult to avoid NG cuts without good acting skills. Really. It was different from what Raein had felt last time. He okayed it right away without any cuts during the last shoot. Are you talking about your very first shoot? Sumi asked. Yes, Raein answered. That was done without any cuts. Raein verified again. Okay, then. Just a sec. Sumi took out a script from her drawer. It was a practice script, thinner than the one for The Devil's Touch. Try reading the lines in the top box of page 2, Sumi stated. Raein's face stiffened as soon as she saw the lines. Fucking hell. She almost unconsciously cursed, because, Appa, do you love me or not? Kman, Appa, you pervert? Humph. Just reading them was enough to almost make her hurl. You want me to read this? You're fucking insane. Sumi tilted her head as Raein was hesitating. What's wrong? She asked. Can we try a different line, please? Raein implored. Are the lines too much for you? Well, okay, then. I'll choose something that someone of your character's personality would say. Okay, here. It was at least better than the first lines. Song-hee, the character that Raein played in The Devil's Touch, was a prideful female character from a rich family who had a haughty personality. Sumi had chosen a line that was perfect for her. Ahem. Raein shortly cleared her throat and read the line with as much emotion as she could muster. You, like me? Hey, I'll consider that I never heard that confession, so go study or something. After seeing Raein's impromptu acting, Sumi's expression changed into one that showed Raein was better than she had expected. Could you read the one below that as well? Sumi requested. This line expressed more toughness and ill-temperedness compared to the first. Screw off while I'm still being nice, before I kick your ass. The charisma and drive that one wouldn't usually be able to feel from a rookie actress could be felt from Raein. It was easy for Raein to get into character because the lines were almost exactly what she would normally say. However, Sumi completely misunderstood this fact. Raein, you're a natural. Sumi exclaimed. She had become the subject of a weird misunderstanding right from the first day. Raein decided to go to the bathroom in the middle of her lesson. She had gotten used to going in and out of the women's bathroom. I used to unconsciously go into the men's bathroom. She still remembered the male students' flustered faces as they hid themselves by squeezing up against the urinals. After that day, Raein made it a habit to check the male and female bathroom signs before going in. Thanks to that, she didn't have to repeat the same mistake in the acting school. As she was about to head back to the rehearsal room, Hape, Thump, I told you to make your movements more dynamic. Jin Hae-young, you'll get hurt at that rate. Tense yourself up properly. Thud. She could hear several sounds of impact, cries of spirit, and bellows from people. People in training wear were practicing martial arts and stunts. What is this place? As Rayan was staring intently at them. It's an action school. Right now, the actors of the Devil's Touch are in the middle of practicing. Sumi had appeared before Rayan knew it and asked as if to feel her out, are you interested in action as well, Rayan? Actresses who could proficiently digest action scenes were very highly valued due to their rarity. I'm not just interested, I'm very good at it, Rayan answered. She was more suited for moving her body like that instead of standing still and repeatedly reading lines from a script. Really? Then come with me for a bit, Sumi said. As an instructor, she was interested in what Rayan could do since she was showing such confidence. Coach Hyo. Miss Yoon, what brings you here? Hyo-sun, the martial arts coach for the Devil's Touch, turned his attention toward Rayan standing next to Sumi. I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. You're the one who took Mi Zhong's place after she ghosted on us, right? He asked. My name is Kang Rayan. After the short exchange of introductions, Sumi told Hyo-sun the reason why she brought Rayan here. Rayan said she was good at action, so I was hoping you could test how good she is. Could you please? Sumi asked. Test Rayan? Sure, Hyo-sun pondered while tilting his head a few times. But it'd be difficult for a teenage girl to handle action. However, Rayan drove away his doubts without delay. I'm confident, so feel free to test me however you'd like, Rayan declared. Well, okay. Hyo-sun called over an action-specialized actor who was learning directly under him. So Hae-young, put on some sparring mitts and come here. What? Why? So Hae-young asked. I want you to test this young lady here to see whether she can properly enact action scenes or not. So Hae-young did not bother to hide the fact that he considered it a hassle. His blatant disrespect toward Rayan lit a fire under her. He signaled toward his sparring mitts. Give them a kick. At that moment, Rayan's expression changed. She warned So Hae-young in advance, I recommend you hold tight. If he didn't want to fall on his butt from a high school girl's kick, that was. Kang Rayan lowered her stance by slightly bending her knees, and then used the torque of her hips to put all of her weight into her right leg. And then, boom! A huge sound of impact filled the entire facility as Jang So Hae-young, the man holding the sparring mitts, was pushed back. And no way. So Hae-young's face was covered in shock. His hands were numb. Coach Hyo-sun was just as shocked. Everyone who was practicing action scenes was now focused on Rayan. Rayan asked Coach Hyo, would you like me to go again? Huh? Yeah, again. Coach Hyo wanted to confirm whether that power had been a coincidence or not with his own eyes. Smash! The second kick made a different sound. So Hae-young was pushed back several steps from the unexpected power of Rayan's kick. He was scared that his arms would have been broken if he wasn't wearing sparring mitts. Hyo-sun narrowed his eyes. Rayan, was it? Have you practiced martial arts before? Rayan's stance itself was different from those of other people. Compared to ordinary people who kicked using only the strength of their legs, Rayan dealt a heavy blow by linking the movements of her entire body. A kick like that with all of one's weight put into it was deadly, even if it was from a high school girl. Not only that, but both of Rayan's kicks were aimed at the vitals. It was obvious that Hyo-sun would be asking if she had practiced martial arts. She most definitely had. Park Geon-Woo was a 4th dan in Hapkido, 4th dan in kickboxing, 5th dan in mixed martial arts, 5th dan in Muay Thai, and 3rd dan in Kendo. He proudly held 21 dans in total, but that was back when I was Park Geon-Woo. Kang Rayan was inexperienced. No, never, she replied. Then how could you move like that? Hyo-sun asked. I learned by mimicking martial arts videos on the internet. Hyo-sun and So Hae-young were in admiration of Rayan for being self-taught. In their eyes, she was in the realm of the talented. Sumi asked Coach Hyo for an additional favor. How about you have her play out an action scene instead of just hitting practice? Coach Hyo nodded. So Hae-young, hand me the sparring mitts. Pardon? You're going to take part yourself, coach? So Hae-young asked. Yup. Hyo-sun was handed the sparring mitts, and he directed Rayan in a simple action scene. I'm going to throw a 1-2 right and left at you, and you're going to dodge them by ducking twice. After that, do a spinning kick. Understood? Yes, Rayan replied. Do you want a rehearsal? No need. Let's start right away. Rayan was full of confidence. Just like he said, Hyo-sun threw a right and left one by one. Rayan easily evaded his attacks by ducking and coming back up repeatedly. However, there was an anomaly. Coach Hyo threw a third punch. Rayan checked his expression in a flash. It's on purpose. He was most likely trying to check how she would react to an unplanned attack. There were instances when things didn't go according to the predetermined pattern when shooting action scenes. An experienced action star had the ability to blend such anomalies into the scene itself. Coach Hyo wondered what Rayan would do. Whoosh! Rayan stepped to the side to perfectly evade the attack, and turned to perfectly deal the spinning kick just as Coach Hyo had directed her. Her foot stopped right in front of his nose. He had a very big smile on his face. Okay, that's enough. Coach Hyo handed So Hae-young the sparring mitts and said to Sumi, Miss Yoon, this girl has massive talent for action scenes. I'm tempted to take her for myself. On that day, Rayan's hidden acting talent exploded. Chief Young called Rayan on her way home, telling her that she had done a fantastic job, and that he hoped that she would do just as well during the real thing. After the call ended, Shin Yubin spoke to Rayan while gripping the steering wheel and looking at her through the rear-view mirror. It looks like Chi Fyong didn't call you a rising star for nothing. It was, for nothing, Rayan remarked. Really? But the acting school instructors praised you a bit too much for that to be true. She ended up doing all that because her switch had unconsciously flipped on, but now that she thought about it, she was worried that she had done something that she would regret. I'm not gonna have to continue acting at this rate, am I? She started getting uneasy. Rayan was staring at the script of The Devil's Touch laid on her desk. She didn't have the slightest intention of becoming a celebrity at first, but it feels like the people around me want to make me a star so much that they can't help themselves. She decided to think it over after the shooting of The Devil's Touch was finished. She picked up the script and checked the lines of her character, Song-hee, again. Scene number 29. University Central Library, night. Song-hee, with a troubled face, excuse me, this is my seat. Could you please move? Ji-woon, wiping drool, I am sorry, I fell asleep without realizing it. Song-hee, light sigh, it's fine, forget it. I'll go to a different seat. Please check the seat number next time. Ji-woon, I'm sorry. Ji-woon, looking at Song-hee's back as she gets further away. The person who would be acting as this Ji-woon character was Ji Han-sok, the person who Rayan was aiming for. I'll use this to get closer to him as we work together. She had to practice her lines first, and there happened to be just the perfect practice partner at home. Rayan swung open Kong Hyek's room door, which surprised him as if he'd seen a ghost. God, you scared me? Can't you knock before entering? Hyek exclaimed. Why, were you watching porn? And no. Hyek's face got flushed every time his little sister mentioned porn. What is it now? Be my practice partner, Rayan said. Practice partner? Oh, you mean for The Devil's Touch? Yeah, you just have to say I'm sorry, I fell asleep without realizing it after laying your upper body down on the desk. That's easy. Okay, got it. Just leave it to me, Hyek said proudly. He laid down on the desk at Rayan's signal, but then, snore? Snore? Hey, it doesn't say anywhere that you're supposed to be snoring, Rayan remarked. I'm ad-libbing. You don't even know about ad-libbing when you're an actress. Rayan lost interest after her older brother did something he wasn't even told to do. Forget it, I'm just gonna go ask Yiseo. What? I'm doing my best, Hyek claimed. I can't focus with you as my partner, and I can't immerse myself into my role like this. As she thought, the only person who could be of help at times like this was a friend. I'll be over at Starlight Road, so tell Dad that I went to a cafe if he comes home and asks where I am, Rayan noted. Hyek shouted at her little sister who was about to head outside. It's dangerous for a high school girl to be walking around at night. It's fine. Rather, the ones who mess with me will be in more danger than I'll ever be in. Hyek could only sigh deeper while looking at his little sister who had gotten so stubborn these days. Starlight Road Cafe was open until 10 p.m. After arriving at the cafe 1 hour before its closing time, she was greeted not by Seo Yiseo or her father, but by a boy who she'd never seen before. Welcome to Starlight Road. It was a boy who people would say was fairly handsome. He seemed to be at least 180 centimeters tall. He couldn't even be compared to Rayan, who was only 165. Is he a new part-timer? As far as she knew, this place was run only by Yiseo's family members. Well, it's not like they can't hire part-timers. While Rayan was deep in thought, the boy quickly scanned Rayan. She was a beauty the likes of whom one wouldn't be able to see often. Seeing Rayan for the first time, the boy was wonderstruck. Would you like to order? The boy stuttered. Rayan said to the nervous-looking boy, I'm sorry, but is Yiseo not in today? Yiseo? Oh, are you talking about my sister? Sister? Rayan asked. Yes, she's my older sister. Rayan did not know that Yiseo had a little brother. The boy asked this time, are you my sister's friend? Yes, Rayan answered. I didn't know that my sister had such a pretty friend. I'm being serious. Oh, I see. It left a bad taste in her mouth. Other women would be happy to hear that they were pretty, but Rayan was an exception. I should have contacted Yiseo first if I knew this was gonna happen. Rayan took a deep breath and smiled awkwardly toward Yiseo's little brother. I'll come back next time when Yiseo's here. Okay, have a safe trip home, Nuna, the boy said. Rayan made a strange face at the word Nuna. 15 minutes after Rayan left. I'm back. Yiseo had just missed Rayan. As soon as he saw her, the boy raised his voice. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Sis. WH what? What's up with you all of a sudden? Yiseo asked perplexedly. One of your friends just stopped by. She was super pretty, had long hair, looked chic, and... Oh, Rayan. She knew exactly who her little brother was talking about just from the mention of the friend being pretty. So her name is Rayan. Yeah, Kong Rayan. What about her? The eyes of Seo Yijun, who was only a year younger than Yiseo, sparkled. I think I fell in love with her at first sight. 1 Dan, rank, is a system of rank used mainly by Asian martial arts organizations to indicate a person's level. The higher your Dan, the more skilled you are. 2 Nuna is an honorific that Korean men use to address their older sister or older women that they are close to. There were 5 more days left until the shoot, but since Kang Rayan had been continuously attending the acting school, her acting skills had significantly improved compared to how she was in the beginning. Yoon Sumi continued to be surprised by her, lesson after lesson. It's so strange. Are you really a second-year high schooler, Rayan? Sumi asked. Yes, Rayan answered. But you emanate this mature energy every time you act. Sumi was right on the mark. Rayan was only a second-year high schooler in appearance. On the inside, she was an old man who had tasted the sweets and bitters of life. Those experiences had seeped out while she was immersed in her role. It would be troublesome if Sumi pried further, so Rayan decided to leave the acting school early since her lesson was over. I'll be off, then. Thank you for today, Miss Yoon, Rayan expressed. Oh, okay. Have a safe trip home. I'll see you next time. As she had thought, leaving early when things were not in her favor was the best. Kang Rayan went to see Rayan as soon as she returned home. Rayan, you know it's Dad's birthday in 3 days, right? He asked. How would she possibly know? She had no idea. Kang Ji-hun wasn't her father in the first place. However, she acted as if she remembered. Yeah, of course. She felt the fruits of attending acting school. I'm thinking of giving him a portion of the money that we earned through stock trading on his birthday to have him use it to pay off his debt. It'll also serve as an allowance. What do you think? Rayan posed. Well, it's not bad. How much should we give him? 200 mil, 300. Go with 300 mil. Rayan stated. She could cover that much with the surplus funds that they had. But I'm sure Dad would be shocked if he found out that we've been earning money this way. Right, Rayan? To be exact, I earned it. You only clicked the mouse a few times as I instructed. Come on, buying and selling is also an important job, you know. He wasn't wrong. Rayan had time right now because it was summer break, but it would be difficult for her to earn money through stock trading when her classes resumed. It was only possible to have earned this much in such a short time because Rayan had moved in her stead. The money aside, I'm thinking of also getting him a separate gift. What are you gonna get him? Rayan asked. Rayan couldn't easily answer his question since she did not know what their father liked. What does Dad like? Rayan questioned. Dad? Let's see. Oh, he really liked collecting watches in the past. Watches? I hadn't seen a single one in the house. Well, he disposed of them all when he was buried in debt after his business failed. All he wears now is one old watch, Rayan remarked. Watches? Huh. She put it in her potential gift list for now. Although Ji-hun wasn't her original father, she felt that it would be bad to just overlook it, so she made her way to Starlight Road to ask Seo Yi-seo to go shopping with her tomorrow. However, sorry, I have plans tomorrow, so I can't go with you, Yi-seo apologized. It's fine, Rayan stated. Rayan had said he had plans too. Rayan had no choice but to look around by herself. At that moment, I'm free. Seo Yi-jun came out of nowhere and appealed that he was available tomorrow. Your name was Seo Yi-jun, right? Yes, Nuna. You remembered. On the day that Rayan met Yi-jun, Yi-seo secretly texted her to be careful of her little brother since he had feelings for Rayan. But of course, Yi-jun didn't seem to know this fact. Yi-seo hinted at her little brother, stop bothering Rayan and go clean the tables. What? She'll be relieved to have a man with her, and I can act as a porter. Rayan Nuna, I may look like this, but I work out. I can easily carry heavy loads, so take me with you tomorrow and use me however you want. Yi-jun was overflowing with zeal. Yi-seo apologized to Rayan because her little brother kept blatantly showing his feelings for Rayan. I'm sorry that my brother's bothering you, Rayan. No, it's fine. On the contrary, Rayan thought it had worked out well. Okay, you, come with me tomorrow. I'll let you know the time and place in a bit, Rayan remarked. Okay, Nuna, n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Yi-jun gazed at his older sister triumphantly, as if to say see, Rayan Nuna says it's fine. However, Yi-seo's anxiety only grew. The streets around Han-Gyo University Station were busy right from the morning of a Saturday. Rayan, who hadn't been here in a while, sighed deeply. I used to come here a lot. Park Geon-Woo had made many memories with his friends in Hongdae in his teenage years and his 20s. He had never expected that he'd be back here again in the body of the teenage girl, Kang Rayan. On the other hand, she was joined by Yi-jun, who had paid extra attention to his fashion and hair. He was quite popular among the girls in his school. He was handsome enough for passers-by to think that he was an idol or a trainee. However, Rayan did not even look his way. Let's start looking around exit 1 first, Rayan said. Okay, but you said you were looking for a gift to buy your father, didn't you? What are you going to get him? I'm not sure yet. There were several candidates. Pants, gloves, a wallet, a new smartphone, Bluetooth earphones, or a watch seems best. She decided to think about it as she looked around. He's not even my father. I can't believe I'm walking around searching for a gift to give to someone else's father. No matter how she thought about it, it truly was a strange turn of fate. Once they entered their first store, Rayan immediately headed to the corner where the men's wallets were displayed. Yi-jun voiced his opinions as he was looking at wallets with her. Nuna, men like this kind of design and color. He offered his advice because he had expected Rayan not to know male preferences since she was a girl. However, I know, Rayan said. Rayan was originally male, so there was no way that she wouldn't know something like that. She would be able to find a wallet that her father would like if she compared them to her own preferences, but she couldn't find a wallet that she wanted here. Let's go to the next store, Rayan expressed. Already? Yi-jun asked. There are nothing but stores in this area. That's true, but Yi-jun had gone on many dates with his ex-girlfriends, and they would spend at least 30 minutes to an hour in every store. He had felt their enthusiasm to go through every single item displayed in the store. However, that wasn't Rayan's style. She first checked whether the store had what she needed or not, and left without hesitation if it didn't. Yi-jun smiled brightly as he was following behind Rayan. She sure is unreserved, just like what sis had told me. Yi-jun was starting to like Rayan more and more. They had gone through many stores, but there wasn't a single item that caught Rayan's eyes. She was very disappointed. Or, are my preferences crap? Such thoughts popped up inside her head, but she didn't want to let go of her stubbornness just because of that. She was sure that she would find something good as long as she kept looking. She kept searching with such beliefs, and 3 hours passed before she knew it. Nuna, could we take a break in a cafe somewhere? Yi-jun protested. A man like you is tired already. Rayan complained. You just have insane stamina. Ever since returning as a high school girl, Rayan made sure to go jogging every single morning to improve her stamina, if anything else. Thanks to that, her stamina was much better compared to what it was when Park Geon-Woo had first entered Rayan's body. Having no choice, Rayan clicked her tongue and headed toward the cafe on the 3rd floor with Yi-jun. The part-timer asked the two of them, are you couples? If you are, then we're offering a 10% sale on the items on our special menu as a promotion. Yi-jun was charmed by the word couple, rather than the word sale. He immediately answered that they were, and received a death glare from Rayan as a side. They took their drinks and headed to a window seat. Rayan, Nuna, why don't we lower the gift conditions a little? Why? Because it feels like it's gonna take too much time. He wasn't wrong, but Rayan didn't like it, since it felt as if she lost if she lowered the conditions. She was sure that there was a good item somewhere out there. As she was in deep thought while biting the straw, a man's voice entered her ear. Now, we'll be gathering participants for the special event that we, Ilio, have prepared. A voice coming from outside caught Rayan's attention. Can you see these prizes here? If you participate, then you can earn special prizes and leave memorable photos. It's 2 birds in 1 stone, so I hope many of you participate. There was one item among the prizes displayed that caught Rayan's eyes. It was a wristwatch that looked high class. It looks like an automatic skeleton watch. Rayan remembered her older brother saying that their father used to love collecting watches, especially automatic ones. It had a nice design, and was apparently limited edition, according to the man. It may be suitable for a gift. Rayan got up from her seat without even finishing her drink. Let's get out of here, she said. Huh? Already? Yi-jun asked. She had a goal. Yi-jun scrambled to follow Rayan. The host was just about to explain the rules of the event. The rules of this game are simple. We'll only be accepting couples as participants. The man has to hold the woman in his arms for as long as they can. Simple, right? Rayan poked Yi-jun's side with her elbow. Hey, let's participate, Rayan expressed. Us? Yi-jun asked perplexedly. What? You told the part-timer at the cafe that we were couples. I sure did. And you said to leave the heavy-duty work to you, didn't you? Yi-jun was running out of excuses that he could make. Or what, should I be the one to carry you? Rayan asked sarcastically. And no, how could I possibly let you do something like that? Just leave it to me, Yi-jun declared. He had mustered up the courage with the power of unrequited love, but their competitors were nothing to scoff at. All the men were built like bricks. Yi-jun also had a good physique, but he looked like a toothpick compared to them. The host shouted toward the 20 teams, the event will soon begin, so please get in position. Rayan let herself be held by Yi-jun as per the host's instructions. Lift? Yi-jun was astonished by how light Rayan was compared to what he had expected. Once she was lifted, Rayan put her arms around Yi-jun's neck. Yi-jun felt like he could even last 5 hours just from the nice scent that he could smell from Rayan, despite her not wearing any perfume. The game began as soon as every couple got into position. The host spoke to each couple as he was going around them. Miss, could I hear you cheer for your boyfriend? Do your best, honey, I love you. One could feel the burning love from that cheer. Next, it was the long-awaited Rayan and Yi-jun's turn. Please give your boyfriend a loving cheer. Rayan's loving cheer was, you're dead if you drop me. Hold on until the end if you don't want to die. The most savage among the participants. 1. The Korean school system consists of 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 3 years of high school. 2. Han-Gyo University Station is around the Hongdae area, which is known for its arts, culture, entertainment, and stores. Thanks to Rayan's savage cheers, the Co Yi-jun and Kang Rayan pair had survived even after more than half of the teams had been eliminated. There were only 5 teams left. Yi-jun was getting dizzy. His arms were shaking, and he felt like he was about to pass out. He checked out the strongest winning candidate next to him. He was a square-jawed man wearing a black tank top to show off his massive muscles. The woman being held by him kept motivating him with rosy cheers such as "You're the best, honey," and "Do your best, my love." On the other hand, Rayan was yawning, seemingly bored by this game. I'm so damn jealous. Even if it wasn't to that extent, Yi-jun would be able to muster up some more strength if Rayan cheered him on at least a little. He felt that it was a shame, but after holding on as best as he could. Now, there are only 2 teams left. Let's give a round of applause and cheers to the 2 pairs having a heated battle. The audience cheered even louder in response. It was the muscly man couple versus the Rayan and Yi-jun pair. They had been off to a great start because Yi-jun worked out and Rayan was lighter than expected, but I can't hold on any longer. This seemed to be as far as he could go. Cold sweats started forming on Yi-jun's forehead as if to show that he had reached his limit. Seeing that, Rayan stretched out her sleeve and used it to wipe off his sweat for him. Are you tired? Men shouldn't be sweating over something this simple. No, Nuna, I'm not tired in the slightest. Thanks to the first warm gesture that Rayan had ever given him, Yi-jun slightly threw her up, either to fix his posture or to show her that he was still fine. He caught Rayan and asked with a smile on his face, Nuna, why are you so light? I'm 48 kg. Rayan blatantly revealed her weight. Women were usually reluctant to reveal their weight in front of men, but that wasn't the case for Rayan. Yi-jun once again flashed a smile toward Rayan. You're as light as a feather, he expressed. Would you look at him? Rayan thought as she smirked at his absurd joke. Yi-jun was able to last 10 more minutes thanks to Rayan's warm gesture, but it was not enough for him to overcome his physical limits. The high schooler couple's posture is breaking, the host exclaimed. Yi-jun had tried to hold on to the very end, but it was difficult to go on any further. But still, he held Rayan with the resolve to last using any means necessary. He had tenacity, if anything else. Rayan silently stared at Yi-jun with a contorted face, and then, forget it, that's enough, Rayan said. What? Yi-jun asked. Rayan did something unexpected. Tap. She had gotten off of Yi-jun of her own accord. And Nuna. Yi-jun exclaimed in confusion. However, Rayan's expression was as calm as it could be. As soon as both of her feet touched the ground. We have a winner. Congratulations. Their loss had been settled. The couples placed from 1st to 5th were presented awards and prizes. While the host was interviewing the other couples, Yi-jun looked as if he was about to cry. Seeing that, Rayan poked at him with her elbow. Why are you making that kind of face? Are you still tired? She asked. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It's not that. There was only one reason why Yi-jun was making such a face. I'm sorry, Nuna, I really wanted to get 1st place. He could not let down his frustration. However, Rayan answered in a cool manner, don't worry about it. Our opponent was just too strong. There was no way a normal first-year high school student like Yi-jun could beat a guy who obviously looked like the only 3 places that he went to were his home, the gym, and his home gym. There was already a huge difference in their arm strength, so Rayan didn't really have her hopes up at the start either. Good job, Rayan said. Yi-jun's mood didn't change despite Rayan's short encouragement. No, I'm really sorry, Nuna. I said it's fine. I'd already accomplished my goal anyway, Rayan said. What? What do you mean? At that moment, the host handed the Rayan and Yi-jun couple the 2nd place prize. Congratulations on 2nd place, the host said. Thank you, Rayan replied as she received the 2nd place prize from the host with a fake bright smile. I was aiming for this from the beginning, she remarked to Yi-jun. The prize in her hands was the blue automatic wristwatch. Yi-jun asked Rayan with a dispirited face on their way home. Then, you were aiming for 2nd place from the very beginning. Yup, exactly, Rayan answered. Yi-jun was beyond dumbfounded. I didn't know that. I challenged it as if my life depended on it to get 1st place, Yi-jun muttered. His arms were still numb from the after effects. He thought that she could have at least told him. His legs were about to give out, thinking that it was all for nothing. But why didn't you tell me in advance? He asked. I wanted to see if you had backbone or not, Rayan replied. Ha ha ha. Yi-jun laughed awkwardly. He was relieved that they managed to obtain what they wanted. Yi-jun sighed deeply as Rayan checked the watch that they had won. It was all good, but he felt that something was lacking. Rayan knew what Yi-jun was thinking about. He wanted a reward. Should I treat you to something delicious next time? She asked. You will. Yeah. Let me know if there's anything you want to eat. It doesn't matter even if it's expensive. The gears in Yi-jun's head turned rapidly. Treating food meant a lunch or dinner plan. In other words, doesn't it mean that I can have another date with Nuna? After coming to such a conclusion on his own, Yi-jun brightened up considerably. Okay, sure. When are you free? I'll match your schedule, Yi-jun remarked. You have work at the cafe. Shouldn't I be matching up to you? I just help when I have time, so it's not a big problem. And you know we don't have that many customers, don't you? Well, yeah. To be honest, Rayan didn't see the need for Yiseo's father, Yiseo and Yi-jun to work simultaneously, since it really was an empty cafe. Okay, then. I have a drama shoot next week, so let's meet next Saturday after I'm done with it, Rayan said. Understood. He had been complaining about the things he had to suffer through today inside his head at first, but he was rewarded for all of his hardships at once. Rayan went straight to Kong Arehyuk as soon as she got home. Where's Dad? She asked. In the bathroom. Did you get a gift? Yeah. You haven't mentioned the money to him yet, right? I was waiting until you got home, Arehyuk remarked. Really? What do you want to do? Should we do it a little later? Or tomorrow? No, let's just get everything over with. We'll give him the gift in advance as well, Rayan expressed. Their father, Kang Ji-han, had said that he would not be able to come home early on his birthday because of delivery work, so the siblings had decided to hold an early birthday party. Hyuk and Rayan immersed themselves into the birthday party preparations before their father came out of the bathroom. They placed the birthday cake that they had secretly bought in the living room, and hid away the gift and the passbook with the money that they had taken out of their stock trading account. Moments later, Ji-hun came out of the bathroom and stared at the birthday cake with an astonished expression. "My god, what's this?" he asked. Waiting for this moment, they cracked the party poppers. Crack, pop, happy birthday, dad. Happy birthday. Hyuk and Rayan congratulated their father in order. Hyuk waved at the blank-faced Ji-hun, signaling him to come quickly. "What are you doing, dad? Come and blow out these candles," Hyuk exclaimed. "Oh okay," Ji-hun said. Blow? All the candles were blown out from a single breath. Ji-hun still couldn't hold in his astonishment, never expecting such a surprise to have been waiting for him after just coming back from the bathroom. This wasn't the end of it. "Dad," Hyuk said while handing him something. It was the passbook that they had hidden earlier. "What's this?" Ji-hun asked. "I worked hard to earn that money," Hyuk expressed. It was actually earned by Rayan, but she had said to leave her out of it on purpose, because she did not want their father to know that even his daughter had dabbled in stock trading. Things would turn out to be a pain that way. 10, 100, 1,000, 300 million? How did you earn this much money? Ji-hun asked, astounded. "I scored really big in stock trades," Hyuk answered. Ji-hun's face stiffened. "How long have you been doing stock trading?" "Since half a year ago." "I'm sorry, Dad. But isn't it fine since I earned this much?" Hyuk protested. He wasn't wrong, since in terms of results, Hyuk had earned enough money to pay off the family's debts and more. However, as a father, Ji-hun felt uneasy. "Don't dabble in stock trading anymore. It could ruin our entire family," Ji-hun said. "Okay, Dad," Hyuk replied. Of course, it was a lie. "Next up. Dad, take this as well," Rayan said. It was a gift from his daughter this time. The moment Ji-hun saw the high-class automatic skeleton watch as he opened the small box, he started to tear up. "It's the same brand as what your mother first bought for me." "Thank you, Rayan." Ji-hun extended his arms and hugged Rayan because he was able to recall old memories thanks to her. Hyuk, who was astonished, gave Rayan a thumbs up. "Rayan, how did you know that this watch brand was the first one that Dad had received from Mom? That's awesome." Of course she didn't know. It was purely by coincidence, but anyone should be able to do at least this. She wanted to put on airs. Today was the day that scene number 29, which Kang Rayan appeared in, would be shot. She arrived on set early with Shin Yu-bin, and Chi Fyung showed up while she was getting her makeup done. He repeatedly nodded with a smile on his face, looking at Rayan with her makeup and hair almost finished. "How do you get prettier and prettier with each time that I see you, Rayan?" he asked. Rayan was dumbfounded by Chi Fyung's compliment. "Chi Fyung, why don't you change your complimenting pattern a little? Isn't it boring, saying the same thing every single time?" In other words, Rayan was telling him to give it a rest. However, Chi Fyung didn't look like he had any intention of backing down. "I only told the truth, you know. It's not like I'm wrong, am I?" Rayan was lost for words. She lightly sighed and changed locations after the staff let her know that the shoot will begin soon. Her partner was Ji Han-sok from the same agency as her, the man who had captured the hearts of many female fans with his good looks. He was dressed to look like a model university student. Before heading into the shoot, he spoke to Rayan. Let's do our best, Rayan. I'll be in your care, Sunbi." It seemed as if the senior actor Han-sok was more nervous than his junior Rayan, but it wasn't because of the shooting. Although he was still a rookie actor, Han-sok had already appeared in many dramas and movies. He had gotten accustomed to standing in front of a camera, but Rayan was the biggest reason why he was so nervous that he started stuttering. Han-sok had met many beautiful women while he was working in the entertainment industry, but he had never seen a woman as charming as Rayan. Her smile especially, was a weapon that was perfect for charming men. As the two of them went through their lines again, program director Sun Han-woo was marveled at the sight of the two. What a perfect two-shot. He couldn't help but admire the view. He made a rectangular frame with the thumb and index finger of both his hands and put them into the frame to record the two-shot with his eyes. Chi Fyung, who was watching that silently, felt great. Scene number 29. Roll cameras, ready, action. Rayan walked to the library at the clap of the slate. She checked the seat number that she had reserved with her student ID card. As she passed through people to reach her seat near the window, she made a troubled face as per the script. "Excuse me?" Han-sok barely managed to wake up from Rayan's call. "This is my seat," Rayan said. As soon as Rayan showed him her seat number, Han-sok scrambled to wipe his drool, as if he really had fallen asleep. "Oh, I'm sorry, I fell asleep without realizing it." To make the scene more real, Han-sok laid his head down on the desk in the same position for 20 minutes before they started shooting the scene. Thanks to that, there were red marks on his handsome face. Rayan lightly sighed from Han-sok's response. "It's fine, forget it. I'll go to a different seat. Please check the seat number next time. I'm sorry." After the short conversation, the camera filmed Rayan getting further and further away. Director Sun's bellow echoed throughout the studio. Okay, cut. Fantastic. You're great at acting, Ian. Thank you, director. Ian had recited her lines in front of a camera for the first time, but her acting was very natural despite that. Good job to you two, Han-Sok. You two have great chemistry together. Director Sun complimented. Ian gave all of the credit to Han-Sok. I think it's because Sunbi matched my acting very well, she remarked. And no, I didn't do anything, Han-Sok protested. Han-Sok smiled in embarrassment. Ian smiled at him with her eyes. It was coy acting that she had polished in acting school. If Kang Hyuk had seen her right now, he may have run to the bathroom from being sick to his stomach. Chi Fyung also felt a similar way because he knew what Ian was normally like, but his feeling of pride toward her was greater since it meant that she was just that good at acting. Ian was able to head home early since the shoot was finished without any NG cuts from the meticulous director Sun. Before leaving the set, Ian decided to once again leave a strong impression on Han-Sok. I'll see you in the next shoot, Sunbi. I'll be cheering for you, do your best. Ian said. Thanks, take care on your way home, Han-Sok replied. Okay, Nov, L, B //JNN. Han-Sok was feeling empowered thanks to his cute junior's cheer. Ian's expression changed as soon as she got in the car. This is so exhausting. The corners of her lips had almost cramped because she had to maintain a smile to act like a good person. Shin Yubin got in the driver's seat and lightly laughed at the drooped Ian. Acting should be done only before cameras, why are you doing that off the cameras too? Yubin asked. I wonder. It wasn't like she could scowl and curse in front of Han-Sok. Ian had to brainwash Han-Sok into thinking that she was a good girl and a kind junior until she made a connection with Chairman Ji Song-jiam. Be honest with me, Ian. You actually like Han-Sok, don't you? Yubin questioned. I told you, I don't. Ian couldn't tell Yubin the real reason even if she wanted to. Ian had safely finished her shoot of scene #41-2 as well. There just happened to be a dinner party celebrating the end of season 1 of The Devil's Touch on the day that her shoot was finished. She would have headed home after filming was over under normal circumstances, but she was obliged to join the dinner party because she had an objective today. That objective was Ji Han-Sok himself. Chi Fyung, after going outside to smoke a cigarette with Han-Sok, went back into the dinner venue and proceeded toward a certain table together. Han-Sok was confused by Chi Fyung's actions. Chi Fyung, my table is over there. There's someone who wants to speak with you, Chi Fyung expressed. With me? Yeah, she's over there. Ian, who was sitting alone at a table, smiled at Han-Sok. His heart started beating rapidly from seeing her smile. Chi Fyung whispered to Han-Sok, she's your fan, apparently. Go talk with her for a bit. Oh, really? Their own little fan meeting was established thanks to Chi Fyung. Han-Sok coughed and did his best to stay calm. I heard from Chi Fyung. You're a fan of mine, he asked. Yes, Sunbi, Ian answered. You should have just told me. It was a bit embarrassing to tell you myself. Han-Sok's heart started beating rapidly again from the slightly blushing Ian. For this day, Ian had gone through every single one of Han-Sok's works that she couldn't care less about. I watched all your works, starting from your debut work, Captive of Aspiration, all the way to The Devil's Touch. I love your acting, Ian expressed. Really? There are so many senior actors who are far better than me at acting. You're embarrassing me. As Han-Sok scratched his head, Ian was waiting for the right time. It's about time I get to the main point. But Sunbi, Ian spoke again. What is it? This is something that I happened to hear, but, Ian lowered her voice. Do you have some sort of relation with Dudam Group? Han-Sok's shoulders flinched. He was good at acting in front of a camera, but he couldn't keep his cool against such a sudden attack in a private setting. Ian held in her smile. Bingo. It was just as she expected. Han-Sok's voice slightly fluttered. Where did you hear that from? The fact that Han-Sok was Chairman Ji's grandson was a closely guarded secret that only a select few members of GNF Entertainment knew about. Not even Chi Fyung knew, so he was bound to be flustered since Ian knew. I'm not sure. I don't fully remember, but I think I saw a comment about it as I was watching videos of your works on the internet, Ian said. Is that comment still on that video? Han-Sok asked. No, I couldn't find it, so it must have been deleted. Han-Sok sighed in relief, but there was something that he needed to resolve. Ian had seen that comment. Now that it had come to this, he decided to reveal his secret to her. I do have a relationship with them, but you can't tell anyone about this, okay, you have my word, Ian declared while bringing her index finger to her pink lips. It was their own little secret. Chairman Ji Song-jiam of Dudam Group is actually my grandfather. Oh my, really? SHH. Ian pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth with both of her hands. I'm sorry, Sunbi. It's fine. Anyway, you can never tell anyone about this, okay. But Sunbi, why are you keeping it a secret? It was going to be exposed sooner or later, but Han-Sok still did his best to hide the fact that he was a third-generation chaebol, and Ian wanted to know why. I didn't want to hear that I succeeded in the entertainment industry thanks to my grandfather, so I'm hiding it on purpose. Han-Sok was hiding his identity to be acknowledged solely for his acting skills. Ian momentarily narrowed her eyes. Not bad. She didn't like him at first because he looked like a gigolo, but I like his mindset, if nothing else. It was best to acknowledge what should be. One chaebol refers to a large industrial South Korean conglomerate, or the one who runs it. Third generation means that the individual is third in the family generation, or in layman's terms, a grandson/granddaughter of the chairman who built the conglomerate. Dudam Group would grow even bigger than it currently was in the future, but they would have to safely maneuver around the trap that was Kim Han-Gyo during the process. If they were unable to, they'll suffer quite a bit down the line. Kang Raeun already knew how it would end up. Honestly, she could offer Ji Han-sok a plan of exactly how Dudam Group could grow exponentially, but she refrained from doing so. It's not like he'd believe me anyway. In the first place, Han-sok may not even believe that Park Geon-Woo ended up becoming a high school girl just because he didn't check off one category in the return application form. Hence, she decided not to even bring it up. In exchange, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I'd love to meet Chairman Ji Song-jiam one day if the opportunity ever arises, she mentioned. My grandfather? Why? Han-sok asked. Actually, my slave. I mean, my appa has a lot of interest in business. She almost misspoke. It was her first time since becoming a high school girl that she used the word appa. She got goosebumps. Oh, you have an older brother. Yes, he's a university student. Come to think of it, I've heard people say that university students have taken much interest in becoming young entrepreneurs lately, Han-sok mentioned. Yes. Apparently, the person he respects the most is Chairman Ji. Although my grandfather is rather strict, he is certainly worthy of respect. He also used to be my role model, though I've taken up acting now, Han-sok remarked as he nodded several times. Okay, I'll try setting you guys up with a meeting if he has time. This isn't a brag, but he likes me quite a lot, so he usually grants me favors. Of course he does. Raeun had approached Han-sok even while going so far as to become an actress because she knew that. You don't know my contact information, do you? He asked. No, I don't, Raeun replied. My number is written here, so just send me a text later. I'll save your number as well. Han-sok said as he passed her his name card. Thank you very much, Sunbi. No worries. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions related to acting that you're unsure about. The operation was a success. However, it was only just the beginning. Program director Sun Han-woo smiled contentedly as Raeun and Han-sok were chatting it up. Chi Fyung, he said. Yes, Director Sun. Chi Fyung replied. I had felt this while filming, but don't you think those two fit well together? One couldn't find a more good-looking couple. Chi Fyung answered right away, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Of course they do. Especially Raeun, she just has this charm to her. She's only a rookie, but, how should I say it, she has the ability to attract people, Director Sun commented. And the scenes with Raeun in it have the highest view ratings, Chi Fyung added. Raeun was only known as Devil's Touch University Girl among the public before, but the name Kang Raeun had now been engraved into the drama fans' minds. The view ratings were higher in episodes that Raeun appeared in, which Director Sun found to be very unfortunate. I would have increased her screen time even more if I knew this would happen, Director Sun muttered joylessly. Chi Fyung had instinctively felt that an opportunity had arisen. You can just increase it a bunch in season 2, can't you? Chi Fyung mentioned. That's true. Coach Hyo was saying Raeun would also be able to handle action scenes really well. There weren't many instances when the martial arts coach Hyo-sun would speak so highly of someone. If he praised someone to that extent, it meant that their skills were verified. We sure have a beautiful little lucky charm on our team, Director Sun said as he looked at Raeun with eyes filled with appreciation. After the drama shoots were over, she called Seo Yejun to treat him to something as she had promised. Yejun decided on a famous curry restaurant located at the edge of downtown. As he deliciously ate the naan that he dipped in the curry, he looked over at Raeun, who was just sitting still, in confusion. Are you not eating, Nuna? He asked. I don't have an appetite, she replied. You're not going on a diet, are you? If that's the case, then you need to eat. You need to gain weight rather than lose. Glare. Raeun narrowed her eyes. She seemed to be in a very bad mood today. Maybe I should kick you on the shin. An awkward laugh naturally came out of Yejun as Raeun gave him a fierce glare. Anyway, Nuna, you're super famous these days. There were so many people who recognized you on our way here. Yeah, I almost died from how much of a hassle it was. She had to forcibly smile because of the fans who came to her for an autograph. She had thought that she only needed to smile during shoots, but that wasn't the case at all. I think I understand why celebrities wear sunglasses now, Raeun said. Although she ended up debuting as an actress to form a connection with Chairman Ji Song-jiam, there were many more cons to it than she had anticipated. Waves of regret hit her far too late, as she was thinking that she should have found another way if she knew that it would turn out this way. However, it was far too late to turn back. Director Sun was blazing with enthusiasm while working with writers to increase her character's screen time, and Chi Fyung was encouraging them from the sidelines. She had found it all to be extremely annoying, but it wasn't all bad. The more famous I get, the higher my chances of meeting Chairman Ji. If Raeun was Chairman Ji and had the choice to meet either an ordinary person or a popular actress, she would most definitely choose the latter. Chairman Ji had always liked to meet famous people across various fields. He had always loved to expand his horizons, so a popular actress should be able to somewhat sate his curiosity. It's a pain, but I have to do it. It was all for taking down Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Then how about we go buy a pair of sunglasses after we finish eating? It'll be on me, Yijun suggested. You're broke, aren't you? It's fine. I'll use my own money, Raen replied. Come on, Nuna. I at least have enough to buy you a pair of sunglasses. She didn't see a reason to refuse when he was so adamant on buying her a pair. Do as you like, she said. She decided to take him up on his offer. They headed to an optical store after their meal. There were a few more people who had recognized her on their way there, which only reinforced her desire to buy sunglasses as quickly as possible. Various sunglasses were displayed in the store. The optician recommended a few that would suit Raen. As she was wearing them one by one and looking into the mirror, she turned to face Yijun. Hey, how do these ones look? She asked. You have a petite face, so that pair looks a bit too big on you. Really? She moved on to the next pair. How about these ones? She asked again. They looks fine, but aren't they a bit too gloomy? They're nothing but black. The color doesn't matter. It does matter. Brighter colors suit you far better. How about these? Yijun suggested. Raen stared sharply at him, but did not refuse his suggestion. She put them on and looked into the mirror. Like you said, these ones suit me better, Raen reluctantly admitted. Right. You have good taste for this kind of stuff. I'm studying fashion quite a bit, after all. My dream is to become a fashion designer, Yijun expressed. Raen's ears perked up. You're not gonna inherit the cafe, she asked. Yes. Neither me nor my sister will be inheriting it. It was a wise decision. It would be far better to strive for a path that they wanted to pursue instead of inheriting a cafe that was almost out of business. If you're gonna become a fashion designer, will you be pursuing a job related to clothing? Raen asked. Well, I guess. Yijun answered. That's perfect. Huh? What do you mean? Raen was already planning on getting into the clothing business through Park Seol-hun. If a young fashion designer with great sense like Yijun were to join them, she was sure that it would form a good synergy. Tell me when you start looking for a job. I'll make room for you, Raen said. Huh? Well, if you say so. Okay, I'll do that, Yijun answered in puzzlement. He had yet to know nothing about the big picture that Raen was drawing. As the two of them left the optical store, they could hear a commotion on one side. They naturally shifted their attention to the crowd of people. They're not doing some sort of event like last time, are they? Yijun commented, half-jokingly. Raen answered as if to reassure him, even if there is, I'm not gonna participate, so don't tremble like that. But that aside, she was curious. She could see a man shaking hands with the small entrepreneurs while being guarded by several men in suits. Her face stiffened as soon as she saw him. Yijun tilted his head as he stared at the man. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, he said. Yijun had seen the man's face before, but could not recall his name. Raen took off her sunglasses. Her smooth forehead was slightly contorted. He was a man that Raen knew all too well. Kim Han-Gyo. She had come face to face with her arch-nemesis. Raen's blood started boiling as soon as she saw Kim Han-Gyo, her arch-nemesis who not only had framed her past self, Park Geon-Woo, for all of his crimes but even took his life. Raen felt like she was about to lose herself just from coming face to face with him. With her skills, Raen could easily make her way through those bodyguards and end Kim Han-Gyo's life right this instant. However, that was not the form of revenge that she wanted. She would topple the tower that he would build with his achievements, at the peak of his success, with her own hands. Hence, she needed to keep her cool here. However, it was much easier said than done. She wanted nothing more than to charge at Kim Han-Gyo, screaming all sorts of curses at him. Hey, Yijun. Raen grabbed Seo Yijun's hand without notice. He momentarily blushed. Nuna, what are you? Shut up and stay still. After holding hands, Yijun had realized that Raen was slightly trembling. Raen quickly put on her sunglasses, but Yijun could tell that she was staring daggers at Kim Han-Gyo. He didn't know why, but he decided to do as Raen said for now. Don't you dare let go of my hand. I don't know what I might do if you let go, Raen declared. Yijun had no idea what Raen would do, but one thing he knew for sure was that right now, Raen needed his help. Don't worry, Nuna. Just trust me. He held the hand that was far smaller than his with all his might. Meanwhile, Kim Han-Gyo and his bodyguards walked past Raen. Naturally, he had no idea that Raen was Geon-Woo. Raen's trembling had lessened as Kim Han-Gyo and his group disappeared. Her legs were staggering as if she would collapse at any moment, possibly due to the aftereffects of extreme panic. However, Yijun wrapped his arm around her shoulder before she could collapse. Should we take a break somewhere? He asked. There just happened to be a cafe right next to the optical store. Raen slowly nodded. Raen had finally regained her composure after drinking 3 glasses of iced Americanos. I feel much better now, she said. Nuna, don't you get full after drinking that much. It hadn't even been that long since they had lunch, so Yijun was worried if it was okay for her to drink so much coffee that quickly. I'm fine, so mind your own business, Raen replied. If you say so. But why were you acting like that before? Yijun had wanted to ask her about it even before entering the cafe. As soon as he asked, Raen ordered yet another iced Americano. No reason, she answered. In other words, she didn't want to tell him. You sure are full of secrets, Nuna. What, does that bother you? Not really. Everyone had at least a secret or two, Yijun included. Anyway, thud. Raen raised the empty glass and slammed it down on the table. Don't tell anyone about how I acted today, understood? Rayan warned. Even the fact that you and I held hands. Yijun asked jokingly. You call that a question? Rayan's fourth iced Americano had just arrived, which she began gulping down through a straw. Meanwhile, Yijun stealthily looked at his right hand. It was the first time that the unreserved and upright Rayan had depended on him. Smirk. He unconsciously smiled, which stirred Rayan up. You didn't just have strange thoughts about me, did you? She questioned. No, I was just thinking about how there are more sides to you than I expected. Rayan glared at Yijun, likely in anger or embarrassment. I should have kicked you on the shin back at the restaurant, she mentioned. She felt it was a pity that she had missed the opportunity. There were 2 more weeks left until school reopened. Rayan had experienced many things during the summer break that had felt short at times and long at others. The most memorable moment was the drama shoot, or it would have been nice if it had been, but that was unfortunately destroyed last week when she went to go eat lunch with Yijun. She had come face to face with Congressman Kim Han-Gyo, which had irritated her for quite some time. Her irritability had Kang Arayhyuk thinking that she was at that magical time of the month. Arayhyuk said to Rayan as soon as the stock market closed, Rayan, when did you say you'll be going back to school? In 2 weeks. Really? Then we have some time. Why don't we all go on a family trip together? Out of the blue? Why? Rayan asked. Well, because you seemed down for the last few days. As an older brother, he was naturally worried for his little sister. Rayan understood how he felt, but, it's fine. It'll fade away on its own with time, she expressed. She had only acted like that because it was her first time seeing Kim Han-Gyo again after the betrayal. She would get used to it soon enough. Even so, Arayhyuk was still worried about her. Are you sure you're okay? He asked. I'm fine. You don't have to be so bothered by it. Rather, go review what stocks you need to buy and sell tomorrow. Well, okay. Rayan laid down on her bed as soon as Arayhyuk left her room. At that moment, her phone rang. It was from Yiseo. Hello. Rayan answered. Hey, Rayan. Are you free to talk? Yeah, what is it? Rayan had frequently exchanged calls with Yiseo before, so she had gotten used to getting calls from her. However, Yiseo had brought up a different topic compared to the usual. I'm gonna be hanging out with Jaeworin and Aromi the day after tomorrow, and was wondering if you wanted to come along? Jaeworin and Choi Aromi were both high school girls like herself. Out of the blue? Rayan asked. It's not out of the blue. We'd been talking about hanging out together at least once before summer break ended, so I thought I'd try asking if you wanted to come along. If you're there, well, I'd feel safe. Rayan beat up delinquents with her bare hands, so Yiseo would certainly feel safe with her there. Rayan had never been the type to be interested in hanging out with people, but that was not the case today. I'll go and cool my head off. She just happened to have been in a terrible mood because of her encounter with Kim Han-Gyo, to the point that Arayhyuk even suggested they go on a family trip. Okay, I'll go, Rayan said. She decided to go enjoy her final summer break with Yiseo and her friends as a change of pace. But where, though? Have you decided yet? Yeah, it's the perfect place to go in the summer. Rayan could more or less tell where as soon as she heard that. The water park. What do you think? It wasn't bad, but there was just one problem. Don't you have to wear a swimsuit there? Rayan asked. Yeah, of course. It was obvious. Rayan had never worn a female swimsuit before. I've worn lingerie tons of times, though. However, there was a clear difference between a swimsuit and underwear. Since they decided to go to the water park by train the day after tomorrow, she had to acquire a swimsuit by then. The time seems a little late to head out to buy one now. It was also a huge hassle. She decided to search Kang Arayan's room. She must have a swimsuit somewhere. She searched through her wardrobe with the hopes of finding one. Found one. She found one deep in the bottom left drawer of the wardrobe, but there was a problem. Arayan's face turned deathly pale as soon as she laid eyes on the swimsuit. I should have just gone out to buy one. Waves of regret had hit her too late. After arriving at the water park, Yiseo, Jaeworin and Aromi had changed into their swimsuits first, and were waiting for Arayan to come out in front of the women's changing room. Jaeworin talked quietly, still unable to believe this was really happening. I never thought we'd be able to hang out with Arayan. I know, said Aromi. Arayan used to only hang out with the popular kids, so Jaeworin and Aromi doubted their ears when they heard that Yiseo had become friends with her. Yiseo also used to have an unfavorable impression of Arayan just like her two friends, but it slowly turned favorable as time passed. You'll see that Arayan's a nice girl once you get to know her. She has her aggressive sides, but I found out that she has tons of good sides as I got to know her better. She's also considerate toward women, Yiseo gushed. Really? I don't believe you. Jaeworin still hadn't been able to lower her caution toward Arayan, but Aromi was different. Arayan is nice. I saw her saving a boy in my class who was being bullied by the popular kids. They ran away with just a glare from her n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Arayan did. Interesting, Jaeworin expressed. Arayan had now become a natural enemy of the school bullies. Speaking of the devil, she came out of the changing room as the three girls were talking about her. Arayan slowly walked out with her face flushed red. Yiseo and her two friends couldn't hide their embarrassment as soon as they saw her. Arayan, why you wore a bikini? Not only does she have good sides, but she apparently also has a bold side. The bikini had only enhanced her already glamorous figure. The gazes of men walking by naturally shifted to her. Ian exclaimed, unable to take it any longer. You think I wore this because I wanted to? This was the only swimsuit I had, damn it. She immediately put on the outerwear that she had brought with her just in case and zipped it up all the way up to directly below her chin. She had tried putting in the courage, but, I'm never taking this off. The embarrassment and humiliation had only hardened her guard even more. She is a second year, but she is calling it her final summer break because she would be spending her third-year summer break studying for university entrance exams. There was a nationally famous amusement ride in the water park that Ian and Co. had gone to, which was the dynamic slide that shot down vertically. It was so famous that it was known as a must-ride attraction. Of course, there was no way that Ian and the others would miss it. They thought that they had lined up relatively early, but I didn't expect there to be so many people, Jae-rin said. I know, Yiseo replied while nodding. Since it was a weekend during their peak season, the line for the dynamic slide was as long as it could be. The waiting time was at least an hour and a half. What do you guys want to do? Jae-rin asked while fixing her glasses. Yiseo and Choi Aromi wanted to wait. As for Ian, I'm not all that interested in going on the rides, she said. Then there would have been no point in coming to a water park. Let's just wait, okay. Ian held in her sigh from Yiseo's ego-filled request. They decided on waiting due to a majority vote. Thankfully, the line was shortening quicker than they had expected, but that was pretty much the only good thing. The water park employees standing in front of the long line of lockers to the left and right of the line shouted, "Please put your personal belongings in these lockers. You can come get your belongings with your key after enjoying the ride. Please return your key to us once you do." Guests were not allowed to ride the dynamic slide with any personal belongings on them. While people were putting their cell phones and the like in the lockers, one more item was added to the list. "Excuse me," said the female employee toward Ian, "please take off your outerwear as well." "My outerwear? Why?" Ian asked. "It might get stuck on the ride on your way down. It would be a huge problem if an accident were to occur." Ian directed her attention to the Dynamic Slide Safety Regulations Board. Like the employee had said, guests were only allowed to wear their swimsuits on the ride. Shit. Ian cursed and pulled down the zipper of her outerwear that she had sworn to never take off. Wow, amazing. She could hear the whispers around her crystal clear. People around her were busy staring at her body that was hard to believe was a high schooler's. The same went for the female employee, who had belatedly come back to her senses. She smiled awkwardly and received the outerwear that Ian had handed her. "Please come get it after enjoying the ride," the employee stuttered. Ian was intending on doing whatever it took to get it back, even if she was not told to. Yiseo, Jae-rin, and Aromi excitedly observed Ian, who had returned back in just a bikini. Just then, Jae-rin said something outrageous to Ian. "Ian, can I touch them?" "Touch what?" Ian asked. "Those." Jae-rin was talking about Ian's destructive chest. Her answer was obvious. "Not in a million years." "Why not?" "They're not gonna wear down from just a little touch. I hate nothing more than someone touching me, whether they be a man or a woman, so don't even get your hopes up." "TCH, I guess it can't be helped." Ian had almost unconsciously activated her defensive instincts against the disappointed Jae-rin. In the dynamic slide, guests started off standing still, and then the floor suddenly disappeared to drop them down vertically, truly deserving of its dynamic name. Ian's turn had finally come, and an employee let her know of the precautions. "Put your arms over your torso in an X position. Also, your bikini strap may come undone as you go down, so do not take your hands off of your chest area once you're down there until you've checked." "Okay." Ian nodded. She had gone to the water park a few times with friends as Park Geon-Woo, and he had once seen a woman in a predicament because her bikini strap had suddenly come undone. Ian did not want that to happen to her. She hated others touching her, but she hated others gazing at her body in an indecent manner even more. She assumed an X position with her arms over her torso, and then, phew, she lightly exhaled. The timer started counting down. 3, 2, 1, 0. The floor suddenly disappeared, and Ian started falling at an astonishing speed. She turned a few corners along the flowing water and ended up at the bottom in a flash. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Ian checked the position of her swimsuit before getting up. Her bikini top had just been slightly pulled up, and everything else was fine. She fixed the bikini top before getting off of the slide. It feels a bit tighter than before. She decided to go to the bathroom later to fix it. Ian speed walked to the lockers to get her outerwear back before her friends came down the slide. People around her gazed in pity as she pulled the zipper back up. Jae-rin, Aromi, and Yiseo had all come down once she came back with her belongings. "Oh, there she is. We were looking all over for you." Ian pointed to her outerwear. "I went to get this," she said. "You looked so much better without it." "Not at all. Others may have found it better, but that wasn't the case at all for Ian. They went to a food stand to get some lunch after going on one more ride. There are so many people here," Yiseo commented in surprise. Meanwhile, Jae-rin had found empty seats. "There are some empty seats over by the corner there. Let's go." Jae-rin's sensibility allowed them to quickly find seats. As they were about to eat, two men carefully approached them. "Hey there. Are the four of you by yourselves? The two men were obviously university students. Yiseo, Jyorin, and Aromi all had confused faces. They're trying to hit on us, Rain thought as she stared at the men chatting up a storm. She was right on the mark. There happens to be exactly four of us as well. Isn't that just perfect? We're all here to have fun, so why don't we all make some fun memories together? We're, said Yiseo, trying to refuse them, but you don't have to be so uncomfortable. We're not bad people. We're just here with friends to have some fun before we go to the army. We're not doing this out of any impure intentions, so you can relax. Right. Of course. The two other men in the back, seemingly friends with the two men who had come up to them, were looking at the girls, full of expectation. The men misunderstood that they would succeed as long as they pushed a bit further, from how the girls were being indecisive. One of the men went for a more direct approach and extended his hand out toward Yiseo. Don't be like that and let's have lunch together. As the man was about to forcibly lay his hand on Yiseo's shoulder, Rain grabbed his wrist and pushed on its weak region. Gah! The man screamed. But even so, Rain did not let go. She brightly smiled at the astounded men. We'd like to have fun by ourselves, so could you please fuck off before I break your wrist? She was smiling, but her voice carried bloodlust. She was brimming with stress with nothing to vent it out on because of her bikini, but the perfect sandbag had appeared in front of her to do just that. Rain let go of the man's wrist, but his entire arm was shaking from the after effects. She warned them once again. Should I call some employees over to tell them that there are four knaves trying to forcibly have fun with four girls even when they're saying no? The men left with faces that looked as if they had aged several years. Yiseo thanked Rain for helping her. Meanwhile, Jyorin, who was sitting across from Rain, said satisfyingly, I knew it was a good decision to bring Rain with us. Hearing that, Aromi reminded Jyorin of the conversation they had earlier. You said you were still uncomfortable around her before. That was then, and this is now. Rain, I name you as one of our true friends, Jyorin declared. Rain smirked at her playful declaration. Sure, thanks. After having fun at the water park, it was time to go home. Rain headed to the changing room with her friends. Meanwhile, a short-haired woman, accompanied by a man in a suit unbefitting a water park, stared at Rain as she got further away. She slightly lifted her sunglasses. Could she have been? The woman muttered. She? Who? Did you see someone you know? The man asked. She's not really someone I know. The woman put back on her sunglasses and continued to stare in the direction that Rain had disappeared to. She said as she looked up at the man next to her, Team leader, I thought of a pretty good idea. Unwavering is a Korean term referring to a cute display of affection through one's voice, speech, facial expression, or gesture. Summer break had finally ended. It had been a while since Rain headed to school, and wearing a school uniform felt as weird as it had been a few months ago. The thing that she could not get used to the most was the uniform skirt. Since she had not worn a skirt during her entire summer break except during drama shoots, she could not help but feel uncomfortable because of the breeze between her legs. I'll get used to it soon enough like before if I keep wearing it. She decided to trust her adaptability again. It was 8:10 a.m. Rain put on her backpack and headed to her older brother's room. She clicked her tongue as she saw Kang Hyuk, who was still away in his dream world, only in his underwear due to the hot weather. Hey, get up, said Rain as she poked at Hyuk's side with her foot. What the? Rain complained at Hyuk who had barely opened his eyes. You should be getting ready before the stock market opens. Review the information that I wrote down as well. You still haven't gone to school yet? Hyuk asked. I'm about to go now, what of it? Sigh, are you my mom or something? His little sister's nagging had gotten more frequent as time passed. Hyuk barely managed to get out of bed after Rain forced him out of his dream world. Since he had woken up, he headed to the front door to see his little sister out, but Rain stopped him while glaring at him. Don't come out. I don't want people spreading rumors that there's a lunatic who goes around only in his underwear living here, Rain remarked. I know. Who said I was gonna go outside? I'm just seeing you out. Hyuk had common sense, and it was not like he had confidence in his body. But even so, since he did not have an exhibition fetish, he wore a t-shirt that was rolling around on the floor. Have a safe trip, he said. Text me anytime if you have any questions while trading stocks. Yeah, I got it. Rain was able to observe Hyuk during the break, but she did not have the leeway anymore now that school had resumed. She was a bit anxious, but she had no choice but to leave it all to Hyuk since she could not skip school to go all in on stock trading. Well, I'm sure he can handle it. Hyuk was not a child, after all. Rain could feel the strange air as she passed through the school gates. Actually, it was not the air, but rather the gazes. That's Kang Rain, the one who appeared in The Devil's Touch, right? Was there really someone that pretty in our school? That's crazy, she's so hot. Because Rain had instantly become a school celebrity from a drama appearance, the gazes of the students all shifted to her. She couldn't wear sunglasses in school, so she was in quite the predicament. In times like this, I should go to my classroom as quickly as possible. She quickened her gait. Rain had thought that things would be fine as long as she was in her classroom, but that was not the case at all. Rain, have you met Sung-Woo Jong? What's he like? Is he more handsome in person? What about Ji Han-sok Appa? Do you have any selfies with him? What did the set look like? Could you show us pictures if you took any? It was absolute chaos. Rayan was nothing more than a relatively popular girl in school before the break, but her status had been elevated one level higher after her drama appearance. Rayan's expression stiffened in a flash. Shut up and go back to your seats, she muttered. Even if she had become a promising rookie actress, her personality was the same as before. Once things had calmed down after Rayan finally pulled away from her classmates, Seo Yiseo approached her. Weren't there lots of people who recognized you on your way here? The school was in an uproar talking about you, Yiseo mentioned. Rayan did not like people paying attention to her very much, which was also the case back when she was Park Geon-Woo. Her bad mood worsened after checking a text from Chi Fyung. Rayan, Yubin is going to come pick you up after school, so let's talk in my office, okay? What's he gonna say this time? Chi Fyung had been unusually quiet lately, but he contacted her as soon as school had resumed. She did not know what he wanted to talk about, but, I'll turn down any weird offers. Rayan had strengthened her resolution. School had ended early because it was the first day. Just like she had been notified, the car that she had ridden to travel to drama shoots was parked right in front of the school gates. The window rolled down, which Shin Yubin then poked her head out of. Rayan, you heard from Chi Fyung, right? Get in. Rayan lightly sighed and got in without a word. The students who had witnessed the scene from afar could only watch as they thought, as expected of a celebrity. As she turned the steering wheel, Yubin said with a smirk, aren't you quite the school celebrity now? They're just fascinated that there's someone in their school who appeared in a popular drama with high view ratings, Rayan expressed. That's true, but aren't you pretty popular in school? I'm sure you get tons of love confessions. Yubin's guess was very accurate. Even today, there was a love letter from someone in her desk drawer, saying that they liked her and wanted to confess. But of course, Rayan had completely ignored it. It's just a hassle to turn them down, said Rayan. Yeah, Director Sun thinks highly of you, and I hear that those in other broadcasting stations are also paying close attention to you, so you should focus on showbiz instead of getting a boyfriend, okay? Rayan hated both the thoughts of getting a boyfriend and focusing on show business. She had only one goal, and that was to take her revenge against Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Continuing show business was nothing more than a part of that goal. By the way, why does Chi Fyung want to see me today? Rayan asked. He said he had something to tell you, Yubin replied. What does he want to tell me exactly? I'm not sure. I'll have to find out with you. Not even Yubin knew, as if Chi Fyung was telling them to come to him if they wanted to find out. Chi Fyung had taken them to a meeting room in the GNF agency, and brought a bundle of papers after asking them to wait for a bit. It looked similar to a movie or drama script. What's this? Rayan asked. Information regarding a music video shoot, Chi Fyung answered. A music video? Yup. As for whose music video? Don't be surprised, Rayan, Chi Fyung then said in a higher tone. You know Rita, right? She's releasing a new single, and she wants to appoint you as a protagonist in the music video. Rita. She was a singer who Rayan knew very well. In her past life, Rita was the most popular and successful singer in Korea, who also did acting on the side. Currently in 2010, she was a rookie singer who had only debuted 2 years ago, but she had continuously walked the path of stardom without any periods of anonymity since her debut. It was certainly a surprise, since such a person wanted to have Rayan play the role of heroine in her music video after only having appeared 3 times in a drama. However, I won't do it, Rayan flatly refused. Why you won't? Why? Chi Fyung exclaimed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Because I don't want to. You haven't even looked at the script. It doesn't matter. I won't do it anyway. Rayan had no desire to succeed as a celebrity. All she needed was simply to make points of contact with Ji Han-sok. Chi Fyung felt pent up by Rayan's response. There were countless celebrities wanting to star in Rita's music video. The songstress had been in the limelight as of late. Rayan was trying to drop-kick a lucky charm that had rolled her way. Oh okay, then at least take a look at the script, okay? No, please take a look. I beg of you. After coming all this way, Rayan had no choice. Since there weren't that many lines, she could just skim through its contents. Flutter. After quickly going through the contents of the script, Rayan answered, I won't do it. As expected, her decision did not change. Could you at least tell me why? Chi Fyung asked. I don't like the outfits. I will never wear a skirt. Also, I'll never do any skinship with a man, not even hand-holding. I don't want to do Ikkyo, smile brightly, or anything like that either. And of course, I won't do any revealing scenes. They can forget starring me without these conditions. In other words, she did not want to star in it. Chi Fyung deeply sighed and said, well, for now, okay. I'll summarize your conditions and try sending it to them. Do it. I'm sure they'll say no, Rayan dared Chi Fyung. That was exactly what she had wanted. On the next day, Rayan received an unexpected call from Chi Fyung as she was walking home with Yiseo after school. Rayan, what is it now? They decided to accept every single one of your conditions? Rayan reflexively cursed, for fuck's sake. She had never expected them to accept. One skinship is a Korean term that refers to intimate, non-sexual physical contact. Slurp? Kang Hyuk was slapped by his little sister's nagging as he slurped his ramen. Why are you eating ramen when it's almost dinner time? Kang Rayan nagged. I'm too hungry. This is my dinner, so you eat by yourself later. Hayek once again filled his stomach with ramen along with a piece of kimchi while focusing on the TV. What are you watching? Ian asked. She had been curious about what TV program Hayek had been so focused on since earlier. Oh, this? It's a program that I couldn't watch last time. It's a female idol edition documentary. Like Hayek had mentioned, female idols who were considered the best of the industry were on the screen. Of course, Rita, who had been troubling Ian as of late, was one of them. Rita was singing into a mic with a lively look on her face. Even through the TV, one could vividly see her aura that had charmed the public since her debut. There was also a die-hard fan who was cheering Rita on outside the TV. I love you, Rita. Milky-skinned Rita. Hayek cheered along to Rita's song as he was eating ramen. Seeing that, Ian smacked him on the back of his head. Youch. Why did you smack me? Either stick to stuffing your face with ramen or cheering, Ian remarked. Why are you so prickly today? Did something happen at school? No. Ian sat on the sofa with one leg over the other as she intently stared at Rita, who was giving her thoughts about getting first place in the music program. It didn't happen in school, but on my way back, Ian answered. What happened? Did you get a call from that guy whom you entrusted the business to or something? Hayek asked. No, I told him to contact me after failing in 2 more business ventures, so that'll take some time. Even if Park Seel-hun were to contact her, it would be around when she would become an adult. Do you know a lot about Rita? Ian questioned Hayek. Huh? Is that even a question? I'm even in her fan club. He proudly answered her, but that only made Ian think that he was even more unsightly than usual. I was contacted by someone from Rita's agency. Apparently, she's going to release a new song, and asked me to be the heroine in her music video. Hayek suddenly started coughing as if something had gotten stuck in his windpipe. He drank some water to barely calm his stomach, and looked over at his little sister with doubtful eyes. You got offered a role in Rita's music video? Hayek asked. Yup. But why? That's what I want to know, Ian expressed. No skinship with men, no skirts, no revealing scenes, etc. She had set all kinds of conditions, but she had never expected that they would accept them. So, did you decide to do it? Hayek asked. I really don't want to, but I have no choice. Since Ian had said that she would do it if they accepted her conditions, she could no longer get out of it. Why the hell did they accept such absurd conditions? She still did not understand why. A normal agency would have thought that the rookie actress was out of her mind and have found a different actress. But rather, the people from Rita's agency begged her to accept the role, and that they would adjust the pay to what she wanted. After all that, she had come to find it rather fishy instead. They're aiming for something from me. Ian thought deeply about why it couldn't be anyone else but her, but I have no idea. She couldn't think of anything, so she decided to ask one of Rita's self-proclaimed die-hard fans. Do you have any idea why that Rita woman would want me to star in her music video? No idea, Hayek answered. Ian sighed deeply. You're so useless, she expressed. On a Saturday afternoon, Ian sighed repeatedly as she entered a GNF meeting room with Shin Yubin. Seeing that, Yubin lightly laughed. Why have you been sighing so much since earlier, Ian? She asked. I'm sure you know the answer to that question, Miss Manager, Ian replied. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Because you don't want to star in that music video. Yes. Ian gave it to Yubin straight, but Yubin countered with a question instead. You still don't want to do it even after they accepted all of your conditions. I set those conditions because I didn't want to do it. I never expected them to accept all of them. It was completely out of Ian's expectations. She still could not understand after several days. I wonder why they accepted those conditions. Ian posed. Although Ian, the rookie actress, was the rage lately, there was no reason nor need for the people on Rita's side to cast her while shouldering that many sacrifices when they could have just cast a different actress. Yubin did not seem to understand why either. Who knows? What did Chief Young say? Yubin asked. He said the same thing as you, Ian answered. I guess he doesn't know either. Speaking of the devil, Chief Young entered the meeting room, accompanied by a man in a suit and a brightly smiling short-haired woman. I'm sorry for being late. Chief Young introduced them in order. Over here is team leader Kim Bo-hun of Ultra Entertainment, and the other person needed no introduction, but the short-haired woman introduced herself to Ian and Yubin with the corners of her mouth raised. I'm Rita, it's nice to meet you. Her gaze was laser-focused on Ian. You have a totally different feel from what you were like in the water park. Ian's eyebrows slightly flinched. Had we met there? She asked. Yes, but you probably hadn't noticed me, since I recognized you from afar, Rita answered. She was also the one who told team leader Kim that she wanted to offer Ian a role in the music video of her next single as soon as she saw her. I knew from the moment I saw you that I needed to have you in my next music video, whatever it took. That's why I offered you the role. That was why Rita had Ian in her mind, but that still did not fully resolve Ian's doubts. Rita recruited her just because she met her in the water park once? There must be some other reason. Ian's head was brimming with doubts during the entire music video meeting. Ian ultimately decided to star in Rita's music video. She absolutely dreaded the idea, but considering what she had said, she decided to look over it and reluctantly took on the role. Ian recalled information regarding Rita as she was heading to the music video studio with Yubin. Come to think of it, that son of a bitch Kim Chi-yeol was a fan of Rita. However, Raeun had absolutely no intention of forming a connection with Rita like she was doing with Ji Han-seok, because getting close to Rita had no significant benefit in getting one up on Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. It was more efficient to invest her time and energy on something else instead of on Rita. Raeun looked over the script while getting her makeup done as soon as she arrived at the studio. She did not have any lines, but she wanted to see what sort of acting she needed to do in her parts. The contents of the music video were very simple. The two heroines, Rita and Raeun, just needed to act like they were in anguish. The script actually reflects the conditions that I set. There were no revealing scenes, no skinship with men, and she did not have to smile nor cry. All she needed to do was act like she was thinking or be apathetic in front of the camera. Simple. Now that she had come this far, all that Raeun was thinking about was to get the shoot over with and go home as soon as possible. She changed into jeans and a pink long-sleeved shirt, a fairly casual attire, as soon as her makeup was done. There was a space that was decorated to be a room in the middle of the studio where Raeun and Rita would be acting. It had a bed, a desk, and chair, windows and walls. Rita also appeared in full makeup, just like Raeun. Her beauty did not fall behind Raeun's in the slightest. You'd expect no less from a top star. Rita was even prettier up close. Raeun now understood why Rae-hyuk had gone crazy over Rita as he was eating his ramen. Okay, we're about to start the shoot. I'll let you guys ad-lib as much as you want, so try acting the scene out freely. Okay, Rita answered energetically. Rita's new single, Mirror World, started playing at the director's signal. Raeun was sitting on the bed while Rita was sitting on the chair. The cameras moved busily to record the two beauties. At that moment, Rita stood up. She pretended to head toward the window, but then shifted in Raeun's direction and, thwump, Rita forcibly laid Raeun on the bed while restraining Raeun's arms so that she could not resist. Raeun repeatedly blinked in confusion due to Rita's surprise attack. This wasn't in the script, was it? Raeun recalled that the director had said that he would let them ad-lib as much as they wanted. Then, Rita whispered to Raeun while licking her lips, "You bend skinship with men, but not with women, correct?" Raeun had finally realized why Rita wanted to star Raeun in her music video. You see, I absolutely adore pretty girls. It was due to her lust for Raeun. Rita had a preference that no one knew about. Like she had told Kang Raeun, she liked pretty girls. Rita had taken great interest in Raeun from when the latter starred in The Devil's Touch and made a name for herself. She wanted to meet Raeun in person at least once, wondering how pretty she would be in person when she was that pretty through a screen. While she was having such thoughts, Rita happened to see Raeun while she had stopped by the water park. She knew as soon as she saw Raeun in person that she was the one. Meanwhile, Raeun was in a momentary state of panic due to Rita's shocking confession. Seeing the flustered Raeun, Rita's cherry lips formed a crescent. "You're so pretty even when you're shocked." Rita got on top of Raeun to get in a better position. The camera director and the other staff members were so far away that they could not hear the conversation between Rita and Raeun. If Rita was a man instead of a woman, Raeun would have need her in the nether region. But not only was Rita a woman, Raeun could not subdue a top star among top stars using violence. Even so, people are watching us, and yet she, as Raeun was about to push her aside by force. Cut. Okay, that was great, both of you. Your eyes and expressions were fantastic. The music video director seemed to be very satisfied with the ad-libbing of the two women. No, strictly speaking, Rita's ad-libbing. A slight wrinkle formed on Raeun's smooth forehead. "Could you get off of me now?" said Raeun. There was a slight irritation mixed in her voice. Rita got off of Raeun and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bully you like that. I completely forgot about the shoot and let my true self show." Raeun narrowed her eyes at Rita's mention of true self. The artists came up to check Raeun and Rita's makeup as soon as Raeun hurriedly got up from the bed. What the hell's up with that woman? Raeun did not let out an irritated voice because she was mad at Rita, but to hide her true feelings. Raeun's mind was in jumbles because she had never once in her life received such direct appeal from a top female star like Rita. On the other hand, Rita seemed to be having a great time and smiled at Raeun, which Raeun turned away to avoid Rita's gaze. Shin Yubin arrived just in time and fanned Raeun with her hands. "Good work on your first music video shoot. How does it feel to act directly in front of a camera? It feels different from a drama shoot, right?" Yubin asked. "Besides that, Miss Manager," interjected Raeun. She had something that she wanted to ask Yubin. "If, by any chance," Raeun muttered. "Huh? What is it?" Raeun could not muster the courage to ask Yubin if Rita had those kinds of tastes, since the chance that she didn't know was far too high. It would be troublesome if weird rumors start spreading because I misspoke. Both Rita and Raeun, the origin of the rumor, would be in awkward positions. Raeun did not understand why Rita made such a confession to her, but never mind. She decided to display her superhuman patience to wait and see. Rita did not attempt any more excessive skinship aside from the first scene where she pushed Raeun down on the bed. Their subsequent scenes together ended with just gazing at each other or having their backs against each other. It was time for Rita's solo shoot. Raeun, who had changed into a new attire, watched Rita as she was acting while moving her lips to look like she was singing. Once the shoot was paused temporarily, Rita locked eyes with Raen again, in which Raen once again turned her gaze elsewhere as Rita smiled at her with her eyes. I don't get what she's thinking at all. Raen and Rita's two-shot resumed after Rita's solo shoot. Before going into the shoot, Raen warned Rita in advance while glaring at her. I did demand no skinship with men, but that doesn't mean I like having skinship with women, so please do it in moderation. Raen was not asking for Rita's understanding. It was a threat. She was telling Rita that she would not take it lying down if she pulled something like that again. Then I'll just hold your hand this time. That much is fine, right? Rita asked. Rita did not seem to have understood Raen in the slightest. Forget being sorry, Rita was doing her absolute best to have a lovey-dovey music video shoot with Raen. Holding hands was probably fine, but I won't tolerate anything more than that. If you do something like before, I'll consider this shoot never happened and leave. Please keep that in mind. Raen decided to draw the line early. Rita maintained her bright smile while saying that she understood. The cameras started rolling again with the clap of the slate. Rita took the initiative to grab Raen's hand. As the cameras were focusing on their faces, Raen's eyes flashed downward because of the movements of Rita's fingers. She got goosebumps from how Rita was touching her hand with the greatest care while their fingers were locked. Cut. The director declared an NG cut because of Raen's estranged gaze. Raen, don't be too embarrassed from being so close to Rita and properly look at her face, okay? Yes, director. That wasn't the reason, but the director and staff members who were not aware of the circumstances misunderstood that Raen was embarrassed to be so close to a top star like Rita. Rita started wiggling her fingers around again, and whispered right into Raen's ear with a devious smile. Are your hands sensitive? Is this your erogenous zone? Rita asked. It was the first time Raen had the thought of hitting a woman. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Raen barely managed to complete the music video shoot. There was a group dinner planned after, but Raen couldn't care less and wanted to just go home and rest. As soon as she arrived, Kang Hyuk barraged her with questions as if he had been waiting for her. Raen, what was Miss Rita like? Was she prettier in person? What about pictures? Did you take any together? I'm sure you got her autograph for me, right? Raen's face crumpled more and more until she couldn't take it anymore and exploded. She kicked her older brother's butt as he was blabbering as soon as she had arrived home. Smack! Hyuk sank to his knees. Why did you kick me? He exclaimed. Shut the hell up before I hit you even more, Raen declared. What? Is asking questions that big of a sin? Yeah, it is. What are you going to do about it? Raen started getting ready to go out again, unable to handle being at home because of Hyuk. Hyuk shouted from behind, where are you going? Starlight Road. I'll come back before Dad comes home, so don't contact me. Slam! Raen rushed to Starlight Road, her other sanctuary. Seo Yiseo welcomed Raen as soon as she arrived. Hey, Raen. I was actually just about to call you. You were? Why? Raen asked. I was just curious about how your shoot today went. Oh, that. Raen sat down and sighed deeply. I'm not all that sure whether it went well or not. Why? Did things not work out during the shoot? Yiseo thought that Raen was acting like this because she made too many NG cuts from being too nervous for her first music video shoot, but that was the least of Raen's problems. Have there been any weird rumors going around about Rita? Raen queried. Rumors? Yeah, how should I word it? Rumors about her unique tastes in people, or stuff like that. Not sure. There hasn't been anything like that, as far as I know, Yiseo remarked. In the public's eyes, the songstress Rita was a sincere and kind-hearted celebrity. It seemed like Raen was the only one who knew about Rita's sexual preferences. During the entire shoot, it didn't seem like the staff members nor even Rita's own manager knew of her sexual preferences. What is this? The king with donkey ears. Raen had been put in a tight spot, but it no longer mattered. The music video shoot is over, after all, and she could just refuse any role offers coming from Rita's agency from now on. She just needed to eliminate any chances for them to meet. Yeah, just think of it as a bad dream. That was how Raen tried to calm her mind, but she realized a few days later that problems in reality were never resolved that easily. In the morning, Raen put on her uniform and took her backpack to go to school. However, Hyuk, who had gotten up early for some reason, came to see her out. Hey, Raen, did you see the article? He asked. Article? What article? Raen replied. About your agency, GNF Entertainment. Apparently, Rita's entering it. What? Raen took off her shoes and occupied Hyuk's computer. She could hear Hyuk complaining at her to use her own, but she ignored it because there was something more important than that right now. Breaking news? The popular songstress Rita has decided to transfer to GNF with her new single as her last with Ultra Entertainment. GNF states, Rita had brought up her desire to transfer to us first. Rita, who has signed a contract with her new agency, states, I'll be in your care. Raen pulled out her cell phone as soon as she saw the articles and called Chief Young to abruptly say, Hello, Chief Young? I'm gonna quit acting from today, just to let you know. The King with Donkey Ears is a Korean children's book about a king who hides his donkey ears with a hat serving as a crown, with only the hat maker knowing his secret. Kang Ra-eun's phone had been ringing non-stop since her declaration to quit acting, with most of the calls being from Chi Fyung and Shin Yoo-bin asking to at least tell them why. Ra-eun then answered that she was inexplicably burdened by the fact that she would be in the same agency as the top star Rita, so she would quit. There was no way that Chi Fyung and Yoo-bin could understand why Ra-eun would say something like that regarding Rita, because they haven't gone through what I had. Rather, Chi Fyung may have liked it, since he was a man. Not many men would hate the fact that one of the prettiest and most talented women in Korea with a euphonious voice was appealing her love to them with absolutely no conditions. Wait. Come to think of it, I'm also a man. But for some reason, Ra-eun hated it. It was difficult for Ra-eun, who had naturally high defensive instincts, to accept someone like Rita who approached her with such undisguised desires. I never had any intention to do so anyway. Seo Yiseo approached Ra-eun as soon as she got to school. Ra-eun, did you turn your phone off? I was worried sick since I couldn't get in touch with you since this morning, Yiseo asked. Oh, yeah, I turned it off, Ra-eun answered. Why? Did something happen? Well, I guess, Ra-eun answered while looking down at her dead phone, I'm being troubled by a bit of a peculiar stalker. No one in school could possibly know that the stalker was the popular celebrity, Rita. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Ra-eun knew that things wouldn't be resolved just from not taking any calls. She had expected either Chi Fyung or Yoo-bin to be waiting outside her school to persuade her against her decision, but I never expected Rita herself to come. The school became a mayhem from the sudden appearance of the top star, Rita. The clicking of camera shutters from students holding up their cell phones could be heard from all around them. Rita waved at the students about to head home with a smile. Hoaaa, I love you, Rita Uni. Could you please look over here as well? Rita was truly at the peak of popularity among the teens and those in their 20s, excluding the older generation. Rita said to Ra-eun with an apologetic face, I heard what happened from Chi Fyung. Don't be like that. Could you please give me another chance? What chance? A chance for you to do all kinds of skinship on me again. Nothing of the sort. Rita seemed quite serious this time. I want a chance to apologize to you, Rita expressed. Ra-eun sighed deeply. There was no telling when Rita would come see her like this again if she refused, and she also felt sorry for Chi Fyung and Yoo-bin, who did their absolute best to treat Ra-eun well. They would be shocked beyond belief if she one-sidedly bid them farewell like this. The continuously sighing Ra-eun decided to accept Rita's request. Okay, but let's go somewhere with fewer people. I know just the place. Ra-eun had decided to take Rita to the cafe that just so happened to be allergic to customers. Ra-eun arrived at the Starlight Road Cafe in Rita's car. Seo Yijun dropped the cup that he was holding in shock when they both entered. Ra-eun Nuna? She's. Yijun stuttered. Shut up and focus on work. Also, ignore everything that you hear and see here today, understood? Ra-eun stated. Yes, understood. Since Yijun did anything that Ra-eun told him to do, he wouldn't spread any rumors if she asked him to keep it a secret. Rita said to Ra-eun, who took her seat first, please accept my apology. As Rita was about to get down on her knees. I'm going to leave if you get down on your knees, Ra-eun declared. Rita couldn't help but smile embarrassingly at Ra-eun, who could read her like a book. What Ra-eun wanted was not an apology, but an explanation. She had far too many questions left unanswered back at the studio. Ra-eun asked her directly, you said you like women, right? Yes, Rita answered. What does that mean exactly? Are you late? Something like that. Not really, you could say that I just like pretty people, whether they be men or women. But you don't often see anyone as pretty as you, so I couldn't help myself but to push you down on the bed, caress your hand, and secretly sniff the clothes that you were wearing. Well, I wanted to do that, but I unfortunately couldn't. Ra-eun could hear Yijun saying whoa, from afar. She knew about the first two, but had no idea about Rita's third confession about Ra-eun's clothes. There was probably no stalker as pretty as Rita in the entire world, but it was problematic nonetheless. I don't have any desire to do anything like that with you, Sunbi, so please don't do it anymore, said Ra-eun. Okay, I won't. Ra-eun felt a bit empty from Rita's unexpectedly frank acceptance. I don't intend to force my sexual preferences onto others either, so if you don't feel comfortable, then I'll cancel the agency transfer as well. So please don't quit your acting career because of me, I'm begging you, Rita pleaded. Ra-eun pressed on her temple to quell her headache. However, she could feel that Rita was being genuine. Don't you ever get anxious working in the entertainment industry, being in love with pretty girls that much? Ra-eun asked. It's okay. I actually became a celebrity so I could meet pretty girls, Rita answered unexpectedly. I love seeing pretty female celebrities on TV, but wouldn't you prefer to see them up close? That's why I became a celebrity. Ra-eun was so lost for words that she could only laugh. But I haven't made any big mistakes yet, so you can rest assured. I may not look like it, but I have self-control, Rita expressed. No, I don't believe you. Rita had already been placed third in Ra-eun's list of people to watch out for. For reference, first was Kim Han-Gyo, and second was Kim Chi-yeol. Hence, Ra-eun offered Rita a condition. Then write a memorandum. A memorandum? Rita asked confusedly. Yes, to forbid you from coming within a 1-meter radius of me. If you agree, then I will not quit acting. And what if I enter that radius? Then I will hit you. Rayan would not forgive anyone who laid a hand on her without her permission, whether they were men or women. However, hearing that, Rita momentarily blushed. That'd be pretty good in its own way. Pardon. And nothing? Please forget what I just said. Rayan was exasperated, seeing Rita trying to cover up what she had just said with laughs. Please wipe your drool first, she noted. Rayan seemed to have picked up quite a peculiar woman. Chief Young and Yubin were relieved as Rayan withdrew her declaration to quit acting. Yes, Rayan, you made the right choice. Keeping that talent of yours buried is absolutely absurd. Thank you so much for reconsidering. They still did not know why Rayan had said that she would quit acting, but the fact that she changed her mind was more than enough for them. But, Rayan asked Chief Young just in case, did Rita Sunbi really say that she would come here of her own accord? Here, Chief Young questioned. I'm talking about GNF. There were articles about her transferring agencies. Chief Young nodded enthusiastically. Yup. We didn't have any high hopes since she was such a huge star, but she sure shocked us. Not only that, but she even lowered her conditions. Had Rita really liked our agency that much? Rita hadn't taken a liking to GNF Entertainment, but to Rayan herself. She had her suspicions, but they were indeed correct. But regardless, it should be fine, since she wrote a no-approach memorandum. Rayan decided to leave it at that. She said goodbye to Chief Young, and Yubin left to get the car. Meanwhile, she headed to the bathroom. She no longer had the issue of going into the men's bathroom by mistake. As she was about to head inside, she felt a presence from behind her. Rayan. Rita was approaching Rayan at a frightening speed. The moment that Rita stepped within 1 meter of her, Rayan stretched out her right hand as if waiting for it to happen, and then, thwack, she dealt a flick of justice on Rita's forehead. Ouch, Rita exclaimed. I told you that I would hit you if you approached me, didn't I? Owie, that hurt. So you really would hit me? Rayan sighed deeply as Rita rubbed her red forehead. Did you think I wouldn't? Rayan asked. I didn't expect you to react so sensitively like this. Rita, who had started addressing Rayan casually, couldn't help but smack her lips in pity. Rayan said once again while repeating the same flicking motion, I'm the kind of man woman who keeps her word, so please don't even approach me as a joke. I might end up bruising your forehead. TCH, you cheapskate. What's wrong with cozily locking arms together? My other juniors would die for me to get close to them. One of them was so happy that she cried while going oh my, when I held her hand. Then why don't you get lovey-dovey with that junior instead? You can forget about expecting something like that from me. Rayan was a bit of a very special case. However, Rita's gaze was still laser-focused on Rayan despite being told to go get lovey-dovey with her easy target of a junior. No one's even been in my radar ever since I met you. Ha. Rayan could not even remember how many times she had sighed ever since meeting Rita. On the day that Rita's new song was due to be released, Kang Arahyuk was waiting in front of the living room TV for Rita to take the stage. Kang Arayan kept clicking her tongue. Do you like Rita that much? She asked. Of course. She's pretty and has a great personality. Her new song is great, too. I'm sure it'll top the charts this time as well, don't you think? Who knows? Arahyuk tilted his head in confusion at Rayan's lack of interest. Shouldn't you be wishing for its success since you even starred in the video? Arahyuk asked. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm sure you'll get tons of casting offers if this song takes off. Isn't that a good thing? I don't have any particular attachments to the entertainment industry, Rayan answered. All she needed to do was to maintain a certain level of connection with Ji Han-sok. She had no ambition of becoming a top star. However, Arahyuk did not understand Rayan's attitude toward the matter. Even her agency was actively supporting her, but Rayan had been throwing aside the status of a top star that she could obtain if she so desired. You're so weird, Arahyuk expressed. Shut up. I'm going out, so take care of dinner by yourself. Where are you going this time? To have a meal with Yiseo. Yiseo had offered to treat her to a meal since Rayan looked like she had been suffering from a migraine lately. Rayan had accepted her offer and hurried to get ready. All she needed to do was to meet Yiseo at Starlight Road as they decided on and go eat some good food. Rayan headed to Starlight Road as soon as she left the house, but her brow wrinkled as she passed by a cell phone store. Rita's new song, Mirror World, was playing along with the music video in the store. Rayan and Rita were being reflected on the TV screen in turns. Seeing that, Rayan held in her sigh and quickened her steps to Starlight Road. When Rayan arrived, Yiseo was nowhere in sight, and Seo Yijun greeted her instead. Oh, Rayan Nuna? Welcome. Where's Yiseo? Rayan asked. She went back home because she forgot something. She'll be back in 10 minutes. Really? Okay. She could wait 10 minutes, no problem. While she was waiting, Rayan asked Yijun for confirmation. You haven't told anyone about my meeting with Rita Sunbi here, did you? Of course not, Yijun answered. What about our conversation? I've already purged it from my mind. That's unexpected. I thought you'd record it like a certain dunce in my house who goes crazy over anything Rita related. Yijun understood right away that Rayan was talking about her older brother, Arahyuk. I like you more than Rita, he expressed. What, is that a love confession? And no, it's. Yijun was flustered by his own spontaneous declaration. So it's not? Rayan asked. It's not a no, but. Ra-Ian giggled after a long while from the fun that she was having while teasing Yijun. Yijun was flustered at first, but he didn't mind as long as his sacrifice could make Ra-Ian smile. Anyway, thanks for keeping it a secret, Ra-Ian said. Of course. I'd do anything you ask. That aside, I never expected Rita to like you so much. You're telling me. Ra-Ian commended herself for getting Rita to write a memorandum forbidding Rita to enter within 1 meter of her. But I'm happy for you, Nuna. For what? A popular singer is your fan, after all. Since you're both in the entertainment industry, wouldn't she be able to help you somewhat? I wonder. Ra-Ian honestly did not know. Ra-Ian was about to head home after school when she was contacted by Shin Yu-bin to come with her to the agency to discuss something in a meeting. After waiting at the school gates for around 5 minutes, Yu-bin's car stopped right in front of her. Get in, Ra-Ian. What sort of meeting is it? Ra-Ian asked. The matter about the talk show program that was brought up during the music video shoot scheduling. You and Rita would be going on it together once her new song was announced, don't you remember? Oh, that. The talk show, Talk Festival, hosted by the famous MC Kang Han-Gyo. The contract that Ra-Ian had signed contained that she would assist in the advertising of Rita's new song by appearing in a few programs together with Rita. And of course, this contract had been signed before Ra-Ian found out about Rita's true self. She had no choice but to appear in the programs since she signed the contract, but, well, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Now that Rita knew what kind of person Ra-Ian was, she would not be able to easily handle her, or that was what Ra-Ian decided to believe. Ra-Ian watched recent episodes of Talk Festival before appearing on it. She was slightly nervous, since this was her first time appearing on a variety show, but she resolved herself by thinking that things would work themselves out. Rather, Chi Fyung was more nervous than Ra-Ian. Ra-Ian, don't be too nervous in front of the camera. Han-Gyo will take care of everything, so all you need to do is answer any questions that come your way, understood? Chi Fyung said. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Yes, but why are you more nervous than I am? N nervous? Do I really look that nervous? Yes. One would think that there was an earthquake from how much his pupils were trembling. It was a rarity that the person who would actually appear in the program was less nervous, but Chi Fyung had his own reasons. This is an opportunity to let your presence be known throughout the country, so I think that's why I'm more nervous than usual. Chi Fyung had been solely responsible for backing Ra-Ian. Although he was the one who had demonstrated Ra-Ian's potential for success through the Devil's Touch, that alone was far from enough. He needed to demonstrate Ra-Ian's star power even more to the agency's higher UPS. One needs to know how to grasp an opportunity when it comes their way. Those kinds of people are the most successful, Chi Fyung expressed. I know. Ra-Ian had experienced that many times in her past life as Park Geon-Woo, but she also knew that such opportunities were treacherous at times, just like how Park Geon-Woo had ended up being killed by Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. Park Geon-Woo had felt like the world was at the tip of his fingers when he was appointed as the leader of Kim Han-Gyo's security team. It was understandable, since he was acknowledged by a senior congressman of the ruling party. However, that was only his own delusion. Her side suddenly started to hurt while thinking about the past. It was exactly where Geon-Woo was stabbed right before his death. Ra-Ian's past memories were affecting her body. She fiercely shook her head. Don't think about stuff like that right now. She had to focus on what was in front of her. On the day of the Talk Festival shoot, Ra-Ian looked over at Rita, who had finished her preparations, while she was getting her makeup done. When their eyes met in the mirror, Rita smiled and waved at Ra-Ian with her right hand. She's weirdly quiet today. Ra-Ian was worried that Rita would charge at her only to be flicked on the forehead, but she had been considerably docile. After getting her makeup and hair done, Ra-Ian sat at a distance from Rita. Rita asked Ra-Ian quizzically, you should just sit next to me, why are you so far away? Have you forgotten about the 1 meter no approach clause? Rita looked bummed out by Ra-Ian's retort. But Sunbi, why are you so docile today? Ra-Ian asked. We're in a different broadcasting studio, after all. Rita did her best not to cross the line during an external shoot, which Ra-Ian was rather thankful for. It would be great if you were like this normally as well, Ra-Ian mentioned. I'll try my best. No one would know how long she would put in the effort for. The staff members left the room. As the two of them were alone in the waiting room, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Rita said. 3 women entered the room with glowing faces. Hello, Sunbi. Oh, it's you girls, Rita expressed. They were members of the 7-member girl group Hazela, who worked in the music industry just like Rita. The 3 most popular of the 7, Sojin, Hyuna and Juyeon, had been scheduled to appear in Talk Festival today. What are you girls doing here? Rita asked. We went to your waiting room to greet you, but we were told that you were in Miss Kang Ra-Ian's waiting room, so here we are. Oh, really? But Sunbi, why are you here instead of your own waiting room? Rita simply answered. Ra-Ian said this was her first time appearing in a variety show, so I've been by her side to calm her down. Ra-Ian was about to tell Rita that she didn't need anyone coddling her, but barely suppressed the words from coming out of her mouth. The gazes of the 3 women sharpened at Rita's comment, especially the female idol named Sojin. Her face was the most serious. Ra-Ian, was it? She asked. Yes, Ra-Ian answered. I heard that you've been receiving tons of support from your agency even though you're just a rookie actress. Her words contained a spiteful undertone. Yes, it just happened, Ra-Ian replied. You certainly are pretty, but your acting skills are so-so. I'm not sure if you deserve to be treated so well by your agency, since you haven't really done anything significant yet. It certainly was not a kind-hearted comment. Sojin, possibly out of jealousy toward Arayan, continued to express her doubts regarding Arayan's talents. Do you have a relative working in your agency? There's no way that you'd be able to work with Rita Sunbi if you didn't. She's in a completely different league compared to you, don't you agree? Arayan did not know whether Sojin was just being mean to her or wanted to trash talk a rookie, but she was sure of one thing. This girl is a bitch. At least, she was not the kind of person that Arayan liked. Sojin continued, I hope you won't rely too much on your pretty face. The entertainment industry isn't some place that lackadaisical people like you can enter. Right, Sunbi? Sojin handed the baton over to Rita, as if to get her approval. Rita had a very big smile on her face, but her eyes were not smiling. Sojin, she said. Yes, Sunbi. Sojin replied to her respected Sunbi with sparkling eyes. You've gone batshit insane, haven't you? Hearing that, Arayan could not help but giggle. Rita, who had been smiling this whole time, had become expressionless. The members of Hazela had never once seen her like this. And it was not only her face that was different. I don't understand where your confidence to trash talk Arayan in front of me comes from, but you have absolutely nothing going for you that's better than Arayan. Is Arayan bad at acting? No. Rather, she's at least better than you, who tried acting and then turned tail back to the music industry because you were terrible, don't you think? Rita said. Sunbi, Sojin stuttered. Don't you even dare call me Sunbi, it pisses me off. Sojin was lost for words. Hyane spoke in her defense. Sunbi, that wasn't Sojin's intention. She was just worried because you might not get the support that you deserve from GNF because of RAN/O/VEL/B/JN.C//OM. Why are you girls worried about that? Isn't it obvious that an agency would support talents that show potential for success? Also, did I ask you girls to worry about me? Use that time to worry about yourselves instead. Weary sorry. And if you bully Arayan in front of me again, I won't stand for it. Rita had practically declared war against them. Most rookie idol girl group members respected Rita as their role model since her success set a good example for them. The same went for Sojin, Hyane, and Juyeon, but Rita had no intention of taking their side. Even putting aside the fact that Rita liked Kong Arayan, the Hazela members' blind criticism of Arayan went against Rita's principles of the entertainment industry. It was natural that Rita was furious. Get the hell out of my sight, she snapped. Okay. Dejected, the Hazela members left the waiting room. Arayan clicked her tongue once they left. Impressive of them to pick a fight on our first time meeting. The entertainment industry had been showing Arayan all kinds of strange things. That aside, her impression of Rita slightly changed thanks to this incident. She was a Sunbi who got things done when it came down to it. Arayan liked this part of Rita very much. Rita soothed her stomach with some cold water and turned to face Arayan with a bright smile once again. What did you think, Arayan? I was cool, right? I would have thought that you were cool if you hadn't just said it yourself. What a shame. Her finishing touch needed work. Thanks to Rita's full support, Arayan's variety show debut was more grand and splendid than she had expected. If people were asked about which guest celebrity received the most attention, then all of them would name Rita. Discussions on the show naturally focused around Rita because her importance as a celebrity was just that high. Rita answered with composure any question that the main MC Kang Han-Gyo and the other panelists asked her, and often seamlessly handed the baton over to Arayan. Thanks to this, Arayan did not have to go out of her way to bring attention to herself, and her time in the spotlight also naturally rose. Not only that, but Arayan's communication skills were fairly impressive. Because she went back and forth very well with Rita, the program director and the writers were smiling for the entire recording. The program director went directly to Arayan as soon as the shoot was over. You were great out there, Arayan. Is this really your first time being on a variety show? Yes, this was my first time, Arayan answered. She had talked so naturally that one wouldn't believe that she was a rookie. The program director understood why GNF was backing Arayan so much. Because she had stood in front of a camera several times in her previous life, Arayan was able to say what she wanted to without freezing in her tracks. But of course, most of it was thanks to Rita. Rita tossed the ball, and Arayan spiked it. Such a combination play would have been impossible without her. Arayan returned to the waiting room after the shoot was finished, and Shin Yubin headed to the car first with all of their belongings. I'll bring the car around, so take your time coming to the entrance, she said. Okay, Miss Manager. Arayan then went out to the hallway after packing all of her personal belongings. There, she encountered Rita. After checking to see if anyone was watching, Rita charged toward Arayan. Arayan. She tried to hug Arayan with arms spread wide, but was stopped yet again by Arayan's forehead flick. Are you incapable of learning, Sunbi? I told you last time that I would hit you. Can't you make an exception this one time since I helped you a bunch today? Rita begged. I don't recall asking for your help, Arayan expressed. You're so cold. Her junior's firm attitude left Rita wanting more. On a day that he had nothing in his schedule, Ji Hansok went to see his grandfather, Chairman Ji Songjiam, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Chairman Ji, who had been waiting for his grandson in his office, greeted him with a smile. It's been a while, Hansok. Have you lost even more weight since the last time I saw you? Chairman Ji asked. I've been on a diet because a director for an upcoming movie mentioned that a slimmer look for my character would be better, Han-Sok answered. His goal was around the low 60s in kilograms. Chairman Ji couldn't help but feel sad for his grandson in such a state. It must be hard on you, he expressed. Even if it is, it can't be helped. I love this job, after all. Chairman Ji smiled at Han-Sok's comment, and Han-Sok knew exactly why. Didn't you say you also repeatedly gained and lost weight based on your role back when you acted in the past, Grandpa? I sure did, although it's been a very long time. Before jumping into the world of business, Chairman Ji had also worked as an actor, just like Han-Sok. He had changed his career path to an entrepreneur in the process, but he still had lingering regrets of not having been able to fulfill his acting dream. But regardless, his grandson was fulfilling his dream in his stead, so Chairman Ji had been living vicariously through him. Oh right, Grandpa. There's actually a junior actress who has been interested in meeting you. Han-Sok carefully brought up the name of a certain gutsy rookie actress. Do you happen to know the actress Kang Arayan? She's the young lady who starred in The Devil's Touch together with you, is she not? Chairman Ji confirmed. Yes, the actress who also rose to the top in trending searches because she appeared in that talk show not long ago with Rita. The name Kang Arayan rose to the top in trending searches after the talk show that Arayan appeared in with Rita had aired a few days ago. Not only was Arayan pretty and a good actress, she also expertly talked without shaking in her first variety show appearance. This incident once again engraved Arayan's name in the minds of the public. Chairman Ji questioned Han-Sok, why does that young lady want to meet me? Apparently, her older brother respects you greatly as an entrepreneur. I see. I don't mean to brag, but there certainly are many young fellows who say things like that about me. That's why I thought I'd ask you for a favor, Han-Sok expressed. Han-Sok had never once taken such a submissive attitude for the sake of someone else before, so Chairman Ji could realize his grandson's true feelings at once. You must have taken an interest in that young lady. Han-Sok laughed in embarrassment. Very well. I'd be a pretty terrible grandfather if I couldn't do something like that for my grandson. Chairman Ji already liked to meet celebrities, especially actors, and talk with them, so a conversation with a rookie actress who had been raising her value was tempting enough for Chairman Ji. Let's set up a meeting at a later date. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa. Arayan's plan had been realized. I understand, Sunbi. I'll text you back once I check my availability. Arayan ended the call, and a corner of her mouth curled up. A meeting with Chairman Ji had been established at last. Now that the stage had been set, she had to prepare. She came out of her room and pounded on Hayek's room door. Stop watching porn and come out. Hayek immediately opened the door and complained with a face full of exasperation. You think I'm horny 24/7 or something? You only talk about that day in and day out. Delete all of your porn videos, then. Hayek did not have the courage to do so, since he would most definitely regret it. Arayan sat on Hayek's bed and asked, do you have a suit? A suit? Yeah. Show me? Why out of the blue? Just shut up and show me. Hayek did not understand what his little sister was up to this time, but he took out his suit like Arayan had said. After scanning the suit, Arayan shook her head. Make some time tomorrow. I'll buy you a suit, she said. For me? Yeah, but why? Hayek asked. Because we're gonna go meet Chairman Ji Songjiam. Huh. Hayek thought he had heard wrong. Chairman Ji Songjiam? Do you mean Chairman Ji Songjiam of Dudam Group? He asked. That's him. What? How? Hayek could not comprehend how his little sister had set up that kind of meeting. Arayan answered the same way she always did. Don't worry about that. Also, you're going to have to play out a setting that I assign you, so make sure you memorize it. What kind of setting? Hayek asked. You're Kang Hayek, a sound man in his 20s dreaming to become a successful young entrepreneur. So, do you like it? Hayek looked sideways at his little sister. No, not in the slightest. It was the complete opposite of the true Kang Hayek. Kang Hayek ended up getting a suit fitted for him like Kang Arayan had suggested. He stared at himself in the full-length mirror. No matter how you look at it, this is a waste of money, he said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Why? You needed a suit anyway, Arayan mentioned. Can't I just wear the one that I have? How heavy were you when you wore that suit? Around 81 kg. Hayek answered. What about now? 72 kg. She knew it. It had not fitted him at all since there was almost a 10-kilogram difference from when he had worn it. Hence, Arayan had used this opportunity to get a new suit fitted for him. Suits had to match one's current body for the fit to come alive. Although Arayan did not know much about other clothes, she was practically an expert in men's suits because of the time that Park Geon-Woo had spent as a bodyguard. A suit for a bodyguard was no different from a school uniform for a student. That was how often Geon-Woo had worn suits. Stand up straight, Arayan instructed. She fixed her older brother's necktie. What? When did you learn how to tie a necktie? Hayek asked. A very long time ago. Arayan's concept of a long time had surpassed the space-time continuum. She smiled satisfyingly as she lightly hit Hayek's chest twice. Okay, perfect, she expressed. What about you? You're not gonna go wearing that, are you? Are you crazy? Of course not. Going to meet Chairman Ji Songjiam in a t-shirt and dolphin shorts was just asking to be reproached. Wait here, I'll go get changed, said Arayan. Ian was not coming out no matter how long Hayek waited, so he went out to the living room in his suit and watched TV. After around 30 minutes, Ian unlocked her door and came out, which then shocked Hayek so much that he could not close his mouth. What are you wearing? He asked astoundedly. What do you mean? I'm wearing clothes. Can't you tell? They were indeed clothes, but they were on a completely different level from what she had usually worn. She was wearing a white blouse and a blue skirt. This was the first time that Ian had voluntarily worn a skirt aside from her uniform skirt. You absolutely despise wearing a skirt, don't you? Not just that. Are you wearing makeup? Hayek questioned. I can't stand it, but it can't be helped. I can't go barefaced when I'm going to meet Chairman G. She needed to pay attention to her clothes, makeup, and hairstyle. Ian had absolutely no idea how to put on makeup at first, but after getting it done at her drama shoots, Rita's music video shoot, and even at the recent talk show program, she had leveled up to a point that she could at least put on the most basic amount. It was obviously far lacking compared to what the expert makeup artists could do, but Ian was already so pretty without makeup that even the basic amount was enough to make her shine. Go get the car ready, Ian ordered. Oh okay, sure, Hayek stuttered. She could not afford to be late to take her first step to her revenge. The Kong siblings arrived at Dudam Group headquarters. Ian thought as she looked up at the tall building. I guess their corporate building was already this large at this point in time. Dudam Group already held the largest portion of the food industry shares, and the company would grow even bigger from now on. Until they meet the troll named Kim Han-Gyo, that is. At that time, Chairman G might be the one who would need Ian's help. Ian and Chairman G had the same enemy, but Chairman G did not know the future like Ian. He and Congressman Kim Han-Gyo were no closer than just former classmates, but Ian had no intention of pulling them apart just yet. Acquainting myself with him comes first. As for her next plan of action, she just needed to switch to it when the time was right. Ian took the lead. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me, she said. Oh okay. That aside, we really were invited here as guests, right? Hayek asked. Yes, how many times do I have to tell you? A man in his early 40s, who had been waiting for them in the lobby, approached them. Are you Miss Kong Ian? He asked. I am Yu Songtae, the chairman's secretary. He is waiting for you, so please follow me. Ian glanced at Hayek. See, I told you, she said. Hayek had no more room for doubt. The siblings followed Secretary Yu to Chairman G's office. He and Ji Han-sok had been waiting for them inside. Ian greeted Chairman G first. Greetings, sir. My name is Kong Ian. Thank you for giving us your valuable time today. I agreed to meet you because my grandson was going on about how amazing of an actress you were. Is the one next to you your older brother that I've heard about? Hayek greeted Chairman G with a 90-degree bow at Ian's signal. Greetings, sir. I am Ian's older brother, Kong Hayek. I will be in your care. Same here. You must be tired after traveling all this way. Have a seat, said Chairman G. The siblings were also provided drinks, possibly because the employees had been notified of their visit in advance. I heard you have a lot of interest in business, Hayek. Business? Yes, that's right. I have a lot of interest in it. Ha, ha ha ha. Hayek laughed awkwardly. Ian clicked her tongue in her head. He's a terrible actor. Having no choice, Ian provided cover. As I had told Han-Sok Sunbi, you are my Appa's role model, Chairman G. You are a legend in the world of business who built Dudam Group from the ground up. After all, my Appa always says that he can't help but respect you. Of course, Hayek had never said such a thing. He never shut up about Rita or games, but he had never brought up anything related to business. However, there was no way for Chairman G to know that. The eyes of Chairman G and Han-Sok focused on Hayek. You still look quite young, but you seem to have much interest in business, Chairman G expressed. Oh, yes, that's right, Hayek professed. Truly, business is not an easy thing to get into. Let's see, was it around my elementary school days? Back in those days, At this moment, Ian recalled something that she had forgotten. Chairman G loved to talk. In other words, he was an excessive chatterbox. Starting from back when I was in Gunsan, Jeollabuk, he talked by himself for 2 hours straight about his middle school days, high school days, and then how he dropped out of school to jump into the world of business and raised Dudam Group to its current glory. Ian kept pinching Hayek's thigh every time he showed signs of dozing off. The chairman cheerfully spoke to Ian because she had been attentively listening to his story. I'm sorry for going on for too long by myself. Feel free to come see me again when you have the time. I'll have to listen to your story as well, Ian. Of course, sir. I'll make sure to do that, Ian replied. Good. I have work to do, so I'll be excusing myself. Han-Sok, see them off in my stead. I understand, Grandpa. Hayek finally let out a sigh of relief after Chairman G had left the office. Han-Sok apologized to Ian. I'm sorry, Ian. My grandfather is a bit of a chatterbox. It's okay. Rather, I was happy to hear many things about the chairman that I didn't know about, Ian expressed. He seems to like you and your brother quite a lot. Like he said, come see him when you have the time. He told me that he would free up more of his schedule next time so that he can have a meal with you guys. Hayek was about to refuse, but Ian beat him to the punch. Okay, Sunbi. Please let us know when. Alright. Oh, and. Han-Sok's face suddenly reddened, as if he was embarrassed about something. Have you been contacted by the writers? He asked. Writers? The writers of The Devil's Touch, about season 2? No, not yet. Really? I see. Ahem. Ian had no idea why Han-Sok was acting like that. After school, Ian had to go straight to GNF instead of home because Chief Young said he had something to tell her. Hey, Ian. Chief Young greeted Ian, who was in her school uniform. I heard from Han-Sok that you met with Chairman Ji. Yes. Was that your objective all along? Basically, Ian confirmed. Chief Young could not understand why Ian was trying to form a connection with Chairman Ji, but he did not pay much mind to it since it was Ian's private matter. He decided not to pry into it any further. In exchange, he had something that he needed to ask Ian. I got a call from the team of The Devil's Touch yesterday, Chief Young mentioned. Actually, Han-Sok Sunbi mentioned something about that as well. He asked me if I'd been contacted by them. Oh, I guess he would. Chief Young seemed to know what the issue was. He then suddenly brought something up to Ian with a serious face. Ian, don't freak out and listen. What is it? You're creeping me out. The writers have been working on the scenario, and they called to ask for both you and Han-Sok's opinions. You see, Chief Young gulped while slurring the end of his sentence. They asked if you'd be okay with a kiss scene. Ian's eyebrow twitched. Ian's face instantly stiffened at the mention of a kiss scene. She looked as if she would kill someone right this instant. Chief Young unconsciously flinched from the bloodlust emanating from Ian. Ian answered exactly like how Chief Young had thought that she would. Are you crazy? Why the hell would I do a kiss scene? Ian absolutely despised skinship, especially ones with men. Chief Young did not know exactly why Ian hated it so much, but he would understand why if he knew of her circumstances. Since Ian used to be a deep-voiced man, she obviously hated the idea. Okay, Ian. Why don't you calm down and listen to me, okay? Chief Young had to calm down the enraged Ian first. I'm not asking if you'd be okay with a real mouth-to-mouth kiss, but if you'd be okay with pretending to kiss. Really? Ian's hostility lessened. After gaining hope from how her rage had subsided a little, Chief Young kept nodding. Why would I ask you to do a real kiss scene when I know you hate skinship? They called to ask if you would be okay with just pretending to kiss, so I told them that I would get back to them once I ask for your opinion. Even if it was just pretend, Ian still did not find it all that appealing. Is a scene like that even needed? I don't think people would be interested in an extras kiss scene that much, she mentioned. She was not wrong, but her current position was very different from the drama's previous season. You're not an extra anymore. As if waiting for this moment, Chief Young said to Ian, your character was promoted to a minor role. You have quite a few lines as well. Well, you still have far less screen time than the main and supporting roles, but you will have significantly more screen time than the other minor roles. Because the drama production team had seen Ian's popularity with their own eyes, they immediately decided to promote Ian's character that used to be just a nameless extra. Who's my partner, then? Ian asked. Although it wasn't a direct kiss, she was naturally curious about her partner. Chief Young answered concisely, Han-Sok. Sigh. Ian had finally realized why Han-Sok had asked her such a question with a flushed face. She would have flatly refused the scene if her partner was any other actor, but it's a different story if it's Han-Sok. Ian needed more time to consolidate her connection with Chairman Ji, and Han-Sok was the one who was in charge of arranging her meetings with him. Now that things had come to this, Ian decided to ask Chief Young directly. What did Han-Sok Sunbi say about doing a kiss scene with me? He said he was fine with it. He seemed to be looking forward to acting with you. Like I said before, it really is just pretending. The camera will be angled so that your head or Han-Sok's will be covering your lips, Chief Young reiterated. I know, but, so there aren't any other scenes with excessive skinship, right, Chief Young? Yes, there isn't. I guarantee it. After much thought, Ian answered, sigh. Okay, tell them that I'll do it. Really? Yes, but make sure you get it into their heads that I will never do mouth to mouth. I'm prepared to just quit acting if they don't agree. No matter how much Ian emphasized it, it still was not enough for her. That was how much she did not want to act scenes like that out. Okay, just leave it all to me. I'll take care of everything, Chief Young declared. Feeling elated, Chief Young's voice heightened after getting Ian's approval. On the other hand, nothing but sighs came out of Ian's mouth. If only I'd filled out the return application form properly. No, even checking off the correct gender would have been good enough. Park Geon-Woo would have done many more good things in his life if he knew something like this was going to happen. It had been a long time since Ian had been swept by so much regret. There were only a few days left until the filming of The Devil's Touch Season 2 began. It had been a while since Ian walked back home from school with her friends. Choi Aromi looked at Ian with sparkling eyes. Ian, are you starring in The Devil's Touch? In Season 2 as well? Yeah, I guess, Ian answered. Aromi often asked Ian these kinds of questions due to her high interest in the entertainment industry. Like any other day, Aromi's curiosity exploded. Is your character intertwined with Han-Sok Appa's character? That's a spoiler, so I can't tell you that. Ian had also been officially announced to be starring in The Devil's Touch. It was a huge problem for an actor to unintentionally leak information about a drama or movie that they were starring in. Due to massive advancements in the internet, an actor's single slip of the tongue could cause huge backlash. There had actually been a case where a certain actor received massive hate from drama fans for revealing which character would die in the drama. Because of that, program director Han-Gyo made sure that all actors and staff members knew that they must not disclose any contents of the drama to outsiders. Since this also applied to Arayan, she could not divulge anything, even to her friends. Aromi clicked her tongue, unable to let go of her wistful feelings. Jaerin, who was sitting beside her, scolded her. Even if we're Arayan's friends, do you seriously think she could tell us stuff like that? Why not? She could. Are you gonna take responsibility if she gets in trouble because of that? You won't, so just wait and see with your own eyes when the drama starts airing. Okay. Arayan felt a bit sorry for the disheartened Aromi, but Jaerin was right in this instance. Even if she hated working in the entertainment industry, she would not stand for a project to be ruined because of her. Although she had absolutely no problem with leaking everything if Director Sun or any of the other head staff members acted in bad faith to her, that was currently not the case. Hence, Arayan was intending on keeping things secret like Director Sun had emphasized. Then, Arayan, can you at least tell me this? Aromi had still not given up. Is it true that Jae-woon Appa will be starring in this season of The Devil's Touch, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om? Jae-woon was a member of the 7-member male idol group Bex, which had debuted 5 years ago. His manly, well-defined ABS had brought about a large number of female fans. After his declaration to try his shot in acting past his music career, rumors that he would join the cast of The Devil's Touch spread through a certain news media outlet. Aromi was curious about whether this was true or not, which Yiseo smiled at. You love hot guys as much as ever, Aromi. Aromi's preference for men went as followed: handsome. In Aromi's eyes, anyone she took an interest in had S-tier looks. I guess. I could tell you that much, Arayan expressed. The addition of Jae-woon was scheduled to be revealed by a news article today or tomorrow anyway. Arayan thought that revealing it a little earlier was no problem. Really? So, is the rumor true? Aromi asked. Yes, or no. The answer was very simple. Yup, it's true, Arayan answered. Sick. Jae-woon Appa is finally debuting as an actor. Aromi's favorite celebrity might have been Jae-woon, because she was about to shed tears of joy. As Jaerin was patting Aromi on the back, Yiseo explained to Arayan what sort of girl Aromi was since Arayan still did not know much about her. Aromi absolutely adores idols and handsome actors. I can tell, Arayan replied. You can just make some vague excuse to dodge any of her questions that you find hard to answer from now on. Arayan had already been thinking of doing just that even if Yiseo hadn't told her to. Jaerin suggested, possibly for a change of pace, I saw an ice cream store that had just opened next to this cafe. Why don't we stop by there? My treat. You, Jaerin? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Yiseo asked. Jaerin shrugged as if it was no big deal. My dad gave me some extra allowance yesterday, so I want to treat you guys. Her father had given her a little extra because things had gone well in his workplace. Not many people would refuse when their friend offered to treat them to ice cream. Since they had just finished their coffees, they decided to head out. Jaerin pointed to the ice cream store right of the cafe as soon as they went out onto the street. It's over there. What do you think? It looks nice, right? Tons of people had gathered, either because it was their grand opening phase or because their ice cream was just that good. It looked like they would have to wait a little, but they couldn't dare defy their financier. Let's go. Okay. Jaerin, Yiseo, Aromi and Arayan all set off in order. As they were heading to the ice cream store through the crowd, Arayan suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Arayan? Yiseo asked. Arayan sprinted somewhere in a hurry after asking Yiseo to wait. She came back to the cafe that they were at. Her gaze was fixed on a young man in his 20s, walking together with other men believed to be his friends. Hey, Geon-Woo, you're free tonight, right? Let's go have a drink. Arayan's face stiffened as soon as she heard that name. Park Geon-Woo. Arayan's mind went completely blank from coming face to face with her past self on the street by sheer coincidence. Arayan actually knew all along that her original self, Park Geon-Woo, may have existed in this era separate from herself. Now that the original Geon-Woo had returned to the past in the body of a high school girl that he had absolutely no relation to, it was fully within the realms of possibility. However, Arayan did not try to find him because she was scared. She averted her eyes from the truth because she was scared of how she would feel once she came face to face with her past self. However, it's not as big of a deal as I had expected. Arayan had not suffered from any after effects since she had already expected it somewhat. She even knew the names of all the friends that Geon-Woo was with. They were enjoying their university lives while snickering together. The Geon-Woo standing over there was another version of herself, but he would meet his end at the hands of Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol in the future. In that case, wouldn't Arayan need to take measures to prevent that from happening? No, because that would completely go against her plans. The assistance of Geon-Woo, Arayan's other self, was imperative to her revenge against Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. She was thinking of leaving Geon-Woo be until he would become the leader of Kim Han-Gyo's security team, and before he would be stabbed to death by Kim Chi-yeol and his men. Arayan would simply do her part as a bystander, because Park Geon-Woo was the final piece of the puzzle in her revenge. She had to build the foundations for her revenge until that day came. Rayan. Seo Yiseo ran to Rayan, having a bad feeling. What's wrong? Yiseo asked. Her gaze went to Geon-Woo. Do you know him? Rayan turned back and answered, no, not at all. It was almost 10 p.m. Park Seo-hun, who had opened up a shoe store on the first floor of a commercial building, shouted. Now, come take a look. The special sale only lasts until today. Excuse me, young man. Come here and let me recommend you some incredible sneakers. No matter how much he touted, not a single customer made their way over to him. Since he couldn't sell shoes all night, he prepared to close up shop. Yet another bust of a day. As he was clicking his tongue, a young lady approached him. Is business doing good, Mr. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM? Seo-hun had only seen the lady's face once, but it was one that he could never, no, should never forget. Rayan was standing in front of him, both hands in the pockets of an oversized hoodie with a lollipop in her mouth. Seo-hun secretly sighed. What are you doing here? He asked. I thought it was around time that your business would fail, so I've come to visit. Rayan replied. It's not gonna fail. I'm gonna score really big this time. Your massive stock says otherwise. Shoeboxes were stacked in heaps inside the store. Seo-hun could not fool Rayan. Crunch. She chewed the lollipop into pieces and asked Seo-hun, who was carrying the display shoes back into the store. This is your 5th business, right? I guess your chance will come once you fail in one more. What chance? The chance to score really big. What else? Seo-hun's path to success was clearly ingrained in Rayan's head. He would achieve massive growth after his business rose to become #1 in the clothing industry. Was it even necessary to get Seo-hun to drag through his 5th and 6th businesses, even after knowing of his success in the clothing business? Would it not have been better for him to have skipped the 2 experiences and straight to his successful business venture? Rayan had her own philosophy on that. One could only learn the way of success by experiencing failure. Seo-hun would never have been able to become so successful without failing in his previous 6 businesses. Seo-hun had also said so himself in an interview that he had with a certain news media outlet. But of course, Rayan had no idea what Seo-hun had learned from his 6 failures since she could not read minds. Hence, she decided to wait for him despite how annoying it was. Seo-hun bluntly asked Rayan, how did you know where I was? I knew you'd opened up a store here. I simply didn't visit. Then why did you decide to come visit today? You're not here to make me cough up the money you lent me, are you? Rayan shook her head. She was not here for money. The reason was very simple. Just cause. She had met her other self this afternoon. Even after heading home, she could not forget the scene of Geon-Woo snickering together with his friends. Rayan had felt stifled, so she had decided to go see Seo-hun on a whim, as well as to check if he was properly failing in his business venture. And also, do you have a cigarette, mister? She asked. What? Why? Can you give me one? She could only ask Seo-hun for such a thing. She used to be unable to go a day without smoking. Although she had quit 10 years ago as a New Year's resolution, she felt like smoking today. Seo-hun instantly replied with a baffled face, why would I give a brat like you a cigarette? Cheapskate. She had not had her hopes up. Rayan was now chewing on the lollipop stick after the candy part had disappeared. She then asked Seo-hun, why do you keep trying your hand in business even after losing all of your money? She could not understand Seo-hun, who was struggling to succeed even while borrowing money from loan sharks. Seo-hun put down the shoeboxes and crouched next to Rayan. I just don't want to die as an embarrassment. That's it. Rayan asked. You have no idea how powerful of a motive that is. Seo-hun was a regular company employee before starting up his businesses. Although he had been reduced to a penniless hobo after failing in 4 business ventures, he still carried ambitions to succeed through business. What would people around me think of me if I die like this? They'd think I was some dumbass who croaked from being so caught up in his business failures, wouldn't they? Even if I die, I refuse to die as an embarrassment. I'm gonna die as proudly and wealthily as possible. Rayan couldn't help but giggle. Maybe. I might be in the same boat. Rayan had dedicated her life to Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol, but what she had gotten in return was dishonor and death. Rayan did not want to die in such a way either. She had decided to steal her heart for her happy ending. Seo-hun observed Rayan's face displaying all kinds of emotions in silence. He reluctantly took out a cigarette from his pocket. Want this? He asked. Rayan shook her head. No, it's fine. Rayan took the lollipop stick out of her mouth and showed it to Seo-hun. I think this suits me more than that right now. Seo-hun's words had helped her organize her thoughts slightly. On a Saturday afternoon, Rayan was discussing something with Chief Young in GNF. She then headed to the entrance of the agency after getting word from Shin Yubin that she had arrived. Chief Young offered her words of encouragement before she left. Good luck on today's shoot. I'll head there if I manage to free up some time. Okay, Rayan replied. The first shoot of Season 2 of The Devil's Touch was scheduled for today. Rayan had no choice but to give up on a weekend day because one of her scenes was scheduled to be shot today. Today's the day of the pretend kiss scene. Ever since Rayan began her acting career, she had somewhat expected that a kiss scene suggestion would come her way at least once. In this instance, it thankfully ended up as just pretending, but they might ask for a real kiss scene one day. She was going to refuse with her life if that day ever came, but life never went how one expected. In the first place, Raeun had never expected that she would be betrayed by Congressman Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol, and be stabbed to death. Not only that, but even returning as a high school girl was well outside her expectations. Compared to those, a kiss scene is nothing. But even so, that did not mean she wanted to do it. Raeun greeted Yubin and got in the car. Watching Raeun stroking her long hair, Yubin asked, "Is there something on your mind, Raeun?" "Something on my mind? Yeah. You haven't been looking too well since yesterday. Is it because of the kiss scene?" If Raeun had to choose, it wasn't because of that. She had still been dealing with the after-effects of being made to confront her past. She was much better now, but her face had been stiff enough for people close to her to notice the change in her emotional state. "I just have some stuff to think about," Raeun replied. "Feel free to confide in me anytime. I'm an incredible counselor." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." It would have been amazing if her concerns were small enough for her to confide in someone. Raeun started reading her lines with Ji Han-sok after getting her makeup done. Their scene was #8-2, which consisted of a slightly drunk Raeun pouncing on Han-sok's lips. "I hate being the receiver, but I hate being the instigator even more." Rather, forget who would be the instigator, she just hated the kiss scene itself. But she couldn't do anything about it since it was in the script. Han-sok asked Raeun as they were going through the script, "Can you act drunk, Raeun?" "Yes, I can," she replied. "But you've never drunk alcohol before, have you?" There was no way that she hadn't. Not only had she drunk tons in her past life, she also smoked, but the high schooler Kang Raeun had not. Her brother came in handy in times like this. "I've seen my brother drunk tons of times, so I can just mimic him. Also, I learned how to do it in acting school." That's a relief. Acting drunk wasn't the problem for Raeun. Rather, the only things in her head were thoughts about how to get through the kiss scene smoothly. Kang Raeun and Ji Han-sok went through their lines one final time before the shoot. The camera positioned itself so that their faces were clearly visible on the set made to look like a bar. Raeun looked down at the filled soju glass. If only this was actually soju. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed. No, she wasn't able to enjoy a drink. She had never been one to drink a lot, but she had craved it every now and then. She had just been frustrated that she couldn't drink when she wanted to. Director Sun raised his voice as Raeun held in her sigh. "We're about to start filming?" Quiet on the set. A production staff member readied the film slate. Clap. The other extras started acting as bar guests at the signal. Raeun immersed herself into her drunk act with drowsy eyes. Seeing her, Han-sok placed his hand on Raeun's shoulder and lightly shook her. "Are you okay, Sung-hee? I think you've drunk too much. You should head home soon." Raeun gave Han-sok a surprise kiss before he could finish his sentence. Of course, it was not a real kiss. She had simply turned her back to the camera and pretended to kiss him. But even so, Han-sok momentarily went into a state of panic because of Raeun's sudden approach. Even with the smell of cooking meat filling the set, Han-sok's sense of smell was overwhelmed by Raeun's nice fragrance. Not only her fragrance, but Han-sok could not focus at all because of the blindingly beautiful woman within centimeters of him. "Cut." Director Sun exclaimed. "Han-sok, your gaze is too awkward. You should look flustered since you were suddenly kissed, shouldn't you?" "I'm sorry," Han-sok apologized. He had caused an NG cut, unbecoming of him. On the other hand, Raeun did not mind too much because it was not a real kiss. Since all she had to do was to bring her face close to Han-sok's, she did not show a hint of reluctance. The senior was more flustered than the junior. So much for being a sunbee. Han-sok blamed his own inadequacy. Raeun asked Han-sok before going into the reshoot, "Should I approach a little slower, sunbee?" No, it's alright. Rather, Director Sun would call another cut if you go too slow," Han-sok answered. "Okay." Raeun nodded. The reshoot started right away. Raeun once again stuck her face right up to Han-sok as he read the line in the exact same way as before. The problem was that she's even closer than before. He could feel Raeun's subtle breaths. They were close enough that their lips were about to touch. If Han-sok were to stick out his lips even just a little, they would touch Raeun's small cherry lips for sure. Han-sok's pupils shook greatly. Director Sun, who had been watching Han-sok's expression through the monitor, gave the okay. "Alright. Good job, Han-sok. Why did you make an NG if you were this capable? I wonder." Director Sun's compliment should have been directed toward Raeun instead of Han-sok. During their first shoot together, Raeun had realized that Han-sok became more embarrassed the closer that she got to him. Hence, she helped Han-sok channel that part of himself into his acting by getting even closer to him than before without notice. Thanks to this, the scene was okayed after only 2 tries. On the other hand, Han-sok silently placed his hand on top of his rapidly beating heart after the shoot was finished. Since his heart was beating this fast from just pretending, "If I get to kiss her for real," his heart could burst if that time ever came. Once Season 2 of The Devil's Touch started airing, Raeun got more attention compared to from Season 1, mostly because her screen time had increased. She had instantly become a star within her school, but she cared little for it. Especially in times like this. "I have to keep my composure." On a Sunday morning, Raeun hurried to get ready to go out early in the morning even when it was the weekend. Her father, who had just woken up, asked Raeun, "Are you heading out to exercise?" Anyone could tell from her black leggings and zip-up hoodie attire that she was heading out to exercise. "Yes, I'm going out for a jog," Raeun replied. "Stay safe." After some light stretching outside, she jogged toward Starlight Road right away. There were two major things that had changed ever since she became a high school girl. First, my body's as light as always. A female body couldn't help but feel lighter than a male one. Although she fell behind in terms of muscle mass, she had decided to think optimistically that it was exchanged for a lighter and more flexible body. And one other thing was that she could freely wear leggings. She was embarrassed to wear just leggings back when she was a man, because that certain body part would bulge out. But now that she was a woman, she could walk around in leggings without reservation. I never knew leggings were so comfortable. Leggings would become a massive trend amongst women in the future. When Park Seo-hun would start his clothing business down the road, it may be good to jump on the leggings business early on. It was obvious that they would be sold like hotcakes. Raein arrived at Starlight Road with her ponytail wagging in no time. Yi-jun, who had been warming up in front of the cafe, waved at her. Nuna, over here. He had also finished getting ready to go jogging with Raein in a tracksuit. 2 weeks ago, they had agreed to meet at Starlight Road to jog together every weekend. Yi-jun had texted Raein to suggest the idea after he belatedly found out that she woke up early to exercise every weekend. Raein had replied that she didn't mind, but in exchange, "I'm gonna leave you if you fall behind again today," she expressed. "Come on, you don't have to worry, Nuna. I'm pretty confident today. You said that last time and collapsed before even getting halfway. I'm a changed man compared to back then. Please trust me," Yi-jun proclaimed. Raein did not hate Yi-jun's strong confidence, because she had always liked people with backbone and tenacity. "Alright, I'll be keeping an eye on you," Raein said. Their jogging course had begun. If Raein had no particular plans, she spent her weekend mornings jogging as aerobic exercise from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. This was true even in her past life. She had no choice but to exercise even harder to improve this high schooler body's weak stamina. Once Raein had almost reached the final checkpoint of her jogging course. Pant. Yi-jun was on the brink of death from keeping up with Raein's jogging pace. Raein slowed her pace to get behind Yi-jun, who was far taller than her, and pushed him on the back to give him a boost. "Hang in there, we're almost there." Thank you, Nuna. The two safely reached the final checkpoint thanks to Raein's help. After asking Yi-jun to wait, Raein bought a bottle of water from the convenience store right next to them and handed it to him. "Want a drink?" she asked. "You can drink first, Nuna. You drink first." "I'm fine." Then, just a sip." Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yi-jun frantically gulped down the water to cool down his heated body. The bottle of water had not even cost 1,000 won, but to Yi-jun right now, it was nothing less than the water of life. However, he had made a critical mistake in the process. He had been in such a hurry that he had drunk the water with his mouth touching the opening. "I'm sorry, Nuna. I'll go buy another one." "It's fine, don't fret over something like this." Raein took back the bottle and brought it up to her mouth. And then, she also drank it with her mouth touching the opening just like Yi-jun had. Yi-jun's face heated up again after he had just cooled it down. It was the indirect kiss that he had only heard about, but Raein did not seem to mind it at all. Back when she was in the army, Raein had shared canteens with her fellow squad mates while they were marching, so she did not feel much resistance to such acts. However, Raein had forgotten that she was currently not a man, but a woman. "You really are unreserved," Yi-jun commented. "Is that a compliment?" Raein asked. "Of course. Oh, and Nuna, can I ask you something?" "What?" About season 2 of The Devil's Touch. You had a kiss scene. Did you really?" Yi-jun was curious whether she had done a real kiss or not. Raein answered in a flash, "No, it was a pretend kiss." Really?" Yi-jun sighed in relief, which then Raein giggled in bafflement. "Why are you relieved?" she said. Yi-jun could only laugh awkwardly in response. "Are you heading home now, Nuna?" he asked. "No," Raein replied. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Then where?" She answered while brushing off the dirt from her butt. "Now that I've done aerobic exercise, it's time for an aerobic exercise now." No matter how much Yi-jun liked Raein, he did not have the courage to exercise even more with her. There was a fitness center that Raein had frequented. It was small, but it had everything that she needed. However, today was the last day that she would come here. "I'm thinking of ending my membership after today," Raein said. "Pardon?" The female fitness trainer, Choi Mi-jae-young, asked Raein in confusion. "Why, Ms. Kong? Is there something you don't like about our fitness center?" "No, there is a fitness center that is partnered with my agency, so I'm planning on going there from now on." Mi-jae-young's head turned into jumbles at Raein's response. Raein was a member that they couldn't afford to lose. Not only had their fitness center been rumored to have a celebrity as a member, but the number of memberships had increased exponentially thanks to Raein. "In that case, Ms. Kong, we'll give you a massive discount on your membership. We'll even allow you to use our lockers for free." Mi-jae-young did her best to hold on to Raein using all sorts of benefits, but, "I don't think I can, even with all that," Raein replied. Not only would she get a private personal trainer who would manage her figure, but everything from her fitness center membership to access to various sports facilities would all be free in the other fitness center. Also, the facility there was better, so Raein had no choice but to refuse without hesitation. Mi-jae-young could not easily erase her sorrow, but did not give up hope. "I understand. If you've made up your mind, then it can't be helped. In exchange, please let us know if you ever wish to register with us again. We will give you the most benefits that we can possibly offer. Okay, there was something that Rayan always thought at times like this. I'm glad I became a celebrity. Kang Rayan had come to the new fitness center like Chi Fyung had suggested. It certainly is way better than my neighborhood fitness center. The facility itself was on a whole nother level. Rayan had seen a few rusted equipment in the fitness center that she used to go to. She had gone there because it was cheap, but she had never thought that it was a good fitness center. On the other hand, the place that Chi Fyung had suggested was completely different. It could have been because it had only opened 3 months ago, but everything from the equipment to the interior just screamed cleanliness. After changing her clothes, Rayan greeted the female trainer who would be in charge of managing her figure from now on. Hello, my name is Song-Jia. I'm Kang Rayan, I'll be in your care. Same here. By the way, Trainer Song quickly scanned Rayan's entire body. The lines of her body could be clearly seen because she was wearing tight clothes. Trainer Song asked Rayan, would you be okay with me touching you? She was asking if Rayan was okay with being touched in sensitive areas. Rayan nodded. Yes, go ahead. Some women were sensitive to touching, even if the one who was touching was a fellow woman. Hence, Trainer Song asked for Rayan's permission. Nov. L. B/JNN. Rayan thought of Rita as she looked at Trainer Song. If only that Sunbi was as a quarter as understanding as her. Rayan could only laugh at the thought. After touching Rayan's pelvis, lower buttocks, thighs, stomach, sides, shoulders, and arms, Trainer Song was filled with admiration. Wow, you must have taken great care of your figure. There's not a single flab on your body. Not only that, but your figure is very well balanced. Your body type is pleasing to the eye as well. Rayan had a great hourglass figure, being slim in areas that should be slim and thick in areas that should be. From a trainer's standpoint, there weren't many flaws in Rayan's body. Trainer Song had been thinking about what sort of training schedule that she should put on Rayan, but she purged all of her ideas from her mind. In its stead, we should set our course toward maintaining your current figure, she suggested. Is my current state okay? Rayan asked. Yes, I am in charge of training quite a few female celebrities, but you're a cut above them. I even manage figures of fashion models, but I honestly think your figure is better than theirs. An innately great figure coupled with Rayan's hard work had resulted in a masterpiece that even the trainer couldn't help but admire. Rayan had always liked to exercise, even in her previous life. Even back then, Park Geon-Woo had heard that he had a nice body, but Rayan felt very strange to hear the same thing even after becoming a high school girl. What do you have for meals? Asked Trainer Song. I just eat like the average person. I'm not on any particular diet, Rayan answered. At the state that your body is in, it'll be fine as long as you keep greasy foods in moderation. Your body fat percentage is ideal as well. As for the rest, let's discuss it during our periodic personal training sessions. Okay, now then, I'm thinking of just going through a few simple stretches with you, and teaching you some weight training sets that I recommend. Would that be okay with you? Yes, that's fine. Trainer Song couldn't stop smiling because of the exemplary fitness center member that was Rayan. Rayan had worked out at her new fitness center for 5 days straight. Before heading back home after school, Rayan stopped by the fitness center and warmed up through some simple stretches. Rayan caught the gazes of men every time she stretched. She stuck her butt backward as she stretched out her lower body muscles. As soon as she turned around, the men coughed and pretended to be engrossed in their workouts as if nothing had happened. Rayan clicked her tongue. Bastards. Men could not easily go against their instincts in the fitness center. After stretching, Rayan sat on the pec deck machine to do chest flies to work out her chest muscles. It was an exercise where one fixed their elbows on the pads with their arms out to the side, and pulled them together forward. Phew. After deeply breathing out, Rayan repeatedly brought the pads together with the weight set at what she could handle with her current muscular strength. I'd be able to set it heavier if I was a man. Rayan felt frustrated by the limits of a high school girl's muscular strength. A man approached her as she was focused on her workout. You're working out pretty hard. I guess it was worth registering you to this fitness center. It was Chi Fyung. After belatedly checking who it was, Rayan answered, Oh, I thought you were a man trying to flirt with me. It was a valid misunderstanding. Whenever Rayan came to the fitness center, people's gazes, especially those of men, kept shifting to her. She was sure that it was partly because she was a celebrity, but the major cause of the attention was her beauty and figure, as one would expect. Her voluptuous body was unbefitting of a high schooler. Even a gym rat would not be able to resist staring at Rayan's body at least once. Chi Fyung naturally sat next to Rayan while snickering. That's what all celebrities go through, Chi Fyung expressed. Rayan knew from the moment that she became famous that such instances would become commonplace, but that did not reduce the inconveniences in her daily life. Were there really people who came up to you? Chi Fyung asked. No, none. I glare at them before they even try to approach me. Makes sense. Most men wouldn't be able to handle you. Rayan momentarily paused her workout and scanned Chi Fyung's clothes. He was wearing the sportswear provided by the fitness center. Do you work out here as well? Rayan asked. Yeah. Are you sure you're working out properly? Rayan's gaze fixed itself on Chi Fyung's flabby stomach. He had a body that one wouldn't believe that he was exercising if they looked at it. Chi Fyung laughed in embarrassment. You know the work schedule of the people in this industry, don't you? Inconsistent working hours and constant drinking parties only added to my stomach fat. Those are all just excuses. People can always make time for exercise. Also, you'll lose that weight in no time as long as you stick to a proper diet. Don't hit me where it hurts. Chi Fyung could not endure Arayan's merciless barrage of facts. Well, exercising aside, this is also a good place to make connections, Chi Fyung remarked. Connections? Arayan asked. You probably don't know since it hasn't been long since you started coming here, but lots of people in our industry frequent this fitness center. Celebrities, officials of entertainment agencies, television crew, and even announcers and reporters. Arayan's ears perked up as soon as Chi Fyung mentioned reporters. Chi Fyung, yeah, can I ask you for a favor? What kind of favor? It was very rare for Arayan to ask for a favor. Do you know a reporter named Ahn Sujin? Arayan asked. Ahn Sujin? Ahn Sujin. I think I've heard the name before. What about her? Feeling relieved that it had worked out well, Arayan said to Chi Fyung, please introduce me to her. Reporter Ahn Sujin was absolutely imperative to Arayan's plan for revenge. A certain young woman was staring at the entrance of a certain apartment while keeping her presence hidden. Her name was Ahn Sujin. She had been on a stakeout while fighting through drowsiness to wait for someone to come out of the apartment. That certain someone was one of the suspects of the mystery case that she was gathering materials for, Park Jun-hyo. I'm sure that Park Jun-hyo is the culprit. Early last month, someone had spoken out to expose the private life of one of the executives of a famous enterprise. However, they had passed away due to an unfortunate accident before getting the chance to speak. It was a drunk driving accident. The drunk driver was arrested and the police closed the case as a simple drunk driving incident, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. In actuality, a plot to eliminate the whistleblower had been hidden deep within the shadows. Park Jun-hyo was a subordinate of the executive concerned, and was the culprit behind the instigation of the accident. Sujin had gathered all the evidence, and all that she needed to do was to gather the final piece of the puzzle. Hence, she had been staking out near the apartment for 1 week straight while activating every nerve in her body to focus on surveying every single one of Park Jun-hyo's actions. Park Jun-hyo came out of the apartment right on schedule. Sujin followed the man while keeping her presence hidden. She went after him as he turned the corner, but Sujin's face stiffened. Where did he go? Park Jun-hyo, who had surely turned the corner into this road, was nowhere in sight. As Sujin was about to search her surroundings, she heard a chilling voice from behind her. Don't move. She recognized the voice instantly. It was Park Jun-hyo. So you were the presence that I'd been feeling watching me since a few days ago. Park Jun-hyo's creepy laugh harassed Sujin's ears. Something was on her back. She could not tell whether it was a knife or something else. However, one thing that she knew for sure was that she was in great danger. You should have focused your attention elsewhere, Miss Reporter. Why did you have to go after our vice chairman? Huh, said Park Jun-hyo. You were the one who ordered the death of Mr. Choi and Bae-yong, weren't you? Sujin asked. So what if I am? He had willingly admitted his crime. It was a bona fide testimony. However, such a testimony was absolutely useless to her right now. You'll follow that bastard Choi and Bae-yong soon enough, he stated. The fear of death engulfed Sujin. However, at that moment, smack, she heard someone collapse behind her along with the sound of a strike. Park Jun-hyo had collapsed and lost consciousness. Sujin stared at the blindingly beautiful young girl who had knocked out Park Jun-hyo. Coincidentally, it was someone whom Sujin knew. Miss Kang Arayan, she asked. Arayan said to Sujin, mishaps like this might happen if you try to gather news material on your own like this, so please be careful from now on. Ahn Sujin was a very important individual for Arayan, because she was the one who would expose all of the allegations surrounding Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Kang Arayan had tried to meet reporter Ahn Sujin through one of Chi Fyung's connections, but Arayan had ended up here after she had heard that Sujin had been out for new coverage for several days. Sujin bowed to express her gratitude after staring at Arayan blankly. Why you saved my life. Thank you. I didn't think he'd pull a knife on me. Arayan corrected Sujin as she was speaking. This isn't a real knife. Arayan pushed the collapsed Park Jun-hyo aside with her foot to reveal the object that had been under him. This is, Sujin muttered. Arayan picked up the object in Sujin's stead, and flicked the edge of the knife with her finger. It made a non-metallic sound. It's just a plastic knife, Arayan answered. Aha. Park Jun-hyo had threatened Sujin by making her think that it was a real knife. However, it did not change the fact that she had been in danger. Sujin did not dare imagine what could have happened to her if Arayan had not come to save her, or if the knife was real. I had heard that she covered only the most dangerous stories. Sujin was that kind of woman in Arayan's memories, and she had just confirmed it with her own eyes. One would never even think of tailing a murder suspect by themselves without nerves of steel. Arayan handed Sujin something. What is this? Sujin asked. I recorded the conversation that you had with this man just now. Use that as evidence. The voice recorder contained Park Jun-hyo's testimony of admitting to conspiring in the car accident. Sujin was now able to finalize the case that she had been working hard for several days to cover. I called a taxi for you, so please take that and go straight home, Arayan said. What about you, Miss Kong? Sujin asked. I should go home too. Don't recklessly wander around at night, or stuff like this might happen again. And Sujin had to take charge of the crucial task of exposing all of Kim Han-Gyo's injustices in 15 years in Raeyeon's stead. Raeyeon could not stand to see her getting into danger. Of course, if things went exactly according to the future that she knew, Sujin would be fine until then, but you never know. Raeyeon had to prepare for any ifs, and she knew exactly the right people for the job. She took out her phone and called someone. Raeyeon fixed her horn-rimmed glasses again after arriving in front of a certain 4-story commercial building. Now that people recognized her so much, glasses and a mask were necessary to conceal her identity. If only being a celebrity brought nothing but good things, like back in the fitness center, she would not have had to put on such a troublesome disguise if she had not debuted in the entertainment industry. She held in her sigh and slowly climbed up the steps. Raeyeon kicked the office door with no signboard with all her might. Bang bang bang! Even a high school girl's kick was hard to ignore if it had their entire weight behind it. The office door soon opened after the aggressive knock. Who the hell? Gasp. The tough-looking men swallowed their breaths as soon as they saw Raeyeon. All of their faces looked familiar to her, especially the man with a scar on his face. He grinded his teeth in anger as he stared at Raeyeon. You bitch. Hi. Been a while, hasn't it? They were the loan sharks who had chased after Park Seel-hun. The office that Raeyeon had come to was their place of business. Around 6 large men surrounded Raeyeon, but she was not intimidated in the slightest. Rather, where's your boss? She asked. Boss. Raeyeon told them to bring the man in sunglasses whom she had met before. Crazy bitch. The scarred man gave way to his rage and threw a punch at Raeyeon. She slightly turned to the side to dodge the punch that she had stared at until the last second, and extended her hand to grab the man's wrist. She then dug her fingers into his wrist joint. Ugh. The scarred man cried like a newborn baby like last time. How does it feel to get subdued by me again? Raeyeon asked. The man could not answer her question. Not because he did not want to, but because he was not able to because of the inexplicable level of pain that he was under. Before the man's subordinates were about to charge at Raeyeon, she warned them, should I break his wrist this time? Raeyeon had threatened to break the scarred man's wrist like she had done so with his ankle last time. Because of her threat, the subordinates had no choice but to back down. Meanwhile, their leader had finally shown himself in front of Raeyeon after the commotion. You're rampaging in someone else's office as soon as you arrive? Is that what they teach students these days? No, they teach us to educate uncivilized bastards on proper manners, Raeyeon replied. The man in sunglasses frowned at how Raeyeon did not lose a single argument. You must have something to talk about, the man in sunglasses guessed. Of course. Come to my office. Raeyeon let go of the scarred man's wrist. In tears, he stared daggers at Raeyeon, but she had already entered the office with the man in sunglasses. Raeyeon took a seat. There was a nameplate on the desk with the name Ma Yongjun written on it. Is this your name, mister? She asked. Yeah, it was a very manly name. Ma Yongjun took off his sunglasses and fixed his gaze onto Raeyeon. How did you find this place? He asked. I asked the guy who you tried to take his organs out from last time about the loan sharks he borrowed money from, and he told me about this place. That son of a bitch. Yongjun sighed and went straight to the point. Why are you here this time? Do you have more money that you want to pay back? No. Why would I pay back money that I had never even borrowed in the first place? Raeyeon answered. She was not wrong. If she was not here to pay, JNN. I'm guessing you're not here to borrow either. Yongjun asked. They were in the money lending business. Most people came here to borrow money, so Yongjun had naturally asked her about that. However, that was also wrong. I want to hire you guys, Raeyeon expressed. Hire? You said you do anything that involves using your fists, didn't you? Yongjun did not answer. Silence was also a form of agreement. Raeyeon pulled out stacks of 10,000 won bills one by one. It totaled to a considerable amount. What is this? Yongjun asked. Bodyguarding fees, Raeyeon answered. Bodyguarding. I want you guys to protect someone in my stead. This is only an advance. I'll pay you the rest annually. Yongjun's eyebrows twitched by the mention of annually. How long do you expect us to do that for? Not long. Raeyeon's next statement completely contradicted her previous statement. 15 years. Tisk. Yongjun clicked his tongue. He did not understand what part of 15 years was not long. Are we supposed to protect the president or a congressman or something? He asked. No, you just need to protect this one reporter that I know. She always jumps into danger, so I'm always worried about her. Raeyeon could not afford to stick to Sujin to act as her bodyguard 24/7. But if it was Yongjun's group, they would be able to guard her at a distance that she would not notice. People working in the underworld were usually good at things like this. I'm sure you wouldn't refuse a job that pays you handsomely for 15 years, would you? It certainly was a tempting offer like Raeyeon had said, but I don't understand why you're trying to hire us to do something this absurd, Yongjun expressed. He was very curious about her true intentions. He had never told Raeyeon, but he knew exactly who she was. She was the rookie actress who was all the rage as of late. He could not comprehend why such a person would pay them to protect a complete stranger for 15 years straight. Raeyeon's answer was very simple. That doesn't concern you. Meaning, don't ask. I'd rather not accept a job without knowing the reason for it. You don't want to do it. Yongjun once again stayed silent, but Rayan was as calm as she could be. Forget it, then. I'm sure there are tons of others willing to take your place, Rayan remarked. She simply had to ask another organization. She was sure that there were plenty of others who would pounce at the chance of a lifetime to get regular earnings for 15 years straight, just from protecting a single reporter. Wait, Yongjun raised his voice at Rayan as she was about to get up. I accept. He did not know Rayan's intentions, but it was far too sweet of a job to relinquish to someone else. Yongjun asked Rayan before signing the contract, but why are you entrusting this job to us of all people? Rayan answered as she twirled the pen, because I've taken a liking to you misters. Only Rayan knew whether her statement was true or not. Sujin could still not forget that moment when Rayan had rescued her. Although she felt relieved that the hidden, disgusting truth of the vice chairman of a massive enterprise was exposed. How did she appear at such perfect timing? She had even prepared a voice recorder. Rayan's actions were far too thorough for a mere high school girl. Chief, Sujin called out to her senior reporter sitting right next to her, while frowning. What? Chief Choi answered dryly. Sujin asked him about a certain individual. You know Miss Kang Rayan, right? Kang Rayan? Of course I do. She's a hot topic in the drama world these days. There was no way that Chief Choi, someone who specialized in celebrity news, wouldn't know of the rising rookie actress. Do you know what she does? Sujin asked. What do you mean? She's an actress. No, I'm not asking about that. I was wondering if there was anything else that was special about her. If we're excluding the fact that she's an actress, Chief Choi pondered. There was only one other thing that he could think of. A popular high school girl. I guess. There was nothing more accurate than this statement, but that was not the answer that Sujin had wanted. Sigh, forget it. She regretted that she ever asked. The time for the second semester midterm exams had come after summer break. Kang Rayan had shocked all the teachers by scoring top of her class during the first semester final exams. Rayan was going to fully utilize all the knowledge that she possessed to get a high score this time as well. This time, I should be able to place within the top 5 in the entire school. She wanted to aim for the top spot, but her knowledge of high school subjects was not all together since it had been such a long time since she had graduated. However, she was not stressed out about it, since she just needed to refresh the knowledge that she had forgotten instead of learning it anew. It was much easier to walk a path that she had walked once before. Thanks to this, Rayan felt partially relieved. As long as I manage to get through these midterms, I should be able to get the top spot in the entire school for the final exams. She hadn't intended to put her life on the line for her grades at first, because she just needed to do well on the SATs. However, the scores of the original Kang Rayan's first-year exams and second-year midterm exam were so abysmal that she had no choice but to focus on her academic performance. Rayan's plan had gone awry. She had to raise her grade point average and get a high score on her SATs to enter a prestigious university. Academic background is the most fundamental factor to making connections. She had to make ample preparations to ruin such a massive figure like Kim Han-Gyo. Looking at the bigger picture, making connections would build the framework for her revenge. That was why Rayan had gathered with her friends to study today. They were at Starlight Road, the cafe that Seo Yiseo's father owned, as always. Jae-rin sighed while twirling her pen. Sigh, my head's about to burst, damn it. Jae-rin and Yiseo were both on the smarter side in their classes, but being good at studying did not equal liking to study. Rayan had never seen a single student who liked to study in her life. The same applied for Jae-rin. Arg, screw it. Jae-rin declared a temporary ceasefire after wrestling with her math workbook for 2 hours straight. Yiseo, can I order a cake? I'm craving some sugar right now. Which one? Yiseo asked. The mocha almond cake. It was the item that Jae-rin liked the most in the Starlight Road menu. Just a sec. Dad probably made some, but I'm not sure if we have any left. As Yiseo was about to get up to check, Yijun quickly brought the cake slice over while he was at the till. Stay seated, sis. Here it is. What's gotten into you? Yiseo asked in confusion. Was her little brother always so quick? No, not in the slightest. He would not even listen whenever Yiseo asked him to do something for her, but his attitude had made a complete 180 in front of her friends. Yijun had masqueraded himself into a sensible young man. There was no way that Yiseo's friends would know about his true self. Jae-rin smiled brightly. Thanks, Yijun. Nov, L, B //JNN. Not at all. And Rayan Nuna, your glass looked empty, so I brought you a new Americano. In actuality, Yijun had only been preparing to score points with Rayan, but his preparations had coincidentally overlapped with Jae-rin's order. He had unintentionally received points from 2 of his older sister's friends. Although, he wasn't sure what Rayan thought of his consideration. Thanks, Rayan said. Sip. Rayan's energy tank was refilled from the nice cup of coffee. They all enjoyed a break after being absorbed in a studying spree. After the short dessert break, Choi Aromi asked her friends while pointing at the workbook, "You're all done, right? Shall we mark it together?" Sure. Yijun, while you're here, could you say the numbers on this answer sheet out loud in order? Yijun nodded and slowly called out the numbers to make the marking easier for the girls. Question 1, number 2. Question 2, number 5. Question 3. After marking all 20 questions, Rayan had gotten a perfect score. She was the only one who had gotten every question right. Jae-rin repeatedly checked Raeyeon's workbook with a flabbergasted expression. Unbelievable. How did you solve question 15? The question was convoluted from just a glance, and Raeyeon did not seem to have shown much work in the space provided below. Her friends thought that she guessed at first. Raeyeon decided to exclusively tell them her secret problem-solving tip. Answers to convoluted questions like this are usually 1 or 0. Question designers usually designed convoluted questions like this and made the answers as easy as they could be. As long as one knew that, they could turn the 20% chance into 50%, 1 or 0. Even if it turned out to be incorrect, one would have been able to spend more time on solving other questions, and if it turned out to be right, then it would be a jackpot. That was Raeyeon's life hack among life hacks that one would not be able to learn without direct experience. Jae-rin, Yi-seo, and Romi kept nodding in admiration. The same went for Yi-jun. It looks like it was true that you were super good at studying, Nuna. What, did you think it was a lie? Raeyeon retorted. No, of course not. But do you even have time to study? You must be busy going back and forth between school and shoots. If Yi-jun were told to study while keeping up with the same schedule as Raeyeon, then he was sure that he would give up one or the other, the entertainment industry or his studies. However, Raeyeon was easily hunting 2 hares at once. It's not like sitting in front of a desk for long is gonna make you magically good at studying, Raeyeon remarked. The amount of studying did not always correlate to one's grades. It all came down to how efficiently one studied. Raeyeon had already experienced high school and the SATs. Because she had personally experienced every single life hack on how to study effectively, she was able to focus on her studies far more efficiently than in her past life. Raeyeon had been a delinquent until early in the first semester. Her transformation to a model student marveled Yi-seo, Jae-rin and Romi. On the day of the second semester midterm exams, all eyes of the teachers acting as supervisors were on Raeyeon. Raeyeon giggled in her mind. They must still doubt me. They were still filled with suspicions on how Raeyeon scored top of her class in the last exams without cheating. Their eyes blatantly expressed their determination to uncover her trick. However, Raeyeon did not mind it too much because she knew very well that their efforts were meaningless. Just don't lose focus and get your head in the game. The rebellion of the girl at the bottom of her class had commenced once again as she picked up her pen. The midterm exams of the second semester had come to an end. The staff room was once again up in a stir as the results came out. The homeroom teacher of Raeyeon's class had heard from his colleague that the vice principal was looking for him. He predicted that it was likely because of what had gotten the staff room so riled up. Vice principal, I heard that you were looking for me. The vice principal immediately mentioned someone's name as the homeroom teacher arrived. I saw that the student Kong Raeyeon in your class scored second in the entire school, Mr. Yoon. Raeyeon's grades had jumped from the bottom of the ladder all the way up to the top 2 in the entire school. This result was even more shocking than when she scored first in her class. The homeroom teacher had suspected that Raeyeon had cheated last time, but that was not the case this time. Raeyeon seems to have studied a lot over the break, he replied. Did you not suspect her of cheating last time? The vice principal questioned. Yes. That was why I kept my eye on her the entire time during the midterms, but there was absolutely nothing suspicious. The result was purely born out of skill. Having nothing else to say, all that the homeroom teacher could do was nod. It's not like a student who was last in her class can't reach the top in the school, the vice principal expressed. Studying rewarded those who worked hard accordingly. The vice principal knew this better than anyone else. The reason why I called you, Mr. Yoon, the vice principal mentioned. It was not because of suspicion toward Raeyeon's grades. You know that our school website will be renewed, right? Yes, I know, Mr. Yoon answered. The principal asked us to decorate the main page in this renewal so that it doesn't look bland like last time, and after some thought, the vice principal's idea was very simple. How about we put up a photo of our students dressed neatly in their uniform on the main page? I think that would be pretty good. I think that's a good idea, Mr. Yoon replied. The uniform was one of the first things that came across people's minds when they thought of school, and this idea took that into account. There were already tons of schools who had decorated their website's main page like that. And so, I was thinking it would be nice to have Raeyeon there, the vice principal expressed. That was the real reason why he called for Mr. Yoon. Raeyeon was a popular high school girl on the national level, and he had thought that it would be good advertisement for the school by having her on their main page. Just Raeyeon? Mr. Yoon asked. No, I'd like to have a 2-shot of her and one of the boys as the models. In any case, could you please go ask Raeyeon about it? I understand. The homeroom teacher tilted his head after coming out of the vice principal's office. I wonder if Raeyeon will do it. He knew very well what Raeyeon's personality was like, so he couldn't be sure. This is an idiom meaning that chasing too many goals at once will leave you empty-handed, but Raeyeon is easily multitasking. Kong Raeyeon was about to head home after school was over. Raeyeon. However, she was called over by the homeroom teacher, who looked like he had something to say. Could I talk to you for a second? Right now? Raeyeon asked. Yeah, it won't take long. Raeyeon had been planning on going to Starlight Road to have tea with her friends, but she was a bit confused about why the homeroom teacher wanted to talk to her all of a sudden. She wondered if she had done anything wrong, but I can't really think of anything. Raeyeon had been quite the model student after returning to the past, so there was no reason why the homeroom teacher would want to talk to her privately. Seo Yiseo reassured her, you can go, we'll be waiting here. Okay. Since the homeroom teacher said that it wouldn't take long, she reluctantly excused herself from her friends. As she was heading to the staff room for teachers in charge of second-year students, she pondered over why the homeroom teacher called her. They're not gonna tackle me over my midterm grades like last time, are they? The supervisors had focused their full attention on Rayan this time. She had thought that she had fully proven that she did not cheat in an environment where cheating was impossible, but that did not seem to have been the case. They're so damn doubtful. Rayan held in her bitter smile. Once she arrived at the staff room, she found out that the conversation had nothing to do with the midterms. The school website is going to be renewed, and the homeroom teacher scratched his head. There was slight untowardness mixed in his words. We were wondering if you'd be okay with being a model for it. She was taken aback by the mention of a model when she had been expecting accusations of cheating. A model for what? She asked. We're thinking of putting up pictures of one male and one female student on the main page of the renewed website to show what our school uniform looks like and stuff. It would also be a great help on the advertisement end, since you're so famous now. A model was crucial in representing the image of a product, group, or organization. An entire organization could either be praised or cursed just based on the model. No matter what anyone would say, Rayan was currently the most representative person in this high school, since she was the most famous. Her reputation was fairly decent these days as well. However, Rayan felt that it would be a loss on her end if she took on such a role with no conditions. She never worked for free. Something of benefit to her had to be offered. She had upheld that principle to this day. What do I get for taking on this model job? She asked. Rayan did not like beating around the bush. Only by being straightforward could she be satisfied. She would be doing the school a favor, so she naturally wanted a reward befitting that effort. What was given must be paid back, that was the fundamental principle of trade. The homeroom teacher had expected her to say something like that. Well, we could boost your grade point average. Let me know if you have anything else that you want. I'll try to propose it to the higher UPS. GPA. It was a bit of a shame, but Rayan was relatively satisfied with the reward since her GPA had been slightly lacking. Okay, please do that, Rayan replied. Huh? Really? The homeroom teacher asked. Yes. Rayan had been pondering over how to improve her grades that had gone to shit because of the days of high school that she had not spent in this body. I guess I'll have to do this. She was planning on doing whatever it took to improve her academic background even a little. Being a school model did not involve anything like signing contracts or massive preparations that a real model would go through. They just needed to free up some time to take some pictures at the photographer's lead. Like the homeroom teacher had said, a male and female student were selected to represent the school. The female student was obviously Rayan, but the problem was with the male student. Did you hear the news? Rayan. Geon-Woo and Choi Aromi came up to Rayan during the break. She removed her earphones while she was enjoying her music. What news? She asked. About the male student who will be taking pictures with you. Apparently, it's Park Se-woon. Park Se-woon? Who's that? It was the first time Rayan had heard that name. You know, the one who gets driven to and picked up from school by a driver. He's in the same year as us. A driver? He must be from a pretty rich household, Rayan expressed. Not pretty rich, but filthy rich. Right, Aromi? Aromi took the baton from Jaerin and nodded. Yeah, you know the huge baking company Dumont Trois, right? Se-woon's father is apparently its chairman. Dumont Trois. It was quite a famous baking company in Korea. Rayan's attention was piqued because it was a company that would experience continuous growth. It's a perfect company to make a connection with. Rayan wanted to make connections with VVIPs. The chairman of Dumont Trois could be considered a VVIP. But Rayan, be careful, Jaerin warned Rayan. She had a reason for telling Rayan about Se-woon. Be careful of what? Rayan asked. Se-woon is a huge womanizer. I'm telling you this in advance because I'm sure he'll also try to hit on you. Wherever one went, there were always men crazy for women. Not all high school boys were innocent and pure. According to Jaerin, Se-woon had dated over 10 girls. He had a rich family and was decently handsome. He had the superficial traits to be popular with girls. Well, it doesn't matter as long as he doesn't try to hit on me. Rayan still did not know whether or not she wanted to include Dumont Trois in her plan for revenge, but she at least put them on the list of possible supporters for now. On the day of the photo shoot, Park Se-woon had shown up early and asked his friends while he was waiting. The girl who I'll be taking pictures with is Kang Rayan, right? Yeah, apparently. I'm so jealous, Se-woon. You get to take pictures with an actress. Se-woon was particularly fond of envious gazes. He absolutely loved it whenever people shot such eyes toward him. One of Se-woon's few forms of pleasure was raising his worth to bathe in the envy of others. He had wealth and looks. It would truly be icing on the cake if he even had a beautiful girlfriend that his friends would be envious of. However, not a single one of his past girlfriends had satisfied him. He wanted a girlfriend who would make his friends even more envious of him. When he had such thoughts, a girl named Kang Rayan appeared before him. She had the looks, the figure, and even the recognition as a celebrity. When he found out that Rayan had all these things, he decided on a new goal. Kang Rayan, huh? I'll take this chance to make her mine, whatever it takes, he declared. No chance. You have no idea how picky Rayan is. He's right. You know Suian, right? He's super popular with the girls, but got instantly rejected after confessing to Rayan. However, Se-woon did not care. I'll make it happen, so just wait and see. Just the thought of making an actress his lover sent tingles all over his body. After 5 minutes, Rayan finally appeared. She was certainly far prettier in person than in pictures or videos. Rayan was neatly dressed in the winter uniform. She stared fixedly at Se-woon, and then extended her hand out. I'm Kong Rayan. I'll be in your care. Same to you. Nov. L. B//JNN. Se-woon unconsciously smiled at Rayan's friendly and easygoing attitude. They had only exchanged a few words, but I like her. He had already fallen for Rayan's charm. The photo shoot was very simple. They would take pictures at the school gates, the main entrance, and in an empty classroom. The poses were very simple as well. They took pictures while standing and sitting down. They had arrived at the final shoot location, the main entrance. The photographer directed Rayan, could you sit on that large rock next to you, like you're slightly resting on it? Rayan nodded. As she was about to do so, Se-woon took something out of his pocket. Just a sec, he said. He unfolded a small handkerchief and laid it on the rock. He then said with a cheesy smile, you shouldn't get dirt on your skirt. Women were deeply moved by men's subtle considerations. Hence, Se-woon always acted considerate whenever he hit on women. At first, Rayan was dumbfounded. She stared at Se-woon, wondering what he was up to. However, she decided not to think much of it and let it slide. Thanks. After a short expression of gratitude, she lightly sat on the handkerchief that Se-woon had provided. Click, click. As the photographer was passionately clicking on the camera shutter, a strong gale blew over them through the sports field. Whoosh. Because of that, Rayan's hair became a mess in a split second. As Se-woon saw what had happened, he extended his hand out to her. There's a strand of hair stuck on your face. He tried to remove a strand of hair stuck on her left cheek. He used this chance to naturally lead into skinship, but grasp. Rayan grabbed Se-woon's wrist before that could happen. Ow 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 ow. She had unconsciously put strength into her grip. It was an unconscious activation of her defensive instincts. Rayan belatedly let go of Se-woon's wrist. Sorry, I don't like people touching me. Really? I see. This wasn't how Se-woon had planned it to go. After he took off the strand of hair, Rayan was supposed to crush on his kindness and say thank you, with a reddened face. However, that was only his imagination. Things would not go his way against Rayan. She's a difficult opponent. She was extremely picky like he had heard. However, Se-woon had no intention of giving up. I have plenty of chances. If there was a wall in front of him, he simply had to break it down. However, the wall that was Kong Rayan would be an exception. As soon as Kong Rayan returned to the classroom after completing the photo shoot, Jaeorin and Choi Aromi asked her about Park Se-woon. That son of a bitch Se-woon didn't try to pull anything on you, did he? They were just like fortune tellers. Rayan recalled what had happened during the shoot. He did, but Rayan cut off her own sentence and opened up her right hand. And then, she clenched it with all her might. I gave him a light warning. Rayan might have thought that it was light, but the victim did not think so at all. She had even made Park Do-cheol, a loan shark who had made a living with just his fists, cry like a newborn baby. Jaeorin and Aromi sighed in relief once Rayan said that she was fine. Good job. Just let us know if he keeps approaching you. We'll stick by your side so that he can't get anywhere near you. They had received help from Rayan in the water park, so they were determined to repay the favor. Seo Yiseo would have done the same if she were here with them. Rayan smiled at how dependable her friends were. Thanks. Friends truly were irreplaceable. Rayan had once again visited Park Seo-hun's shoe store. She smiled bitterly once she saw that it was closed. I knew it. According to Rayan's memories of the future, Seo-hun's fifth business failed. All that was left was his sixth business. When Seo-hun would contact her to start his seventh business, she would once again give him a helping hand. There was only one thing that she had to do until then. I'll just have to earn more money until then. One needed money to start a business. Seo-hun's seventh business was already guaranteed to boom enormously. She was planning on investing as much as possible in his massively successful seventh business. Seo-hun would do the work, and Rayan would provide the money. And then in the future, money would just magically flow into her bank account without her lifting even a finger. That was Rayan's ideal future. Of course, it was possible that Seo-hun's seventh business would end up the same as his previous 6 businesses. There was no guarantee that things would flow the exact same way as the future that she knew. However, the chances of success were overwhelmingly larger than the chances of failure. In that case, of course I'll roll the dice. High risk, high reward. As she was about to head home, a man's familiar voice stopped her in her tracks. Looks like this store went to shit. There had been one other man who had been showing interest in Seo-hun's business. Rayan knew him very well. What are you doing here, mister? She asked. The loan shark Ma Young-jun took off his sunglasses and approached Rayan. It was his first time seeing Rayan in her school uniform. He quickly scanned her with marveled eyes. I guess you really are a student, Young-jun remarked. What, you thought I wasn't? At first, Young-jun had thought that there was no way that Rayan was just an ordinary high school girl from how well she fought. However, looking at her now, she strongly emanated the aura of a high school girl. He could not believe that such a weak-looking girl had subdued one of his executives twice. I heard you've been doing really well as an actress lately, Young-jun said. Did you do a background check on me? Rayan asked. I don't have to when you're always on the news. And besides, I don't do something so untactful as investigating my clients. Young-jun handed Rayan a thin file folder. This is a report of where reporter Ahn Sujin had been. Like you had said, that young lady is far too reckless. She pursued a suspect all the way down to a desolate countryside not long ago. Rayan could not understand what Sujin thought would happen if she did something like that. She clicked her tongue. So, is reporter Ahn safe? She asked. She is. We're keeping her safe, so you don't need to worry. Rayan sure was getting her money's worth from Young-jun. Good work, mister. I put my card in the folder, so call my number on the card if you need anything else from me. I'm not sure why, but I smell a strong scent of money around you. It could be because he was a loan shark, but Young-jun was extremely good at sniffing out lucrative deals. One of the corners of Rayan's mouth curled up. Really? That's perfect. Rayan was just in need of something. Do you also do background checks, mister? She asked. It's practically a necessity. I have to find out someone's weakness to make them pay me back, after all. That was just what Rayan wanted to hear. Then investigate Park Lee-mayan, the chairman of Dumont Trwa, and his son Park Se-woon for me. What do you want with Chairman Park? Young-jun asked. Mister, what did I tell you back at your office? I told you not to ask about every little thing that I do, since I won't tell you. You sure did. Smirk. Young-jun unwittingly smiled. I'm sorry, he apologized. As long as you know, Rayan was glad that the boss of the loan sharks was someone who she could get somewhere with, unlike his men. Rayan was getting ready to go home after school. Normally, she would go home with Iseo since they went the same way, but... Sorry, Rayan. My mom asked me to go to the supermarket right away to get groceries. I'll have to leave now. It can't be helped, then. It's fine, so go on ahead, Rayan replied. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Okay, see you tomorrow. Rayan made her way to the school gates after seeing Iseo off. Come to think of it, I have to get groceries too. Although their family had paid off all of their debts, their father kept working as a delivery man. He had no time to cook because he was busy, and Kang Hyuk did not know a single thing about cooking, so Rayan had to do it. That moron. I'll have to take a day to teach him some simple dishes later. Rayan was once again complaining about Hyuk. As she was walking down the road, a car approached her. The window rolled down, revealing Se-woon. Rayan, are you heading home? I'll give you a ride, get in, he said excitedly. Rayan was wondering whether or not to refuse, but she couldn't just ignore Se-woon because of his connection with Dumont Trwa. She was already acting as a kind junior to Ji Han-sok to make a connection with Chairman Ji Song-jiam, so this was a piece of cake. Yeah, just endure it for a bit. I'll never have to see this son of a bitch again once I meet Chairman Park. The driver got off and opened the door for Rayan. Rayan nodded as a show of gratitude, and got in the back seat next to Se-woon. She also sat as far from him as possible, just in case. It wasn't because Rayan was worried that Se-woon might try some skinship on her again, but because she might unintentionally punch him. Rayan scanned the car interior once it started moving. As expected of a rich family, they've got a pretty nice car. Although it was an old model, it was a fairly expensive foreign car back in this era. Se-woon kept striking conversations with Rayan during their ride. Is working as an actress difficult? He asked. Not really. Really? Oh, I watched all of your scenes. You are extremely pretty. You look just like my type. Is that so? Rayan was barely interested. Being against the impregnable wall that was Rayan, Se-woon broke into a cold sweat. Do you have a guy that you like, Rayan? Or do you have a type? Someone who doesn't try to talk to me, touch me, and doesn't annoy me. A cold-hearted response. Rayan's phone vibrated under the momentary silence. Young-jun had texted her. This is. The result of Young-jun's investigation of Chairman Park of Dumont Trwa and his son Park Se-woon had been summarized into a short text. After staring fixedly at it, she lightly sighed. I had my suspicions, but I guess I was right. Meanwhile, Se-woon felt the jitters as Rayan sighed. At this rate, her wall would only get thicker. Time was not on Se-woon's side. He decided to go on the attack before Rayan distanced herself from him any further, the name of the attack being confession. They had arrived in the vicinity of Rayan's house. Se-woon stopped her as she was about to get out of the car, saying that he had to tell her something. What? She asked. The thing is, Se-woon had easily confessed to the girls that he had gone out with, saying that he liked them. However, Rayan was an exception. His heart had never beaten this hard before. He barely managed to open his mouth to ask the question. If it's okay with you, will you go out with me? Se-woon had asked hesitantly, but he was still confident. He had the looks and a rich background, so he was sure that even the mighty Kang Rayan would accept his confession when he lacked absolutely nothing. He had thought that she would say yes, like every other woman that came before her. However, Rayan's answer was very extreme. I'm not interested, so fuck off. The text that Young-jun had sent her on the drive here contained the information that she wanted to know the most. It consisted of information about the relationship between Chairman Park and Se-woon, how Se-woon was treated in the household, and the like. He's a problem child among problem children. He's absolutely despised by Chairman Park. It was the complete opposite from how Han-Sok was loved by his grandfather, Chairman Ji. In other words, there's no guarantee that I'll be able to form a connection to Chairman Park even if I associate with Park Se-woon. Hence, Raen rejected Se-woon without hesitation. She walked away from him with no regrets and headed toward her house. Meanwhile, Se-woon blankly watched as Raen got further away from him with a dumbfounded expression. Was I just rejected? He had been rejected by a woman for the first time in his life. This whole situation felt like a dream to him. On a Friday afternoon, Seo Yiseo approached Kong Raen as soon as school ended. Are you gonna head home right away, Raen? She was asking Raen if she had any special plans after. Raen did not have any drama shoots scheduled yet, and did not have any particular private plans either. Yeah, probably, Raen answered. Then come stop by the cafe. Dad is making a new menu item, and he's been wanting someone to taste test it. Really? I'd love to. Her taste buds had changed ever since becoming a high school girl. She did not like sweet things back when she was a man, but I don't get why I occasionally crave sweet things these days. She did not know the exact reason, but she guessed that the original owner of this body loved sweet things. She had the soul of a man, but her body was that of a high school girl. She felt her tendencies gradually changing to match her body. Since she could not find any precedent of someone's soul having entered another person's body, especially that of the opposite sex, she was simply accumulating her own data. What about Jyorin and Aromi? Raen asked. It was better to get multiple opinions for a dessert taste test. Raen thought that it was better to take Na Jyorin and Choi Aromi as well, since tastes were not objective. People often had different judgments of whether the food was good or not. Hence, it was always best to get multiple opinions, especially with food. They already have other plans today, so they're gonna come tomorrow, Yiseo answered. They had plans, so it couldn't be helped. All right. Before exiting the classroom, Raen texted her older brother that she was going to hang out with her friend at a cafe for a bit. Kong Hyuk had probably been on his phone, because he had sent a reply much quicker than usual. What the hell, why did he reply so fast? Its content was very simple. Okay. This kind of reply was normal for siblings, since this alone said everything that needed to be said. Raen did not mind such replies from her older brother either, since she also replied to his texts extremely concisely. After checking his reply, Raen exited the school building with Yiseo. As they were about to pass the school gates, Park Se-woon approached Raen out of nowhere with a shit-eating grin. Raen, are you heading home now? Should I give you a ride home again? The luxury foreign car that she had ridden last time was parked openly on the side of the road. Raen's smooth forehead slightly wrinkled, explicitly displaying her anger. Can you not take a hint? I believe I told you to fuck off last time. Se-woon was very persistent even after Raen's cold-hearted rejection. It seemed like he had completely fallen for her. It's not like I'm trying to make plans with you. I simply want to give you a ride home. Really? Se-woon expressed. He was claiming that he was doing this out of pure kindness, but Raen knew all too well that such kindness was born out of beastly desires. She could tell from just a glance because she was a unique high school girl with the perspective of a man. Raen stopped in her tracks and looked up at Se-woon in annoyance. A difference in eye level was inevitable because Se-woon was 15 centimeters taller than Raen. I told you that I have no interest in going out with you. Have you already forgotten? Are you a goldfish or something? Hearing that, Yiseo's eyes widened. It was her first time hearing that Raen had been confessed to by Se-woon. Rather than his motivation dying down, Se-woon had been working even harder to get closer to Raen after getting rejected. Se-woon had never been rejected by a girl before. Every single one who he confessed to said yes, as if they had been waiting for the moment. Raen had been the only one who had rejected him. Because of that, his desire to make Raen his girlfriend burned brighter than his despair over being rejected. There's a saying that there's no tree that won't fall if you chop it 10 times, you know. Raen answered. Bullshit. He was not worth humoring. Let's go, Yiseo. Raen, don't be like that and let me give you a ride, okay? Se-woon said while extending his hand toward Raen. At that moment, Raen lowered her stance and extended her leg out to trip Se-woon. And then, she turned her back toward him and grabbed his left arm. Se-woon flew into the air in the span of him saying huh, and Raen flung him back down onto the ground. Slam! Extreme pain reverberated all over his body from his back. Raen clicked her tongue at the writhing Se-woon. I told you not to touch me, didn't I? That wasn't my intention. Wait, Raen? Wait for me. Don't think it'll end with just a shoulder throw if you keep following me. Crushed by Raen's spirit, Se-woon could not take another step. Like he had said, there may not be a tree that wouldn't fall if you chopped it 10 times. However, Se-woon did not realize that Raen was not a tree, but a concrete pillar embedded deep into the ground. Raen was sure that she had rejected Se-woon's confession. Looks like I've got another stalker, she muttered. Her head hurt. Yiseo tilted her head as she listened to Raen talk to herself across from her. What do you mean by another one? No way, do you have another man following you around? Yiseo asked. Well, I guess so. Raen's first stalker was a woman, not a man, but she did not have the courage to tell Yiseo that. Raen was strangely popular, whether it be among men or women. Yiseo's face was filled with worry. Be careful. Who knows what might happen if you get marked by someone sketchy. I know. Rayan knew that better than anyone, since she had also worked as a private bodyguard in the past. She recalled the time when she was a bodyguard for a female celebrity with tons of stalkers. But, to think I'd ended up in the same situation as her. Considering what Rita and Se-woon were like, Rayan doubted that they would do anything bad to her. Even if they were to attempt such a thing, they'll get taught a lesson by me. She did not worry too much about that. However, there was one thing that terrified her. I'm not gonna end up marrying a man at this rate, am I? Rayan got goosebumps just from the thought. She instantly emptied the Americano in front of her to drown such thoughts, and took the chance to taste-test the new menu item. How is it? Yiseo asked. Rayan momentarily pondered. It's good, but I don't think it tastes much different from the tiramisu cake on your menu. She personally could not taste any distinct characteristics that should come from a new menu item. What do you think needs emphasis? Yiseo questioned. I think it'd be good to enrich the texture. For example, you could add an ingredient that increases its chewiness. Wow, that sounds like a great idea. It was an interesting suggestion. Yiseo quickly took out her notepad and wrote down Rayan's idea. Thanks, Rayan. I'll let Dad know, Yiseo remarked. It's not like my opinions are absolute. I simply said what I thought, so don't rely too much on it. Rayan had been a guard, not a chef. Now that she was reminded of that, her confidence in her suggestions plummeted. Rayan came out of Starlight Road and hurried home before it got any later. She decided to put her teach Hayek cooking plan that she had been thinking of executing for a while now into action as soon as she got home. However, her determination shattered as soon as she opened the front door. What are these heels? Black heels that she had never seen before were placed neatly in front of the door. They obviously were not hers. She had never worn heels outside of TV shows and photo shoots since they were uncomfortable. Also, she found sneakers to be far more comfortable because she was originally a man, so she did not even own any heels. Could Hayek have bought them for her as a gift? They looked too used for that to be the case. They were not brand new. No matter how much she and Hayek fought, their relationship was not bad enough for him to give used heels to her as a gift. As she was thinking over the unidentified heels, she felt a presence from inside. You should have told me you were home. Why are you just standing there? Hayek looked at his little sister in confusion. Rayan felt wronged by Hayek's remark, because he was the weird one here. What are these? Rayan asked as she held up the heels. Oh, those. Hayek answered with little regard. There. Someone else showed up before Hayek had the chance to answer Rayan's question. It was not a man, but a woman. Not only that, but n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. She's fairly pretty. A woman with semi-celebrity grade looks smiled at Rayan. Is this your little sister? The woman asked Hayek. Yep, she's Rayan. I see. She's way prettier in person. That's a celebrity for you? The woman enviously stared at Rayan. Meanwhile, Rayan could not understand what was going on right now. Who's this? Your girlfriend? Rayan asked. The woman's face reddened at Rayan's question. Hayek strongly denied it while shaking his head. No, she's just a friend in the same department as me. She's here because of a report that we have to write. Really? Hayek denied it, but the woman did not seem to agree. Rather, she looked happy at the mention of the word girlfriend. This guy must be popular with the ladies on campus. However, the person in question did not seem to be aware of this at all. Objectively speaking, Kang Hayek was not on the ugly side. Rather, it was the complete opposite. Although he didn't possess overwhelming beauty like his little sister Kang Rayan, he was fairly attractive in terms of average standards. Hayek had semi-curly hair and a male idol-like slim figure. Since he also wore horn-rimmed glasses, he was close to the style that foreigners called handsome nerd. It's not like he's hard to get along with either. Hayek had the personality and patience to deal with Rayan's temper. However, he himself did not seem to have much interest in women, all except for one. He seems to really like Rita, but it was more accurate to say that he liked Rita as a fan, and not romantically. What are we gonna do for dinner? Rayan asked. The fact that they had a guest aside, Rayan had been planning on teaching her brother, who was lacking in life skills, cooking step by step, the Spartan way, of course. However, no matter how rude Rayan was to her brother, she was not rude enough to embarrass him in front of others. Hayek had his own pride to protect, after all. Hayek answered lightly, let's just order something. There was no meal more simple and high quality than delivery food. As Rayan was about to agree, the woman, Cha Miya, said surprisingly, I'll cook dinner. The siblings fixed their gaze on her. You'll cook dinner? Hayek asked, confirming whether he had misheard or not. Yup, I'm a pretty good cook, Miya expressed. You're here as a guest, I can't make you cook. No, it's fine. That's the kitchen over there, right? Just wait a few minutes. Miya opened the refrigerator to go through the ingredients. Not even Rayan had expected this turn of events. She thought as she looked at the assertive Miya. She must really like this guy. A woman had to like a man to a certain extent if she was willing to cook for him at his own home. Rayan was sure of it. Miya had already finished making dinner with the table full of dishes before the siblings' apprehension of making a guest cook had yet to disappear. Dinner's ready, Miya announced. It had not even been 30 minutes, but the menu was absolutely enormous. For the main dish, we have beef brisket soybean paste stew, and I thought there weren't enough side dishes, so I also made some rolled omelets, stir-fried leeks, and seasoned seaweed. Have a taste. Gulp. It was so perfect that one would have to swallow their saliva with how much their mouth was watering. Appearance-wise, it was a pass. How about the taste? Thank you for the meal, Ian and Hayek said as they picked up their chopsticks. Their pupils widened as soon as they tasted the dishes. It's delicious. This is really good. Hayek and Ian briefly expressed their opinions in order. The rolled omelette that they had thought was just egg had been filled with minced carrots, onions, and ham. Not only that, but the flavor of the stir-fried leeks was amplified with the appropriate amount of seasoning. They couldn't help but think that such simple Korean dishes could be this delicious when cooked right. Mia looked at the two with a satisfied smile, and especially gave more attention to Ian. What do you think of an uni who can cook, Ian? She asked. Ian's answer was obvious. They're amazing, of course. Since when have you learned to cook? Ever since I was little. Do you know Misong restaurant near the station? Yes, very well. Isn't that the place people consider a must-visit restaurant? As far as Ian knew, they were unequivocally first place in sales among the restaurants in the area. My dad runs it, Mia mentioned proudly. Ian and Hayek were shocked. It looks like this guy didn't know either. Ian aside, she was almost certain since Hayek was just as surprised as her. Cha-Mia, was it? Ian couldn't help but smile from imagining what would happen if she became Hayek's girlfriend. On the next day, Ian heard the front door opening as she was checking stock trading information in her room. Not only that, but she also heard an unfamiliar woman's voice. My, is this your house? It was slightly different from Mia's voice. As Ian came out of her room, a woman in extravagant clothing gazed at her in astonishment. Hi, are you Ian? She asked. Oh, yes, but who might you be? Hayek answered in the woman's stead. Her name is Wang Yoonji. She's a friend in the same department as me. It's nice to meet you, Ian, Yoonji expressed. The woman with long hair dyed blonde greeted Ian. She had a completely different style from Mia. Is she also here because of the report? Ian asked. Yup, Yoonji's also in the same group as me. Oh right, Mia also stopped by yesterday. Yoonji's eyes narrowed as soon as Hayek mentioned Mia. Ian had seen such eyes countless times by trade. They were eyes filled with rivalry. Ian could tell what sort of relationship the three were in from Yoonji's reaction. Is this the love triangle that I'd only heard about? Cha-Mia and Wang Yoonji seemed to be fighting a war of nerves against each other for Hayek. Yoonji asked Hayek with a slightly sharper tone, what did Mia come here for yesterday? We worked on the report and had dinner together. She made us some really delicious dishes. Is that so? Yoonji snorted as if she thought as much and handed Ian the paper bags that she was holding. Do you need any clothes, Ian? She asked. Clothes? I heard from Hayek that you've been working in the entertainment industry lately, so I took some clothes out from the store. You can think of them as a gift from me. The paper bags were filled with women's wear. The clothes aside, the fact that Yoonji said she took some clothes out from the store caught her attention. Do you own a clothing store? Ian asked. Yup, my uni is pretty big in the clothing business. She owns a few stores. Let me know if you need any clothes or shoes, and I'll get you some nice ones. Free of charge, of course. The first was the daughter of a famous restaurant, and now it was the younger sister of a clothing brand chairwoman. Ian glanced at Hayek. This guy's overflowing with luck in women. On Monday afternoon, Ian had come across yet another woman's shoes laid in front of the door after coming home from school. She had thought that it was either Mia or Yoonji's, but reality had surpassed her expectations. Hi, Ian. I'm Seo Bo-young, your brother's friend in the same department. A third character had barged herself into the triangle. Ian asked the extremely popular Hayek for confirmation, is it because of the report again? Yup, he answered. And she's one of your group members. That's right. Ian was not even surprised since she had already experienced it twice. However, there was one more thing that she did not expect. Here's a gift for you, Bo-young said. Like Yoonji, she handed Ian several paper bags. She thought that they were clothes again, but they were a bit too heavy to be bags filled with clothes. What are these? Ian asked. I packed some cosmetics and some moisturizing and nourishing creams. My aunt runs a beauty store. Skin is everything for a woman, after all, so I specially brought them for you as a gift. Cha-Mia, Wang Yoonji, and Seo Bo-young were doing their absolute best to score some points with Ian. Thanks to this, Ian was raking in an unexpectedly enormous amount of profit without even lifting a finger. However, at this point, she started to worry about her older brother's love triangle, no, quadrangle. Ian was watching TV together with Hayek in the living room while chewing on apple slices. She then stated, I think the three girls who came here a while ago all like you? Well, in terms of like or hate, of course they like me. They wouldn't come to my house if they hated me, after all, Hayek replied. That's not what I meant. Ian remarked while putting some more power into her voice, I'm saying that I think they like you romantically. It was not a guess, she was 99.9% certain. However, Hayek's response was lukewarm. Really? What's with that reaction? You don't find them attractive? No, that isn't it. All three of them were pretty, kind, and were fairly well off. And most of all, they liked Ra Hyuk very much. Ra Ian thought that it wouldn't be bad for him to go out with one of them, but Ra Hyuk seemed to be against it. Actually, he seemed to be avoiding the idea rather than rejecting it entirely. Come to think of it, I've never heard him mention anything about girls. Ra Hyuk looked like he had absolutely no interest in dating. Ra Ian wondered if there was a reason for it. Ra Hyuk mentioned his past while awkwardly scratching his head. I'd never told you this, but I had a girlfriend back in high school. Really? The fact that he had a girlfriend meant that he had at least some interest in dating. So, what happened to her? Are you still together? Ra Ian asked. No, I was dumped. Dumped? When? When I became a third year in high school. I found out that she was dating someone else. In other words, Ra Hyuk was being two-timed. It's not like I heard about it from someone else. I happened to see them on a date together with locked arms. We broke up the next day, but I see that scene every time I even think of getting into a relationship. A trauma. An inexplicable fear for romantic relationships had formed in his heart due to his pain from the past. Ra Ian sighed. It was not like she couldn't understand Ra Hyuk's feelings, but that doesn't mean there are only women who will two-time you with another man in this world. At the very least, I don't think the unis who came to our house would. I'm sure there's a woman out there who will love only you, so don't be too afraid of relationships, Ra Ian assured. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This advice was not from a little sister, but from one with more life experience than Ra Hyuk. Ra Hyuk smiled bitterly, reassured by Ra Ian's advice. I'll introduce her to you if I ever find someone I like, so subtly let me know if she's a keeper or not when I do, Ra Hyuk said. Me? Why? Ra Ian asked. They say women know each other best. I guess. He wasn't wrong, but I'm not a woman. She found the fact that she couldn't say something like that out loud funny. Kang Ra Ian had once again arrived on the set of The Devil's Touch to shoot a scene. Today's scene was very simple, she just needed to be unconscious while tied up in a chair. Since she could just stay seated with absolutely no lines, her steps toward the set felt very light. Since she was supposed to have been kidnapped by an evil organization, she needed a different kind of makeup done than usual. Actually, it was closer to a disguise than makeup. Ra Ian, could you turn your head to the left a little? Like this? Ra Ian asked. Yup, that's perfect. Stay just like that. The special makeup made it look like her left cheek was slightly torn. We should make your hair look slightly wet. Could you close your eyes for a second? Ra Ian did as the makeup artist said. Ra Ian's hair got wetter and wetter as water was sprayed on it. She looked at herself in the mirror after changing into the worn-out clothing that was torn here and there. This is okay, I guess. The only demerit was that her cleavage was slightly visible because the upper portion of the dress shirt was torn. Well, I wore a bikini back at the water park, so revealing this much skin is no problem. It was a stretch to even consider it as revealing skin. Ra Ian was just too sensitive about such things. Ra Ian headed to the set and saw Hyo-sun, the martial arts coach of The Devil's Touch, checking the extras acting out the action scene. He belatedly noticed Ra Ian and called out to her. I'm sorry, Ra Ian. I wanted to give you some action scenes, but the writers weren't able to put any in that fit your character. Please don't mind it. It's not like I asked you to give me some action scenes no matter what. I'm sure I'll get an opportunity next time. Ra Ian did not care too much about whether she had action scenes or not, but Coach Hyo did not feel the same way. He had felt it was a shame that her talents were being wasted. He promised Ra Ian that he would definitely arrange an action scene for her next time. He must have taken a great liking to Ra Ian's talent in action. While she was conversing with Coach Hyo, a topless man approached the coach. Coach, I had some questions about scene #62-2 where I get knocked out from being hit by a bat. The short-haired man with the clearly defined six-pack was the male idol who had been a hot topic for joining the Season 2 cast of The Devil's Touch, Jae-woon. Ra Ian's gaze naturally fixed itself on Jae-woon's upper body. He had wide shoulders and well-toned muscles. He must work out hard. As a fellow man. No, as a former man, she couldn't help but admire Jae-woon's toned body. Noticing Ra Ian's fixed gaze, Coach Hyo teased Ra Ian with a mischievous grin. Are well-built man your type? There was absolutely no way in hell. Ra Ian had been tied to a chair. She drooped her upper body down to act like she was unconscious. Ready, action. Jae-woon and the extras enacted their action scene at the program director's signal. To prevent any NG cuts, Ra Ian only slightly opened her eyes to watch what was happening. Jae-woon easily dodged the extra's wooden bat attack by ducking, tripped the extra with his arm, and then moved on to a different extra to exchange fist blows. Even if it had been planned in advance, it was quite difficult to enact an action scene with such ferocity. His punching form looked quite natural. He must have thrown some punches in his school days. Or, he could have learned martial arts to perform action scenes better. Watching the actors enacting an action scene in person looked far more dynamic than through a TV screen or in theaters. Coach Hyo's remark that he would arrange an action scene for her crossed her mind. She had said that she was fine, but I'm kinda craving it after seeing it with my own eyes. Her greed for the scene surged, along with her confidence to enact such scenes with perfection. The shoot had finally finished after almost 2 hours. Ra Ian wrapped herself with the blanket that a staff member had brought her and watched the scene that they were in along with Jae-woon. His action scene looked even cooler on the screen. Even program director Sun Han-Woo patted Jae-woon on his wide back with a bright smile. You did amazing, Jae-woon. Looks like we'll get tons of attention from the female viewers again thanks to you. Jae-woon smiled in embarrassment. Viewer ratings had in fact been skyrocketing for only his scenes. It was to be expected, since he was not only an actor, but also had a huge fan base as an idol. Good work today, you two. Our final shoot is next week, so let's work just as hard on that day as well, okay? Director Sun remarked. Yes, director. Yes, thank you very much. Raeun's schedule for today had finally come to an end. As she was heading to the waiting room, Jae-woon called her. Good work today, Raeun. He extended his hand out to her first. Thinking little of it, Raeun took his hand and shook it. You too, Sunbi. You were very cool today. I heard from Coach Hyo that you were really good at action scenes. I hope I get to act one out with you one day, Jae-woon expressed. Me too. It was the first time that Jae-woon acted so affectionately to someone on set. It likely reflected how high his hopes for Raeun were. Drama shoots were good and all, but Raeun also had to devote herself to her studies to raise her lacking GPA. After the second period Korean language class was over, the subject that Raeun looked forward to the most as well as her most awkward one had arrived. It was PE. Raeun headed to the female changing room with her friends to change from her uniform into her gym clothes. Choi Aromi took off her uniform shirt as soon as she entered the changing room, revealing her well-endowed chest that were on par with Raeun's. Raeun blushed and directed her gaze elsewhere. Aromi, even if we're in the changing room, you shouldn't take off your shirt so suddenly like that, Raeun muttered in embarrassment. Why not? Aromi asked. Rather, Aromi couldn't understand why Raeun was saying such a thing. There were only women here, so it wasn't a big deal to undress at all. On the other hand, Jae-woon's eyes narrowed as she stared fixedly at a certain part of Aromi's upper body. Aromi, did your boobs get bigger? Your bra looks a bit tighter than last time, Jae-woon asked. Oh, yeah, you're right. It wasn't the first time that Aromi had a hard time because of her large breasts. I'm gonna go buy some larger-sized bras next week. Having large breasts had its downsides. Raeun had learned yet another problem that women had to face that she never knew. Of course, Raeun also had to face such annoying problems, especially during exercise. Weight training was fine, but the shaking of her breasts every time that she did cardio irritated her to no end. Her breasts were one size larger than Aromi's. Raeun had even considered binding them with bandages. Aromi then approached the embarrassed Raeun. Raeun, where do you buy your bras? She asked. Me? Why, do you ask? I wanted to buy from where you bought yours. I've been looking for larger ones, but I didn't like their designs. But yours look nice, so that's why I'm asking. Really? Raeun had to experience the embarrassment, shame, and all sorts of other emotions when talking about undergarments with her friends. I'll tell you later, Raeun said. Right now, she wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible before anyone else. She changed her clothes and escaped the changing room in a flash. Seeing that, Jae-woon, Yiseo and Aromi looked at each other in confusion. Isn't Raeun way too embarrassed whenever she changes with us? Yeah. Has she always been that shy? Raeun's friends, however close they might get to her, could never know everything about her. Raeun always wore a sports bra during PE because it made moving much easier. Although it reduced breast movement, it couldn't completely prevent them from shaking. Next up, Raeun. Get ready. Okay. Raeun got in position for the long jump. The faces of the boys reddened as they watched her run as fast as she could for the jump. The shaking outline of her chest also shook their hearts. Tap. That aside, Raeun soared high up into the air and landed safely on the sand as the grains flew left and right. Splatter. Raeun had set the highest record not only among the girls, but also among the boys. The PE teacher marveled at Raeun's record. You're good, Raeun. Thank you. She was always confident in her athletic performance assessments. Even if Park Geon-Woo had ended up in a woman's body, his level of fitness had not disappeared. Raeun triumphantly returned to her seat after setting a new record. Okay, that's it for today. We still have some time left, so you guys can play among yourselves. Make sure you get to your next class in time, the PE teacher remarked. Okay. The boys scrambled to get footballs and basketballs as soon as free time was given. As for the girls, they either spent the time chatting or playing badminton. Wanna play badminton, Raeun? I'll go get the rackets. However, Raeun wanted to play something more active than badminton today. Hence, Raeun chose. I'm gonna go play basketball. Basketball? Out of the blue, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yup. And so, Raeun headed to the basketball court that the boys were gathered in. She jumped in while they were busy dividing themselves into two teams. You're one person short, right? Let me join. Raeun announced her participation as soon as she realized that there was an odd number of them. The boys were perplexed. Seeing that they were hesitant, Raeun asked bluntly, what, am I not allowed to join you guys? They shook their heads in panic. And no, that's not it. Okay, then we'll take Raeun. We're one person short anyway. Raeun had managed to join them. She used to have no choice but to only watch as the boys played football and basketball, but she had gotten more or less accustomed to a high school girl's body now. I guess I'll warm up a little. Her heart was fluttering with joy from the sensation of holding a basketball after so long. From middle school all the way up to university, Kang Raeun loved playing ball games with friends. She played mainly football and basketball in university, and was obsessed with Joko during his army days. As Park Geon-Woo, Raeun had always loved working up a sweat, so she had always participated whenever her friends wanted to do something. However, after her friends one by one started getting employed, getting married, and having kids, opportunities to play football or basketball had become infrequent. She had planned on leaving it as just a beautiful memory, but she had now returned to the past. I should enjoy what I can to the fullest. However, the problem was that she was now a high school girl. High school girls usually didn't gather in groups to play football, basketball, or joko, but there was no rule that a high school girl couldn't play those sports. She could play if she wanted to. The two teams had exactly 5 members after Raeun joined. A casual game of basketball with friends did not involve designating positions such as center or point guard. Everyone just did as they liked. As long as they scored, anyone could become the hero of their team. Raeun was confident, because her nickname back in her past school days was God of Basketball, Gob for short. Raeun lightly stretched before the match began. Her stamina had been reduced considerably after becoming a high school girl, but there were some good points about such a body as well. My range of motion has increased a lot since I'm so flexible now. The moment that Raeun leaned backward, the gazes of the boys shot toward her upper body. Her bust line was clearly visible. They all turned away as if they didn't look as Raeun finished stretching. Are we starting right away? Raeun asked. Why yeah, we should. Let us know if you get tired midway, Raeun. The boys answered while stuttering. It was common courtesy for them to be considerate toward Raeun, but she decided to just appreciate the thought. Since she had stepped up to the challenge, I have to see it through. It had been a long time since Raeun's competitive spirit had set ablaze. It was Team Raeun's turn to attack. She moved to the edge of the court as she was studying the opposing team. Fwip. Raeun raised her hand to signal for a pass. If she shouted here, everyone on the court, both her own team and the opposing team, would realize her position. Hence, she chose to go with a hand signal. The boy on the same team who had possession of the ball hesitated as he noticed Raeun raising her hand. He thought about whether it was really okay to give her the ball or not. The physical difference between a man and a woman, especially between students, was undoubtedly large. It was obvious that a girl would be overpowered in tussles for the ball, but the boy decided to try trusting Raeun. Toss? Raeun lightly jumped to catch the ball flying over her head. Nice catch, one of her teammates shouted. Raeun landed from her jump. She was unmarked, since the opposing team had never even expected her to get the ball. She was completely free to take the shot. All right. Raeun got into position and went for a three-pointer. The basketball flew straight toward the hoop. The angle, timing, everything was perfect, or so she had thought. Not only did it not even touch the rim, but it ended up as an air ball and dropped straight to the ground. Raeun was dumbstruck because she was sure that it would go in. She felt more embarrassed as the one who took the shot. The ball ended up in the opposing team's possession because of Raeun's miss. She and her teammates scrambled to get back into formation, but the opposing team scored the first goal with a layup before they could. Sorry. Raeun apologized, which then her teammates reassured her, saying that it was okay. The reason for the air ball was likely because, I'm lacking strength. She would be able to get the hang of it after a few practice attempts, but she couldn't afford to practice in the middle of a match. In that case, change of plan. She decided to go with plan B. Concerned about Raeun playing basketball with the boys, Seo Yiseo, Nha Jiurin and Choi Romi stopped playing badminton and headed to the basketball court. They were worried that Raeun could get hurt while playing with them. That's Raeun over there, isn't it? She was really playing basketball with the boys. Raeun had tied her long hair back and was attentively observing the opposing team's formation. After studying her mark's movements, she suddenly stepped to the left. Oh, no you don't? The boy thought. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. There was nothing more humiliating than letting a girl get through his defense. The boy also stepped in the same direction as her, but it had been a feint. Raeun, whom he thought was heading left, suddenly switched directions to the right. She had gotten through a defender in a flash. Other defenders belatedly tried to mark her, but they could not catch up to her speed. Leap. Toss. Raeun tossed the ball straight into the hoop. If she couldn't score three-pointers, then she just needed to score via layups. Her teammates cheered as Raeun penetrated the opposing team's defenses and scored. Good job, Raeun. Nice. You're so good at basketball, Raeun. Raeun's teammates honestly had little expectations for her. They had just taken her into their team to fill the head count, but she had become their ace before they knew it. Team Raeun was ahead by twice the points of the opposing team. Raeun charged in yet again. Hey, block her. You think we're not trying? They also desperately wanted to block Raeun's charge, but not only was she fast, but they were hesitant to get close to her since she was a girl. They could be branded as perverts if they touched the wrong place by accident. Raeun did not give a damn, but the boys couldn't help but be conscious of it. This was Raeun's last chance to attack before the bell rang. She charged into the area right underneath the hoop, soared into the air and turned her body to make an under-the-basket shot. Her hairband came undone, allowing her long hair to flutter beautifully in midair. Rattle. The ball once again went perfectly into the hoop. Rayan had perfectly recreated an advanced shot, making her truly seem like the incarnation of the goddess of basketball. However, even goddesses made errors. Rayan lost her balance during the landing and fell on her butt. Ouch. Rayan. Hey, are you okay? The boys rushed toward her. Yiseo, Jyorin, and Aromi also came to check if she was alright. Phew, you should be more careful, Jyorin said as she brushed the dirt off Rayan's butt. Thankfully, she did not seem to have been hurt. Thanks, Rayan expressed. She had almost gotten hurt at the end, but she felt amazing after having been able to work up a sweat while playing a ball game after so long. Rayan's hidden basketball skills had been revealed to her classmates, and its effect was far-reaching. Rayan. A few of the boys who Rayan played basketball with called out to her as she was talking with Yiseo during lunch. What, are we playing basketball again? She asked. Rayan was always welcome to join, but no, it's not about that. Actually, we had bet something on that basketball match. The losing team was going to pay for the PC room fees, but since you probably won't go, we were thinking of just paying you with money. What do you think? She had not heard anything about there being a bet, but since her team had won, the boys had given her the choice of what she wanted to do. What do you guys usually play at the PC room? She asked. StarCraft, of course. There weren't many games more fun to play with friends than StarCraft. Really? Then I'll go too, Rayan said. Go where? The PC room. The boys were lost for words. They could not piece together the words Kong Rayan and PC room. The same went for Yiseo. Are you serious? Yup, I love going to PC rooms. She had never once gone to a PC room since she had become a high school girl, because she had nobody to go with. Now that she had made friends to go with, she wanted to once again experience the PC rooms of 15 years ago. The confused boys belatedly nodded. Oh okay, then. I'll let the other guys know. Alright, see you in a bit, Rayan said. For her, this was nothing out of the ordinary in the past, but now, there were way more people staring at her in astonishment. I'm home. Rayan had come back right before sunset. Kong Arahayek tilted his head since she had returned later than usual. You're awfully late today, Arahayek remarked. I went to a PC room with some classmates. Our team won a bet in a basketball match. Wait, a basketball match, and, what? A PC room. Yup. What did you do there? Online chatting. StarCraft, of course. What else? You know how to play that game. Arahayek had never seen Rayan play games in his life. He could not help but doubt his ears at his little sister's mention of StarCraft. I'm good at it, too. I pawned every single one of them. Producing Zerglings and Mutalisks was all it took me to win. Rayan had actually been so good that her team had won every single game, to the point that she had earned a new nickname of Balance Breaker along with the title of Goddess of Basketball that she already had. As Rayan proudly bragged about her exploits, she looked nothing like a high school girl, but a playful high school boy. Seeing that, Arahayek exasperatedly clicked his tongue. I sometimes can't tell if she's even my little sister. She was undoubtedly a beautiful girl on the outside, but her actions exactly reflected that of a high school boy. But, well, I guess it's fine as long as Rayan is enjoying herself. No matter how Rayan acted, it did not change the fact that she was his most precious little sister. 1. Jaku is a Korean sport which combines aspects of football and volleyball. 2. A PC room is a LAN gaming center in South Korea where people can play multiplayer computer games for an hourly fee. When Kong Rayan first became a high school girl, the place that she hated the most was high school. It wasn't because she didn't want to take classes, but because she hated wearing a uniform, especially the skirt, every morning. That was why going to school every weekday was the worst part of her day, but that had changed as of late. I'm off. Rayan finished getting ready to go to school and greeted Kong Arahayek, who was sitting in front of his desk while waiting for the stock market to open. He tilted his head in wonder at Rayan's change in attitude. She had never once greeted him first in the morning unless she was in a very good mood. Did something good happen? He asked. Something good? Not really. Nothing in particular came to mind, except one thing. Except that I absolutely destroyed the boys in StarCraft again yesterday, I guess. Rayan had been hanging out with the boys often lately. She played basketball or football at lunchtime and went straight to a PC room after school, just like what a normal high school boy would do. Rayan had been ecstatic lately since she had returned to the life of her former high school days. Since his little sister was happier from hanging out with high school boys than earning millions of won from stock trading, Arahayek couldn't bring himself to be happy for her. Don't hang out with guys too much, Arahayek remarked. Why not? Rayan asked. Well, Arahayek looked like he wanted to tell her something, but no, forget it. He decided not to, which caused Rayan's eyebrows to twitch. She hated nothing more than when someone stopped what they were about to say, since it made her even more curious and bothered her significantly. What? I'll hit you if you don't tell me, she warned. Rayan believed that the most effective method of communication was fists, not words. Arahayek tried to calm down Rayan's aggression. I just stopped myself because I thought I was being too nosy. It's nothing, so don't worry about it. Rayan stared daggers at Arahayek. She wanted to force him to tell her, but she could not push any further due to lack of time. TCH. Rayan clicked her tongue and went out the door before she was any later for school. As Arahayek watched Rayan walk out the door, He blurted out what he couldn't bring himself to tell her with a bitter smile. Guys get the wrong idea when a pretty girl like you hangs out with them. It was especially true for boys at the age where they were highly interested in the opposite sex. But unfortunately, Rayan did not seem to have noticed it yet. Rayan saw the familiar back of a certain normal high school boy as she passed through the school gates. She quickly came up to him and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Sang-woon. Choi Sang-woon was one of the boys in the group that she had been hanging out with lately while playing basketball and going to the PC room. He was startled by Rayan's greeting, since he had never expected to meet her here. Actually, it was not abnormal to meet Rayan, but she had never once greeted him so intimately first. Hey, Sang-woon responded. Why's a guy like you slouching so much first thing in the morning? Straighten out your shoulders a little. Rayan put her hand on Sang-woon's back and straightened it out for him. The sudden skinship caused Sang-woon's face to redden like a tomato. Like this? He asked. Yeah, it's unsightly to see a tall guy like you all hunched up like that. Stay like this from now on. Rayan looked like a bona fide girl on the outside, but she sometimes acted like a boy their age. Rayan's gaze directed back to the front again as she was fixing Sang-woon's posture. She could see Yiseo from a distance. I'm off. I'll see you later. Rayan shot Sang-woon a smile while waving her right hand. Her long hair fluttering in the wind as she trotted toward Yiseo was as beautiful as a scene in a drama. Autumn felt like spring in Rayan's surroundings. Another person greeted Sang-woon as he was staring blankly at Rayan. What are you just standing around like that for, Sang-woon? Sang-woon's best friend, Kim Young-gyo, tapped him on his arm. Sang-woon answered, I was savoring the momentary return of spring. Are you crazy? What bullshit is that? Young-gyo asked in confusion. His friend did not seem to be doing too well first thing in the morning. Rayan came up to Sang-woon and Young-gyo as soon as she finished her lunch. What are we playing this time? Basketball? Football? Rayan asked enthusiastically. Young-gyo let her know what had already been scheduled. We decided to have a football match with Class 4, but I'm not sure if you'd be allowed to join. Only boys usually did things like this. It wasn't because the boys did not want girls playing with them, but because there wasn't a single girl who wanted to join their football matches. However, there was one exception to this unspoken rule in this school, the girl before their eyes, Kang Rayan. Then let me join, Rayan expressed. Young-gyo was troubled. The boys in their class were absolutely fine with it. Rather, they would be happy for Rayan to join them. Rayan had been displaying her athleticism to her heart's content in basketball, football, or any ball game during free time in PE. It was to the point that any team that had her in it was guaranteed to win. However, I'm not sure if the Class 4 guys would be up for it. Young-gyo couldn't predict at all how the Class 4 guys would respond if they said Rayan would be one of their starters, since other classes still did not know of Rayan's greatness in the sports day events. He wasn't sure if they would even believe such a thing. It wasn't a huge problem, but it still bothered Young-gyo a little. I'll try talking to them. At that moment, Sang-woon stepped up. Young-gyo asked his assertive friend, what are you gonna tell them? Nothing much, I'm just gonna tell them that Rayan's gonna join us. It's not like girls aren't allowed to play football. That's true, but regardless, I'll put in a good word. Don't worry. Rayan smiled at the confident Sang-woon. Thanks, I'll trust you, she said. That was enough to instill Sang-woon with enough courage. Why yeah, don't worry and just trust me. Young-gyo also got up from his seat as Sang-woon marched toward Class 4. Hey, Sang-woon. Are you seriously going by yourself? Wait for me. As soon as the two boys left, Yiseo and Jaerin took the chance to quietly ask Rayan, are you really gonna play football, Rayan? Yup. Rayan had been enjoying playing football with the boys lately. It was also partly to recall her former high school memories. Park Geon-Woo and his friends had become far too busy to play football or go to PC rooms when they became adults, so Rayan was planning on enjoying her school life to the fullest now that she had gotten another chance. However, Yiseo was still worried about her. I'm not telling you not to hang out with the boys, but shouldn't you refrain from doing things that might cause misunderstandings, she asked. Misunderstandings? What kind? Well, as Yiseo was hesitating, Sang-woon raced through the hallway and exclaimed at Rayan. Rayan? Class 4 said okay, then I'll go change into pants. Gimme a sec, Rayan replied. The match had been established. Since lunchtime was not long and she had to get ready to go out as soon as possible, she asked for Yiseo and Jaeerin's understanding. Sorry, I'll be heading out first. Oh okay, be careful. Don't get hurt like last time. Okay. Jaerin sighed as she looked at Rayan as thrilled as the other boys were. I never expected Rayan to have that kind of side to her, Jaerin mentioned. Me too. Being active was good and all, but I hope Rayan doesn't do anything that causes the boys to get the wrong idea, Yiseo expressed. She had the exact same worry as Hayek. The same went for Jaerin. Yeah, but it's Rayan we're talking about. I'm sure she'll draw the line at some point, won't she? Not only had Rayan rejected the womanizer Park Se-woon, but she had even shoulder-thrown him. Yiseo was also well aware of that, but she couldn't help but feel anxious. I just have a bad feeling about it for some reason. Class 5 was able to win against Class 4 thanks to Rayan's hat trick. She had also become a goddess of football along with basketball. She headed to the outdoor faucet with Sang-woon before the bell rang. Because it hadn't been long since summer had passed, Raen was covered in sweat. Nov.L.B/JNN. Hugh, it's so hot. Raen rolled up her hair with both of her hands to cool herself down with cold water. Sang-woon was intensely anxious as he stared at her exposed nape. Raen noticed his gaze and asked him, is there something stuck on my neck? Huh? And no, nothing. Sang-woon stuttered. Really? She held her rolled up hair with one hand and filled the other hand with water to clean her petite face. Oh. Raen realized that she had forgotten something. I didn't bring my handkerchief. Sang-woon took out his own as soon as he heard that. Use this, he said. It's okay, I can just let it air dry. No, it's fine. I can just wipe my face with my shirt. Here. Sang-woon urged Raen so much that she had no choice but to accept it. She wiped her face and neck with the handkerchief. I'll give it back to you after I wash it, Raen remarked. You don't really need to, Sang-woon muttered. Huh? What did you say? And nothing. Raen headed back to the classroom first with the handkerchief after thanking Sang-woon again for letting her borrow it. As Sang-woon was left all by himself, he replayed what had just happened with Raen in his mind while splashing his face with cold water. After classes were over and the time for extracurricular activities rolled around, the homeroom teacher called for Na Jae-rin, the class president. Jae-rin, you know we have the sports day and the festival at the end of the month, right? Yes, Jae-rin replied. We have to select the members to participate in the sports day, so don't do any extracurricular activities today and work on this. It needs to be submitted by the end of the day. There was not much time left until the sports day. Jae-rin had received homework as the class president. She stood in front of the classroom and started to explain how the sports day would progress while the vice president jotted down the sports events on the blackboard. Football, basketball, volleyball, jaku, dodgeball, jump rope, badminton, and a relay race. One person can't participate in every event. They can only participate in 2, maximum. Every class had a student whose specialty was sports. The students that were talented in sports would monopolize and dominate all the sports, so unlimited participation had been banned. Boys, have you decided your football and basketball team members? We have, but they could not help but be disappointed because it'd be nice if Raen could join. Yeah, they wanted Raen to be added into the basketball or football teams, but the idea was denied by the girls. Raen needs to be on the dodgeball and relay race teams, Jae-rin explained. Raen had been placed in the girls' dodgeball and girls' relay race events, because the two teams would be far too weak if she wasn't in them. The football or basketball teams could make do without Raen. The boys were disappointed, but they had no choice, since both dodgeball and the relay race were worth a significant amount of points. It was a necessary sacrifice for the class to earn as many points as they could. Raen had also been disappointed, but they needed to strategize for the sake of the class's victory. I'll help out when needed, so don't be so disappointed, Raen expressed. The boys' smiles returned thanks to Raen's words. The mood of their practice sessions were completely different based on whether Raen was present or not. It was obviously better to practice with Raen than with a bunch of boys reeking of sweat. Although Raen wouldn't be able to join their team, they decided to be satisfied with the fact that she would be joining their practices. A day before the sports day, Raen was practicing with her dodgeball teammates after school. Aromi, she exclaimed. Choi Aromi just barely managed to receive Raen's pass, and threw the ball at one of the girls in the court. Tap. Her throw accurately hit the girl on the shoulder. The last survivor was called out. Nice, Raen said while giving Aromi a thumbs up. However, Aromi could only smile awkwardly. Raen, could you pass the ball a little lighter? My hands hurt every time I receive your passes. If I do, the opposing team would all run away before you even have a chance to throw. You don't want that, do you? That's true, but the only girl on their team who could handle Raen's passes was Aromi, so all of Raen's passes couldn't help but be directed at her. After dodgeball practice, she headed straight to the basketball court. Han-Gyo, pass. Choi Sang-woon received the ball from Kim Han-Gyo and raced into the area underneath the hoop at lightning speed. He jumped and performed a hook shot. The ball went cleanly into the hoop. He had already scored 20 points by himself. Raen smiled, satisfied with Sang-woon's performance. Good job, Sang-woon. Sang-woon blushed from Raen's compliment. When did you get here? He asked. Just now. I wanted to give this back to you. This is. It was the handkerchief that Sang-woon had lent to Raen. I properly washed it, so don't think that it's dirty, Raen remarked. Oh, of course not. He had thought nothing of the sort. In fact, he was actually more disappointed by the fact that she had washed it. Raen headed back to where Aromi was after she handed Sang-woon back the handkerchief. Good luck on your practice. She also did not forget to cheer him on. Sang-woon was lost for words as he gazed at Raen getting further away. Hey, Sang-woon, aren't you gonna catch the ball? Han-Gyo asked. Sang-woon shook his head and said, I'm not in the mood. What's gotten into you? You were speeding around the court just a few seconds ago. Han-Gyo, Sang-woon's eyes were still on Raen. I'm thinking of confessing to Raen after the sports day. What do you think? Han-Gyo spat out the water that he was drinking. After a few coughs, he asked Sang-woon for confirmation. You're gonna confess to Raen? Yeah, you're insane. You're not actually expecting her to accept your confession when she rejected even Se-woon, are you? Quit dreaming. One was better off not even looking up at a tree that they could not climb, since they wouldn't have any regrets that way. However, Sang-woon had already looked up at the peerlessly beautiful tree. JNN. Sigh. Screw it. Do as you like. Han-Gyo had been planning on dissuading Sang-woon until he completely gave up on the idea, but Sang-woon would never be able to give up on his desire like that. It looked like there was no other choice but for him to confess and get rejected with no room for ambiguity. The morning of the sports day dawned. Raeun had come to school in her sports uniform instead of her school uniform, and stretched along with her classmates. All of the girls' dodgeball matches were scheduled in the morning. All Raeun needed to do today was to finish her dodgeball matches in the morning, and participate in the relay race, which was the final event of the sports day. There was naturally no girl more exceptional in the girls' dodgeball matches than Raeun. A girl was called out every time she threw the ball. Her team advanced to the finals in an instant, which they obviously won. Raeun's team had seized victory in the girls' dodgeball event all too easily. You were amazing, Raeun. That's our class's ace for you. The girls celebrated their victory while hugging Raeun. She was completely overwhelmed by the sudden skinship from high school girls, which she found to be far more exhausting than the dodgeball matches. Raeun had nothing to do, so she decided to use her free time to watch the boys' basketball and football matches until her turn for the relay race came. Her class's football team had advanced all the way to the finals, but victory had escaped from their grasp by just 1 point. Although the basketball team had also advanced to the finals, they got through. Block them. No way. How did that go in? God damn it. Things were not looking good at all. They were 15 points behind, with not much time remaining on the clock. In the midst of their imminent loss, Raeun raised her voice. Timeout. The entire court went up in a stir because of Raeun's sudden strategic timeout, but since there was no rule that a timeout couldn't be called, the match was temporarily halted. Since the point gap would only widen with their momentum completely gone, Raeun had decided to call for a timeout to break the flow of the game. She did not have a strategy for them. What they needed most was a shift in gears. You're on par with them in terms of skill. There's absolutely no reason for you guys to be falling behind, but you are because you're being pressured by the point gap and can't bring out the plays that you want to make. Understood. Sang-woon, Han-Gyo, and the other members nodded. Okay, let's cheer before you get back in it. Put your hands together. Raeun put her hand out into the middle of the circle first, which then Sang-woon placed his own over hers. He had touched her hand for the first time, and it was soft and warm. You got this. Raeun exclaimed. Let's do this. Sang-woon's expression changed thanks to Raeun's cheer. Han-Gyo, pass me the ball whenever you get it. I'll make sure to score, whatever it takes. Are you sure you can do it? Han-Gyo asked. It's not about whether I can do it or not. I have to do it. Han-Gyo couldn't help but smile at Sang-woon, blazing with morale. Okay, you got it. The match had begun again after a shift in gears. Sang-woon received Han-Gyo's pass and attempted a three-pointer after getting into position. The ball flew in a perfect arc and went into the hoop after ricocheting off the backboard. They were 12 points behind now, but it was only the beginning. The difference continued to shorten thanks to Sang-woon's performance until only 2 points behind. Keep it up. The cheers of their classmates raised the team's morale even higher. There were only 15 seconds remaining. Sang-woon once again attempted a three-pointer after stalling for time. Before shooting, he looked over at Raeun. The fact that she was watching him hardened his determination. I have to score this. He threw the ball. It flew into the air, and swish, it just barely managed to make it in. Phui. The whistle of the referee marked the end of the match. Sang-woon's team had won by a 1-point difference. Sang-woon. Son of a bitch, you did it. You were amazing, you bastard. Sang-woon was hailed as the class hero after scoring the overturning goal. As Raeun was also about to give him some words of praise, Sang-woon opened his mouth first. Raeun, can we talk by the outdoor faucet? Privately, if possible. She couldn't tell what it was about at all. Well, okay. Regardless, she decided to say yes for now. Raeun arrived at the outdoor faucet at Sang-woon's request. There was something that I wanted to tell you, no matter what, Sang-woon said with a trembling voice. Something that you wanted to tell me? What is it? Raeun asked. Well, the thing is. His heart felt like it was about to burst, but he managed to open his mouth after rebuking himself in his mind that he only needs to be brave just this once. I'll like you? Once Raeun heard that, she had finally realized what Kang Hyuk was trying to tell her a few days back. Shit, I fucked up. She had not treated Sang-woon well because she had romantic feelings toward him. It was simply in the capacity of a friend, nothing more, nothing less. However, her actions had caused great emotional change in Sang-woon. Just a slight touch from Raeun made him imagine dating, marrying, and even having grandchildren with her. As Raeun pondered over how to turn him down with an awkward smile on her face, a certain line flashed in her mind. I'm sorry. I'd like us to just stay friends. She had never even dreamed that a day when she said this infamous line would come. This is a Korean idiom that means one shouldn't even try to do something that is beyond their ability. Choi Sang-woon had somewhat expected Kang Raeun to say that she wanted to stay as friends, but he had decided to hold on to the sliver of hope that she wouldn't. Although Rayan was a girl with high enough standards to reject even Park Se-woon, one could argue that her type of guy wasn't a rich and handsome guy like Se-woon, but rather a guy who she could consider a friend. Sang-woon and Rayan had spent the past few days as true friends. They played basketball and went to the PC room together. With how much they hung out, he could not help but think that Rayan had feelings for him. However, Sang-woon had been counting his chickens before they hatched. Believing in his delusions, he mustered up the courage to confess, and it went exactly as one expected. I see. Sang-woon smiled awkwardly. Rayan was also in a very awkward position. That doesn't mean that I hate you or anything. It's just that I don't see you as a love interest. I think we're better off as friends. Because this was Rayan's first time being in such a situation, she sugarcoated it as much as she could. However, there was no way that her words of consolement would reach a man who had just been rejected. Just in time, someone called for Sang-woon from a distance. Sang-woon? Where did that guy go? Sang-woon replied right away as he heard Kim Young-gyo's voice. Over here? I'll be going on ahead. Rayan. Oh okay. Zoom. Sang-woon sprinted out of the area as if he was running away. Meanwhile, Rayan clicked her tongue after she was left all alone. What is this? A teen drama? What the hell am I doing? Not just that, she got goosebumps from the fact that she was not the male lead, but the female one. The high school festival began on the day after the sports day. Rayan did not have to participate in the festival preparations because she was not in any clubs. She could simply have fun going around the school to enjoy the festival. Have a safe trip, Kang Rae-hyuk said. Rayan's steps to school felt especially heavy today. Seo Yiseo rushed to Rayan as she approached Starlight Road. Let's walk together, Rayan. They had not set any plans to go to school together, but they had met from time to time since they went the same way. On the way there, Rayan lightly mentioned to Yiseo what had happened yesterday. Sang-woon confessed to me yesterday. Rayan had thought deeply about whether to tell Yiseo or not. She couldn't consult Rae-hyuk about it, but she thought that it was best to consult a close friend who understood her. Oh, I thought as much. Yiseo acted like she had expected it. And in actuality, she knew that something like this would happen, since anyone could tell from a third-person view that Sang-woon held romantic feelings for Rayan. Sang-woon treated Rayan as a boy would treat a girl that he liked, but on the other hand, Rayan did not treat Sang-woon as a member of the opposite sex at all. That was why Yiseo was trying to tell Rayan in place of Rae-hyuk to act more carefully around boys if she could. So, what did you do? Yiseo already knew the answer, but she decided to ask for manners' sake. I turned him down. It was obvious. Just to be sure, there wasn't any violence involved, right? Yiseo's remark would have sounded like a joke to people, but she was dead serious. Rayan had thrown the stalker Se-woon down onto the ground. Hence, it was well within the realm of possibility for Rayan to retaliate in that way. Rayan giggled and said, no, I just told him that I'd like us to stay friends. Unlike Se-woon, Sang-woon had not been a nuisance to Rayan. Rather, she had enjoyed her time together with him while playing football, basketball, and going to the PC room together. Yiseo felt reassured. What a relief. She was proud of Rayan for not reacting violently. That aside, what a blunder. I should have realized that the hormones of boys their age spike if girls treat them even a little nicely. Even Rayan had experienced such a thing in the past. However, now that she had become a high school girl, she could not clearly remember her high school memories as a boy. It was understandable, since she had been a high school girl for almost half a year now. She had also come to experience many times that even girls had a hard time being on the rejecting end of the confession. I guess I should draw some clear boundaries from now on, Rayan remarked. Yeah, that's best for both you and the boys, Yiseo agreed. She would be receiving confessions left and right if she continued to act the same way. The high school festival was only held once a year. Street vendors spread out items that they had brought in front of the school gates and touted to the people going in and out of the school. Here, this is super cheap. Here we have all sorts of items that will help leave some wonderful memories with your family. Come take a look. Fans, masks, balloons, and other party items were displayed everywhere. One of the street vendors, Park Seol-hun, continuously attempted to gather people's attention. You won't get a chance like this again. I won't ask you to pay for just taking a look, so come take a, His eyes narrowed because of a certain high school girl who had approached him. Why you? What are you doing here after closing down your shoe store, mister? It was Rayan. She had also asked Seol-hun with eyes as narrow as his. See, can't you see? This is my new business, Seol-hun exclaimed. Oh, really? Rayan slightly bent her knees and scanned all of Seol-hun's items. She spread open a fan ornamented with red feathers, and sighed as if she had expected it. If you're gonna sell something, sell some authentic goods. Who would buy faulty goods like this? They're not all faulty, you just happen to pick up the one faulty product out of the bunch. Then what about this cone hat? The string is in tatters. Every single item that Rayan had picked up was faulty. She had the complete opposite of the Midas touch. She stood back up and advised Seol-hun, this is your last chance, right? Hurry up and run this one to shit, and then you can contact me. I'll invest plenty on you. I swear I'm gonna succeed this time. Sure you will. Anyone could tell that he would fail this time as well. After telling Seol-hun to break a leg, she went back to where Yiseo had been waiting for her. Yiseo said while pointing at the sighing Seol-hun, do you know him? Yay, it just kind of happened n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It looked like she would be starting her business with Seal Hun much sooner than she had expected. Rayan, Yiseo, Najirin and Choi Romi walked around outside the school to view the festival attractions. There was a student making bunjopang and ice cream with a machine that they got from who knows where, and selling them. A few girls had also cosplayed as what seemed to be anime characters. It may have been because it was summer or maybe it was that character's normal attire, but the girls' waists and thighs were fully exposed. Won't they get scolded by the teachers, wearing something like that? Jiren asked. Yiseo could only say who knows to such a question, but it seemed to be within the tolerable range since they had not yet been reprimanded. Rayan, how about some ice cream? My treat, Romi said. She was thinking of treating her friends to some ice cream as celebration for their victory in the girls' dodgeball event yesterday. Oh, I left my wallet in the classroom. She had forgotten the most important item. Rayan said, I was just about to head to the classroom anyway. Where's your wallet? I'll go get it for you. It's in my desk drawer. Thanks, Rayan. Rayan quickly made her way to the classroom after telling the group that she'd be back soon. As there were students who wanted to enjoy the festival, there were also those who found it to be a hassle to walk around. Sang-Woon, Han-Gyo, and a few other boys were included in that group. They did not feel like walking around the school because they had been fired up all day due to their sports day victory, and simply wanted to watch some TV in the classroom. Is there anything good on? There were no good programs to watch at this hour. However, Han-Gyo sprang up from his seat. Get this, I found one hell of a site yesterday. Han-Gyo headed to the computer that was installed under the teacher's podium. He turned it on, and connected it to the TV. R-rated not safe for work images were displayed on the screen as soon as he pulled up the site. Why Han-Gyo, you crazy son of a bitch. Holy hell. That's some good shit. Hey, draw the curtains? Quickly. The blazing teenage sex drive took over the boys' minds. Fwish. They closed the door and windows, and quickly drew the curtains. After turning off the lights, the 7 students gathered in front of the TV. Sang-Woon gulped, having been entranced by the dance of the woman in a swimsuit. However, at that moment, creak, the door suddenly opened. The back door that they thought they had locked had still been unlocked. A beautiful girl with long hair elegantly tied to one side, Kang Rayan, had entered the classroom. A corner of her mouth curled up as she gazed upon the sexy video on the TV screen. Damn punks. Boys will be boys. Watching that kind of stuff is good and all, but at least lock the door. Rayan, this isn't what it looks like. Sang-Woon scrambled to clarify the situation. However, Rayan gave him no opportunity to explain. Don't worry, I won't interrupt. Have fun, guys. As Sang-Woon watched Rayan quickly close the door and leave, he felt despair even greater than when he was rejected. One bunjopang is a fish-shaped pastry stuffed with sweet red bean paste. The sports day and the school festival that only came around once a year was finally over. The students returned to their usual daily lives, but there was one change in Rayan's life. She no longer actively played sports nor went to the PC room with the boys much. She was all for hanging out with friends, but she had decided to put some distance with the boys since another guy like Sang-Woon could come to see her as a girl and not a friend. I guess men and women can't be friends. Rayan had no idea how to deal with it. She deeply sighed. She had basically no problems with those of the same sex, but very close friendships between the opposite sex could turn into love all too easily. It was not hard to find people of the opposite sex who were close friends in school who then started dating and got married down the line. Hence, it was best to put some boundaries in a relationship between men and women. She had seen such instances often, even before she became a high school girl. But despite that, she had let her guard down. She undoubtedly learned that she needed to be more careful from now on. But even so, it's seriously bothersome how much Sang-Woon has been avoiding me. After being rejected, Choi Sang-Woon had been keeping even more distance from Rayan than she had been planning to with him. He had also blatantly run away from her several times. I guess I have no choice. Rayan approached Sang-Woon first. Hey, Sang-Woon. Sang-Woon was startled by Rayan. He replied, why yeah, come with me for a sec. Rayan couldn't stand awkward moods like this. She was the straightforward kind of person, and she would treat Sang-Woon the same way. Sang-Woon reluctantly got up from his seat and followed her. They went to a large area between class 5 and 6, which led to stairs. There were even chairs provided for students to sit and chat. Rayan sat down first and pointed to the seat next to hers. Come take a seat. What? You don't want to? And no, it's not that. He awkwardly took a seat next to Rayan. Rayan got straight to the point of why she brought Sang-Woon here. Are you avoiding me because I turned you down? Well, he would be lying if he said that wasn't the case. Rayan knew all too well the feelings of a man. However, she hated the thought of their relationship continuing like this, so she had decided to honestly tell Sang-Woon exactly what was on her mind. I've never seen you as a man, but I've always seen you as a good friend. We played basketball, football, and went to the PC room to play StarCraft together, and I always had a great time doing those things with you. So, I just want you to know that I didn't turn you down because I hate you. Rayan had turned Sang-Woon down simply because she was far too repulsed by the idea of having a boyfriend. She felt frustrated that she couldn't openly tell him everything, but she wanted to tell him as much of how she felt as she could. It was up to Sang-Woon how he would accept it. That's all I wanted to tell you. I'm done, so you can go, Rayan remarked. Sang-woon said to Rayan in embarrassment, thanks, Rayan. You're way kinder than I thought. Kindness was not one of the words that could describe Rayan, but Sang-woon thought otherwise. But even so, I don't regret confessing to you. Although he was rejected, it was much better to be flatly turned down than to forever hold on to his feelings. Before heading back to the classroom, Sang-woon brought up something else that he had almost forgotten about. And there's one more reason why I was avoiding you. What is it? Rayan asked. Sang-woon thought that he might as well take this chance to resolve all the misunderstandings. During the festival, when you came into the classroom while that video was, I wasn't the one who suggested we watch it. I tried to stop them, but, oh, that. Rayan looked at Sang-woon with understanding eyes. It's okay. That's just how all boys in puberty are like. You don't have to clarify so desperately like that. I get that you're into Japanese women. I understand it all. No, that's not. Classes are gonna start soon. Let's go. Rayan? That's seriously not it. Rayan thought that the misunderstandings had been resolved after their heart-to-heart talk, but Sang-woon couldn't have been more frustrated. It had been a while since she went to GNF Entertainment with Shin Yubin after school. She was heading there because Chief Young had said that he had something really big for her. Rayan asked Yubin what it was about, but Yubin kept repeating, who knows? Was she acting like that because she didn't know? No, there was no way. She's pretending not to know. Rayan may not have looked like it, but she was an actress. Yubin couldn't fool the eyes of a professional. She could tell from just a glance that Yubin was acting. She had no idea what kind of surprise Chief Young had in store for her to even get her manager to join in on it, but it didn't seem to be anything bad based on the mood. I guess I'll go along with the flow. As soon as she got out of the car, Rayan headed with Yubin to the meeting room where Chief Young was waiting. Chief Young greeted her with a smile as she opened the door. Welcome, Rayan. It's been a while, hasn't it? Not really. It had only been 2 weeks since they hadn't seen each other, so it was a bit too short to call it a while. Rayan had been focusing on her studies ever since the filming of Season 2 of The Devil's Touch finished. The drama was over and she had been put on standby until some other work was put on the table, so she had no particular reason to meet with Chief Young. Chief Young took something out for Rayan to see, calling it a gift to her. Why don't you look this over? He mentioned. What is it? Rayan asked. It was a thick script. The first thing that caught her attention was the title. I Will Guide You, working title. Is it a drama script? Chief Young had called her for something work-related. He affirmed Rayan's question and said confidently, yup. Take a look at the synopsis, too. Rayan could tell from just a glance of his expression that he had brought something good. She schemed through the script like Chief Young had asked. It was a modern fantasy drama. Its contents were simple. It was a romance story of a girl who had been assigned a mission to guide the souls of the dead to the afterlife, and a man with spiritual powers, who had fallen in love with her. There are a lot of fantasy dramas like this these days. There was one about ghosts staying at a hotel, and another about exorcists running a noodle shop. Romance dramas with a tinge of fantasy aspects were the trend as of late. The drama script that Rayan had received was also one of them. What do you think? Do you like it? Chief Young asked. It's not bad, Rayan answered. She felt like she had seen a drama with such a concept before. However, she had not been madly obsessed with dramas in her past life to know every single one of them. She just watched as much as the average person, so she couldn't quite tell what the drama that she had been looking at the script of was. Do you want to star in it, then? Rayan knew Chief Young would say that. There was no way that he would just show her a script for no reason. She had already guessed that he showed it to her because the drama team had sent her a casting offer. Is this the gift that you said you had prepared for me? Rayan asked. Of course. What's my role? She had expected to get a minor role like she had in The Devil's Touch, but Chief Young's answer far surpassed her expectations. The program director wants to entrust the role of Jin Seo-yu to you. Jin Seo-yu. That was the name of the drama's female Grim Reaper protagonist. Rayan was shocked by Chief Young's answer. Not a minor role, but the female lead role, N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Yes? The program director thinks quite highly of you. Not only that, but the character is supposed to be super chic, full of confidence and have a strong personality, so I think it's a perfect fit for you. What do you think? It's great, right? The setting itself certainly was not bad. She would be a much better fit for Jin Seo-yu than the character that she played in The Devil's Touch. However, there was a glaring problem. The only acting experience that I have is in a minor role. How could I possibly take on the role of a female lead out of the blue like this? Come on, the most important factors in casting are skill and the ability to immerse oneself into the role. It has nothing to do with work experience. It's not like people with tons of work experience get all the lead roles, right? Chief Young was not wrong. Connections and the power of the agency that one was affiliated with were definitely important, but an actor could only be as successful as their talent in acting. Rayan was quite talented as an actress, and also possessed something that other actresses did not. You're good at action scenes. The character Jin Seo-yu requires the actress to enact a lot of advanced action scenes. The setting of the character Jin Seo-yu had tons of components that Rayan wanted and was confident in doing. It was as if the character itself was inspired by her. But of course, she couldn't know whether or not it actually was. This is a huge opportunity, Rayan. You rarely see an actress who hasn't even been in the industry for half a year to get cast for a lead role. Chi Fyung was trying to say that she should seize the opportunity since it was too valuable to pass up. Rayan closed the script. She knew what Chi Fyung was trying to say, but she did not have much of an interest in the entertainment industry. What she really wanted was revenge. Rayan answered, "I'll think about it." It felt like she would need a very long time to make her decision. 1 Hotel del Luna. 2 The Uncanny Counter. There was no opportunity greater than this for a rookie actress, but Kang Rayan had decided to put off her decision for later. It was not because she did not want to star in it, but because she had a hidden rational reason for making such a neutral decision. "I haven't even properly looked through the script yet, so I think it would be a bit rash to make a decision now. I'll need some time to think about it," Rayan expressed. She wanted to make her decision after carefully thinking through how her success as an actress could help in her revenge, and the benefits of such a decision. No matter what anyone said, revenge was her major goal in life. She had to make her decision based on whether or not taking on the lead role of this drama would help in her revenge. Chi Fyung knew better than anyone how lacking Rayan's desire for success in the entertainment industry was, so he felt a little anxious over Rayan's indecisiveness. "Please think it over really carefully, Rayan. You seriously almost never see such a huge role like this given to a rookie actress. It's practically an unprecedented offer, so let's seize the opportunity if possible." "Okay, I'll try my best." This was the most that Rayan could say at the moment. Rayan also knew very well how amazing the casting offer that she had received was. She did not understand why an offer for a lead role was given to her when she had not even shown much of her talent. There sure are a bunch of people with peculiar tastes. If Rayan was the program director, there was no way that she would cast herself. She packed the script into her bag and left the meeting room. As she was killing time in the agency lobby while Yubin brought the car around, the door of a passing van opened. She recognized the number plate. A person, no, a famous stalker jumped out of the car. My, Rayan in a school uniform? So cute. Rita dashed toward Rayan to hug her, but Rayan stretched out her hand to push Rita back by the forehead to stop her approach. "Didn't I tell you not to get within a 1-meter radius of me?" Rayan remarked. "Don't be such a cheapskate when it's been so long. Can't you just let me embrace you at least once? There are no exceptions when it comes to you, Sunbi. Please don't get your hopes up." Rita clicked her tongue from Rayan's sharp retorts and reluctantly stepped back. Rayan noticed Rita's makeup and hair. "Were you on your way back from a shoot?" she asked. "No, I went to meet some group affiliate executives of a conglomerate that decided to sponsor my concert." "Which conglomerate?" "Jihang Group. You've heard of them, haven't you?" There was no way that Rayan hadn't. Jihang Group was one of the big 3 conglomerates of the Korean financial world, along with Songhwa Group and Osong Group. It was no exaggeration to say that these 3 conglomerates practically had full control over Korea's economic field. Although Jihang Group was the smallest of the 3, they were only small compared to the other 2 conglomerates. Jihang Group was leagues above other businesses. I guess you can meet conglomerate executives when you're famous enough. It was obvious if one thought about it. Famous celebrities were included in the top 0.01% of Korea, or in other words, VVIPs. Rita was naturally a member of that group. Becoming a celebrity, hypothetically, if she were to reach the same level of fame as Rita, will I be able to meet VVIPs just like her? If one wanted to meet famous people, all they needed to do was to become just as famous. It was a very simple logic. Rayan possessed 2 ways to become famous. First was to score really big in business. However, Park Seel-hun was still in the middle of his 6th business, so this would take quite a bit of time. In that case, she could just use her second card. Yubin arrived at the lobby just in time, and called out to Rayan after greeting Rita. "Let's go, Rayan." "Please wait, Miss Manager. Could I speak to Chi Fyung for a bit longer before we go?" About what?" Rayan had told Chi Fyung that she would give him an answer for the female lead casting offer after some deep thought, but that was no longer necessary. "I'm done thinking, so I'm going to go tell him that I'll take on the role of Jin Seo-yu." Rayan had decided to accept the casting offer. Chi Fyung was overjoyed, as if he had won the lottery. Only after getting through with the drama production staff and getting a response that they'll set up a meeting date soon was she able to get back home. She dived into her bed as soon as she came back. Thwump. The soft bed comforted her fatigued body. "Why am I so tired when I haven't even done much today?" Not only that, but she felt down for some reason, and her stomach had started hurting. "Oh, it's that day." She wasn't able to tell the first few times, but she was now able to tell from just a slight unusual feeling. Kang Hyuk knocked on her door as soon as she had finished changing into some comfortable clothes. "Rayan, you're gonna be staying home this Saturday, right?" "This Saturday? Is it some special day?" "It is. I'm sure you know as well." There was no way that she would. She turned her gaze toward the calendar on her desk. The Saturday of this week had been circled with a blue pen. She had not done it. The past Kang Rayan must have marked it. There were small words written right below the date number. Mom's death anniversary. Rayan lightly sighed and said to Hyuk, "Yeah, I'll be home." "Okay, I'll let Dad know." Rayan felt conflicted by the word mom. She laid back on her bed, staring at the ceiling that had become all too familiar. She then unconsciously blurted out, "This family's way better than my real one." Family. It was a word that she had never wanted to recall before her return to the past. Arayan's family visited her mother's grave on the day of her death anniversary. Their father cleaned the tombstone with a water tissue with great care. He took out 2 pictures that he had safely kept in his bosom and laid them in front of the tombstone. One was the family photo that they had taken this morning, and the other was a picture of Arayan in her drama scene that Arahayek had printed out before. Honey, you loved watching dramas. You should have stayed with us until our Arayan starred in one. There was no need for you to rush. Arayan had found out at last why her father was so happy that she starred in a drama. It was because her mother loved watching television. We managed to pay off all our debt thanks to Arahayek, too. Aren't you proud of our children? Arayan could not imagine how hard it was on their father to raise a son and a daughter all on his own. She began to see the existence of a father in a completely new light for the first time. Arahayek shot her a glance. Let's go back to the car first. They decided to leave so that their father could freely let out everything that was on his mind to his wife. Arayan and Arahayek returned to the parking lot. She was extremely bothered by how Arahayek had been stealing glances at her since earlier. What? Do you have something you want to say to me? She asked. No, I was just thinking that you're not crying today. Why would I cry? You cry buckets every year we come to see mom on her death anniversary. The former Kong Arayan must have been fairly sentimental. However, the current Kong Arayan was unmoved, since she wasn't even her real mother. Even if she was, Arayan would have remained as expressionless as she currently was. That was just the kind of existence a family was to her. Let's go get some lunch once dad comes back, Arahayek expressed. Okay. Is there anything you want to eat? This appa of yours will treat you to something good today. Why so out of the blue? To celebrate my precious little sister holding back her tears. She would have kicked him under normal circumstances, but she decided to just let it slide on a special day like this. Just in time, their father walked over while wiping his tears with a tissue after finishing his talk with his wife. He stuffed the tissue in his pocket to act in front of his children like he didn't cry, but Arayan had ended up witnessing it since she was standing right across from him. Arahayek belatedly noticed that his father had arrived. He asked, Dad, we were thinking of having what Arayan wants for lunch. You'll join us, won't you? Of course. Let's eat out as a family for once. Their father and Arahayek got into the driver's seat and passenger seat respectively, and Arayan got into the back seat. Before they departed, Arayan said to her father, Dad, I received an offer to star in a drama as a lead role a few days ago, and I decided to accept it. Really? Yes, so tell mom about that as well when we come to see her again. She had given her father something else to brag about. It wasn't bad being a good daughter on a day like today. On the day of the pre-meeting of I Will Guide You, working title, a man in his 40s with several gray hairs introduced himself to Arayan. I am the general program director of this drama, Park Dae-shin. And over here is. Director Park signaled to the woman in her 30s next to him. I'm Wang Yorin, the main writer. Thank you so much for accepting our casting offer, Arayan. No, I should be the one thanking you for giving me such a great opportunity, Arayan replied. Yorin's eyes flashed brightly as soon as she laid eyes on Arayan. Arayan felt like she had seen such an expression many times somewhere. To be honest with you, the character Jin-Seou was inspired by you. The freezing cold glint in your eyes that comes out from time to time? Even though I'm a woman, how should I explain it? I was charmed by your charisma that destroys the boundary between genders. Regardless, you were so cool. Is that so? Arayan stuttered. Yes, that's why I pestered Director Park to no end that no one but you could play the role of Jin-Seou. You have no idea how happy I was when you contacted us to say that you'll take on the role. I still feel like I'm dreaming. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Arayan now realized why she had felt Yorin's expression to be familiar. She has the same vibe as Rita Sunbi. Was it that there were too many people who easily fell for her, or was she the one who caused the people around her to be charmed by her, regardless of gender? Arayan had no idea. Director Park mentioned the drama title while they were discussing the drama. The official title is going to be decided today. At this stage, the one with the most potential is Reaper, and I think it's going to be the one as long as there aren't any other developments. Reaper. It perfectly fit the concept of a female protagonist who guided the souls of the dead. It was also much more concise than the working title, and compressed the overall theme of the production for the audience to intuitively understand what it would be about. Arayan had also taken quite a liking to the new title. Before we get into the shoot, there's something that I have to ask your understanding for. No, that's not right. There's one aspect that you should prepare yourself for, I guess, Director Park remarked. Arayan's face distorted for a second. Are you talking about a kiss scene? She asked. She wanted to avoid a kiss scene above anything else, so she had planned on drawing the line before the filming started. She needed to place some insurance so that they wouldn't say otherwise down the line. Director Park had already planned on discussing that with Arayan. I know that you have a strong dislike for kiss scenes, Arayan. Also, since you're only a high schooler at the moment, some controversy might arise if we put a kiss scene in. We're going to remove as many scenes like that as possible, so you don't have to worry. Arayan was very relieved, but the conversation was not yet over. Director Park had wanted to talk about something else. It's not about a kiss scene, but an issue with attires. Attires. Yes. I'm sure you already know since you've read through the script, but the character Jin-Seou is one who transforms a lot. The transformation did not involve morphing into an animal or a change in gender, but in identities. Her main job is a Grim Reaper, but she changes identities when she comes to the modern world. She will become a high schooler like you are right now, and a successful chairwoman at other times. She will also become a nurse sometimes. In other words, you'll have to change clothes a lot. I just wanted to have you keep this in mind in advance. How many times will I have to change? Arayan asked. By our calculations, probably around 70 times. Meaning, she needed to change at least 4 to 6 times per shoot. It did not sound like a big deal, but one would realize if they personally experienced how hard of a work it was to frequently change during a shoot. We've probably spent a few $100 million on clothes alone. It's all thanks to this lady here, said Director Park as he looked toward Wang Yorin, the screenwriter. Something about wanting to put as many different kinds of outfits on you as possible. Well, I agree that it can't be helped considering the concept of the drama, but I still think 70 attires is a bit excessive. Director, you said you wouldn't push the attire issue anymore, Yorin mentioned. You have no idea how many complaints I've received from the higher UPS because of you. I still can't forget the chief's face when he looked at the budget formulation report. I can't believe this drama managed to pass the planning stage, Arayan thought as she listened to their conversation. Arayan's schedule was absolutely packed before the drama shoot even began. It was not because of acting practice or getting familiar with the script, but because she needed to have a total of around 70 attires fitted for her. Arayan walked all over the dressing room to get herself measured. She was yet again surrounded by tailors holding tape measures and tweezers. The female tailors shot Arayan gazes filled with envy whenever they measured her. Team leader, look how narrow her waist is. That's a celebrity for you. She felt like she had become a doll. After almost an hour of size measuring, she had to move on to the next location immediately. We received a call that the hanbok fitting had just finished yesterday. Try it on, Yorin said. Yorin and every staff member in the clothing production team gazed upon Arayan in the hanbok. She was wearing a pink jeogori, a white skirt and all sorts of accessories. Her hair was also evenly braided to one side. My, oh my, you're way too pretty, Arayan. Yorin exclaimed as she took out a camera. Can I take some pictures? Sure. Whatever you like. Arayan was so tired that she just let things take its course. Snap, snap. Arayan, please look this way. Like this. Yes, good, that's perfect. Arayan's hanbok fitting had ended up becoming a photo shoot. Yorin had a very satisfied smile on her face after taking tons of pictures. I'm sure the loyalists would love these, Yorin mentioned. Loyalists? Who are you talking about? Oh, you don't know. Yorin told Arayan something that she had no idea about. That's what your fans call themselves. Loyalists. And for your information, the name of your fan club is Club Allegiance. I have a fan club? Arayan asked. Of course you do. And just so you know, I'm a member. Arayan was not that surprised that Yorin was a member of her fan club because she was already surprised enough that she had something like a fan club. It was natural for a popular actress to have a fan club, but something had bothered her about it. Why Club Allegiance? Arayan asked. She had never thought that her army PTSD would return. Her past life aside, her current self had nothing to do with the army. Hence, she was curious as to why her fan club name sounded like the name of a post exchange. Apparently, the name came from how they were pledging allegiance to Queen Kong Arayan. That was also why the members of Club Allegiance naturally became loyalists, since they were loyal to their queen. They even have ranks. Private, Private First Class, Corporal, Sergeant, and the list goes on. The ranks are based on one's level of activity in the fan club. Arayan had a sudden urge to call Chief Young to ask if a celebrity had the right to disband her own fan club. More and more students took interest in Arayan as news of the drama Reaper was released. When does the drama shoot begin, Arayan? Is it true that the male lead is Jae-woon Appa? What's he like? Is he way hotter in person? Arayan was at her wit's end from the barrage of questions. I don't know. Also, anything related to the shoot is a secret, so don't expect any answers from me about it. In other words, she was telling them not to ask. Since it was obvious that the same thing would repeat itself if she stayed at school, she left as soon as classes were over. As she was about to pass through the school gates, Seo Yiseo rushed toward her. Arayan, she called out. Do you have something on your mind lately? Or is it because of the drama? Well, a few things. If you're okay with me, I could hear you out. How does that sound? One could share the burden of their troubles with someone if they confided in them. Arayan accepted Yiseo's offer and followed her to Starlight Road where she hadn't been in a while. Seo Yijun greeted Arayan as she entered the cafe. It's been a while, Nuna. You're off school already? Arayan asked. No, today's the school anniversary, so I didn't have to go. I was thinking of hanging out with friends, but Dad suddenly had business to attend to, so here I am. Yijun had been sighing because he was suddenly forced to come work at the cafe, but his mind had changed since he got to meet Arayan after a long time. In his eyes, Arayan was as beautiful as always. It could have been because she would be shooting a drama soon, but her beauty became more blinding as the days passed. Would you like to order something? Yijun asked. A vanilla latte, and Arayan's eyes shifted toward the dessert section. Which one's the cake that your dad made last time? Oh, it's this one. Then give me a slice. You order something too, Yiseo. My treat. Yiseo protested that it was fine, but she could not break Arayan's obstinance. Raean had felt sorry that she was always being treated to things whenever she came to Starlight Road, so she had wanted to pay for something this time around. So, what's on your mind? Yiseo got straight to the point as they took their seats. She had expected Raean to have been anxious because it was her first lead role, but Raean's worries were of something else entirely. JNN. Don't be shocked. Apparently, I have a fan club. Huh. Yiseo's large eyes blinked a few times. Is that something to be shocked over? She asked. Is it not? I'd think someone of your popularity would definitely have a fan club. I'm sure Jyorin and Romi feel the same way. Raean had become the shocked one instead. She called out to Yijun, who had been preparing their drinks. Yijun, do you know that I have a fan club? A fan club? Of course I do. In fact, I'm a member. It turned out that her friend's little brother was one of the loyalists of Club Allegiance. Raean had been the only one who didn't know of the existence of her own fan club. Yiseo asked to confirm her suspicions. Could it be that you've been troubled over the fact that you have a fan club? Yeah, but why, though? It's just a bit burdensome. Raean's worry was valid, but Yiseo thought otherwise. It just means there are that many people who love you, so isn't it something to be happy about? Don't be too troubled over it. Also, I'm sure those fans will be of help to you if you're ever in trouble down the line, don't you agree? Yiseo was right. Hearing her opinions, it looked like there were certain benefits of having a fan club. And you never know, there could be a really famous person in your fan club. If that's the case, it would really help your career in the entertainment industry, Yiseo mentioned. There actually was such a precedent. The famous screenwriter, Wang Yorin, had revealed herself to be one of the loyalists of Club Allegiance. And not just in the entertainment industry, there could also be people in the financial world who had become fans of Raean as well. Considering that, a fan club wasn't all that bad. Thanks, Yiseo. You helped organize my thoughts. I'm glad I could be of help. It certainly wasn't bad to confide in a friend whenever one had troubles. 1. A jeogori is a traditional Korean jacket-like upper garment. 2. A post-exchange is a government-subsidized shop operated mainly for military personnel. There were only a few days left until the shoot for Reaper began. Raean got up early to go for a morning jog, which she hadn't done in a long time. She tied her long hair back, put on a cap and headed out. The season was still in the transition phase from autumn to winter. The chilly morning air enveloped Raean. So cold. She felt even colder since she hadn't broken into a sweat yet. She quickly warmed up and jogged toward Starlight Road, wearing her new tracksuit and sneakers. The tracksuit aside, these are some nice sneakers. She felt lighter with every step she took. I guess they're expensive for a reason. Raean had not been planning on buying new sneakers, but the reason that she had ended up with them was because of her brother, Kang Hyuk. She had once again scored top of her class in her second semester midterms, so Hyuk had discussed with their father to get her a new pair of sneakers since he knew that Raean loved to exercise. For God's sake. His life skills may be abysmal, but he sure has some sense in these aspects. This was why Raean could not come to hate Hyuk. As she was marveling at her new sneakers performance, she had arrived at Starlight Road before she knew it. Seo Yi-jun had been waiting for her near the cafe, and raised his hand once she came into his view. Nuna. He casually joined Raean on her jog. She looked at him sideways. Didn't you say it was a hassle to jog on weekend mornings? Raean asked. I did, but I couldn't help but feel anxious when I knew you were jogging so early in the morning by yourself, Yi-jun replied. What's there to be anxious about? You never know, sketchy people might come up to you. Wouldn't it be better to have a man with you to be ready for such situations? You sure are good with words. Even if such a situation were to take place, what Yi-jun was worried about would never happen. Raean was far stronger than the average molester. Raean could only be subdued if multiple members of a highly trained special forces unit charged at her all at once, but there was no way Yi-jun would be aware of such a thing. In Yi-jun's perspective, Raean was just a delicate Nuna. Make sure to keep up. I'll go on ahead if you lag behind like last time, Raean remarked. Don't worry, Nuna. Things will be different this time around. Yi-jun showed great confidence. Raean had not trusted his confidence at first, but she realized as time went by that he was certainly different from last time. He was still raring to go even after they had finished the course. Looks like you've been working out pretty hard, Raean mentioned. This is nothing if I want to become a man who's able to handle you. Looks like you've become just as pretentious as you've become fit. Yi-jun laughed. I've also been doing a lot of weight training lately. Take a look. Raean gazed at Yi-jun's upper body, especially at his deltoids. She then suddenly moved her hands to touch Yi-jun's toned upper body. And Nuna. Yi-jun was so flustered that he was unable to react. Raean belatedly noticed what she had done and apologized. Sorry. You don't like it when other people touch you like that, right? That was the case for Raean, at least. However, Yi-jun did not mind it all that much. And no, it's okay. If it's you, then, well, I was just surprised because it was so sudden. Since Raean had received permission, she started touching him without hesitation. She asked Yi-jun as she was attentively examining Yi-jun's toned upper body, shoulder raises. She asked about what exercises Yi-jun had done. Yes, I mainly did dumbbell side lateral raises. Really? Raean nodded. There was a hint of envy in her gaze. Like I'd thought, there's a huge difference between male and female physiques. Raeun had been focusing quite a lot of her time in weight training, but the speed at which she gained muscle mass was significantly slower than when she was a man. She could clearly feel the difference because she had been both. You're not as toned as Jae-woon Sunbi, but I'm sure you can catch up if you work harder, Raeun expressed. Huh? Jae-woon Sunbi? Are you talking about the male lead actor of the drama that you're gonna be in? Yeah, that's right. You know your stuff. Why do you know what his muscles are like? Yijun asked. His tone carried a trace of disapproval. The first thing that came to Yijun's mind was skinship. It was not strange for there to be skinship between a male and female lead in a romance drama. Raeun replied with a mischievous smile. What? Are you getting jealous? N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. She had said it as a joke, but. Yes, I am, Yijun answered. Unlike Raeun, he was dead serious. The change in his demeanor, unlike his usual self, left Raeun flustered instead. I've just seen his body a lot since he has a bunch of shirtless action scenes. I've never touched his body like I've just done to you. She decided to clarify things first before any more misunderstandings piled up. Hearing that, Yijun sighed in relief. What a relief. Why are you relieved? It's my business, said Raeun. Even if it's just acting, I don't want you getting all touchy with other guys. Raeun giggled. She understood that sentiment, if anything else. Me neither, man. Raeun inspected her attire one last time right before the shoot of episode 2 of Reaper began. The purple frilled dress, the updo hairstyle and the bright red lipstick recreated the Middle Ages European noblewoman look very well. Screenwriter Wang Yorin exclaimed with hearts in her eyes, as expected of Raeun. You're so pretty. How do you look so good in everything you wear? You perfect the outfit just by wearing it. Thank you very much, Raeun expressed. Compliments made people happy, but excessive compliments only made things awkward for Raeun. Director Park was happy as well, but also anxious at the same time. You look amazing, Raeun, but can you really perform action scenes with that on? Raeun needed to perform a swordsmanship action scene this time. She would be making very big motions while swinging a sword against wraiths for several scenes. Could a rookie actress with barely any acting experience perform such action scenes well in a dress, when the scene itself was difficult to perform even in a tracksuit? Director Park thought it was near impossible. Before Raeun had a chance to answer, Hyo-sun, who had been given the role of Reaper's martial arts coach, replied confidently, Don't worry about a thing, Director. This is a piece of cake for Raeun. You sure have a lot of faith in her, said Director Park. Since Coach Hyo was so convinced, he decided to let her take a shot at it. Everything was ready. Scene #3-5. Roll cameras. Ready. Action. Raeun commenced the scene in front of the green screen at the slap of the slate. She slightly lifted the end of her purple dress with one hand, and unsheathed her sword while imagining that there was a wraith in front of her eyes. She raised the thin Western-style sword and pointed its end toward the camera labeled Wraith. The wraiths destined to go to the afterlife are disturbing the order of the lower world. Her charisma-filled voice and eyes were near perfection. Raeun was definitely more suited to strong and charismatic characters like this than delicate and feminine ones. She speedily took 3 to 4 steps back and moved as if she was evading the wraith's attack. Her movements were not hindered in the slightest even while wearing high heels. Albeit a prop, the sword that Raeun was holding with one hand was fairly heavy. However, she did not show any signs of fatigue. She started running to match the camera work. Since this was all supposed to be one take, even the smallest mistakes were not allowed. If she did make a mistake, then she would need to start from the beginning. Raeun attempted a somersault with her free hand. The trails of her skirt elegantly fluttered in the air. This scene would be made to look even more dynamic later, using slow motion. She landed on her feet and swung the sword with both hands, and then, thrust. She ended the scene by acting as if she stabbed the wraith in its heart. Director Park was so shocked by Raeun's swordsmanship performance that he could not even shout cut. He only came back to his senses after Yorin poked him on his side. See cut? Good job, Raeun. That was fantastic. That scene was absolutely amazing. Thank you, Director. Director Park would have cast a different actress if Yorin hadn't strongly recommended Raeun. He had still been iffy about her since she was still a rookie actress, but any traces of doubt in his mind had been blown away from that performance just now. Raeun smiled in embarrassment as the staff members showered her with applause. Even Jae-woon, who had been watching her solo action scene from beyond the camera, gave her words of admiration. You're good. I almost started crushing on you. Raeun had no idea that Jae-woon knew how to make jokes like that. Regardless, she answered calmly while maintaining her composure. You perform action scenes that are far more difficult than mine, Jae-woon Sunbi. What I did was nothing compared to you. No, I wouldn't have been able to perform as well as you did if I was told to do the same thing while wearing a dress like that. You're way more amazing than me. Jae-woon was not the kind of person who made people feel good with empty words. Rather, he was extremely honest. I'll look forward to your performance on the next shoot, Jae-woon expressed. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sunbi. Jae-woon left the studio early because he had something else scheduled. I should keep that compliment from Jae-woon Sunbi a secret from Yijun, Raeun thought as she watched Jae-woon getting further away. It would only be a bother to her if Yijun got jealous again after she mentioned it to mess with him. Director Park had practically made the cutting room his home for the past 3 days while editing the first and second episodes of Reaper, that would be aired soon. Like all content, the beginning was the most important. Even webtoons and web novels needed a good prologue to hook in the audience. The prologue was the main deciding factor for the audience to keep watching or not. Hence, the first impression was the most important. The first and second episodes of a drama was the benchmark that assessed audience influx. Director Park emptied yet another can of an energy drink and glued his eyes to the monitor. He had been planning on pouring his heart and soul into editing these 2 episodes. In the middle of his focus, someone carefully opened the door of the cutting room and headed inside. "You'll get sucked into the monitor like that, Director Park." "Oh, Sunbi," Director Park exclaimed. Program director Sun Han-Woo, the man who had risen to the status of star director through the success of The Devil's Touch, visited the cutting room to cheer his junior on. "Here's some food for you. I picked out only the stuff that you used to love." Director Park's expression brightened from the sudden food delivery. "Thank you so much, Sunbi. I was just getting hungry. You have perfect timing. We work in the same field, after all. I had a gut feeling that you'd be getting hungry right about now, so I just got a few things for you. What would I do without you, Sunbi?" Director Park had worked with Director Sun before back when he was just an assistant director. Back in those days, Director Park really loved convenience store sandwiches. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. "If I remember correctly, you especially loved the crab meat sandwich, right?" Director Sun asked. "Yes. You really are the best at taking care of your juniors," Director Park commented. Yeah. Make sure you never forget the love that I'm giving you right now." Director Sun patted Director Park on the back with a satisfied face. His gaze shifted to the monitor. "Are you editing episode 1? "No, episode 2. "Oh, really?" The paused monitor screen reflected Kong Raeun wearing a suit for women. "Raeun looks a lot more mature like this," Director Sun remarked. The maturity aside, Director Sun felt that Raeun had gotten even prettier than during the filming of The Devil's Touch. "And I think she's gotten prettier. Is this the power of makeup?" The makeup artists were super motivated. They were talking about how their wish of being in charge of Raeun's makeup had been fulfilled, Director Park said. "Makes sense. Our makeup artists were also saying how they wanted to take pictures of Raeun whenever they saw her. Raeun's beauty had captured the hearts of even those of the same sex, which was why she had been engraved in the minds of the audience despite having such little screen time in The Devil's Touch." Director Sun was curious of what her performance as a lead role would bring when her impact as a minor role with short screen time had already been massive. "Can I take a look at the clip? I won't go around spoiling it," Director Sun asked. "Of course you can, Sunbi. Just a second." Director Park shoved what was remaining of his sandwich in his mouth and pressed the play button. Raeun was staring at Jae-woon while holding a parasol askew. Her narrow eyes gave off a powerful enchanting feeling. Not many actors could overwhelm an audience with only their eyes, and especially for rookies. Raeun said as she stared at the trembling Jae-woon who had fallen on his butt. "You can see me, can't you?" Jae-woon held his breath and slowly nodded. "What else can you see?" Spiritual entities could be seen around Raeun. They were the so-called ghosts. Although the CG was added in the post-production stage, it did not look off at all. Jae-woon answered. "Fear and horror. To humans, ghosts were subjects of fear and horror. Hence, Jae-woon figuratively expressed what they were." Raeun slowly approached the fallen Jae-woon. "Wrong." She slowly bent her knees to meet Jae-woon's quaking pupils. The camera focused on Raeun's bright red lips. "What you're seeing is not fear nor horror. It's sorrow." Raeun's character Jin Seo-yu often expressed these beings roaming the lower world while carrying their own resentment as sorrow. Her last line marked the end of episode 2. Director Park asked for Director Sun's thoughts after watching to the end. "What did you think, Sunbi?" The scene, albeit short, had left a considerably strong impact on Director Sun. Not only the BGM laid out over the background, but Raeun's beauty and acting that pulled the audience in. "I think this is gonna be even more of a hit than my drama." Director Sun could already see signs of greatness in his junior's drama. Like Director Sun had predicted, Reaper made a huge impact after the first and second episodes aired. Jin Seo-yu, a rare female character overflowing with charisma, and Raeun who acted out the role were the talk of the entire nation. The drama had at first received massive attention because it was the first lead role of the popular idol Jae-woon, but everyone was only talking about Raeun after the episodes were aired. Because of that, Raeun had to go to school while wearing horn-rimmed glasses that she was not even used to. Seo Yiseo glanced at Raeun's side while heading to school together. "Raeun, I don't know if I should be telling you this, but there's no way that people won't recognize you just because you're wearing glasses." There was a sea of people on the other end of the crosswalk who had recognized Raeun and took her picture. She herself already knew that glasses alone wouldn't do the trick, but "I thought it'd be better than nothing." "I guess so, but is there even meaning to it?" No, it was completely meaningless. She was recognized no matter where she went because the drama became a huge hit. She was even barraged with handshake requests from her fellow students when she passed through the school gates. Now, don't trouble Raeun and go about your way, go." At that moment, a boy stepped up and shouted to help Raeun. He had on an armband that signified he was on the student council. He was Park Se-woon, a boy whom Raeun happened to know very well. Rayan dumbfoundedly asked Se-woon, "You're on the student council." It did not match the image of Se-woon the womanizer at all. However, students were clearing out of the courtyard thanks to him. "You're being rather helpful for once." Se-woon laughed awkwardly and said, "It's for you, so of course I should help." He was still blatantly displaying his feelings for Rayan. He'd be decent if only he'd get rid of those feelings for me, Rayan thought. Se-woon didn't seem to know these feelings of Rayan. He swung his arms toward the remaining students to make way for Rayan and Yiseo. It irked Rayan that she received help from Se-woon of all people, but they were able to safely enter the school building thanks to him. Rayan changed into her school slippers and entered the first floor lobby. "Yes, I have a delivery. Should I bring it to the staff room?" Just then, she saw a delivery man carrying several cardboard boxes while on the phone. "Understood, then I'll head straight up to the staff RO." The delivery man was taken aback when he locked eyes with Rayan. He then quickly pulled down his cap to hide his face as much as he could. He pretended not to know Rayan and headed toward the stairs. Rayan's beautiful face stiffened. The delivery man's actions pissed her off. She walked straight up to him. "Why are you pretending not to know me, Dad?" The students' murmur stirred up even more at Rayan's mention of her dad. "He's Rayan's dad." "I think so." Rayan's father could not conceal his embarrassment as the students whispered amongst each other. Rayan actually knew very well why her father was pretending not to know her. He was embarrassed of the fact that he, the father of a popular actress, was a meager delivery man. Rayan raised her voice toward Yiseo to let the other students hear her loud and clear. "Say hello, Yiseo. This is my dad." She especially emphasized that he was her dad. Yiseo seemed to have noticed Rayan's intentions and greeted him happily. "Hello, I'm Rayan's friend, Seo Yiseo. You seem to be carrying a lot of things, let me help you." "Huh? And no, it's fine. I can carry them myself," Rayan's father stated. "It's all right. Let's carry some together, Rayan." Rayan nodded as if she was waiting for Yiseo to say that. However, there was one more person wanting to join in. "Hello, sir. My name is Park Se-woon. Please allow me to help as well." Carrying heavy loads was usually a man's job. Se-woon picked only the heaviest boxes and placed them in front of himself. He lifted them without much effort and shot a smile at Rayan. Rayan lightly sighed as Se-woon boasted his strength to her like a child. "Yay, you're strong. Good for you." Just the fact that Rayan knew was enough for Se-woon. He led the way for Rayan's father, saying, "Follow me, sir." Rayan pushed her confused father's back with both hands. "Let's go, Dad. You have work, don't you?" "Why yeah, let's go." She walked through the hallway side by side with her father while carrying the boxes. She whispered to him at a level that only he could hear. "Please don't pretend like you don't know me again. I've never been embarrassed of the fact that you're a delivery man. Not even once." There were no ranks among occupations. A father of a top star working as a delivery man was nothing to be embarrassed about. At least, that's what Rayan thought. Her thoughtfulness left her father embarrassed of himself. He managed to open his mouth with difficulty to say, "Thank you." His daughter had become so mature before he knew it. He couldn't be more thankful that she had grown up so well. After the drama that Kang Rayan starred in recorded all-time highs in view ratings day after day, she received an unexpected offer. They decided to increase the number of episodes. Rayan asked for confirmation. Chi Fyung nodded. "Yep. The view ratings were so high that they're currently in discussion about extending the drama. But this was supposed to be a 16-episode drama. The drama was supposed to be over after only 4 months of filming, but it had become far too much of a waste to let it end with just 16 episodes. Reaper was originally just a filler drama that was scheduled in preparation for another major drama, which was why a rookie actress like Rayan was able to play a lead role in it. Rayan was also able to perform without much burden because of that fact, but the status of the Reaper production team had been elevated. In terms of results alone, Reaper had become the 7th most popular drama of all time. Considering the overwhelming influence of the drama, there was no way that the broadcasting station would just leave such a gem be. Since content that could rake in view ratings had appeared, they needed to strike while the iron was still hot. "From what Director Park had told me, it seems like the extension request will be accepted without any issue," said Chi Fyung. "What happens now, then?" Rayan asked. "Now, it all comes down to you," Chi Fyung said while pointing at her. The extension wasn't a part of the planning process, so they're going to be consulting with every cast member. Of course, you'll also get a call soon enough. What did Jae-woon Sunbi say? He already said yes and /o/vel/b//in.c//om. Oh, really? Jae-woon had immediately said yes. He had no other choice but to, since he had been wanting to make his mark in the acting industry. However, he did not yet have a consolidated acting career. Since Reaper had gotten massive in such a situation, he would naturally grasp on to the opportunity. All the supporting actors have also agreed, albeit verbally, Chi Fyung mentioned. Most of the drama cast members thought the same way as Jae-woon. Chi Fyung had not said that it all came down to Rayan as a joke. "So it literally all comes down to me," Rayan expressed. "That's right. Even if all the supporting actors said yes, the whole thing would become null if Rayan said no. Supporting characters could always be replaced by another using a different synopsis as an excuse. However, no one could replace Jin Seo-yu, the most popular character of Reaper. Since Ran was the driving force of the drama's skyrocketing popularity, her opinion was extremely important. I'd get tons of hate from everyone involved if I say no here, wouldn't I? Well, they'd tell you that they respect your decision, but who knows what they'd really think. Placing a drama or movie on a path to success was extremely difficult. Letting go of such an opportunity was absolutely absurd. However, Chief Young was extremely worried since he knew that Ran was not all that dedicated to the entertainment industry, and she could refuse at any time. Ran, I said this before, but chances like this don't come often. If you keep riding the momentum that you gain from this drama, you'll become a top star within 2 years. I guarantee it. Although she was still far from her top star seniors, Ran had already become an actress worthy of being called a star. Ran couldn't help but giggle at how uneasy Chief Young was. You don't have to worry so much, Chief Young, Ran said. Don't just tell me not to worry and actually show me that I don't have to be. I'm ready to support you as best I can, as long as you make the decision. How much support? As much as my authority allows me. With all my might. Chief Young pulled out his trump card. Ran was actually planning on saying yes from the start, since her goal was to become a star and make connections with VVIPs. However, saying yes all the time wouldn't get her much. If she pretended to be thinking about it, the other party would pull out a trump card that they had prepared just in case. The card that Chief Young pulled out was too valuable to just throw away. Okay, then, Ran answered. She decided to put the card in her pocket for now. Before heading to school on a Friday morning, Ran was in deep thought because of the sudden drop in temperature as of late. She sighed deeply as she scanned the outerwears in her wardrobe. I should buy a new down jacket. The down jacket that she had was too restrictive and heavy. Considering her clothing situation, she couldn't help but be greedy. It's not like we're short on money anyway. She decided to stop by a clothing store after school. Before putting on her uniform skirt, she lifted up her latest must-have item, stockings. She put on the coffee-colored stockings and then her skirt, and checked in front of a full-length mirror whether or not she had properly put the stockings on. There aren't any holes, are there? She had once put on just any stockings that she had, and belatedly realized at school that there was a hole on the back of her thigh. She still vividly remembered the embarrassment that she had felt that day. She lifted up her skirt to meticulously check even the area right below her butt. Okay, perfect. It took becoming a girl for Ran to have realized why women took so long to get ready. They had far more things to pay attention to compared to men, such as their attire, hair, makeup and the like. However, she at least had an easier time when getting ready for school. She only needed to wear her uniform for clothes, and she usually went barefaced unless it was some special day. Everything that she needed to pack was in her backpack as well. Things are so much easier when you're a student. She had often thought as such when she became an adult. Now that she had returned to being a student, things certainly were far less burdensome compared to when she was an adult. Except the fact that I've become a high school girl. Everything would have been perfect if not for that, which she thought was truly a shame. However, what she saw when she came out of her room made her think otherwise. She had come across Kang Arahyak wearing a military uniform. Why are you wearing a military uniform? Ran asked. I have student reserve duty training today, Arahyak answered. Ran could smell the organic waste just from looking at the uniform, to the point that it made her lightheaded. She unconsciously scanned Arahyak's state of attire. Where the hell are your boot bands? She asked. Huh? Boot bands? You know, the things you use to fold the hems of your pants inward. They look like green twisted breadsticks. There, over here, Arahyak said. What about your military belt? Won't the instructor tell you off if you're wearing a casual belt? Oh right, I should change it. And make sure you wear the designated field jacket. It's cold out today. Arahyak couldn't believe what was coming out of his little sister's mouth. Ran, he said. What? How do you know about boot bands and military belts? Arahyak obviously had not told her any of it since he had no reason nor need to. It wasn't like it would help in her daily life. Ran was only a teenage girl who had nothing to do with the army, but she was talking at the level of a sergeant who had been discharged after completing his reservist service. Isn't that just the basics? Ran said as she went out the front door. Arahyak said to himself as he watched Ran leave, of course not. You're not some active duty high school girl. The second semester final exam report cards were distributed amongst the students before classes began. This time, Ran had gone beyond top of her class to become the top of the entire school. She had already learned the contents of the classes once before, so all that she needed to do to raise her grades was to study a little to recall her past memories. The teacher and students who had doubted Ran's ability to score top of her class at first now thought that it was obvious that she would get first place. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium to look through each and every student, and brought up something that they would love. I'm sure you all know that starting next week is the winter break that I know you all love, right? Yes. The students smiled brightly at the mention of winter break. Seeing that, the homeroom teacher burst into laughter in bafflement. Don't be so happy. You'll become examines who won't be able to do anything but study once winter breaks over. The status of examinee was highly intimidating. It was a high schooler's greatest challenge. There was not even a year left until the SATs. You saw how your upperclassmen were studying like crazy for their whole year, didn't you? That's what you'll be like next year, so make sure you resolve yourselves for it. Understood, said the homeroom teacher. Yes. The student's reply was completely lifeless. Winter break for second-year students was akin to their final break before they went into SAT mode. However, that did not apply to Arayan since she would have no time to rest because of her drama shoots. The students packed their bags after classes were over. Arayan also quickly prepared to go home. She was planning on going home early to shop for groceries and read through the script for the shoot 2 days from now. Before Arayan could leave, she received a message from her manager Shin Yubin that Chief Young wanted to see her. She didn't know why, but she decided to go to the agency to hear him out for now. Yubin's car stopped in front of the school gates after 5 minutes of waiting. Get in, Arayan. It's cold outside, isn't it? Yubin said. Yes, it's gotten so cold. I've turned the heater on, so you can warm yourself in here. There's a box of hand warmers next to your seat, so use one if you need to. Okay. Arayan warmed her frozen hands and cheeks with the hand warmer on the way to the agency. She and Yubin headed straight to where Chief Young was waiting for them as soon as they arrived. Chief Young said proudly, Arayan, I told you that I would give you my full support, didn't I? Don't be too shocked when you hear this. You got an offer to appear in a commercial. Is that so? Arayan responded uninterestedly. A commercial for what? She decided to hear him out, at least. Just a sec. The client said that he'd be here soon. The door opened as soon as Chief Young finished his sentence. The client was someone that Arayan knew very well. Hey, Arayan. It's been a while. Arayan was dumbfounded as she laid eyes on the man who greeted her first. Ji Hansok Sunbi. She had never expected the client to be someone from the same agency. Koreans who have completed their 2-year mandatory service are automatically placed in the reserve forces for 8 years, and must receive annual reserve duty training during that time. If the reservists are still students, then they receive annual training for 8 hours. When Korean soldiers are put on cafeteria duty during their service, the stench of organic waste seeps into their clothes and body when they are on cafeteria duty. Hence, every soldier tries to avoid cafeteria duty. 3 Korean third-year high school students will spend their entire year preparing for Korean SATs. The gears in Kang Arayan's head turned at an astonishing rate to guess why Ji Hansok was here. Something flashed in her mind. Is it a coffee commercial? She asked. Hansok was impressed by Arayan's sharp intellect. You sure are quick-wit, Arayan. I didn't think you'd be able to guess why I was here right away. She had guessed that Hansok was here to offer her a coffee commercial because Dudam Group had recently announced that they would sell their new lineup of coffee products in convenience stores. Arayan happened to see the news in an article. Since Hansok had close ties to Dudam Group and Chief Young had called him a client, her thoughts naturally went to coffee. Hansok handed Arayan his card. This is publicly a secret, but I'm somewhat of a director in the company as well. The young director, Ji Hansok. Chief Young told Arayan about what had happened not long ago. Hansok showed up in the meeting that I had set up with Dudam Group. I asked him what he was doing here, and it turned out that he was Chairman Ji Songjiam's grandson. Chief Young had only just found out Hansok's family circumstances. Arayan recalled her past memories for a moment. From what I remember, Ji Hansok was not only acknowledged for his acting skills, but also for his company management skills. He was especially exceptional in marketing. Not only did he have the skills, but recruiting celebrities to be commercial models was likely much easier thanks to the connections that he had made during his time in the entertainment industry. He knew exactly how to make use of such connections for marketing their products. Hansok's pick this time was Arayan, the highly popular rookie actress as of late. I thought that your image went very well with coffee, Hansok expressed. That was the biggest reason why he chose Arayan. Someone with an urban image like Arayan was a perfect fit for a coffee commercial. It was not only Hansok who had felt that way. Several people in the company mentioned you as well, so I told them that I'd try asking you. Arayan had already thought of Dudam Group very favorably, because they would be helping in her revenge in the future. This commercial offer would consolidate her connection with Dudam Group. What do you say? Would you like to hear more? Hansok asked. Arayan answered without hesitation, yes, I'd love to. After discussing the commercial in more detail, Arayan signed a contract to finalize the commercial model offer. She had realized something during the process. No wonder celebrities always go on and on about commercials. The pay was insane. The drama appearance fee per episode was considerably high, but the commercial fee could only be described as a single harsh blow to the stomach. It was an astronomical amount for a minor like Arayan to lay her hands on. At first, she was thinking of taking on this offer no matter what to consolidate her connection with Dudam Group, but money is also very important. She needed business funds by the time that she became an adult, so she had to make as much money as possible. The money that she would gain from shows and commercials would be of great help to her grand scheme of revenge. The more money she had, the better. Arayan was driven home by Yubin. She entered her home to come across Kang Arahayak changing out of his military uniform. She scowled and said, "Don't change in the living room. You're rotting my eyes. Sorry, I thought you'd be at Starlight Road since you weren't home. But why are you so late? I thought you had student reserve duty training." Student reserve duty training ended much faster than reservist mobilization training. One could be discharged early if they did well, but Arahayak had come back home at around 5 p.m. despite that. It usually ends around this time, Arahayak remarked. Bullshit. You just failed to get discharged early. Those who were judged to be excellent in target shooting or in attitude during training were allowed to be discharged around 1 to 2 hours before the general discharge time. The hurdle was not as high as one would think it was. One just needed to be loud during training. If they couldn't, then they just needed to do well in target shooting. Hayek had failed in both cases. He was shocked by how his little sister even knew about early discharge. How do you even know about the early discharge? Raen possessed enough army knowledge to be worthy of the nickname active duty high school girl. That's just basic knowledge. In any case, I'm too lazy to make dinner, so let's just order in. How does fried chicken sound? Raen mentioned. They were both in the high-income bracket, Hayek through stock trading, and Raen through her work in the entertainment industry. They could easily order a box of fried chicken per day without a dent in their bank account. I'm down, but is that alright with you? Hayek asked. Me? What's there not to be alright about? Well, you see actresses on TV living off of chicken breasts, salads, cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and stuff like that to stay lean. Especially when they're in the middle of film shoots. That was the norm, since weight management was crucial for an actor. However, Raen was an exception. Not only did she love exercising. I don't gain much weight no matter how much I eat, Raen declared proudly. Her attitude was born out of her envy towards such people in her past life, since they could eat as much as they wanted. However, she had ended up attaining the metabolism that she had dreamed of after having returned to the past as a high school girl. Not only that, she didn't have to go to the army either. I guess being a high school girl has its good points. She was riddled with inconveniences at first, but things were rather nice after some time getting used to. The day of the commercial shoot arrived. Photo shoots of her with the product that would also be added to the website were scheduled before the video shoots. Attires of her size that emphasized the urban feel were lined up. The first attire that she wore was a suit for women. Even her makeup emphasized simplicity rather than extravagance. Raen examined herself in front of a full-length mirror while wearing the black suit. I gotta admit, I'm pretty. It felt a bit weird to say such a thing about herself, but she was not wrong. The hairstylist fixed Raen's sleek, straight hair with a comb. The photographer asked Raen, who was standing in front of the camera, for a casual pose. You can try any pose that you want, so give it a shot. Can I really do as I like? She asked. Yes, you just standing there is already a work of art. The photographer was dead serious. He had taken photos of countless celebrities over the years, but he had never met someone as photogenic as Raen. He could tell why she was all the rage lately. Snap, snap. The camera shutter snapped in succession. The photographer then asked Raen, could you turn your head to the side a little? Yes, that's perfect. Her side view that displayed her sharp jawline and well-defined facial features was as beautiful as her frontal view. Let's take some with you holding the product this time. Doodam Group had released 3 different coffee drink products, Americano Black, Hazelnut, and Sweet Milk Tea Latte. The product that matched her current attire was without a doubt the Americano Black. The photo shoot resumed with Raen holding the product. The studio echoed with the sound of the camera shutter. Raen had to change her attire to match the product. She would be changing into something with slightly lighter colors for Hazelnut compared to Americano Black, and something that gave off a bright and fresh feel for Sweet Milk Tea Latte. Raen needed to change at least 5 times today, but she showed no signs of fatigue. Han-Gyo visited the studio to cheer Raen on and to check whether the shoot was progressing smoothly. Amazed by her lack of fatigue, he asked, aren't you tired, Raen? Are you sure you're okay? Raen nodded at the thoughtful Han-Gyo. Yes, this is nothing. I've already been trained for this by Reaper. The number of times that Raen needed to change per episode of Reaper surpassed one's imagination. One could easily imagine how difficult her shoots were, since the program director had revealed that they had spent hundreds of millions of won in just clothing fees. It was not just an issue of changing clothes. Raen also needed to change her makeup, hair and accessories with every change in attire. There were times when changing attires took longer than the time that she spent acting in front of the camera. After a series of such experiences, she had become an attire-changing specialist. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Just then, the hairstylist asked Raen, what do you think about going for a bob cut or a short cut in the future, Raen? I think short hair would also look great on you. Raen had also wanted to cut this damn long hair, but I have my reasons for keeping it long. She had wanted to cut her hair countless times, such as during the hot summer and when her hair fluttered around from the wind. However, her memories with her mother dissuaded her from doing so. Although such memories meant nothing to the current Kong Raen, the original owner of her body probably would not allow such a thing to happen. Hence, she had been keeping her hair as it was. It was her way of showing courtesy to the original Raen, as well as the only way that the current Raen knew how to respect her. For God's sake, I've really gone soft. She never would have considered such a thing in the past. After returning as a high school girl, her fierce personality had gotten a lot milder. However, it was only milder compared to her past personality. Objectively speaking, no one could deny the fact that Raen was as tough as always. A separate camera was filming Kong Raen getting her makeup done. She knew what the camera was for. Is this for a behind-the-scenes film? The lady holding the camera nodded. Could you look at the camera and wave, Raen? Raen softly sighed in her head and raised her right hand with fake nails treated with blue nail polish attached, and lightly smiled. Smiling used to be extremely unnatural for her when she first became a high school girl. However, after some time getting used to it, Her expression changed naturally whenever she needed to smile, no matter how tired she was. She had gotten so good that it was as if she had a smile switch that she could freely turn on and off. Celebrities sure have it hard. She had realized their pain after becoming one herself. Ji Han-sok was accidentally reflected in the camera angle during the filming, after which he said to the camera woman while waving his hand, "Please cut out any footage of me in it." He still had no intention of letting the public know of his relationship with Chairman Ji Song-jiam, so he was taking all the necessary precautions to avoid even the slightest misunderstanding. Also, try to make the behind-the-scenes filming as short as possible, since Arayan's been filming since the morning. She needs to rest so she can also do her best in the next shoot, Han-sok said. I understand. Arayan was finally able to escape from the cameras thanks to Han-sok. Since fellow actors knew of each other's difficulties, Han-sok had said that for Arayan's sake. Arayan's makeup was finished. Only Han-sok and Arayan were left in the waiting room after the staff members left. How's the shoot? Is it manageable? Han-sok asked. Yes, it's fine for the moment, Arayan answered. They said there's not much left to do, so hold on for a little longer. Oh, and could you free up sometime around mid-January? Arayan examined Han-sok's expression. She could tell his intentions. Did Chairman Ji ask to meet me? She guessed. Huh? How did you know? Is it the so-called woman's intuition? Well, something like that? It was more like a man's intuition than a woman's. Grandpa has been enjoying the drama that you star in a lot lately. I think he also wants to listen to any behind-the-scenes stories that you might have. Arayan had also been wanting to meet Chairman Ji soon. She was relieved that the other party wanted to meet her first. Mid-January would be around a month after these products are released, I guess, Arayan stated. That's right. The commercial that you're filming right now would also have long been aired by then. I hope they sell well. I won't be able to face the chairman if they don't. Come on, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. To be honest with you, he's the one who first suggested that we entrust the coffee commercial model role to you. That's how much of a liking he's taken to you. That was music to Arayan's ears. You're going to bring your older brother with you, right? Han-sok asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, I probably should. Okay then, let's decide on a date. Oh, and you know that you need to keep the fact that we're meeting like this a secret, don't you? Of course, Sunbi. Arayan did not need to be told twice. She did not want this truth to spread either if possible, since her plans needed to be slowly carried out in the shadows. Winter break had begun. Arayan was planning on spending New Year's Eve comfortably at home, but her surroundings did not allow for such a thing. Because she needed to attend the drama awards, she visited a hair salon first thing in the morning to get her hair done and wore a shimmering purple dress. A swimsuit is at least easy to move around in, but a dress. I don't understand why they even invented something like this. Arayan's head was full of complaints. She felt more embarrassed by the v-neck of the dress than wearing a plain swimsuit. Shin Yubin laughed while looking at her and said, "Endure it for a bit, Arayan. After the ceremony is over, I won't say anything about what you wear on the car ride home, whether it be a jumpsuit or only underwear." As Arayan's dissatisfaction was about to pierce the heavens, Jae-woon, who was wearing a tuxedo, opened the car door that Arayan and Yubin were in. "It's our turn," he said. "Okay, just a second." Yubin and the stylist helped Arayan move easier in the dress. The stylist held up the end of her dress so that they wouldn't drag on the ground, and they got in the limousine that had been prepared in advance. Arayan sat on the inner seat, while Jae-woon sat on the outer seat. The driver was Jae-woon's manager, and Yubin also got in the passenger seat in case anything unexpected were to occur. After receiving the signal to depart, Jae-woon's manager slowly drove the limo. There was a sea of reporters with cameras and fans outside. Jae-woon said to Arayan, who was looking out the window, "Are you nervous?" "No, not really," Arayan replied. Arayan had already experienced such a scene countless times. Being in a place crowded with people was the norm for a bodyguard. However, one thing was different. To think I'd become the target of protection instead of protecting the target. Life never went how one expected. As the car stopped, Jae-woon stepped out first and extended his right hand into the car through the open door to escort Arayan. She lightly placed her left hand on Jae-woon's hand and stepped out of the car. Arayan was overwhelmed by the roars of fans and the flashes of cameras. She set off onto the red carpet with Jae-woon and stood in front of the backdrop. She felt extremely uncomfortable from seeing the guards posted near them. Arayan and Jae-woon headed to the venue after answering the reporters' questions about their thoughts of attending the drama awards. They took their seats in the Reaper drama team table where director Park and screenwriter Wang Yorin were sitting. Yorin's eyes sparkled as she laid her eyes upon the beautifully adorned Arayan. "You're so pretty, Arayan. Just seeing you makes this entire ceremony worth it." Arayan thanked Yorin like she always did. She had not come to the ceremony because she had hoped for an award. Her main goal was to attend the after-party of VVIPs where stars and big hots of the political and financial world gathered. She had also attended such a party before in her past life, albeit as a bodyguard. But now, she has returned as a bona fide celebrity. She hoped that the awards ceremony would end quickly. However, something outside of Arayan's expectations had occurred during the middle of the ceremony. Next up, let us take a look at the nominees for the Best New Actress award. There was one name that caught her attention among the distinguished list of nominees. Best New Actress nominee number 5. Kang Raeun. She had been chosen as a nominee for Best New Actress. There had been discussions of whether or not she would get at least one award, but it certainly felt weird now that she was actually seeing her name on the list of nominees. The host opened the envelope that he had received from a staff member. The Honorable Best New Actress award goes to Miss Kang Raeun. Congratulations. All cameras pointed at Raeun. She was surprised at first, but regained her composure and calmly got up from her seat and headed up to the stage. She stood in front of the mic. The Best New Actress award trophy and several bouquets were in her hands before she had realized it. A few words please, Miss Kang, the host said. Raeun took a breath. She didn't feel anything particular about getting the award, so her words were also very formal. I'd like to thank program director Park Dae-shin, screenwriter Wang Yo-rin, Jae-woon Sunbi, and the Reaper production team members. I'd also like to thank my friends, my OO, PPA, and my father who I'm sure are all watching this from home. And lastly, my mother who I'm sure is looking down on me from heaven. Thank you very much for this honor. People usually shed tears when they talked about their mother, but that was not the case for Raeun. People could feel Raeun's maturity as they watched her giving her thoughts. Meanwhile, Raeun deeply regretted her words as she went back to her table. I can't believe I called that son of a bitch Appa. She could already feel a fit of rage rising up as she imagined Kang Rae-hyuk teasing her about it once she went back home. After the drama awards came to an end, Raeun was able to set foot into the long-awaited meeting of VVIPs. In the past, she had only guarded the entrance, but that was not the case this time. Congratulations on your Best New Actress award, Miss Kang. Congratulations. I'd like to get closer with you. Could we exchange numbers? She was receiving tons of attention. Most people wanted to exchange numbers for business purposes, but there were a few men who approached her for indecent reasons. She rejected the offers of such men by making excuses that exchanging numbers would be difficult. Raeun scanned the people around her as she walked around the party venue. There sure are all kinds of people gathered here. She saw an executive of a certain large business, a chairman of a famous film production company, and even a political figure that promoted cultural industries. At that moment, someone quickly approached her. Raeun. How did you even get in here? Raeun asked. It was Park Se-woon. He was wearing a suit instead of a school uniform, with a shit-eating grin on his face. I pestered my dad to take me with him, he answered. Why? Why else? So I can see you in a dress with my own eyes. Raeun thought of beating the crap out of him, but even Se-woon knew to behave based on the time and place. He was not blatantly annoying her like he usually did at school, which she found to be a relief. She shooed him away, telling him that she had no time to deal with him. She had her hands full with making connections that she could make use of for her revenge plan. As she was looking around for anyone decent, she saw someone that made her scowl. I can't believe even that bastard Kim Chi-yeol is here. The son of her mortal enemy had also proudly attended the gathering of VVIPs. One red carpet backdrop, also known as a step and repeat banner, is a board that displays sponsor logos where celebrities stand on the red carpet for photos. Kang Raeun scowled as soon as she saw Kim Chi-yeol, which scared Park Se-woon. What? I didn't even say anything yet. He thought Raeun was scowling at him. It would be a huge problem for the both of them if he was shoulder thrown in the party venue. Raeun reassured him that it wasn't because of him. It's because of that guy over there, she said. Vice Minister Kim Chi-yeol? He's in charge of cultural affairs, Se-woon stated. Yeah, that's right. Chi-yeol was not capable in the slightest. He had just earned a position that wasted the nation's tax money thanks to his father's reputation. Raeun had never liked Chi-yeol from the start. In her days as Park Geon-Woo, Chi-yeol had used every chance he could get to go on a power trip against the guards, which caused her rage to skyrocket every single time. However, she had no choice but to put up with his behavior because his father was clean and honest, at the very least. However, I later realized that was also a lie. Clean? Honest? Kim Han-Gyo was the dirtiest and most unconscientious of them all. She could have been able to figure out who exactly Chi-yeol grew up emulating if she had thought about it a little. At the time, she had been so blinded by Kim Han-gyo's facade that she could not say the truth. Meanwhile, Director Park, who had been conversing with Chi-yeol, waved Raeun over. Why don't you greet the Vice Minister too, Raeun? She would have rather died, but she forcibly moved her legs since she couldn't just ignore them. Chi-yeol smiled at Raeun and said, You're much prettier in person, Raeun. Oh, I'm nothing compared to your fiancé, Vice Minister, Raeun replied. The songstress who had been locking arms with Chi-yeol was surprised by the mention of a fiancé. You have a fiancé, Vice Minister Kim. Chi-yeol became extremely flustered. He had used to flirt with all kinds of women while hiding his marital status, before and after he had gotten married. He's the same as always. Hence, she had purposefully blurted out in front of the songstress that Chi-yeol was soon going to be a married man. Chi-yeol awkwardly asked Raeun, How did you know about my marital status? I happened to see you taking wedding photos with someone when I once went to Chuncheon for a trip. Oh, did I say something I shouldn't have? Raeun said while pretending to be confused. The songstress who had been locking arms with Chi-yeol said while shaking her head, No, there's absolutely nothing between me and the Vice Minister, so don't get the wrong idea. Oh, and Vice Minister Kim, please disclose the fact that you have a fiancé next time. The songstress turned and left Chi-yeol's side. She had avoided being roped into a scandalous affair thanks to Raeun, and Raeun was able to get Chi-yeol real good. Objectively speaking, Chi-yeol was the only loser here. Ian apologized to Chi-yeol while holding in her laughter. I'm so sorry, Vice Minister. It's all my fault. And no, it's okay. Director Park, I have something I need to attend to, so, let's talk next time. Chi-yeol left the premises in embarrassment. Director Park clicked his tongue. What the hell? He was acting like he was interested in Jung Hyun, but he was engaged? I never knew Vice Minister Kim was that kind of person. Ian gave Director Park a piece of advice. You should be careful of him. He's the kind of person who would screw someone over without hesitation. She could say such a thing with certainty because she herself was one of his main victims. Ian returned home after the VVIP party. Her phone now had numbers of all sorts of famous people saved in it. Because she knew the future, she approached only the cream of the crop of connections who would be of help to her. Almost everyone agreed to exchange numbers with her when she asked. They line up to give me their numbers just from a smile. Exchanging numbers had become a piece of cake now that she was a beautiful girl. She said to Shin Yubin, who had driven her home, please get home safe. Thanks. Oh, and Ian, congratulations again on winning Best New Actress. I'll see you next year. Yubin expressed. Okay, Happy New Year, Miss Manager. Yubin drove away, hoping that Ian would call her Uni instead of Miss Manager in the new year. After seeing Yubin off, Ian opened the front door while holding the paper bag with the dress that she had worn in it. Pop, Kang Hyuk and their father cracked the party popper that came with the cake. Congratulations on Best New Actress, my baby girl. Congrats, Ian. Ian said to the two while holding in a faint smile, you still haven't gone to bed. It was already 2 a.m., so she had expected them to be asleep by now. However, not only were they wide awake, they had prepared a cake for her to celebrate her award. How could I sleep when my baby girl won an award for starring in a drama? Come have some cake. She hadn't even been able to drink any water from how busy she was at the party, exchanging numbers with several VVIPs. Her stomach rumbled as if to encourage her. I don't like eating so late at night, but... She was hungry, so she naturally gravitated toward the cake. Her eyes widened as she tasted a small piece of it. This is delicious. Who bought this? She asked. Your brother, their father answered. The sweetness of the cream cake was just right for Ian's new high school girl taste buds. She looked at Hyuk in surprise, to which he answered, this is a given since you called me Appa after such a long time. Pfft. She almost spit out her cake. She yelled with a face as red as a tomato, It's not like I can call you that guy when it's being aired nationwide. I had no choice. Okay, your Appa understands. You. Hyuk's attitude enraged her. After December 31st came to an end, dawn arose on January 1st. Ian woke up earlier than anyone else despite it being a holiday, to go for a jog and to also see the first morning sun of the year. It's not as cold as I'd expected. It didn't seem like she needed to dress too warmly. She started jogging once she put on her earphones, and met Seo Yijun who was waiting for her outside Starlight Road again. She had received a text from Yijun yesterday. Are you jogging tomorrow, Nuna? Ian answered that she was, and they had ended up jogging together after Yijun said that he would join her. Yijun had grown to be able to keep up with her without issue after jogging together whenever they had time. They stopped in front of the convenience store at the end of their jogging course with their backs on the first morning sun of the year. Stretching is a must after exercise, Ian stated. Okay, Nuna. While Yijun mimicked Ian's stretches, he suddenly moved strangely. No, rather than moving strangely, he averted his gaze away from her. Seeing that, Ian checked her attire just in case. There were times when her cleavage was visible through the shirt neck if she bent down far enough. She had to push the shirt neck against her with one hand to prevent that from happening, but she occasionally forgot since she had still not made it a habit. However, her shirt was not loose enough for her cleavage to show today. Why do you keep looking away? Ian asked. Well, Yijun muttered awkwardly. Nuna. I'd been wondering for a long time, but what are those bottoms? Bottoms? Oh, these. Ian pointed at the black leggings that she was wearing. Leggings? Leggings? Aren't those just tights? Yijun asked. They may look similar, but they're a little different. Tights wrap around your feet, and leggings only go down to your ankles. Oh, I see. Are those also sportswear? Basically, leggings would become all the rage starting from the late 2010s, they had not become a fad yet. Since Yijun had a lot of interest in fashion design, he had shown great interest in the leggings that Ian was wearing. Ian said while putting her hand on her hip, these are more comfortable than they look. They're warm to wear during the winter, and super comfortable when exercising. Shorts were too overbearing to wear during exercise because there was a chance that underwear would show during large movements. However, there was absolutely no need to worry in the case of leggings. Yijun scratched his head. I thought you were wearing them to show off your legs. They certainly do make your legs look more beautiful. They accentuate the leg lines, after all. This is going to be a huge fad in the future. Really? Yup, wait. An idea came to Ian's mind. Wouldn't I make huge bucks if I sold these? There had been a certain clothing company that had exponentially raised their sales through leggings. If Ian happened to preoccupy the leggings sphere, and if she herself led the leggings fad, she would be able to make tons of money. Not bad n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What's not bad? Yijun asked. Hey, Yijun. Yes. There also just happened to be an aspiring fashion designer next to her who would research leggings for her, and his name was Seo Yi-jun. I'll give you these, so why don't you study them? Rayan remarked. The ones that you're wearing right now, Yi-jun stuttered. Yup. Rayan had meant to give them to him purely for research purposes, but such an act was enough to make the imaginations of a healthy high school boy run wild. The second morning of the year dawned. Kang Rayan hurriedly changed into casual clothes to go out by 11 a.m. Before she left, she called out to Kang Rae-hyuk. Hey, don't forget to sell and liquidate all the stocks by today. The rates are gonna dip for a while. Can't we just do day trading? Rae-hyuk asked. Day trading, my ass. You don't actually think that it's you who's earning money through stock trading, do you? Well, no. Rae-hyuk had been making easy money thanks to the information provided by Rayan. They already had a few billion won in the stock account, and it was all thanks to her. Hence, Rae-hyuk could not just do what he wanted with the money in his account. Rae-hyuk wasn't particularly interested in luxury cars, expensive watches, nor designer goods. He had simply begun stock trading because he wanted to alleviate his father's burdens by helping to pay off their debt and to take care of his tuition. Rayan was planning on using the money that she earned through stock trading in two different ways. First was for setting up the clothing business with Park Seo-hun, and the second was to invest in cryptocurrency that would experience a massive boom in 2017. Bitcoin is a way better way to earn money than starting a business, but one cryptocurrency could be worth 100 million, 200, or even over 600 million won in the future, but that future was too far off at the moment. Hence, Rayan had been doing her best to earn as much money as she could through stock trading and business before the cryptocurrency boom, so she could earn as much as she possibly could when the time came. In any case, just wait and see until January. Holders within and outside the company are only going to sell their stocks for the time being. It won't be too late to start buying around February or March, Rayan stated. Okay, got it. But Rayan, how do you know all that? Rae-hyuk asked. Rae-hyuk had studied quite a lot on stock trading, but he wasn't as keen-eyed as Rayan was. No, not only Rae-hyuk, but even his acquaintances who claimed to be experts after earning a bit through stock trading would not be as precise as Rayan. They earned some and also lost some, but Rayan had only been earning ever since she started trading. As her brother, Rae-hyuk couldn't help but be curious about how his little sister who used to neglect her studies became a stock trading master. However, Rayan just made something up. I just started seeing how the chart will move after studying stock trading whenever I had time. Such an excuse was not enough to explain her skills. It was as if she could see the future. Anyway, do exactly as I told you to do. I'm off, Rayan said. Okay, have a safe trip. You'll be back by lunchtime, right? Yup. I'll be back as soon as I give Yi-jun something. That's your friend's little brother, right? Rae-hyuk asked. Rayan nodded. Yeah, you've been hanging out with him a lot lately. He's a pretty decent underling. Underling, huh? That wasn't how it looked to me. Rayan had gone together with him to Han-Gyo to buy their father a gift, and they even jogged in the morning together. Hence, Rae-hyuk had misunderstood their relationship. I thought you were going out with him. However, Rayan instantly denied it. Don't give me goosebumps. Why? He's tall and handsome, isn't he? You also said you get along well with him. That doesn't mean that I like him. Most of all, Rayan had no desire to get all lovey-dovey with a man. A little over half a year had passed since she became a woman. It was far too short of a time to accept men as those of the opposite sex. Well, I'm sure you'd be bombarded with scandals about you having a boyfriend. Now that his little sister was a celebrity, Rae-hyuk thought that Rayan would need to be careful in choosing her partner from now on. However, he was sure that she would take care of such things on her own. In exchange, make sure you introduce him to me if you ever get a boyfriend. I'll decide whether or not he's worth entrusting my cute little sister to. Rayan was exasperated. It's morning, and you're already saying weird shit. It had been a while since she blurted out a profanity that didn't suit her. Rayan arrived at the Starlight Road Cafe. Seo Yi-seo tilted her head as she saw Rayan from the counter. What brings you here, Rayan? I have something for Yi-jun. Is he here yet? Oh, no wonder. Yi-seo seemed to have comprehended something. She let Rayan know what had happened at her home this morning. Yi-jun always wakes up late during the break, but he woke up early even when it wasn't a jogging day with you. He showered, did his hair and even put on cologne, so I thought he had plans, but I guess not. Rayan had made the lazy Yi-jun diligent on a holiday yet again. You said you had something to give him. Yi-seo asked. Yup. What is it? It's nothing special. As she was about to take out what was in the bag to show Yi-seo, the bell attached to the cafe door jingled. Nuna? I'm sorry I'm late. Yi-jun apologized. He had frantically run to the cafe. It's okay. You're actually right on time, Rayan expressed. Like Yi-seo had said, Rayan detected a faint scent of cologne that she hadn't smelled much from Yi-jun. It had been a while since he had met Rayan while wearing casual clothes, aside from when they jogged together. Hence, he had taken much time waxing his hair despite it being a holiday. He had truly devoted himself to looking good today. Rayan took out the contents of the bag. Here you go. Yi-seo gasped as soon as she saw what it was. Rayan? Aren't those your leggings? Yeah, that's right. Why are you giving him those? Yi-seo's face reddened like a tomato. Rayan did not understand how embarrassing it was for a girl to give a guy a piece of clothing that had been in contact with their bare skin. He said he's been studying to become a fashion designer, so I thought I'd have him do some research on leggings. This is gonna become a huge fad in the future, you know. A fad. Yiseo also knew what leggings were. However, unlike Rayan who wore them often, she was a bit reluctant to wear them because they openly displayed the lines of one's entire lower body, starting from the hips all the way down to the ankles. Yiseo considered them far too daring for her to handle. However, Rayan thought otherwise. I'll give you a pair as a gift, so try them out. They're more comfortable than you'd expect, so I'm sure you'll love them, Rayan remarked. But Yiseo was not confident enough to go around wearing something that stuck to her body like tights. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Isn't it embarrassing? Yiseo asked. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's not like I'm showing my bare skin. That's true, but Rayan's hip and leg lines were so beautiful that she had absolutely no reason to feel embarrassed about wearing leggings. Confidence formed naturally from having a nice figure. Yiseo was jealous of Rayan's overflowing confidence. Okay, I'll try them on when I get a chance, Yiseo said. Good choice, Rayan stated. Yijun purposefully let out a cough as he was listening to their conversation. Nuna, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Would you like to go grab something to eat with me? He had just asked Rayan out on a date, which she turned down at once. Sorry, I have to see someone today. Really? Yeah, you'll also be seeing him a lot from now on. Yijun was curious as to whom Rayan was talking about, but she did not tell him anything else. Rayan left the cafe, telling them that she would be going on ahead. He was filled with disappointment, but it did not matter, because these are the leggings that Rayan Nuna had worn. Although she had washed them beforehand, Yijun strongly felt like he could detect faint traces of her on them. He looked down at Rayan's black leggings with a smirk on his face. Yiseo couldn't bear to watch her perverted little brother any longer and smacked him on the back of his head. Don't you dare think anything perverted about Rayan. I won't, okay? I won't. Yiseo was worried about her friend who always showed her defenseless side to men. He said it was around here. There it is. Rayan arrived at a cafe around the same size as Starlight Road. She went in with sunglasses on in hopes that no one would recognize her. Fortunately, no one had recognized her yet. The cafe's practically empty, too. The second floor looked more deserted than the first. As soon as she climbed up the stairs, she could see an anxious man shaking his leg. She could tell exactly who it was from the back of his head. Hey, Mr. Six. Mr. Six, Park Seel-hun, was startled by Rayan. He then asked with a glare, what's up with that Mr. 6? You failed in 6 of your business ventures, so you're Mr. 6. Didn't I tell you that you'd fail in your 6th venture as well? Seel-hun did not want to admit it, but his 6th business venture absolutely bombed like Rayan had predicted. It was likely his worst failure out of the 6. Rayan had received a call from Seel-hun a few days ago because she had told him to call her once he failed in his venture 6 times, and that she would help in his 7th business venture. How would she help him? With money, of course. You're really gonna provide the funds, right? Seel-hun asked. Of course, Rayan answered to reassure Seel-hun. I'll pay off all the debt that you've incurred as well. How did you know that I was in debt? The loan sharks who tried to harvest your organs are my partners now, so I know all about you. Seel-hun couldn't even laugh or cry. However, I won't be helping you for free. Rayan's condition was very simple. We'll be dividing the business profits 8-2. Understood. Who gets the 8? Seel-hun asked with a sliver of hope. However, a corner of Rayan's mouth curled up. Me, obviously. Seel-hun found out that the high school girl who he had thought was an angel happened to be a masked robber. Park Seel-hun thought he had heard Kong Rayan wrong. 8-2? Are you serious? I sure am. I don't really like joking around, Rayan answered. Seel-hun couldn't see this deal as anything but unfair, but Rayan thought otherwise. This business is gonna be built with my money, isn't it? I shoulder all the risks, too. All you have to do is to pursue whatever business venture that you want, mister. How am I supposed to manage the business with only 20%? You don't have to worry about the expenses. I'm not saying that I'll use the 80% for my own self-interest. This was not only Seel-hun's company. He and Rayan would be co-chairpersons. Seel-hun will be doing the majority of the work, though. Rayan was planning on just getting the money and providing support whenever it was needed. Despite that, Seel-hun did not seem to find the offer very attractive. Even so, as he was about to say that 8-2 was far too harsh. Forget it, then. In exchange, spit out all the money that I lent you before you go. As long as you do that, I'll let you go. Seel-hun tried to appeal to Rayan's sympathy to make the ratio as better in his favor as possible, but such an act was useless on Rayan. She had all the power in this negotiation since she had the money that was crucial to starting the business. If Seel-hun didn't receive her help, his 7th business venture would go down the drain before it even started. Not only that, but Rayan had saved him from getting his organs harvested by loan sharks. He couldn't just forget what she had done for him. But even so, 8-2 was far too unreasonable. Rayan giggled at Seel-hun's pondering face. I'm not saying we should keep it at 8-2 forever. I'll adjust the ratio based on your performance, Rayan remarked. Really? Of course. I'm the kind of man. I mean, woman who never lies. Raen saw Seol-hun as one of her loyal subordinates. It wasn't hard to give incentives to exceptional employees, especially one who would be managing her business from now on. And I'm sure he'll work harder now that I've mentioned the ratio adjustment. Motivating others was one of the jobs of a future chairwoman. Because of Raen's bait, Seol-hun's face was much brighter than when the ratio was first brought up. Alright, that's good enough for now. Let's go with that, Seol-hun said. Okay, we have a deal, then. They had verbally agreed. All that was left now was to register as a business and to officially sign a contract. But before that, Raen wanted to confirm something. What's gonna be your 7th venture, Mr. Raen already knew exactly what Seol-hun was going to say, but she had asked him anyway. Seol-hun exclaimed with the confidence to make his 7th venture a success no matter what. A clothing business. Raen smiled. It was exactly as she had expected. After they had discussed most of what they wanted to, Raen got up from her seat to head home before sunset. But before that, she said to Seol-hun, I know a pretty skilled aspiring fashion designer. Do you want me to introduce you to him when I get the chance later? How old is he? Seol-hun asked. He's a year younger than me. Since I'm in my 3rd year of high school now, he's a 2nd year. He's way too young. What's wrong with that? Fashion sense is more important for fashion design than age, isn't it? That's true. She was not wrong. Money was certainly important to start a business, but they also needed skilled individuals. Okay, then introduce me to that friend of yours next time, Seol-hun said. Okay, oh, and let me know whenever you need help. This is both of our companies, so I'll help in any way that I can. How? I thought you didn't know a thing about fashion design. Raen also had no business experience, but it wasn't only money that she had. She pointed at the massive TV screen outside the cell phone store, which was playing the commercial that she had appeared in. The coffee that you need when you want to cool down. Would you like to have a drink with me? Seol-hun had gone speechless by the Raen on the screen that was overflowing with sexiness. She was strangely different from the Raen that he knew. Both were just as pretty, but the aura that they each gave off was completely different. Raen said with a smile on her face, I'm one hell of an advertiser, if nothing else. Seol-hun could not refute the words of the star rookie actress. After Raen modeled for Dudam Group's 3 new coffee products, their sales rose to become the highest compared to every product that they had released in the past. The product itself also received good reviews, but having Raen as the model was able to satisfy the consumer's senses of sight, hearing, and taste simultaneously. Today was the day of Raen's first drama shoot of the year. She had made plans to meet with Chairman Ji of Dudam Group after completing her schedule. She had to complete the shoot with as few NG cuts as possible to not be late. She was wearing a modernized hanbok today. Thank God it's a modernized hanbok. The layers that I'd have to put on for a traditional hanbok? Ugh. She shuddered just from the thought. Since today's scene also contained action, the hanbok was designed for her to be able to move as comfortably as possible. Are your movements restricted in any way, Raen? No, it's fine. She lightly warmed up with some stretches, rehearsed the scene to sync up with her acting partner, and then stood in front of the camera with a sword in hand. The slate clapped with Director Park's signal. The extra who was acting like he was possessed by a wraith approached Raen menacingly. Jae-woon jumped in between Raen and the man emanating an imposing aura. "Cou? I'll handle this, so please get to SA." Jae-woon was unable to finish his sentence because he was knocked out with a single blow from the extra. The male lead character that Jae-woon played possessed spiritual powers, but he did not have the combat prowess to exorcise the wraiths like Jin Cou. Hence, Raen was the focus of most action scenes. Raen lightly twirled the blade a few times. One could tell from just a glance that she was very adept at handling a sword. The extra charged at Raen at a frightening speed with a roar. He soared into the air through a wire that was attached to him. Raen twirled to evade the extra's strike, and made a horizontal slicing motion while gripping the sword with both hands. The scene looked extremely mediocre during the shoot, but it could be packaged into a flashy battle scene with some CG and SFX. Therefore, Raen did not feel pressured. The CG team will take care of it. However, since CG was not an almighty tool, the actual action performance that was the backbone had to be solid. The action performances that Raen displayed always satisfied Director Park and the martial arts coach Hyo-sun, and it was the case today as well. Cut. Okay, Raen, you were amazing. The scene was okayed with just one attempt yet again. Raen approached Jae-woon as soon as the shoot was finished. Are you heard anywhere, Sunbi? Jae-woon had been flung further and more violently compared to the rehearsal. Raen had honestly been surprised enough to wonder if it was a genuine accident. However, Jae-woon smiled as if he was completely fine. This is nothing. That aside, you're getting better at acting by the day, Raen. Really? Yeah, I can tell since I'm your co-star. There was a huge difference between watching Raen's performance through a screen and watching it while acting alongside her. Jae-woon had been observing Raen's growth by her side, and just like today, he had been surprised by his junior's growth many times. Could you teach me how to use a sword next time? Jae-woon asked. Yes, of course. Raen also needed to become closer to Jae-woon, because I'll need someone to be a model for our menswear in the future. She had thought of using Ji Han-sok, but he could not surpass Jae-woon in terms of recognition since Jae-woon was not only an actor, but a member of a boy group with a massive fan base. After the shoot was over, Shin Yubin drove Ran not to her home, but to Dudam Group headquarters. Is it really fine for me to just drop you off here? Yubin asked. Yes. I'm going to be having a meal with Chairman Ji and Hansok Sunbi. I'm sure the chairman is overjoyed since his company sales skyrocketed thanks to you. Nov. L. B /JNN. Ran simply smiled in response. What about your way home? Are you gonna take a taxi? Kang Arahyak had also been planning on coming, but he couldn't attend because something else came up. Ran did not make a big fuss about it since Arahyak was practically a scarecrow in their first meeting with Chairman Ji. She could have just had Arahyak drive her home, but that was no longer an option. However, someone else had appointed himself to be her driver. Hansok Sunbi said he would give me a ride. Oh, really? I can rest easy if it's Hansok. Okay, make sure to text me when you get home. Okay, I will. Ran checked her attire again after seeing Yubin off. Because the makeup that she had gotten done during the shoot wasn't very subtle, she removed it and redid her makeup with basic cosmetics. Those of the older generation prefer lighter makeup. Even the subtlest things completely changed one's impression. Now, let's go do my other job. She confidently walked toward Dudam Group headquarters with her small handbag. Kang Ran entered Dudam Group headquarters. Chairman Ji's secretary who had been waiting for her at the lobby greeted her with a 90-degree bow. The chairman is waiting for you. Please follow me. Okay. Because it was far past the time when people got off from work, there were barely any employees going in and out of the building. Ran preferred this instead of having to go through the trouble of a bunch of people recognizing her. They got on the elevator to head up to Chairman Ji's office. Once Ran arrived, Chairman Ji and Ji Hansok greeted her with bright smiles. Welcome. Thank you for going through the trouble of coming all the way here, said Chairman Ji. It wasn't any trouble for Ran at all, since she had arrived before she knew it while dozing off in Shin Yubin's car. Ran first greeted Chairman Ji with a light smile. It's been a while, Chairman. Your complexion looks healthier than the last time we met. Do you think so? I've been exercising with my grandson lately. Figure management was crucial for an actor. Although Hansok was a director of Dudam Group, he spent at least 2 to 3 hours exercising since he was also active in the entertainment industry as an actor. Chairman Ji was not in the condition to exercise as much as Hansok, but he found it rather fun to exercise with his grandson every now and then. Ran also exercises a lot, Grandpa, Hansok remarked. Oh, is that so? Ran smiled at Hansok with her eyes. Nice assist. Hansok did not know why Ran had done such a thing, but he felt good from receiving a smile from such a beautiful girl. However, the reason why she graced Hansok like this was soon revealed. I have a very big interest in exercise and health, so my PPA and I have been thinking of setting up a business with a few items in that field. No matter how many times she said it, she could never get used to the word appa. However, since she couldn't just call Kang Arahyak that guy in front of Chairman Ji, she had no choice but to call him so, even if it sounded a little unnatural. She had already thrown some bait regarding her business to Chairman Ji a few times before. Come to think of it, you mentioned that your brother was preparing his business last time, Chairman Ji said. Yes, he couldn't come today because of those preparations. Please let me apologize in his stead. Although it was because of personal plans, Ran packaged it into something that would help in her plans. Chairman Ji replied, you're always the busiest during the preparation phase, so I completely understand. You don't have to apologize. That aside, what kind of items? N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. We're thinking of sporting goods for now. Tracksuits, sneakers, and there's this women's sportswear that I've been preparing lately, and I think they will sell the best. She was talking about leggings, which Chairman Ji was completely unfamiliar with. I'm sure the business will boom if you help your brother the best you can. You did the same for our product, after all. Chairman Ji laughed loudly. He could not be happier since Dudam Group products were selling like crazy thanks to Ran. Let me know if you need help with anything. And once the business stabilizes, I'll invite you to an entrepreneur gathering that meets pretty often. One of the core members of the entrepreneur gathering was someone who Ran knew very well. Congressman Han-Gyo attends that gathering often, doesn't he? Ran asked. How did you know? Said Chairman Ji. There was a party after the drama awards where people from all sorts of fields gathered, and I happened to see his son there. I think I heard about it while I was talking to some people there. Oh, I guess Chi-Yal also attended the party. Congressman Kim actually happens to be a high school classmate of mine. He also dabbles in business. He seems to be more focused on the political sphere now, but he still attends the gatherings. Ran kept nodding with an artificial smile. Of course he does. She also knew that very well, since she had accompanied him there a few times. Okay, then I'll introduce you to him when the opportunity rises. It would be my honor, Ran expressed. Her smile widened even more. Ran said goodbye to Chairman Ji after their dinner and headed to the parking lot with Hansok. He pointed to a bright yellow sports car. Here it is, Hansok said. Is this your car? Ran asked. Yup. I don't take it out often, but I felt like it today. Why? Because I wanted to drive in style. Do you like cars like this, Ran? I do. Ran loved cars so much that she wanted to line up sports cars like a rainbow like other chaebol, if she had the money for it. This is a Lamborghini Aventador, isn't it? It looks like it's fully optioned out, too. The stitchings on the seats and making them the same color as the car exterior are all options that you need to choose. For sports cars like this, the price varied greatly based on the features that one chose to get added on it. Rayan could easily tell that Han-Sok had spent quite a lot of money on it. Yeah, you sure know a lot about cars, Han-Sok remarked. Just a little. High school girls usually were not this interested in sports cars. Considering that, Rayan was a very special case. Han-Sok handed her a lap blanket before she got in the car. I prepared one just in case. Thank you. He was being considerate to Rayan, who was wearing shorts. Compared to the men around her, Han-Sok was extremely affable. He perfectly fit the bill of a tender, gentle and kind-hearted man. Not to mention filthy rich. He was also quite handsome. I'm sure he's popular with the ladies. However, the woman that Han-Sok was interested in was the one right next to him, Kang Rayan. But of course, Rayan was still not aware of the feeling that Han-Sok had toward her. Off we go, then, Han-Sok said. Okay. Han-Sok asked Rayan for confirmation as he typed in the address for the Starlight Road Cafe on the GPS. Are you sure I can just drop you off here? Yes, this cafe is really close to my home. Rayan did not want to disclose her home address, so she had used Starlight Road as a shield. Does your father run a cafe? Han-Sok asked. No, my friend's father does. Oh, I see. Starlight Road. What a nice name. I'll pay it a visit next time, so why don't we have some coffee together when I do? Rayan almost blurted out, you're so damn annoying, but she suppressed it with all her might. She was barely able to move her unmoving lips with a smile. Yes, that sounds good. Han-Sok's face brightened even more from Rayan's favorable reply. He decided to muster up even more courage while he was at it. You'll be in your third year of high school this year, right? He asked. Yes. Then I guess you'll be 20 next year? Do you have something that you want to do when you become an adult? Or somewhere you want to go? If there was, then he was planning on appointing himself as the driver. However, Rayan expertly evaded Han-Sok's trap. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it after I finish my sats. Really? Rayan's walls were by no means easy to overcome. In that case, are you free sometime next week? I'm thinking of watching a movie. We can rent out an entire theater so that we won't have to worry about other people. How does that sound? The scale of a third-generation chaebol was very high, even when watching a movie. However, Rayan's defenses were still airtight. I'm sorry. I decided to study for the SATs with my friends starting next week. SATs? Huh? Yeah, studying is important. Ha, ha ha ha. Han-Sok could only laugh in embarrassment. He was nowhere near seasoned enough to conquer the mountain that was Kang Rayan. In the middle of winter break, Rayan decided to hold meetings with a few of her classmates at Starlight Road to solve mock tests together and to share any information that they had about the SATs. Rayan's friends gathered at Starlight Road one by one in casual clothes instead of their school uniform. The members were the Kang Rayan family, consisting of Seo Yiseo, Na Jayurin and Choi Aromi, and the boys who had newly joined her friend group after the sports day, Choi Sang-woon and Kim Young-gyo. The study group consisted of quite a large number of people with a mix of boys and girls. Jayurin asked as she counted the number of people gathered for the study group. We're one short. Who's missing? Yiseo answered. Rayan isn't here yet. Her drama shoot ran a little late, so she said she'd get here as fast as she could. I see. The protagonist always arrives late. I'll have to admit it. Jingle. After 15 minutes, the small bell attached to the cafe door rang, which directed the attention of Rayan's friends to the door. At that moment, oh my goodness, Rayan? What's up with you? Her friends couldn't help but be astonished, because it was their first time seeing Rayan in full makeup. Sorry, I came here right after the shoot was finished, so I had no time to remove my makeup, Rayan said. She had just come as is since it was not a hindrance to studying. Her friends' eyes were glued on her even after she took her seat. Not only were their sense of sight elated, but the faint, sweet scent of lavender also brought joy to their sense of smell. Which question should I start from? Rayan asked. No one could give her an answer because they were all absorbed in Rayan regardless of gender. They sometimes forgot the fact that Rayan was a top star actress because they were so close to her. She was a friend who they could always meet with just a phone call, and a classmate who they could always see at school. However, she was emanating a completely different aura than usual. Right now, she was not their classmate Kang Rayan, but the popular actress Kang Rayan. Meanwhile, Rayan looked quizzically at how differently her friends were treating her. What's up with them all of a sudden? She had strongly thought that her makeup would not disturb their study session, but it seemed like she was wrong. Kang Rayan texted Seo Yiseo that she would be late because her drama shoot ran late today as well, and that she was heading to Starlight Road right now by car. She had sent this text because they had another study gathering planned today. As she did, she received a call from Yiseo. Hello. Rayan answered. Are you coming straight to the cafe, Rayan? Rayan had done so last week, but she would not today. No, I'm going to drop by my house first. Why? Weren't you gonna be coming straight here like last time? I'm sure it's a hassle for you to drop by your house first. Or, did you forget your backpack there? Rayan looked at her backpack laid on the adjacent seat, filled with workbooks for the study meeting. However, yeah, I forgot it. Okay, then. You don't have to rush, so be careful, okay, thanks. Rayan always felt like she was being healed whenever she talked with Yiseo on the phone. Shin Yubin tilted her head in confusion after Rayan ended her call. Isn't that your backpack next to you, Rayan? It is. Then why did you lie that you forgot it at your house? It's right there. Because I need to remove my makeup and change. Rayan had lied to Yiseo because she was in full makeup like last week. Why? Didn't you go like that last time as well? You said your friends loved seeing you like that, Yubin remarked. They did, but there is a problem separate from that. What kind of problem? My friends kept stealing glances at me. It was especially true for the boys. She couldn't help but be bothered when they were staring at her when they should have been staring at the workbook. Yubin was convinced by Rayan's explanation. I guess they would. Teenage boys are highly interested in the opposite sex, after all. Don't you also receive tons of love confessions? I guess so. Rayan did not refute it, because it was the truth. Not only that, Yubin would not believe her even if she said no, so she decided to just acknowledge it. How many times? Yubin asked. I'd never counted. She had never even thought to do so either. Meaning you received so many that you couldn't count them all. That's our Rayan for you? Rayan could not understand why Yubin was so proud. Nov, L, B /JNN. I'm sure you'll be getting tons again for a while, Yubin expressed. Why? It's Valentine's Day soon, and White Day after that. Aren't there tons of love confession events on such special days? Valentine's Day and White Day. Come to think of it, it was her first time experiencing those days since becoming a high school girl. However, she did not mind it much. Valentine's Day and White Day are just marketing strategies made by sweets businesses to sell more chocolate and candy. Rayan nonchalantly said something that Chairman Ji would have been sad about if he had heard it. But even so, Yubin did not give up in appealing to Rayan the importance of such events. You're not wrong, but teenagers can dream. It's the last event of their teenage years, so isn't it nice to create heart-pounding happenings? It can also become a story for them to tell others later. I'm not so sure about that. Rayan was not all that interested in such things. Yubin smiled bitterly at the apathetic Rayan. Yubin did not know if it was because Rayan was in the entertainment industry or had been like that since birth, but she sometimes thought that Rayan did not act like a teenage girl when she looked at her. Rayan removed her makeup and changed into comfortable clothes as soon as she came back home. She took out and wore the down jacket again after a sudden cold wave had hit in February. As she was about to head out the front door after getting ready, Kang Arehayag called out to her. Rayan, you know what day February 14th is, right? February 14th was the Valentine's Day that she had discussed with Yubin about. Rayan glared at her brother. Don't even think about getting any chocolates from me. I'll never give any to you, she declared. She was not even going to give the commonplace obligatory chocolates. She would consider giving them to women, but absolutely not to men, even if the man was her brother. Her father was fine, but absolutely not her brother. Even if they were family, she just did not want to give Arehayag any chocolates. Arehayag laughed when Rayan mentioned chocolates. Hey, you think I said that because I wanted chocolates from you? You have no idea how many girls give me chocolates on Valentine's Day. Rayan would have replied what a load of crap, if she had heard that last summer, but she could not say such a thing anymore. She had witnessed it herself that his words were the truth. Arehayag was quite popular with the ladies on his campus, whether they were of the same year, upperclassmen or underclassmen. 5 women had already come to their home because of a school report. In other words, Arehayag would receive chocolates from at least 5 people, or possibly even get confessed to. Why are you bringing up Valentine's Day if not for chocolates? Rayan asked. Arehayag pointed at the calendar as he stared at her blunt little sister. Have you forgotten even your own birthday? February 14th was Valentine's Day, as well as my birthday. She had honestly never even thought about it. It was obvious, since her birthday in her past life was in August. The birthday of Kang Rayan had not even been on her mind since she had only thought of her original birthday. Arehayag said while looking at Rayan strangely, however busy you may be, how could you forget your own birthday? Anyway, I'll treat you to something good on that day, so free up some time. Let's go out to eat as a family with Dad, okay? Okay, I'll let you know later once I check my schedule. She had never expected that she had been born on such a sweet day. Once Rayan finally joined her friends, they were momentarily disappointed as soon as they saw her. Seeing that, Jaerin scolded them. You guys are disappointed that Rayan isn't in full makeup again, aren't you? She was so right on the mark that they flinched. The same went for Seo Yejun standing by the counter. He had come to work at the cafe when it wasn't a working day for him, because he had heard that Rayan had come to the study meeting in full makeup before. Yejun had never seen Rayan with makeup on, so he wanted to fulfill that wish of his. However, Rayan was not that easy. I'm glad I dropped by my house first. Things had gone exactly as she had expected them to go. Aromi asked Rayan as soon as she took her seat. Rayan, are you free next week? Next week? Rayan asked. Yup. Jaerin and I are gonna be making chocolates here. Yiseo said she would teach us. It could have been because Yiseo's father owned a cafe, but she not only knew how to brew coffee, but could even bake all kinds of desserts such as cakes, cookies, and the like. Yiseo was the most domestic among Rayan's list of friends. Once Aromi mentioned chocolates, Rayan figured out right away why Aromi had asked her if she had time next week. Is it because of Valentine's Day? Rayan asked. Yup. Did you find someone you like? Since Aromi had gotten used to Arayan's straightforward style of speech, she shook her head without getting flustered. No, just for exchanging between friends. Just because you're making chocolates doesn't mean you're giving them to someone of the opposite sex that you like. I guess that's true. So, do you have time? Arayan was the busiest person here. She had drama shoots and broadcasts to be in. Since Arayan was living a completely different life from a normal high schooler, her friends always had to confirm her schedule whenever they wanted to do something with her. I'm probably free on any day except on Valentine's Day and the day before, she replied. Do you have a shoot scheduled on that day? No, I just have personal plans. Oh, really? Aromi showed very deep interest. Do you have plans with someone, perhaps? With a man, or maybe another man? Why are men the only choices? Well, if someone's spending their personal time with someone else on a day like Valentine's Day, it's highly likely that they're of the opposite sex, isn't it? At least, that's what I think. The boys also showed their interest in Aromi's question, especially Choi Sang-woon, who had been turned down by Arayan after confessing to her. His ears perked up with the anxiety that Arayan had possibly gotten a boyfriend. I guess it's a man, Arayan confirmed. Her friends and Yijun lost their minds by her shocking statement. Cough, cough, coughs and deep sighs could be heard all around. Even Yiseo was considerably surprised. Man? F for real. I'm talking about my family. My brother and dad. Don't start getting weird ideas. Oh, I see. Sighs of relief could be heard all around this time. But why with your family? There were many holidays which one spent with their family, such as New Year's Day or Christmas. However, Valentine's Day was not really one of them. Arayan showed signs of hesitation, but she decided to just say it. My birthday is on Valentine's Day, apparently. It was as if she was talking about someone else. Sang-woon and Yijun's eyes flashed at the mention of Arayan's birthday. Compared to them, Yiseo and her other friends congratulated her upcoming birthday. Your birthday is on Valentine's Day? That's so nice. Is it? Arayan would have to come face to face with a birthday sweeter than she would like. Yiseo said as her friend's representative, is there anything you want as a gift? Gift? Huh. There was one thing that Arayan truly wanted as a gift. It'd be great if I could get a button that could drop Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol straight into hell. If such a button existed, then she was confident that she would press it hundreds of thousands of times. On a Wednesday morning of February 14th, Kang Arayan hurried to get ready to exercise at dawn because she had a shoot in the morning. She usually did weight training at the fitness center on weekday mornings, but decided to just go for a light jog like she did on weekends. Even if it was February 14th, her birthday, she expected the day to be like any other. However, she was sorely mistaken. As Arayan was about to pass Starlight Road, Seo Yijun, who was waiting for her outside, raised his hand and called out to her. Nuna. Arayan said with an exasperated face, why are you out here? Yijun only jogged with her on weekends, never on weekdays. Not just that, they had not made any plans. She could not understand why he was here at all. I texted you last night, didn't I? I asked what you were gonna be doing in the morning, and you said you were gonna be jogging. Arayan did indeed answer as such, but she had never told him to come with her since it was a weekday. Also, they had never promised to always exercise together, but here Yijun was as if it was natural. Yijun sometimes one-sidedly joined her workouts, but there was a separate reason this time. I have a gift for you, Yijun said. A gift? Why so out of the blue? It's your birthday, so it's not really out of the blue. Yijun was not wrong. He opened his backpack after asking Arayan to wait just a second. These are the chocolates that my sis and her friends asked me to give you. Oh, so this is it. Yiseo had contacted her in the middle of a drama shoot yesterday afternoon that she was making chocolates with Jaerin and Choi Aromi, and that she would give Arayan some as a gift. She had thought that she would get them later, but she never expected her friends to get Yijun to deliver them to her. And, this is from me, Yijun stated. He handed her the box of chocolates, and, what's this? Arayan asked. Open it. She tore open the wrapping paper, which revealed a yellow baseball cap. You wear hats often, don't you? That's why I made one for you, Yijun remarked. You made it. Yes. It's a handmade product that was made specially for you, Nuna. As expected of an aspiring fashion designer, the design fit Arayan's tastes perfectly. There was a hipster sticker stuck on it, and it gave off a youthful feeling of a teenager seeking freedom. Arayan put it on. Does it look good on me? She asked. Yes, extremely. It looked much better on Arayan than Yijun had expected. Although, anything that Arayan wore looked great on her since she was naturally beautiful. Arayan liked the design, but there was one thing that bothered her. But isn't it way too big for my head? The baseball cap couldn't help but feel too big for her since her head was so small. However, Yijun was not that negligent. There are clips at the back that you can use to adjust the size. Arayan adjusted the baseball cap size like Yijun had mentioned. Only after adjusting it to the smallest size did the cap fit her head just right. Yijun sighed in relief. Your head is a lot smaller than I thought, Nuna. His size calculations had been incorrect because of Arayan's long hair. It fits in the end, so it's all good. Thanks, I'll wear it well. Now that Yijun had delivered the chocolates and his gift, he was about to head home. Grasp. However, Arayan suddenly grabbed him by his sleeve. And Nuna. Yijun's mind surged with anticipation that Arayan might confess to him. However, where do you think you're going? Since you're here, you might as well jog with me. Only aerobic exercise was on her mind. Arayan's phone chimed like crazy on her way to the studio. Shin Yubin asked her as she looked at Arayan's busy phone through the rearview mirror, "Who keeps contacting you?" It was rare to see Arayan fiddling with her phone that much. She did not play phone games, nor was she the type to call or text others often. Hence, she could not help but be curious about it. "It's just my friends texting and calling me to wish me a happy birthday," Arayan remarked. Yubin was also aware that it was Arayan's birthday today. In fact, most people in her agency probably knew. Yubin asked Arayan while looking at her through the rearview mirror again, "Your high school friends?" Yes. Not only Yiseo, Jyorin, and Aromi, but she also received congratulations from her male friends Park Se-woon, Choi Sang-woon and such. Arayan did not like people contacting her to wish her a happy birthday that much, so her response was lukewarm even after getting tons of happy birthday texts. Yubin could not understand Arayan's lack of reaction. "You're not happy about your birthday?" she asked. "I guess. I'm happy." To be honest, she did not feel all that happy since today was not her original birthday. It was simply the former Kong Arayan's birthday, so she did not get the feeling that it was even her birthday today. Yubin smiled lightly as she looked at Arayan. "Take a look at the back seat," Yubin stated. "The back?" "Yup." Arayan's eyes widened as she turned to look at the back row seats. Something that she had never imagined to be there was openly laid out. "What's with these flowers?" Arayan asked. It was a basket filled with real flowers. Arayan had thought that the car had smelled differently than usual, and those flowers were probably the reason why. "Take a look inside the basket." There was a card stuck inside with the name of the sender on it. Ji Han-sok. He had sent a basket of flowers to her as a gift. He was going to send them to your house, but he asked me to give them to you instead since he doesn't know your address. "Oh, really?" Arayan read what Han-sok had handwritten himself on the card. At the very end, he had written, "To Arayan, who's more beautiful than flowers, happy birthday." The urge to tear up the card swept over her mind, but she did her best to suppress it. "I absolutely hate cheesy lines like this." Arayan's birthday celebration event continued even at the Reaper studio set, after the shoot had finished. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to dear Arayan. Happy birthday to you. Pop, pop." Party poppers cracked from all around her. Jae-woon appeared from the crowd of staff members while holding a cake. "The staff and I prepared this for you. Happy birthday once again, Arayan," Jae-woon said. "Thank you, Sunbi." She often saw on TV, staff members holding surprise events on the set for celebrities with upcoming birthdays. However, she had never expected herself to be the protagonist of such surprise events. There were even several staff members holding cameras to film her reaction. She had no choice but to smile and act like she was happy despite the shoot being over. "I'd rather they just wish me a happy birthday and move on." That was what Arayan wanted, but no one on set understood her feelings. Her birthday celebration continued even on her way home after the shoot. Chief Young, who had visited the set after a while, and Yubin filled Arayan's arms with gifts that they had prepared for her. Chief Young continued to congratulate her even after they had reached her home. "Happy birthday, Arayan. You said you were gonna go out to eat with your family today, right?" "Yes n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This is an XIPS gift card. I charged it up by a lot, so go eat as much as you want today." Arayan rather liked practical gifts like this. After thanking Chief Young and Yubin for wishing her a happy birthday yet again, she entered her home with the flower basket that she had gotten from Han-sok and the huge number of gifts. Her father, who was in the living room, asked her in surprise, "Jesus. What's all that, Arayan?" "I got gifts from a bunch of people wishing me a happy birthday. After getting one after another, it multiplied to this many. They decided to put them all in Arayan's room for the time being." Meanwhile, Kang Arahyuk returned home after finishing his business. "I parked outside with the ignition on, so come out once you're all ready." Arayan went out the door with her father after removing her makeup and changing into comfortable clothes. Arahyuk decided to drive in their father's stead this time. He asked Arayan as he set the GPS coordinates, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "Meat," Arayan answered. "Meat, huh? How about we go to XIPS, then?" "Sure." It was perfect since she had the gift card that she had received from Chief Young. It had 500,000 won charged into it, so it was more than enough money to fill the bellies of a three-person family. Although Arahyuk said that it was his treat, it's better to just use the gift card. The gift card could only be used there, so Arayan was planning on paying instead. Arahyuk asked his little sister sitting alone at the back, "I'm guessing you weren't able to get many happy birthday wishes because of today's shoot, right?" Arahyuk had expected that Arayan wasn't able to spend her birthday with her friends properly because of work. However, their father opened his mouth before Arayan even had a chance to respond. "No, Arayan probably had her birthday celebrated even more than our little dine-in." "Huh? What do you mean?" Arahyuk asked. "Go take a look inside Arayan's room later. There are so many birthday gifts that they almost couldn't all fit in her room." Arahyuk still did not know how much of a social butterfly his little sister was.